Chapter 301, Picking Fruit. Lin Shen was the first to arrive at the front of the attribute fruit tree, climbing straight up the trunk and sitting on a branch above. This attribute fruit tree was 3 to 4 meters tall, about the same as a normal fruit tree. The attribute fruits it bore were noticeably larger than those on smaller trees, each one about the size of a hawthorn. Lin Shen took out a folded backpack, stepped on the branches to pick the fruits, and tossed all the picked fruits into his backpack. By the time Ch Shen swam through the sword orchid zone to get there, more than half of the fruits on the tree were already in Lin Shen's backpack, leaving only those on the outermost tips, which he hadn't reached yet because of the distance. "Leave some for me." Ch Shen burst out of the water surface in a rush, trying to pick the fruits, but he had just surged out of the water when he was pulled back down by a force within, completely unable to reach the fruits on the branches. Ch Shen tried several times, but he just couldn't reach the fruits above. Lin Shen jumped down from the branch, stepping on the water surface to pick the fruits, and as he watched the fruits fall into his hands, Ch Shen was so desperate he wanted to vomit blood. He hurriedly swam to the side of the trunk, climbed up the tree, and used the archangel sword to chop off branches, bringing down the branches along with the fruits, finally managing to get a few fruits. Unfortunately, he had only gotten a few fruits when Lin Shen had already picked all the remaining ones, his backpack bulging, nearly too full to close. "Let's go, let's head back," Lin Shen said as he stepped on the water to return. Ch Shen had picked a dozen or so, but still felt incredibly frustrated inside. If it weren't for Lin Shen's haul, the dozen or so he picked would have been far beyond his expectations upon arrival. But thinking of Lin Shen's backpack filled to the brim, he felt that the dozen or so didn't seem appealing anymore. Ch Shen didn't dare to stay here alone, so he could only jump into the water and follow Lin Shen back. Once they reached the shore, seeing that Lin Shen was completely dry, carrying the bulging backpack, while he himself looked like a drowned rat, made his mood even worse. "Today's harvest is almost enough, we can't use too much anyway." "Let's leave some for those who come later, we should go back now," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Easy for you to say, when you were picking the fruits, I didn't see you leave a single one. You've picked enough, but I haven't," Ch Shen said through gritted teeth. "If you're not afraid of being robbed, then stay here and keep looking for fruit trees," Lin Shen said and turned to leave. "I only picked a few, why would they rob me?" "They should rob you," Ch Shen said angrily. "When they come back and see no fruits here and then run into you, do you think they'll believe you?" Lin Shen called back without turning his head. Ch Shen thought about it and realized that he wouldn't believe it either. He would definitely think that he and Lin Shen had picked the fruits together. By that time, Lin Shen would have run off, and facing 4 people alone, he'd be outnumbered and truly unable to clear his name. After a lot of hesitation, Ch Shen had no choice but to catch up with Lin Shen and head out together. "Encountering you, I've really had terrible bad luck," Ch Shen complained as they walked. "If you hadn't encountered me, you would have died a long time ago, not even having the chance to pick these fruits," Lin Shen said indifferently. Ch Shen was slightly startled and surprisingly didn't retort. He also knew in his heart that Lin Shen was right. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he might have already died in his sleep. Moreover, without Lin Shen, he couldn't go into the water and wouldn't have been able to pick so many fruits. The two of them walked back the way they came in silence. It was still early, and there was plenty of time before nightfall after they hurried back. As they walked, both of them felt that something was not right. It seemed like something in the surrounding sword orchid thickets was watching them. "Do you feel like something is watching us?" Lin Shen turned to look at Ch Shen and asked. "Yes, and there's a lot." Ch Shen surveyed the surroundings and said, "If they don't come out, we'll keep moving." Lin Shen said and quickened his pace, continuing to rush forward, trying to reach the exit as quickly as possible. Ch Shen had no other choice but to follow Lin Shen hurriedly. After traveling some distance, the two suddenly saw a creature step out from the sword orchid thicket ahead, blocking their essential path. Then they saw one after another base variant creature emerge from the sword orchid thicket in all directions, quickly surrounding them. These base variant creatures looked like black chimpanzees. Although they weren't tall, each one had black crystal bodies and was clearly a crystal-based creature. "Break through, don't get entangled with them." Lin Shen pulled out death powder and used it directly as a long spear. He swept aside the chimpanzees leaping at him from the sword orchid leaves, death powder moving widely and forcefully, clearing a path ahead. The Archangel's sword in Ch Shen's hand was even more formidable. Anything touched by the Archangel's sword either lost an arm or a leg. The hard crystal bases were like tofu. More and more black chimpanzees charged over, but they couldn't stop the two's onward advance. Death powder in Lin Shen's hands was hard one moment and flexible the next. One minute it was a spear, and the next it sounded like a whip. The chimpanzee group howled dismally as one sweep of the weapon could knock down a large number of them. "Where the hell do these things come from? We didn't see a single one when we came here before, but now we can't seem to kill them off." Ch Shen cursed as he saw the number of black chimpanzees in front growing. In a one-on-one fight, Ch Shen wasn't afraid of these black chimpanzees, but as their numbers grew, even if they didn't fight back and lined up for him to kill, he would eventually exhaust his strength. Once that happened, he would be at their mercy. Lin Shen's carapace shone with brilliant light. With the super base patterns enhancement, such a battle could theoretically continue indefinitely for him. As long as there are no ascended creatures, these black chimpanzees can't stop us from breaking out. Lin Shen shouted as he continued to forge a path ahead. Tian Xin, seeing Lin Shen maintaining high-intensity combat at the forefront with unfaltering strength, gritted his teeth and kept charging forward with Lin Shen. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt flashed through from the sword orchid forest. Lin Shen, quick as lightning, dodged the black bolt. The black lightning grazed Lin Shen's neck carapace, almost touching it. Tian Xin, who was behind, wasn't as quick, but he reacted in time and his archangel sword struck at the black lightning. With a loud clang, Tian Xin's archangel sword almost flew out of his hand. His body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing into a huge sword orchid leaf behind him and breaking several of them. Damn it, jinxed by your own words, what you say comes true. Tian Xin struggled to get up, stifling the turmoil in his chest, his gaze fixed on the circling black light. He saw that it was a black hammer-shaped life base. Lin Shen's gaze, however, was fixed straight ahead where a giant black chimpanzee with blood-red eyes was glaring at them. Chapter 302, Battle Ascension Again. The giant black gorilla, towering over 10 meters tall, emanated a terrifying aura, glaring at Lin Shen and his companion as it roared. The hammer-shaped life base struck down once again, and with Lin Shen's speed falling short by too much, he had no chance to dodge the hammer's blow and could only counter with the triple wave punch head-on. Upon seeing this, Tian Xin had no time for second thoughts and immediately flapped his wings, shooting up into the sky, desperate to escape from above. Neither the speed nor the strength of the black gorilla was something they could match, and even with the archangel sword at 10th turn in hand, Tian Xin didn't believe he could defeat the gorilla. After all, he had not yet ascended and couldn't unleash the true might of the archangel sword. The black gorilla was at ascension level. Its strength was formidable by nature, and its life base was a massive hammer, an ability that wrought far greater destruction than those of blades and swords. No matter how strong a mutator's power, it was difficult to contend with such a life base. He had to escape before Lin Shen was killed, otherwise he would be the next to die. To fly atop Giant God Mountain might attract other ascended creatures, but Tian Xin didn't have the luxury to worry about that. Now survival was the first priority. Boom! Empowered by the stubborn lone will gauntlets, Lin Shen's surfing triple punch collided with the hammer, shockingly repelling it with sheer force. Lin Shen quickly advanced towards the giant black gorilla. Without using the sacrificial halo, his strength was insufficient to destroy the life base. The only way to truly end the battle was to kill the body of the giant black gorilla itself. Tian Xin, who had fled into the sky, gaped in astonishment as Lin Shen managed to send the hammer-shaped life base reeling with a single punch. From the speed and power of the hammer life base, Tian Xin deduced that the giant black gorilla was certainly beyond first turn, likely a 5th turn ascended or higher. The gorilla's life base might have reached a strength and speed beyond 100, capable of unleashing tremendous destructive force. Lin Shen being able to withstand the hammer's strike and even repel it was rather alarming. How could he, a mutator, possess such incredible strength? Tian Xin wondered, puzzled. Seeing its hammer-shaped life base repelled, the giant black gorilla flew into a rage, thumping its fists against its chest and letting out a deafening roar. The airborne hammer, now glowing red, struck down at Lin Shen once more. Lin Shen unleashed the surfing triple punch again, and the collision between his surging fist power and the red glowing hammer created a shockwave that shattered the leaves of nearby sword orchids and sent other base mutation gorillas tumbling to the ground in disarray. Lin Shen himself was forced back several steps by the terrifying shockwave, unsure what skill the giant gorilla used to greatly amplify the hammer's strength. His punch had gained no advantage and was instead overpowered. With the giant gorilla's roars fueling its frenzy, the hammer smashed down repeatedly. Lin Shen could only confront it with surfing fist, clashing head-on with the hammer blow after blow. Thankfully, his fist power was projected outward, so the force of the impact didn't reverberate back into his body, otherwise the heavy blows could have easily ruined his arms. Lin Shen could only be grateful that the giant black gorilla was straightforward and temperamental, fixated on pounding him relentlessly with the hammer. If he were facing a more cunning ascended creature who didn't attack head-on but instead utilized speed, Lin Shen would probably have found it much harder to block every strike, and his situation would be even worse than it was now. After all, Lin Shen's speed was far inferior to that of ascension-level entities, unlike his strength which benefited from multiple enhancements. Tian Xin thought of flying towards the exit in the sky, and just as he was about to reach it, a phantom suddenly flashed across the sky. Tian Xin was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly swung the archangel's sword at the phantom. With a clang, Tian Xin immediately felt a colossal force transmitted to him, causing him and his sword to tumble through the air together. Halos appeared above Tian Xin's head, and his body radiated with holy light, forcibly stabilizing his form as he caught sight of the phantom striking from above. It was a bizarre life base. The life base was square like a brick, yet covered in strange runes that shone with brilliance. The brick pressed down once again, but Tian Xin, flapping his wings, leveraged the innate flying prowess of the celestial race and forcefully dodged the crushing force of the brick. Another ascended creature has been lured here, Tian Xin complained to himself, having no clue where that ascended creature even was while he was already entangled with the life base in the form of the brick. Compared to Lin Shen, Tian Shen's situation was even worse. Although his flying skills and speed were indeed superior to an average mutator, with the enhancement of his skills and the Archangel's sword in hand, fighting an ascended creature at the first turn could potentially result in a counterkill. However, this ascended creature didn't show itself at all. Tian Shen didn't even know what it looked like, only having to contend with the brick life base. If this continued, defeat was inevitable, and sooner or later it would spell doom. He tried several times to break away from the battle and rush towards the exit of the mountain valley, but unfortunately, the brick life base blocked him each time, giving him no chance to flee. The showdown between Lin Shen and the hammer was still ongoing. Under the hammer's rampant bombardment, Lin Shen similarly couldn't find an opportunity to get close to the gigantic black gorilla for melee combat. Do I really have to use the sacrificial halo again? Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He had accumulated just over 100 attribute points in the sacrificial halo, with recent increases being meager. Using it now, he didn't know when he'd be able to accumulate it again. If he could avoid it, Lin Shen was reluctant to use it. But glancing at Tian Shen in the sky, who was also entangled by a life base, Lin Shen felt that this time they were really in trouble. Even if he could use the sacrificial halo to deal with the gigantic gorilla, there were an unknown number of ascended nearby. It wouldn't be easy for them to escape. How did they pioneer this place? They said there shouldn't be any ascended here, yet so many have shown up. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel helpless. Fortunately, Tian Shen was still able to cope for the time being, and it wasn't likely to end in disaster before his strength was severely depleted. Lin Shen feared that their fight would attract even more ascended creatures. It looks like we can only resolve this quickly. Lin Shen was already preparing to use the sacrificial halo to end the fight. If they could take care of the gigantic black gorilla, the two of them should be able to handle one ascended creature. Judging by that brick's strength and speed, it was probably just a standard first-turn ascended creature, not as formidable as the gigantic black gorilla. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sly, hiding and refusing to come out, fighting only with its life base. Just as Lin Shen was about to use the sacrificial halo, he suddenly saw a disturbance amongst the black gorillas gathered in the distance. A large number of the black gorillas seemed to have seen something terrifying, scrambling to retreat to either side, quickly making way for a figure walking through. Another ascended? As Lin Shen made out what it was, his expression grew worse, internally cursing the intelligence personnel for their information gathering. Chapter 303, Human-Shaped Tank. The creature approached from the ground, and Lin Shen knew it was Ascension level because it clearly looked extraordinary. It was practically a mecha-like warrior constructed entirely of deep blue crystal armor, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, resembling a humanoid heavy armored tank. As soon as Lin Shen saw it, he was ready to desperately flee. He figured the primary reason these ascended creatures were after them was probably for the attribute fruits in his backpack. If he threw out the backpack, there was a high chance it would attract the ascended creatures to snatch it up, allowing him and Tian Xin to take the opportunity to run away. Losing possessions is always better than losing one's life, after all. However, as the humanoid tank-like ascended creature approached, Lin Shen temporarily abandoned that idea. Because he saw the humanoid tank pulling out a weapon from behind, which looked very much like an oversized, unmounted Gatling machine gun. Lin Shen was worried about not being able to increase his speed, and then suddenly this ascended creature appeared. If its weapon could also be considered a gun, then Lin Shen really had nothing to fear. While Lin Shen was still contemplating, the humanoid tank had already picked up its Gatling and fired directly at the Great Hammer life base in the sky. A Gatling that emits blue light. Lin Shen was stunned watching it. The muzzle of the Gatling continuously emitted blue light, with beams shooting up into the sky, relentlessly bombarding the Great Hammer life base above. After being hit, the hammer itself started showing traces of frost. As it was hit by the blue light more and more, the frost on the hammer increased, and in a short time, the Great Hammer life base was blasted into fragments, falling from the sky like rain. The giant gorilla was both shocked and furious, spewing blood from its mouth as its life base was destroyed, its aura immediately weakening as it turned to flee. Unfortunately, before it could escape, the Gatling's firepower had already covered its body, giving it no chance to flee, and in the blink of an eye, the giant gorilla's body was bombarded by the blue light bullets carrying freezing strength into a pile of frozen chunks. The gorilla group fled in terror, and in no time had run clean away. Lin Shen watched, eyes wide and mouth agape. This is too fierce, an ascension above 5th level, directly blasting away the life base, and it even carries freezing power. If hit, there's no chance to run. The humanoid tank turned the gun barrel and was about to fire again at the stone life base in the sky. The owner of that stone life base, clever as it was, disappeared into the sword orchid forest before the blue light could reach it. Tian Shen also saw that shocking firepower and did not dare to run away. He knew that under such firepower he would not stand a chance to escape. No matter how fast he flew, he would not be faster than the humanoid tank's blue light bullets. Tian Shen descended from the sky and came to Lin Shen's side. They exchanged glances, each seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Logically, their target should have been them, But instead, this individual had first killed the giant gorilla and then chased away another ascended creature. So far, the humanoid tank-like creature had not laid a hand on them. He's probably here for the attribute fruits on us. If he wants them, let's give them to him, Lin Shen said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also hesitant about whether to give the attribute fruits from his backpack to it. Theoretically, he really wasn't afraid of this humanoid tank. No matter how fast it shot or how fierce its firepower, Lin Shen was not afraid, unless it had some other tricks up its sleeve. While he was deep in thought, the humanoid tank made a gesture towards them. The meaning of the gesture was easy to understand. It seemed to be an invitation for them to follow. As the humanoid tank turned and walked back the way it had come, it extended a hand, signaling for them to follow. What does he mean by this, asking us to follow him? Lin Shen was slightly startled, then turned to Lin Shen with a complex expression. It seems that's the case, Lin Shen nodded. Should we go? Lin Shen asked, frowning. He didn't want to go, but if they didn't and that thing fired at them, he couldn't withstand it. It looks like we don't have a choice. Lin Shen's eyes swept across the sword orchid forest around them. Lin Shen also subconsciously looked over and could faintly make out some figures hiding within the sword orchid forest. Are they all ascension level? Lin Shen's face looked extremely ugly. He knew it was intentionally made for them to notice, as a warning not to think about running away. Probably, Lin Shen sighed. Those in intelligence really deserve to die. Lin Shen cursed under his breath. Let's go. They are getting impatient. After thinking it over, Lin Shen decided it was better not to turn hostile. If the other party had such strength and had wanted to kill them, they would have acted already, without all this hassle. Rather than take risks, it was better to see what the other party really wanted to do. It was evident that Lin Shen shared the same thought, and both of them followed the humanoid tank. The humanoid tank led them through the sword orchid forest, and after not too long, they arrived at a natural cave. The humanoid tank gestured for them to follow once more before entering the cave. Exchanging a glance, Lin Shen and Lin Shen decided to go in and check out the situation first. Once inside the cave, they discovered many crystal flowers and plants growing on the cave walls, casting a dreamlike rainbow of colors throughout the cave under the refraction of light. The humanoid tank led the way, twisting and turning through the cave until they reached a vast underground cavern. However, this cavern had no stalactites, only colorful crystal vegetation everywhere. The humanoid tank stopped at one spot, turned to face Lin Shen and Lin Shen, and stood still. Lin Shen and Lin Shen surveyed their surroundings and were shocked to find a creature of flesh and blood next to the humanoid tank. The creature's body was entwined with colorful crystal vines, which seemed to serve as an exoskeleton supporting its body. What was frightening was that some of the vine branches had actually grown into its flesh. Tiger people? What are you doing here? Lin Shen examined the being's tiger-like head and spoke. He was quite astonished in his heart, not expecting the humanoid tank to be a pet of a tiger person. When had such a figure entered Giant Ring Star without Lin Shen receiving any news? Lin Shen was equally perplexed in his heart. Although he didn't recognize what race the person belonged to, it seemed that no race should be present here. It was normal for the Pioneer Corps to consist of various races, including some Tiger Clan people. But this tiger person clearly hadn't just appeared here recently. Those vines on his body couldn't have grown that way overnight. Even more mysterious, the humanoid tank-like ascended creature was not a real pet, but a wild ascended creature. How could it be obeying the commands of this tiger person? Chapter 304, Demon Master. Demon Bone, Celestial Race Boy, don't be in such a hurry, we have plenty of time to have a good chat. The tiger-headed person glanced at Lin Shen and then turned to Lin Shen and said, Kid, what race are you? Human, Lin Shen replied. Upon hearing the name of the race, Lin Shen reported, the tiger-headed person visibly hesitated for a moment, murmuring, Human, that's rather peculiar. What's peculiar about it? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. Of course it's peculiar. I have seen no fewer than 100,000 races in this universe, but someone as peculiar as you, this is a first for me, the tiger-headed person said. I don't find anything peculiar about myself. Lin Shen felt the tiger-headed person's words were somewhat baffling. The tiger-headed person sized up Lin Shen and said, Are there many people in the human race? Do they all look like you? There are several billion of us. Not too few, I suppose. Mostly they look quite similar to me. What's peculiar about that? Lin Shen asked again. Don't you think that your human race is missing something? The tiger-headed person said. Missing what? Lin Shen looked down at himself and didn't feel he was missing anything. How should I put it? The tiger-headed person mused for a moment before saying, Let's put it this way. This boy from the celestial race, he has celestial wings on his back. Our Tiger Clan people have tiger heads. Many races in the universe have their own characteristics. But with your appearance, there's nothing distinctive at all. All the features on your body can be seen in other races. There is nothing unique to your race. Lin Shen paused slightly, as he truly had not thought about this issue before, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. The cosmic races he knew of, although similar in appearance to humans, all had their own unique physical characteristics, while humans indeed seemed to lack any unique physical traits. Did you bring us here just to study this? Lin Shen interjected. It was just an offhand remark, the tiger-headed person said with a smile. I called you here because I have a few questions to ask you, and there is also a favor I wish to ask of you. How may we address you? Chen Shen did not ask what the matter was, instead inquiring about the background of the tiger-headed person. I've been here too long. It's been such a long time since I used a name, I've almost forgotten what mine is. Let me think. The tiger-headed person closed his eyes as if digging deep into his memories. Lin Shen and Tian Shen exchanged glances, their curiosity growing. Given that giant ring star had only been discovered a dozen or so years ago, it seemed strange for the tiger-headed person to talk as if he had been here much longer. Almost forgot, my name is Demon Bone. The tiger-headed person finally remembered his own name. Demon Master Demon Bone. Tian Shen heard the tiger-headed person's name and seemed to be taken aback, looking at him incredulously and asking, "Are you really the Demon Master Demon Bone?" "It seems my name, Demon Bone, has not been forgotten by the universe," Demon Bone said with some pride, continuing, "The title Demon Master is a misunderstanding by others. I am merely the Emperor Master of the Tiger Clan." "It's actually you?" Tian Shen became even more surprised. "Is he famous?" Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. More than just famous, Demon Master Demon Bone, the Emperor's master of the Tiger Clan, played a pivotal role in the Tiger Clan rising to the top 10 in the universe rankings, Tian Shen said thoughtfully. Demon Bone laughed upon hearing this. What pivotal role? Celestial youth, there's no need to embellish. Those other races gave me the nickname of Demon Master because, as the Emperor's master, I once planned the extermination of numerous cosmic races. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Racial extermination was not something ordinary individuals could accomplish. It would take a person of extraordinary ruthlessness to go so far as to completely annihilate a race. Encountering such a person, he and Chen Shen probably were not in for anything good. Demon Bone seemed to have no intention of explaining further, merely stating indifferently, "Is the celestial race currently in control of Giant Ring Star?" Indeed, Tian Shen could not be sure this person was indeed the Demon Master Demon Bone, but didn't dare to offend him either. Beside him, the humanoid tank alone was not something he and Lin Shen could confront. Demon Bone pondered before asking further, "How long has the celestial race controlled Giant Ring Star?" "About 17 or 18 years, Tian Shen answered truthfully. This was no secret. There was no need for concealment. Only 17 or 18 years? Then who controlled Giant Ring Star before you? Demon Bone seemed surprised, quickly following up with another question. The teleporter leading to Giant Ring Star was discovered by our celestial race 17 or 18 years ago, and before that no one controlled Giant Ring Star, Tian Shen responded. 17 or 18 years, no one? Demon Bone seemed very astonished, even somewhat unable to accept it, muttering to himself with furrowed brows. How long have you been here? Lin Shen, driven by curiosity, asked. Without a device to keep time, I can't remember clearly, but I guess it has been a few hundred cosmic years, Demon Bone answered offhandedly. This response shocked both Lin Shen and Tian Shen. If Demon Bone wasn't lying, then someone from the Tiger Clan had discovered Giant Ring Star hundreds of years ago. But why hadn't the Tiger Clan come to develop Giant Ring Star in all those years, only entering the picture after the celestial race had discovered it? Demon Bone seemed to have come to some realization, and did not linger on the issue any longer. Instead, he continued to ask, "What's the current ranking of the Tiger Clan in the universe?" Demon Bone appeared even more puzzled and asked further, "And the Supreme Clan?" First, Tian Shen was now somewhat convinced that Demon Bone had been here for centuries. Otherwise, how could he not know that the Supreme Clan was currently the cosmic's foremost race? The Supreme Clan had risen from being just within the top 100 to becoming the foremost within the universe in less than 300 years. This was considered a miracle in the universe, but because the population of the Supreme Clan was small and they did not accept affiliation from other races, no one from the Supreme Clan ever proclaimed themselves the Realm King. And because of the existence of the Supreme Clan, there had been no true Realm King in the last few centuries. Even those who claimed to be Realm Kings, although their power and influence almost dominated the universe, couldn't be considered real Realm Kings without having conquered the Supreme Clan. The Supreme Clan is first? How is that possible? Demon Bone, as if hearing a fantastical tale, couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's indeed first, not only in terms of combat strength, but also evolution level, which has far surpassed other races. More than 20 years ago, the Supreme Clan already gave rise to the first naturally born Nirvana being, with the name DAC known throughout the universe, Tian Shen said. Chapter 305, Hidden Attribute. DEC, a born Nirvana being. Demon Bone's eyes held a hint of complexity, and after a long pause he said, "I have a favor to ask of you, and it won't be for nothing. Help me with this task, and this 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper will be yours to keep as a pet." A 10th turn Ascension pet. Lin Shen and Tian Shen both expressed their surprise. They knew this humanoid tank-like creature was strong, but they hadn't expected it to be as strong as the 10th turn. Considering the high reward you're offering, may I know what task requires our assistance? Lin Shen didn't believe in free lunches. The task is not difficult. You just need to deliver a message for me to someone at the Supreme Clan, and then bring me his response. Demon Bone paused, then added, "No matter what his response is, the Ice Armor Ripper is yours." Having said that, the vines on Demon Bone's body began to move, unfurling from him and delivering 2 items to Lin Shen and Tian Shen. This is your advance payment, Demon Bone explained. Lin Shen carefully examined the object brought to him by the vine, which turned out to be an ascension egg the size of a fist. Tian Shen received an ascension egg as well, and the eggs in front of the two appeared to be slightly different. Both of these eggs are mutated ascension eggs, which you should find useful in the future, Demon Bone said, pausing before continuing. The 5 elements Tree King fruit you harvested would be best consumed after ascension. They are more potent than the regular 5 elements fruit and are equally effective for ascenders. Many ascended creatures in the valley covet the fruits of the 5 elements Tree King, but lack the ability to harvest them. When you leave, I'll have the Ice Armor Ripper escort you out. Lin Shen was taken aback, realizing only then that the ascended creatures lurking in the shadows weren't sent by Demon Bone. The two exchanged glances and accepted the mutated ascension eggs. Who in the Supreme Clan do you want us to find, and what message are we delivering? Tian Shen asked. Let me think. What was that person's name again? His name should be Lu Ran. You just have to ask him one question. Does the promise with Demon Bone still stand? No matter how he responds, you don't need to say much else. Just bring his answer back to me, Demon Bone instructed. Although it's a bit of a hassle to go to the Supreme Clan, I do have some connections there, so it shouldn't be a problem, Tian Shen said. That's very good. I'll have the Ice Armor Ripper send you on your way. Demon Bone surprisingly agreed readily, without further ado, and had the Ice Armor Ripper send them off. Lin Shen and Tian Shen were both puzzled. How could Demon Bone, the mythical demon master, be so easy to negotiate with? Wasn't he worried that Lin Shen and Tian Shen would take the items and never return? Lin Shen and Tian Shen had been concerned that Demon Bone might have some tricks up his sleeve for them, but the Ice Armor Ripper truly escorted them to the valley's exit and then went back on its own, without any tricks. Leaving the valley, they retraced their path down from Giant God Mountain. When they reached their base, it was still early, and Zeman's swordsman and his group hadn't returned yet. Tian Sun found it inconvenient to ask why they were returning so early in this location. After getting into the aircraft and taking off from the base, he asked, "How come you've come back so early?" Lin Shen and Tian Shen recounted the events in the valley to Tian Shun, who also seemed astonished after hearing the story. Our celestial race has only discovered one teleporter on Giant Ringstar. I haven't heard of other races having one. But looking at him, it seems he really has been trapped there for a long time, Tian Shen said. This matter is indeed strange. The Supreme Clan person he told you to look for is named Lu Ran? Tian Shun said thoughtfully. I haven't heard of a person named Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for now. Let me inquire about it first. Lin Shen wasn't planning on going to the Supreme Clan anyway, so he wasn't concerned about it. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to reach the Supreme Clan, and he had no connections there. It was likely he wouldn't even meet anyone. While a 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper was desirable, Lin Shen lacked the capability to claim it. Tian Shen might have a chance, but whether he dared to meet with Demon Master Demon Bone again was his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements Tree King fruit he obtained with Tian Shun, since it was Tian Shun who had given him the opportunity. Not sharing would have been unacceptable. Moreover, Lin Shen wanted the fire seed from her, so it made sense to show some goodwill. Left with 49 5 elements Tree King fruits, Lin Shen had more than he could use. A single one would suffice. Back at Paradise Island, Lin Shen had a talk with his elder sister, leaving her a regular 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements Tree King fruits, which could be used at both the base mutation and ascension levels. Lin Shen had only a few regular 5 elements fruits in his possession, but he had plenty of 5 elements Tree King fruits, so he couldn't give away many of the regular ones. Returning to his room, Lin Shen consumed a regular 5 elements fruit, and evolution theory immediately began to operate wildly. According to previous information, each person could only benefit once from consuming a 5 elements fruit, which could increase any one of the 4 attributes, although it could only enhance one attribute. Which attribute would be increased seemed to be random, or perhaps there was a pattern, but none had been discovered yet. Lin Shen hoped his increase would be in speed, for with enough speed, even if he couldn't win in combat, he could at least escape. But an increase in speed alone wouldn't significantly affect him, it was better than nothing. So, having speed would be best, but he was open to any increase in the other attributes. Once evolution theory ceased its activity, Lin Shen checked his attributes only to be shocked to find they hadn't changed. That's strange, why is there no change? Could it be because my attributes were already at full? But that can't be right. Tian Sun mentioned that the attributes added by these fruits can surpass the upper limits. Lin Shen felt there was more to it. Since evolution theory had been active, it indicated that the fruit was effective, yet his 4 primary attributes indeed showed no alterations. Lin Shen wasn't overly concerned as long as it was effective. After his ascension, he planned to consume a 5 elements Tree King fruit to see its effects. After resting for a while and waiting for night to fall, Lin Shen once again used his mechanical wristwatch to teleport to Ring Mountain Planet, continuing his hunt for super source dragons to strengthen the soul harvesting skill of the Death Powder. Chapter 306, The Great Red Bull Night Lottery. The Supersource Pterosaur had reached a deterrence level of 17,100 in soul harvesting. Supersource Triceratops was at 15,100, and Supersource Velociraptor was at 3,100. Lin Shen drew forth another Supersource Pterosaur and was about to kill it when the creature surprisingly spat out a pet key of its own accord. The effect of soul harvesting is quite impressive. It's even making the Supersource Pterosaur willingly submit. Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. After accepting the pet key from the Supersource Pterosaur, it turned directly into a pet capsule and fell into Lin Shen's hand. Unfortunately, activating ascended creatures required ascension-level strength, and Lin Shen was not yet able to activate it. Lin Shen continued hunting Supersource dragons, burying the harvested spirit bases on this planet, which he could then use to enhance his life base after ascending. While Lin Shen was hunting Supersource dragons, a major event took place on Realm King Planet. All of the Realm King Towers lit up with a 100-day countdown, while the news appeared that the ranking battle for the Realm King Tower would end in 100 days. The current number 1 ranker of the Realm King Tower was still the Great Red Bull Knight, and no one's achievements had surpassed his so far. As people were discussing what the final reward of the Realm King Tower might be, someone noticed that within Zhuo Qinglong's point of view, Qingjie had appeared again. Ah, Zhuo Qinglong is challenging Qingjie again. Last time so many people failed, and now he's going alone? How could he possibly win? Maybe he really has mastered the movement technique given to him by the Great Red Bull Knight. Dream on. As spectators watched Zhuo Qinglong approach Qingjie, Qingjie got down from his mount upon seeing him and said coldly, "Your courage is admirable, but if this persists, I will have to take your life." "If I cannot win this time, I have no intention of returning alive," Zhuo Qinglong said indifferently. "Since you are prepared to die, then come." Qingjie said no more, charging towards Zhuo Qinglong like a gale and unleashing a punch simultaneously. His fist power was astonishing, whipping up a force like an overwhelming deluge. Rather than retreating, Zhuo Qinglong advanced, stepping diagonally and swinging his blade in a smooth motion. Many thought Zhuo Qinglong would soon be defeated, but contrary to expectations, his battle with Qingjie was evenly matched, and for a while, the outcome remained uncertain. Observers realized that Zhuo Qinglong's movement technique indeed seemed different. Despite Qingjie's attacks being as relentless as a tempest, they never reached Zhuo Qinglong's body. Zhuo Qinglong, moving as if leisurely strolling through a courtyard, kept counterattacking without falling behind, even faintly gaining the upper hand. Wait, could the movement technique given to him by the Great Red Bull Knight actually be real? The onlookers were stunned. Previously, Zhuo Qinglong, despite allying with so many, struggled to suppress Qingjie. Now, armed with nothing but a single blade, he was pressuring Qingjie, leading everyone to believe that it was the movement technique from the Great Red Bull Knight that was making a difference. In fact, they were only half right. The movement technique Lin Shen passed on to Zhuo Qinglong was indeed significant, but Zhuo Qinglong's own strength was also critically important. With the strength to contend with Qingjie, and having disrupted Qingjie's overlapping wave skill with his blade technique, Zhuo Qinglong achieved such an effect. Qingjie felt uncomfortable. Every slice of Zhuo Qinglong seemed to target the joints of his boxing technique, preventing him from generating his overlapping wave skill. He wanted to defeat Zhuo Qinglong with his fists, but he could never land a hit on Zhuo Qinglong's body, not even grazed by his blade. Zhuo Qinglong seemed to become his shadow, moving in sync whether Qingjie advanced or retreated, driving Qingjie to the brink of madness. With a furious roar, Qingjie's horns blazed with light, and his speed and strength surged immensely. Almost simultaneously, a blue dragon pattern appeared on Zhuo Qinglong's carapace. As the pattern emerged, Zhuo Qinglong's strength and speed also began to rise. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, with wild energy stirring up the dust in the air, creating a scene of blinding sand and flying stones as if the sky and earth were darkened. "I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I must enter the ancestral order. I cannot let my descendants continue to be trampled upon as the lowest class." Qingjie's eyes burned with a fierce red, his boxing becoming increasingly ferocious. Zhuo Qinglong's eyes were icily detached. He stopped thinking with his brain entirely, allowing his body to naturally respond to the fight. The audience involuntarily held their breath, eyes fixed on the raging dust, waiting for the result of this battle. D-I-S-E-I, D-I-S-E-I-S-E-I-S-E, I-S-B-I-E-I. After a clang, the terrifying momentum seemed to halt, and the dust filling the air gradually dispersed. Zhuo Qinglong and Qingjie stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. In Zhuo Qinglong's hand, the blade he held drooped down at his side, with a smear of fresh blood flowing along it, dripping onto the ground. On Qingjie's left shoulder, which was not covered by the carapace, there was now a deep, bone-deep gash. That gash not only injured his shoulder, but had also left a wound on his neck from which blood was seeping out. "Next time, I won't lose again." Qingjie suddenly turned and ran off at a breakneck pace. Qingjie has lost. Damn, the Great Red Bull Knight's movement technique he gave to Zhuo Qinglong is really something. Holy shit, just one movement technique, and Zhuo Qinglong, who is far from Qingjie's match, managed to win. The Great Red Bull Knight is kind of strong. Why didn't I run into the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhuo Qinglong achieved victory with a single battle, and though he didn't manage to slay Qingjia, his name was now renowned across the lands. Zhuo Qingmeng bounced with joy and waved her fists vigorously. Bro, I knew you could do it. But Zhuo Qinglong himself didn't feel much. He had simply executed his plan, which was something he had anticipated. However, following Zhuo Qinglong's performance, many mutators began to hope they would encounter the Great Red Bull Knight themselves. The Great Red Bull Knight was so formidable, giving Zhuo Qinglong a movement technique that significantly boosted his strength. If they encountered the Great Red Bull Knight and received any kind of benefit, wouldn't they too ascend to great heights? The Great Red Bull Knight practically became synonymous with winning the lottery. Who wouldn't want to hit the jackpot? Unfortunately, Lin Shen hadn't gone to Realm King Planet at all, leaving those hoping to meet the Great Red Bull Knight disappointed. Lin Shen was continually hunting various super source dragons on Ring Mountain Planet, enhancing his soul harvesting ability. As the night over Giant Ring Star passed, Lin Shen returned for breakfast. Tian Xun had gone out to do something and wasn't there for breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Miao returned to her room. These days, she was preparing for her ascension and had decided to use the Avenger Angel Egg to ascend. Some freak is looking for you, Tian Xun suddenly said, just as Lin Shen finished eating and was about to leave. A freak? What kind of freak? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. A half-human, half-metal freak, the one we met on Meidu Star, Tian Xun said with a mischievous smile. Go on, Lin Shen immediately knew who Tian Xun was talking about. He hadn't expected the freak to leave the human mother planet to find him. I've been feeling a bit weak lately. My memory isn't very good. Can't quite remember clearly. If I ate something like 5 elements Tree King fruit, maybe I could recall a little more. Tian Xun held his head, feigning frailty. Lin Shen didn't bother with him. What did it matter if the freak came? With Tian Xun around, nothing the freak did could trouble him. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't respond, Tian Xun stopped pressing the matter. He took out a communicator and projected a small holographic image, watching the latest cosmic news. Lin Shen found it somewhat novel and looked up at the hologram, which displayed various news from across the universe. However, none of the news seemed to relate to Lin Shen. After watching for a while, he found it uninteresting and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Cosmic Special Report 2 universe hours ago, a human announced in front of Tianjing Mountain that he would challenge a member of the Supreme Clan, DEC. The news projected an image of a human. Lin Shen stared at the image, his mouth agape. Holy moly, what's the fourth brother up to? Lin Shen felt his brain might just crash. The human who announced his challenge to DEC was unmistakably his fourth brother, Lin Shangdong. Chapter 307, Beneath the Starry Sky, at the summit of the clear sky, fourth brother, are you playing too big a game? Are our family's troubles really that big? Lin Shen was somewhat distressed. He had heard of DEC before, but back then he didn't know what kind of person DEC actually was. Just a short while ago, he finally learned who DEC really is. A member of the Supreme Clan ranked first in the universe, the first congenital nirvana being born from the Supreme Clan, a person who could defeat 99.99% of humans right from birth. Lin Shen felt that aside from looks, his fourth brother would probably be KO'd in every other aspect when challenging such a person. Lin Shen had also heard about his fourth brother's feat at Jinshui Lake, where he faced 5 opponents and shattered 5 life bases. Truly handsome and strong, but compared to DEC, he simply wasn't on the same level. Could it be that fourth brother has already achieved nirvana? That's too fast. Lin Shen found it hard to believe that his fourth brother could have achieved nirvana so quickly. He knew his fourth brother. He would definitely wait till 10th turn before attempting nirvana. Where would he find so many resources to achieve nirvana so swiftly? Could it be that fourth brother also got himself a rich patroness? Lin Shen couldn't help but consider various possibilities. What worried Lin Shen the most was whether his fourth brother challenging DEC meant that the troubles of the Lin family stemmed from the Supreme Clan. If that was the case, Lin Shen felt that his own efforts were far from sufficient. You humans are really too funny, actually going to challenge DEC. Are you looking for a bargain? Tianxin glanced at Lin Shen with a mocking look in her eye. Looking for what bargain? Lin Shen was confused. Why would his fourth brother challenging the Nirvana level DEC be seen as looking for a bargain? It didn't make sense. Logically, Tianxin should have mocked humans for not knowing their own strength, but it seemed that wasn't what was happening. Tianxin curled her lips and said, in the universe, it's common knowledge that DEC is a natural-born Nirvana being. However, because he wanted to experience life below Nirvana, he asked the Supreme Being of the Supreme Clan to use a Defying Heaven technique to regress him to 0, having him start over from Steel level, and he only recently ascended. So there's such a thing. How bored must DEC be? It's like a prince going to the countryside to experience life. Lin Shen was speechless. The whole universe was almost green with envy, yet DEC gave up his congenital Nirvana body to start anew from Steel level. Lin Shen felt that one really shouldn't be too well fed. That fellow human of yours must be desperate for fame, challenging DEC at such a time. He's too ignorant. Does he think DEC is easy to bully just after his ascension? Hopeless case, even freshly ascended, DEC is still invincible among his peers, Tianxin said sarcastically. That's not certain. No matter how strong DEC is, having just ascended, at most he's at the first or second turn. If he were to face a 10th turn, there's still a possibility of defeat. Lin Shen, although he felt that his fourth brother was likely not a 10th turn, still hoped his fourth brother could win. Impossible, even if DEC is only at the first turn, a 10th turn would still be defeated against him, Tian Shen said with a cold laugh. Do you know what the scene of DEC's ascension was like? Such a scene, I'm afraid you can't even imagine it in your dreams. Ascension is just ascension. What scene could there be? Lin Shen was even more puzzled. Primitive races are just that, lacking in insight. When DEC ascended, his life base triggered the cosmic rainbow light, and upon billions of stars, countless civilizations witnessed his daylight ascension spectacle. That was the first of its kind since ancient times. As Tian Shen spoke, a hint of longing appeared on her face. What is the cosmic rainbow light? Lin Shen had never even heard of it. Do you know how vast the distances between star systems are? An ascender, flying at full speed, may not be able to reach another star system in their lifetime, and the universe is even more boundless. Let alone ascenders, even nirvana beings generally can only travel to other star systems' planets through teleporters. Maybe you still don't have a tangible feel for it, so let's make an analogy. The starlight you see on Giant Ring Star might have traveled for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even millions to billions of years before reaching Giant Ring Star. That is to say, the starlight you see was emitted long ago and is only reaching you now. As for the cosmic rainbow light, it is a special energy fluctuation phenomenon in the universe, which can be regarded as a kind of energy release phenomenon of the universe. The cosmic rainbow light can instantaneously appear in most areas of the universe. To date, no one has been able to understand exactly how the cosmic rainbow light is generated or triggered. Before, only when one could draw boundaries in the sky as a king were they able to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. It has never been heard of for someone to trigger it through ascension, not to mention ascension, even during nirvana. I have not personally witnessed anyone who could trigger the cosmic rainbow light. It is said that in ancient times there were invincible nirvana beings who could trigger the cosmic rainbow light, but those are just stories and legends. Modern people have never seen it with their own eyes. In the past 1,000 years, those who have seen the cosmic rainbow light with their own eyes were probably seeing DEC's ascension that time. After explaining, Tian Shen looked at the projection of Lin Xiangdong in the news, mocking, so don't hold any fantasies. No one of the same level is a match for DEC. Not to mention the same level, even if it's nirvana, it's hard to say if they can take down DEC. Maybe the cosmic rainbow light was just a coincidence? Such cosmic phenomena might have appeared just by chance at the time of DEC's ascension. Lin Shen began to worry about his fourth brother. If DEC was really that powerful, wouldn't his fourth brother be in danger? Coincidence? Why don't you coincidentally show me one? Tian Shen said with disdain. Ahem, Tian Shen, can your communicator show the footage of this human challenging DEC? Lin Shen asked while staring at the communicator in Tian Shen's hand. Not necessarily. It depends on whether anyone from the major clans is broadcasting the live scene. That requires special equipment, which smaller clans don't have. Tian Shen thought for a moment and said, but for something as amusing as this, there should be someone from the major clans broadcasting it live. Let me see. As Tian Shen switched through a few channels, after a while, the live scene of Tianjing Mountain appeared in the projection. Lin Shen saw more clearly this time, only to see Lin Xiangdong, dressed in a robe as white as snow, standing atop a mountain that looked like a giant monument. Behind him stood a pole, on which hung a large banner that read, Beneath the starry sky, atop the summit of Tianjing. In this life, my only wish is to battle with you. Tianjing Mountain is not actually a mountain, but something akin to a satellite orbiting around Chang'an Star, except that it is not spherical. Legend has it that Tianjing Mountain was originally the life base of a nirvana, being from the Supreme Clan. During the Star Beast Tide, that nirvana being of the Supreme Clan suppressed the Star Beast Tide with his own power, and after slaying countless Star Beasts, he passed away on the spot, and his life base became Tianjing Mountain, protecting Chang'an Star ever since. Tian Shen snorted coldly. That human also has some schemes, actually running off to Tianjing Mountain to challenge DEC and making it widely known. Even if the Supreme Clan doesn't want to deal with him, they can't ignore him causing trouble on Tianjing Mountain. Let's see if DEC will come out to deal with him personally. To deal with such a fame-crazed nobody, I think the Supreme Clan wouldn't bother letting DEC take action. Any ascender would be able to crush him to death. Chapter 308, Undefeated King. Not only Lin Shen and Tian Shen were paying attention to the happenings at Tianjing Mountain, but in fact this matter had already become a hot topic among the various races of the universe. No one believed that the human could win, but they were all very curious about whether DEC would actually enter the fray. Theoretically speaking, DEC shouldn't fight. As for such an unknown challenger, if DEC had to respond to every challenge, then he would have no time for anything else. Who knows how many people from small races dream of skyrocketing to success in one step. If they started down this path, there would surely be many more who would follow this tactic in the future. The greatest likelihood was that the Supreme Clan would send someone to handle the human with thunderous methods and prevent such incidents from happening again. As such occurrences had never happened before, the various races of the universe were all secretly watching, wanting to know how the Supreme Clan would deal with this matter. While the various races were speculating, a figure flew out from Chonggao Star and headed towards Tianjing Mountain. DEC actually went. The onlookers outside Tianjing Mountain were both shocked and delighted when they saw that figure. Lin Shen also heard the live broadcaster shouting and knew that the person was DEC, which made him even more worried. Upon closely observing DEC, Lin Shen had to admit that even in terms of appearance, his fourth brother might not necessarily win. DEC was like the divine child from the myths, and although he didn't have things like holy light around him, his unique temperament set him apart from ordinary people. You might not remember his facial features and appearance, but as long as he stood there, you would know it was him and would not confuse him with anyone else. Peerless and isolated, as if he did not belong to this mundane world. Although Lin Xiangdong was also very handsome, his temperament fell far short in comparison, making him seem just like an ordinary man. Do you wish to duel me? DEC landed on the summit of Tianjing Mountain and asked Lin Xiangdong. It is my lifelong wish, Lin Xiangdong replied resolutely. State your name, DEC said gently. Undefeated king, Lin Xiangdong's vulgarity was exasperating, yet even in front of DEC he remained true to his nature. So arrogant. It was just too arrogant. DEC had inquired about his name, and instead of providing it, Lin Xiangdong had come up with the title Undefeated King. A mere human ascender dared to call himself a king and claimed to be unbeatable. Not to mention DEC, many other races already felt the urge to go and give Lin Xiangdong a thrashing themselves. DEC, however, didn't take offense and nodded with a smile. Good name. I also think this name is excellent. Lin Xiangdong seemed to have no concept of modesty, gesturing with his hand, and a petal of pear blossoms formed at his fingertips. My life base is called Falling Blossom, conceived from feeling the falling blossoms of the ancient city. Lin Xiangdong stood with his hands behind his back, truly exuding a few shades of a pretentious literary youth. What a poser. Tianxin watched the footage and couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. DEC was momentarily taken aback, then his face showed a hint of amusement as he pointed a finger, and at his fingertip also materialized something. It was a speck of dust. My life base is called dust, just a speck of the universe. A speck of dust can contain a myriad of worlds, and only such a life base is worthy to face my falling blossom. Lin Xiangdong flicked his finger, and the petal at his fingertip drifted gently towards DEC. This move is called Ancient City Falling Blossom. Please enlighten me. As his voice fell, that single petal suddenly turned into a violent snowstorm, with countless petals falling between heaven and earth, enveloping the entirety of Tianjing Mountain within them. The vast momentum, to the astonishment of many other races who had previously looked down upon Lin Xiangdong, made them feel a bit shocked. What was even more incredible was the blizzard-like flow of petals, which surged like a waterfall and ravaged like a flood, stacking layer upon layer of impact that somehow interwove into a gorgeous and mysterious petal ancient city, suppressing DEC within it. Lin Shen stared blankly at the petal ancient city, involuntarily recalling the scenes from his childhood when he had wandered the ancient city and admired the flowers with his elder brothers and sisters. This city, forged from the cohesion of petals, seemed very similar to the ancient city from his memories. However, the next moment, the petal ancient city abruptly shattered, instantly turning into a sky full of ascending petals, like a reverse rain of petals falling towards the sky. Amidst the shattered ascending rain of petals, DEC stood unharmed at the original spot, his fingertips shining with the dust life base as bright as stars. This move is called Dust Settles. Please enlighten me. DEC flicked his fingertip. The dust life base, as dazzling as stars, shot like a meteor toward Lin Xiangdong, trailing a brilliant stardust tail through the layers of petals. The onlookers all widened their eyes, anticipating the result of DEC's strike. Bang! The dust fell upon Lin Xiangdong's body, instantly shattering it into a sky full of splattering petals. Sorry about that, I suddenly have a stomachache. Let's fight another day. While everyone was stunned, Lin Xiangdong's figure appeared on the other side, directly transforming into a streak of light, and under the cover of the blizzard-like petals, fled towards the distant starry sky, quickly becoming a small point of light among the stars. What the? How can this guy be so shameless? What undefeated king? More like a king of shamelessness, right? As long as I run fast enough, no one can defeat me, so that's the kind of undefeated king he is. All clans were in an uproar. This wasn't what you'd call a challenge at all, it was just showing off before running away. DEC stared blankly in the direction where Lin Xiangdong had vanished, seemingly not angry, but instead, a playful smile appeared on his lips. Undefeated king, interesting. Lin Shen was also utterly baffled, unsure of what his fourth brother was up to, having fled after just one move. However, he could see that DEC seemed to easily break through his fourth brother's full-strength attack, and had he not run, the end result would only have been a loss. It's better that he ran. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. You humans truly are a talented bunch, Tianxin said with a sidelong glance at Lin Shen, using the phrase to indirectly criticize, are all humans as shameless as he is? At least he had the courage to challenge DEC. Do you dare? Lin Shen said with a smile. You call that a challenge? It seems that the Celestials and you humans define challenge differently, just like we have different definitions of morality. Our celestial moral standards and the definition of a challenge are not as low as yours, Tian Shen mocked. Lin Shen, unconcerned with Tian Shen's ridicule, casually wiped his mouth and left the dining hall. He was clueless as to why his fourth brother chose to challenge DEC, but this battle showed him how terrifying a top-tier ascender could be. In comparison to DEC, even ninth-turn practitioner Cosimo was merely dross. If I ascend, what will my life base be? Lin Shen suddenly became worried about his own life base. Theoretically, the life base is the product of the combination of the evolution skill and the ascension egg, with both having a key influence on the formation of the life base. Yet Lin Shen's practiced evolution skill was a flawed version of evolution theory. Even he was unclear what life base it could possibly form. The ascension egg he used was also a primeval egg of unknown origin. The life base that would emerge was purely a spin of the Wheel of Fortune. Whatever it landed on, it would be. Luckily, I can forge 2 life bases. Even if my luck is average, there should be one that suits me, Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 309, Market during the following period. Lin Shen spent his time on Ring Mountain Planet hunting supersource dragons. He killed quite a few, including supersource pterosaurs and supersource triceratops, as well as a number of other types of supersource dragons. Lin Shen noticed a pattern. Supersource dragons like pterosaurs and triceratops usually had lower turns, with the majority being first turn and only an extreme few reaching second or third turn. It was the same with supersource dragons that closely resembled dinosaurs, mostly first turn with very few reaching second or third. The less a supersource dragon resembled a dinosaur, the higher its turn count tended to be. With enough observation, it became easier to identify supersource dragons with higher turn counts, like the three-headed dragon, which certainly couldn't be of a low turn. This made Lin Shen even more eager to acquire a three-headed dragon as a mount, though the success rate for doing so was still not high enough. Having killed so many supersource dragons, even trying to tame a first-turn triceratops, succeeding once in 10 attempts would be considered good. Taming a three-headed dragon was still an extremely low probability. Tian Shen seemed very busy lately, having not returned for several days, causing Lin Shen, who was eagerly waiting for the fire seed, to become rather frustrated. Once Tian Shen did return, Lin Shen asked her what she had been doing recently. Tian Shen told him that she had been at Giant God Mountain as there were new discoveries and currently all 3 families were striving to conquer it. However, unlike before, the newly discovered area was inaccessible to lower-tier creatures, and only those at the Nirvana level could enter. Lin Shen then understood why the offerings had been increasing so slowly lately, with only a sporadic few. It turned out that the Pioneer Corps hadn't been making significant moves recently. On her last visit, Tian Shen took some items and then left, and it had been several more days since she had come back. Sometimes Lin Shen couldn't help but think, if Tian Shen were to fall at Giant God Mountain, then he would have no hope for the fire seed. Tian Shen, your niece hasn't returned yet. Isn't she going to say goodbye before she leaves? Lin Shen happened to be out for a walk early in the morning when he saw Tian Shen carrying a lot of stuff, cramming them into the flyer. He thought Tian Shen was preparing to leave Giant Ringstar. Who's leaving? You wish. I'm going to the market below to sell some stuff. I wouldn't leave without kicking you out first, Tian Shen said as she continued to load her stuff. The market below? Isn't there a market on the Star Belt? Why are you going down there? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. What do you know? Everything here on the Star Belt is high-end. Nothing's remarkable, so even the best items don't fetch high prices. The market below lacks everything, and even though it's full of poor folks, you can actually get a good price. Tian Shen finished speaking and got on the flyer, leaving straight away. Tian Shen's words reminded Lin Shen that he also had several supersource dragon pets on him that he was not using and could trade for things he needed. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to take a look at the market as well. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen headed for Yu's village to first inquire about the nearby markets. When Lin Shen arrived at the village, almost everyone had gone out to hunt, leaving only Yu tidying up. Lord Lin, you've returned? Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shen, and his greeting had changed from before. You, just call me by my name. I'm not fit to be addressed with such honor, Lin Shen said. Nonsense, nonsense. In our human village, with the existence of you, Lord Lin, and Lord Zeman, we all feel proud. Now when I go out to trade with the other races, even those who used to look down on us show some respect. It's much easier to do business than before, and the things I buy back are also a bit cheaper. We don't have to spend a lot of money on little things anymore. People from the village are also treated better outside, all thanks to you and Lord Zeman, Yu said with a chuckle. Lin Shen was aware that it was indeed not easy for humans to survive on an alien world, and he was glad his fame could help others. You, have there been any newcomers teleported here recently? Lin Shen wondered when Wei Wufu would be able to deliver the primeval eggs. He was eager to ascend. Lin Shen estimated that Wei Wufu wouldn't be coming so soon. It was because Wei Wufu didn't know about his use of the base mutation pool. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so soon for Lin Shen to be fully mutated. I haven't received any notice from outside recently, nor have I heard of any humans coming over. Lord Lin, if you're waiting for someone, just leave word, and I'll have someone keep watch in the teleportation area. If your friend comes, we'll welcome him to the village first, and then you can take him up to the heavens when you arrive, you offered, understanding the situation well. That sounds good. My friend is called Wei Wufu, and among the humans, he's considered quite tall. He's a bit slow of speech, but you should be able to recognize him at first sight, Lin Shen said. Then he pulled out something and handed it to you. This is for your trouble. There will be an additional reward after you've found the person. Lord Lin, how could I possibly take something from you? You looked at the item in Lin Shen's hand, his eyes gleaming, yet he dared not accept it. Just take good care of the person. Lin Shen stuffed the item into Yu's hand and asked, are there any large markets nearby? With just this many humans, we usually just trade useful things with each other. If you really want to buy and sell, you have to go to the markets opened by the foreign tribes people. Yu pocketed the item and cheerfully explained the situation of some nearby markets to Lin Shen. If you're looking for a variety of goods, you'll find them in the Pioneer Corps market, which has all sorts of bizarre items. However, the Pioneer Corps usually doesn't stay in one place for too long, so their market moves around too. Recently, I heard it's near Giant God Mountain, and the Pioneer Corps is full of real desperados, so it's not very safe there, Yu added. Lin Shen figured that made sense. With people from various races in the Pioneer Corps and exploring different places to pioneer, they must have many good items on hand. After chatting a few more words with Yu, Lin Shen decided to visit the Pioneer Corps market to see for himself. Riding the evil dragon toward the direction of Giant God Mountain, he had been there once before, so he knew the way and arrived near the Giant God Mountain quickly. He casually asked a member of the other races and easily found out the location of the market. The so-called market was actually just a relatively flat area where anyone could set up shop directly on the ground. This market was filled with small tribes of all sorts of bizarre creatures, which was quite an eye-opener for Lin Shen. The goods they sold were also diverse, with some items that Lin Shen had never even heard of before. After inquiring about the price of some familiar items, they turned out to be even more expensive than those at Yu's. Lin Shen had thought Tianxin might be here selling goods, but he didn't see Tianxin anywhere. Instead, he spotted Ch301 Swordsman setting up a stall in a corner. Lin Shen glanced at the items on Ch301 Swordsman's stall and was taken aback to see a base mutation egg with a mosaic on it. Chapter 310, Firecloud Branch. Lin Shen did not expect to see a base mutation egg bearing fire seed on this alien world. Did Ch301 Swordsman bring this base mutation egg from his homeworld, or did he acquire it on Giant Ringstar? If it's the latter, could it mean that base mutation eggs on alien worlds can also be enhanced with fire seed? Lin Shen thought as he approached Ch301 Swordsman's stall. How was your last harvest? Lin Shen asked with a smile as a greeting. Not bad, Ch301 Swordsman responded indifferently. How much for this one? Seeing that the swordsman was not interested in chatting, Lin Shen did not press further. 1 heavenly currency for an alloy creature's egg, Ch301 Swordsman said. Lin Shen took out a heavenly currency coin and handed it to Ch301 Swordsman, then put the egg into his backpack. Lin Shen originally wanted to leave immediately, but then he thought for a moment, squatted down, and asked Ch301 Swordsman, Old Z, will you teach the skill of borrowing and transforming force? I don't teach, Ch301 Swordsman replied coldly. We could trade. Lin Shen wanted to learn some techniques of transforming and borrowing force. He did not need to be as skilled as Ch301 Swordsman, just some practical techniques would suffice. I don't teach, Ch301 Swordsman glared at him. If you won't teach, then you won't. What's the rush? Lin Shen said with a smile. Where did this alloy egg come from? Is it from Giant Ringstar, or did you bring it from your homeworld? Brought it from the homeworld, Ch301 Swordsman said. Hearing this, Lin Shen felt somewhat disappointed. If the base mutation egg had been brought from the homeworld, then it probably meant that base mutation eggs on alien worlds may not have fire seed. If foreign tribes people of other races can have fire seed, why cannot base mutation eggs on alien worlds? I don't believe it. Lin Shen decided to look around more. Perhaps base mutation eggs on alien worlds might also possess fire seed. Maybe he just had not seen enough, and that was why he hadn't found any. After leaving Ch301 Swordsman's stall, Lin Shen continued to browse the market. There really were not a few people at the market. The Pioneer Corps was resting these days, making the market quite lively. Lin Shen saw many different types of base mutation eggs, even ascension eggs, but none with fire seed. Feeling a bit disheartened, Lin Shen was strolling when Fei Zai suddenly popped out of his backpack and landed in front of a stall nearby, staring intently at something. Lin Shen hurried over and picked up Fei Zai. In such a place, meat was very rare, and he was worried that someone might have designs on Fei Zai. There were no carbon-based life forms on Giant Ringstar, so it was very difficult to get meat. The members of the Pioneer Corps basically sustained themselves on base mutation fluid. They hadn't had the chance to taste meat. Fortunately, no one seemed to have noticed Fei Zai. Lin Shen glanced at the stall's owner, who had a somewhat frightening appearance with a head resembling that of a snake or lizard. Friend, what would you like to buy? Although the vendor spoke amicably, it did not match his appearance. However, when he spoke, his snake-like tongue flickering in and out was still somewhat scary. Lin Shen's gaze swept over his stall, curious to discover what had attracted Fei Zai. The fatty that he held in his arms had its gaze fixed on an item on the stall, and Lin Shen easily noticed it. What puzzled Lin Shen was that this item was neither a base mutation egg nor base mutation fluid, and it wasn't even something edible. It was just a small blackened branch that looked like charcoal. Why would Fatty, who loves to eat, be interested in this kind of thing? Lin Shen wondered curiously. He crouched down, pointed to the branch, and asked the stall owner, "What is this?" "This is a branch from a type of firecloud tree found on my home planet," the stall owner explained. "Although the firecloud tree is not a base mutation material, it's extremely flammable. It ignites as easily as a match does. Just by scraping it against a rock, it can be used as fire seed. If you're interested, I can sell you this firecloud branch for 1 heavenly currency." "It looks burnt, as if it's been used already," Lin Shen observed, scrutinizing the firecloud branch. No, the firecloud branch naturally has a charcoal-like color. This one hasn't been used. The reason it looks like this is that the firecloud tree it came from was struck by lightning. The exterior is charred, but the inside is fine. "If you don't believe me, you can try it for yourself," the stall owner said, and reached for the firecloud branch, using one end to scrape it across the ground. Just like striking a match, the tip of the branch scraped across the rock, sparking off white flecks of fire, and then the branch tip burst into white flames. The stall owner blew on the flame, and it was extinguished with a breath. The firecloud branch can be used repeatedly. This one, struck by lightning, is particularly durable. I originally brought it from my home planet for personal use, but now that I don't need it anymore, I'm selling it to make some money, the stall owner said. "Okay, I'll take the firecloud branch. Do you have any more?" "Get me some more," Lin Shen said, knowing that Fatty must want this item since it kept staring at the firecloud branch. Although he had no idea why Fatty wanted the firecloud branch, if Fatty took an interest in something, it seemed worth buying for a little money. "No more, I only had this one piece." Firecloud branches hit by lightning are very fire resistant and can last a very long time. The stall owner shook his head repeatedly. Lin Shen had to give up, paid the money, and left with the firecloud branch. Lin Shen put Fatty back into his backpack and then placed the firecloud branch inside as well. Upon seeing the firecloud branch, Fatty's eyes lit up and it immediately gripped it in its mouth, refusing to let go. Seeing it hold on to the firecloud branch and stay still, Lin Shen stopped paying any further attention and continued to wander around the marketplace. "I'll offer 10,000, I'll offer 11,000, I'll offer 12,000. After wandering for a while, Lin Shen saw a particularly lively stall where several foreign tribespeople were arguing heatedly, seemingly competing over something. The genes within Lin Shen that loved watching a commotion awakened, and he moved closer, curious to see what was worth such a heated bidding war. Over 10,000 heavenly currency was no small sum, and the celestial race's currency was quite valuable. It was a struggle to make his way to the front, but when Lin Shen finally saw what the people were bidding on, it was just a bone. Are all these foreign tribespeople born in the year of the dog? Why are they spending so much money on a bone? Lin Shen wondered. The bone clearly wasn't a base mutation material, just an ordinary large bone that looked like it could be from the leg of a cattle or horse, more than a foot long, thick at both ends, and thinner in the middle. The thickest part was as big as a fist, while the thinnest part was only a handful. It was unclear whether the bone had discolored due to age or from being touched too often, but it already had a polished patina. Lin Shen looked it over and still couldn't understand what kind of animal the bone belonged to, nor could he comprehend why these people were willing to pay a high price for this bone. Chapter 311, Giant God's Bone Dash. The foreign tribespeople were still bidding, and the price had already exceeded 20,000. "Friend, what is that bone, and why is it so valuable?" Lin Shen asked a werewolf who was also watching the excitement. The werewolf didn't pay any attention to Lin Shen, not even turning his head. That is, until Lin Shen patted him on the shoulder, which instantly enraged the werewolf, causing him to turn and glare at Lin Shen. However, upon seeing the 2 heavenly currency coins Lin Shen was holding, the werewolf's anger turned to laughter. He reached out, took the coins, and said with a smile, "That bone is an incredible item. It's a giant god's bone obtained from the giant god mountain." Giant god's bone? Lin Shen felt surprised. Let alone cosmic species, even back on the human mother planet, not many people believed in gods or ghosts anymore. Modern humans attributed any strange powers and creatures they came across to higher order beings, completely discarding the concept of gods and ghosts. The so-called giant god's bone, Lin Shen thought, must be the remains left by a race called the Giant God Clan. However, he hadn't heard of any indigenous carbon-based life on the giant ring star, only various base variant creatures. Let me tell you, this giant god's bone is no ordinary thing. What kind of place do you think Giant God Mountain is? Even nirvana beings tread carefully when ascending it on foot, not daring to fly. "You know," said the werewolf in a lowered voice, continuing in a whisper that only the 2 of them could hear, "it is said that inside the main peak of Giant God Mountain, several giant god skeletons were uncovered. This bone must be a part of those skeletons. Normally, Giant God's bones should be handed over to the Pioneer Corps. I have no idea how this vendor managed to get a hold of one to sell so openly in an auction like this. He could be stirring up some serious trouble. A member of another race who was nearby overheard the werewolf's words and chuckled. Do you know who backs this vendor? That's Lord An 117's brother-in-law. It's not just about getting a giant god's bone. Even if he wanted to sell the entire giant god skeleton, who would dare to do anything to him? Only then did Lin Shen come to know that the vendor had such a connection. Seeing that others knew more than him, the werewolf's pride took a hit, and with a snort he said, So you think you know a lot? Do you know what the giant god's bone is used for? Why are so many people eagerly bidding high prices to buy it? I really don't know that, the member of another race said, shaking his head. I thought you knew so much. It turns out you just know a little gossip. Nothing to show off about, the werewolf retorted with a tilt of his snout, proudly saying, Remember, I'm telling you, this giant god's bone has great uses on the giant god mountain. If you have just one giant god's bone, no matter which part of the bone it is, you can move freely on the giant god mountain. No creature on giant god mountain would dare to bite you. On Giant God Mountain, this is a life-saving divine artifact. Who in the Pioneer Corps wouldn't want to have such a life-saving divine artifact? Pfft. The werewolf spoke as if he was an authority on the matter, and Lin Shen was already beginning to believe him, but then someone among the onlookers burst out laughing. Both the werewolf and Lin Shen turned to see who was laughing, only to find it was a young girl with rabbit ears. What are you laughing at, young lady of the Moon Rabbit clan? What is so funny, the werewolf asked, drooling at the sight of the Moon Rabbit girl. The Moon Rabbit girl covered her mouth and said, Sorry, I really didn't mean to. I just couldn't help laughing. You're laughing at what? Is what I said incorrect? The werewolf, eager to impress the Moon Rabbit girl, asked in a hurry. The uses of the giant god's bone, wouldn't you be basing it on hearsay, and perhaps a bit of your own imagination? The Moon Rabbit girl said with a laugh. Hearsay. Then you tell me, what is the giant god's bone really used for? The werewolf said, dissatisfied. The Moon Rabbit girl said, The giant god's bone can indeed bring good luck and ward off evil, but it's only useful within the giant god cemetery. The ones buried there are some ordinary giant god clansfolk. Usually, there aren't any valuable burial goods. Digging graves there to scavenge for treasures rarely yields anything good. The high ranks of the Pioneer Corps don't even care about it. Otherwise, the giant god's bone wouldn't have been so easy to obtain. Moreover, the giant god's bone isn't as precious as you say. Just dig up one or two graves within the cemetery, and you'll always find a few segments that haven't completely decayed, though complete ones like this are indeed rare. Having heard this, Lin Shen finally understood what was going on. The last time he spoke with Tian Shun seemed to have mentioned this giant god cemetery, but he wasn't interested then, so he didn't ask further. Thinking back now, the place Tian Shun and his group went to seemed to be not far from the giant god cemetery. It seemed to be called the giant god mausoleum. So that's the situation. The ones buried in the giant god cemetery are all ordinary giant god clansfolk, so the ones buried within the giant god mausoleum are probably not just any giant god clansfolk, Lin Shen thought to himself. The few bidders had driven the price up to 31,000, which, for a typical mutator, was an exorbitant price already. The competing bidders from other races began to hesitate, seeming to find it hard to increase their bids further. 32,000, Lin Shen suddenly spoke up, adding a little more to the bid. He wanted to check out the giant god cemetery, who knows what he might dig up. Tian Shun seemed to have mentioned before that the Pioneer Corps had once excavated a mutated spirit base in the giant god cemetery. Although this was just an isolated case, what if he were to be lucky? With Tian Shun not at home, he couldn't possibly run over to ask Tian Shun for the giant god's bone, and anyway, why owe a favor when you can settle with money? With Lin Shen's new bid, the foreign tribesperson who had offered 31,000 abruptly turned around and glared at him fiercely. Lin Shen pretended not to see, since in a bidding war, the item naturally goes to the highest bidder. What's the use of glaring? In the end, no one else made a bid, and Lin Shen secured the giant god's bone for 32,000. Brother, be careful, the werewolf whispered these words, patted Lin Shen's shoulder, and then quickly retreated. Lin Shen approached the vendor and asked, presenting a bag of ascension liquid, You accept ascension liquid as payment, right? Base mutation fluid and ascension liquid are both solid currencies, generally acceptable as money. Certainly, but we need to verify its purity first, the vendor said with a beaming smile. Trading with ascension liquid means he could obtain it at a slightly lower rate, turning a profit. All of Lin Shen's ascension liquid came from the super source dragon, pure and unadulterated, so naturally its purity was excellent. The vendor quoted an exchange rate just a bit lower than usual, but Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to haggle and directly use the ascension liquid to pay, retrieving the giant god's bone in return. Chapter 312, the Moon Rabbit girl Lin Shen, carrying the giant god's bone, was planning to visit the giant god cemetery on Giant God Mountain. If he could dig up a mutant spirit base, that would be a huge win. He hadn't reached Giant God Mountain when Lin Shen stopped, turned around and said, You've been following for so long, and now that there's nobody around, there's no need for you to hide anymore. Come out and take whatever you want. Lin Shen had thought it was the other race individual who had stolen the giant god's bone from him, but when he saw a figure emerge from the woods, he realized it wasn't the other race he had in mind, but rather the Moon Rabbit clan girl. It's you? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, sizing up the Moon Rabbit Clan girl. Don't misunderstand, I don't intend to rob you of anything. I'm following you because I want to discuss a matter with you, the Moon Rabbit Clan girl said as she approached. Stay right there, don't move. What matter do you wish to discuss? Lin Shen stopped the Moon Rabbit Clan girl, not going to let his guard down just because she was a pretty girl. The Moon Rabbit Clan girl obediently halted and said timidly, I want to go to the cemetery with you. Could you take me along? No, Lin Shen refused outright. Please, don't be so quick to reject me. Listen to what I have to say, and if afterward you still don't want to take me with you, I'll leave immediately without bothering you any further, the Moon Rabbit Clan girl said somewhat anxiously. Lin Shen watched her without saying a word, and the Moon Rabbit Clan girl continued, My name is Yoon, a mix of the Moon Rabbit Clan and Spirit Treasure Clan. I possess the Spirit Treasure Clan's special talent. I have a keen ability to sense various spirit bases and can help you find the ones buried in the ground in the cemetery. Why are you telling me all this? Lin Shen stared at Yoon intently. He had never heard of the Spirit Treasure Clan, nor did he know if they genuinely possessed such a talent. If they did, he wondered how many people would be clamoring to bring her to the giant god cemetery, and why she would be pleading with him, a stranger, instead. Besides you, nobody knows of my Spirit Treasure Clan bloodline, and I dare not let anyone know I possess this ability. You understand what I mean, right? Yoon said. You're afraid of other people, but not of me? Lin Shen's expression darkened. Yoon's logic didn't make sense to him. Lin Shen didn't feel he had any particular charm that would make Yoon, who seemed unwilling to trust anyone, easily trust a stranger she had just met. I've seen you at the Pioneer Corps' base. You came with Lord Tian Shun, and you are not a part of the Pioneer Corps. You were one of the 6 who went into the Forbidden Area. Yoon spoke with a hint of a plea. I have nothing on my own, and to go to the Giant God Cemetery, my only option is to collaborate with someone. I think someone trusted by Lord Tian Shun is likely more reliable than those desperate outlaws in the Pioneer Corps. I don't want much. Whatever you find is completely yours. I'll contribute to finding items, and Big Head, you take the majority. You decide what my efforts are worth and give me as much as you see fit. If you find my contribution worthless, I am willing to leave empty-handed. Are you truly able to sense spirit bases? Lin Shen scrutinized Yoon for a while before speaking. I can sense some, but my sensing ability isn't very strong. It's worth a try. If my efforts prove useless, you don't have to give me anything. Just get me down the mountain safely, Yoon replied eagerly. Wait here for me, Lin Shen instructed Yoon to stay put while he ran into the forest. He then took a pterosaur sickle life base from his backpack, found a concealed spot, and thrust it into the ground. Surrounded by clumps of grass, the pterosaur sickle was impossible to trace once embedded. This pterosaur sickle was taken from Ring Mountain Planet by Lin Shen. A third-turn pterosaur sickle was quite rare. Lin Shen didn't go back immediately. He walked around to ensure Yoon couldn't deduce where he had been by following his footprints. Yun, take a look in the forest, see if you can find anything, Lin Shen said upon returning. Yun was not stupid. He understood Lin Shen's implication and immediately ran into the forest. Lin Shen followed Yun, observing every move he made. To his surprise, Yun went straight to the bush where Lin Shen had inserted the pterosaur sickle. Then he turned around and said to Lin Shen, The spirit base you hid is here. How did you know? Lin Shen was somewhat astonished. Actually, from the moment I met you, I could sense the aura of the spirit base on you, Yun said. Spirit base has an aura. So, you mean you sniffed it out with your nose? Lin Shen was somewhat taken aback. Well, it's not exactly an aroma. It's more like a special kind of spiritual wave. My nose can sense that type of wave, Yoon explained for a while, but Lin Shen still couldn't understand what kind of spiritual wave was atop the spirit base. Alright, according to what you said, I will take you to the Giant God Cemetery and protect you. If you truly can be of use, I won't treat you unfairly, Lin Shen said after pondering for a moment. Thank you, Yoon replied, overjoyed, and with both legs together, he respectfully bowed to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took Yoon with him up Giant God Mountain, and following the route he had learned, they headed for the Giant God Cemetery. With the pass issued by Lord Tian Shun, the Pioneer Corps guarding the mountain didn't dare give them any trouble. In fact, since the area of the Giant God Mountain was simply too vast, the Pioneer Corps couldn't stop everyone from entering the mountain. Only certain key areas were closely guarded, while many other regions were frequented by lone mutators and ascenders seeking to explore. The Giant God Cemetery was not a key area. It was essentially a chaotic burial ground, while the real burial site of the Giant God clan lay within the mausoleum deeper inside the cemetery. However, aside from the Nirvana beings, no one could enter that mausoleum, so there was no need for guards. When the two arrived at the Giant God Cemetery, they saw many people adorned with bones wandering within the burial site, with holes dug out all over the gully. Yoon, it's all on you now, Lin Shen said, wanting to test if Yoon was truly of any help. Yoon nodded, his expression grave as he led the way, occasionally sniffing the ground haphazardly. This canyon was originally a river channel, with a layer of cobblestones more than a meter thick on the ground. The places where the Giant God clan had buried their bones were beneath this layer of stones, which were not easy to find. Near the entrance of the canyon, many people had already excavated the area, leaving pits and piles of cobblestones all around. Lin Shen initially thought the chances of finding a spirit base here were slim to none, But after Yoon walked around for a while, he stopped in front of a hole that was over 2 meters deep, already dug by someone else. There seems to be something here. Yoon jumped into the hole and sniffed around for a good while before confirming something to Lin Shen. Lin Shen asked Yoon to step aside and then summoned the Black Crystal Stoneman, instructing it to dig down into the pit. He had thought that a spot already excavated by others would be unlikely to contain a spirit base, yet after the Black Crystal Stoneman dug down another meter inside the hole, there was a tink sound, and to their astonishment, they truly found something. Chapter 313, Unearthing a Mutated Spirit Base. There's actually something here? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, and he asked the Black Crystal Stoneman to slow down, carefully digging to the side. He squatted at the edge of the pit and directed the Black Crystal Stoneman and saw something gradually being revealed. This is a coffin. Lin Shen saw clearly the object beneath, and his surprise intensified. It was known that the Giant God Cemetery was literally a mass burial site, where the buried Giant God clan, their skeletons mostly decayed in the mud, didn't have coffins or anything of the sort. Nobody knew how many years they had been buried here, but most bones had long since decayed completely, which is why the number of Giant God's bones unearthed wasn't high. The spirit base, due to its immortal nature, usually had no problems despite being buried in the silt for such a long time. Coffins, especially in the Giant God Cemetery, were rare to begin with, let alone this coffin, which was made from crystal-based material, exquisitely crafted, and even carved with many strange symbols that didn't look like common goods. Are we really this lucky? Lin Shen looked around. Only a few hundred meters away, another of the other races was digging, with most others having gone deeper into the canyon. This area had been dug up so much that most people considered it unlikely to yield any more giant god bones, which is why they went to dig farther away. Yun was quite excited, but she also knew such matters shouldn't be broadcasted, so she kept her mouth shut, her hands gripping her clothes' edges, trembling with excitement. Lin Shen had the Black Crystal Stoneman open the coffin lid directly, and immediately a foul stench emanated out. Inside the coffin was black water, probably from when a river used to flow here and water had gotten into the coffin. It's all soaked like this. The bones are definitely gone, and who knows if there's a spirit base. If it's made of crystal-based material, it might even be crystal-based level. Lin Shen ordered the Black Crystal Stoneman to reach into the coffin to fish something out. Soon enough, the Black Crystal Stoneman really did fish out something, pulling its arms from the stinking black water of the coffin. Lin Shen glanced at Yoon, who was standing beside him with her hands over her mouth, watching the contents of the coffin excitedly, with no other thoughts on her mind. He then turned back to take a closer look at what the Black Crystal Stoneman had fished out. What is this? An umbrella? Lin Shen saw what the Black Stoneman had pulled out. It looked like a closed umbrella, pitch black like ink jade, with faint red glimmer seeping through. Lin Shen took out a water flask from his backpack and rinsed it, confirming that it indeed was an umbrella-shaped spirit base. The umbrella, as black as ink jade, had blood-red fine lines, and that touch of red light was emitted by those crimson lines. The giant ring star's wristwatch showed no reaction, but the mechanical one vibrated. Lin Shen hurriedly checked his watch, and a notification about discovering a spirit base popped up. The functions of the mechanical watch were clearly much more powerful than those of an ordinary transporter watch. Discovered a fourth-turn mutated spirit base, the Yin Spirit Umbrella, a fourth-turn mutated spirit base. Lin Shen was both shocked and elated, not expecting to land such a big find right off the bat. Mutated spirit bases, such rare finds, were worth a lot more than ordinary spirit bases. It was a pity that Lin Shen wasn't at Ascension level yet, so he couldn't activate the spirit base. Otherwise, he could have checked what attribute it had, and if it possessed any innate abilities. Yun, well done. Do you want the spirit base, or would you prefer something else? Lin Shen, while putting the Yin Spirit Umbrella into his backpack, asked Yun, if it's possible, could you give me some crystal-based level mutation fluid? If that's inconvenient, giving me some money is also fine, Yun spoke cautiously. No problem, take this base mutation fluid for now. Once we get out, I'll give you double the base mutation fluid. Lin Shen took out the remaining bag of mutation fluid he had and handed it to Yun. This stuff was of no use to him now. The small amount that Yun was asking for meant little to Lin Shen. Thank you. Yun was both surprised and delighted. Although she had resolutely chosen to cooperate with Lin Shen and seemed firm, she was actually very afraid inside. It was just because she had no other choice and had to seek cooperation with someone else. Now that Lin Shen had found the spirit base and generously given her the mutation fluid, it had set her mind at ease quite a bit. Little did she know that what she had found for Lin Shen was the fourth-turn mutated spirit base, far more valuable than a few bags of mutation fluid. Lin Shen had the Black Crystal Stoneman search in the coffin for a while longer, but nothing else was found. The bones had long dissolved. The Black Crystal Stoneman then closed the coffin lid again, filled some of the dug-up black mud back in until the coffin was no longer visible, and then left to continue searching for spirit bases. With the first success, Lin Shen gained more confidence in Yun's ability, and his tone became much gentler. Yun, why did you come to Giant Ring Star alone? Where's your family? Lin Shen asked casually as they walked forward. There's no one left at home. My mom is from the Moon Rabbit clan, and my dad is from the Spirit Treasure clan. They were visiting my grandfather on Moon Rabbit Star when the Moon Rabbit Star disappearance incident occurred. Now I'm the only one left at home. When Yoon mentioned her family, her initially excited mood disappeared immediately, but she still smiled and said, being alone is quite good. I can go wherever I want, with no one to control me, no one to restrain me, and no one to scold me anymore. It was then that Lin Shen remembered that Red Heart A had sent him a video of the Moon Rabbit Queen dancing, which mentioned the mystery of the Moon Rabbit clan's disappearance. Only after hearing Yoon did Lin Shen realize that it was not just the Moon Rabbit clan that had vanished, but the entire mother star of the Moon Rabbit clan. How did Moon Rabbit Star disappear? Lin Shen did not offer any comfort to Yoon. Almost every day a species goes extinct somewhere in the universe. It is not unusual. Just as on the human mother planet, countless species have gone extinct, and no matter how much goodwill Lin Shen had, he could not change anything. Unless he could become a Star Lord of a planet, possessing absolute control over it, might he then truly be able to do something about it. As the two continued to look for spirit bases, they also talked a bit about the Moon Rabbit clan. Yun didn't have much information about the disappearance of the Moon Rabbit clan. At the time, she stayed on the Spirit Treasure clan's planet and did not follow her parents to Moon Rabbit Star, which was why she had survived the calamity. By the way, is your Moon Rabbit clan skilled in dancing? Lin Shen suddenly asked a question. Yun was taken aback. Dancing? What kind of dance? Any kind of dance. Don't you usually dance? Lin Shen said as if it was a casual remark. Yun looked puzzled as she answered. I heard from my mom that a long time ago our clan was colonized by other races for a period. That race turned the people of the Moon Rabbit clan into dancers for their amusement and as gifts, never treating the Moon Rabbits as people. After the Moon Rabbit clan gained independence and was no longer enslaved, the memory of that period became a source of deep shame. While there was no explicit ban on dancing, on Moon Rabbit Star, absolutely no one would teach dancing, nor would anyone dance. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of the history of the Moon Rabbit clan and didn't mean to bring it up. Lin Shen apologized in haste but couldn't help wondering, if the Moon Rabbit clan is so averse to dancing, why would there be a video of the Moon Rabbit Queen dancing? Could it be that the one in the video was not actually the Moon Rabbit Queen? Chapter 314, Follow Me Yoon really came through. After more than 2 hours of searching, she actually found another first-turn spirit base. Lin Shen, after digging out the Wolf Fang Club spirit base, had no room to store it, so he could only carry it on his back. Several members of the other races nearby who were digging for items, upon seeing the Wolf Fang Club spirit base on Lin Shen's back, all turned their gazes on him, some filled with greed. Lin Shen had no choice. The item was simply too big to hide. Since it had already been seen by others, Lin Shen didn't bother to cover it up. In that pit, he also dug up 2 palm-sized bones, which likely belonged to the Giant God clan. He directly gave one to Yoon. As the two were about to continue further inside, a group of people approached them, blocking their way. Is there a problem? Lin Shen glanced at them and asked coldly, Please don't misunderstand, friend. We have no designs on the spirit base you've unearthed. A man covered in golden hair spoke lightly. Do you remember me, friend? I don't remember. Who are you? Lin Shen glanced at him, genuinely without any recollection. He was the kind of person who didn't remember others well. It appears that important people often forget these things. At the market, you bought the Giant God's bone. I was one of the bidders at that time, said the golden-haired man, not showing any annoyance and still speaking indifferently. Oh, seems like there was such an incident, Lin Shen said, recalling after the man's words. It did seem to ring a bell. However, this golden-haired man wasn't the one who had made an offer before Lin Shen. Since he had given up early on, Lin Shen didn't have a strong impression of him. Are you still interested in the Giant God's bone? Lin Shen asked him. The item was purchased by you. I don't have that much money, nor do I have the face to ask for your belongings. The golden-haired man shook his head. Then what do you mean? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. She has some relation to me. I need to take her away. The golden-haired man pointed at Yoon as he spoke. I don't know him, Yoon exclaimed with a shocked expression, immediately shaking her head at Lin Shen and then hiding behind him. Did you hear that? Lin Shen looked at him coldly and said, Yun, stop making a scene. I was wrong before to lose my temper with you. But no matter what, we are still husband and wife. Is there anything we can't talk about properly? Why involve an outsider? I really realize my mistake. Please don't be angry anymore, the golden-haired man said with a look of deep affection. You're talking nonsense. I don't know you at all. Yoon anxiously hid behind Lin Shen. Don't believe him. I really don't know him. Friend, you must find this embarrassing. The golden-haired man turned to Yoon with a suddenly stern face. Yoon, please don't do this. No matter what I did wrong, you can't just find another man to upset me. Your lineage, you can't tell outsiders. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? As he spoke, the golden-haired man was about to grab Yoon, but was directly blocked by Lin Shen's hand. You'd better not lay a hand on her, Lin Shen warned the golden-haired man with a cold voice. The golden-haired man's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he stared at Lin Shen and asked, Are you sure you want to get involved in a matter between a husband and wife? As he spoke, the other races with him were already blocking all of Lin Shen's potential escape routes from different directions. Are you sure she's your wife? Lin Shen asked him. Yun appeared eager to say something but was stopped by Lin Shen, allowing her to stand behind him. Of course, if she's not my wife, could she possibly be your wife? Scoffed the golden-haired man. Good, then tell me, what is her full name? Lin Shen asked, staring at him unblinkingly. The golden-haired man hesitated slightly, and in that brief moment, Lin Shen knew his guess was correct. The golden-haired man was not Yun's husband. Lin Shen had suspected that the blonde man might possess some kind of auditory skill, having eavesdropped on his conversation with Yun and learned that Yun had the bloodline of the Spirit Treasure Clan which could sense the location of spirit bases. Thus he harbored greed and laid such a plan, intending to kidnap Yun for his own use. You had a chance to live, but you choose death instead? The blonde man flipped his palm, and golden particles condensed into a golden claw blade in his hand. Ascenders. Yun's face turned pale when she saw the claw blade's spirit base. The power of the Ascenders was far stronger than that of the Mutators. Although Lin Shen was exceptional, he was still just a Mutator, and he had no chance of winning against an Ascender. As soon as the blonde man revealed his spirit base, Yun felt like her fate was already sealed. Even if Lin Shen didn't abandon her, he would be killed by the blonde man, and she would end up in the blonde man's hands in the end. Just go. Yun looked bitter, having resigned herself to her fate. Boom. But just as Yun had finished speaking, she saw Lin Shen, who stood in front of her, swing a fist directly at the blonde man. Yun's view was blocked by Lin Shen's figure, and she couldn't see what happened, only hearing a loud sound. When she looked sideways, she saw a huge hole blasted in the chest of the blonde man, with blood spraying out from his back, staining the cobblestones behind him a vast red. The nearby area suddenly fell silent. The blonde man seemed not to have realized he was already dead, still looking down at the large hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other races that had come with the blonde man all wore faces full of shock. Yun was also frozen in place, unable to believe what she had just seen. For a mutator to punch an ascender to death was, in the eyes of those from the smaller races, impossible. Yun knew that Lin Shen was one of the chosen to enter the Forbidden Zone, a place where only mutators could enter, which is why she felt so desperate a moment ago. But the turn of events was something she never imagined. I just hate bastards like you. As Lin Shen spoke, the body of the blonde man collapsed with a thunderous crash. It was only then that the members of the other races recovered, turning tail and fleeing for their lives. They had no desire to fight against someone capable of killing an ascender with a single punch. The few of them were merely mutators. Lin Shen didn't even need to act himself. He pulled out the angel revolver and fired the frost swordsman. These garbage mutators facing the frost swordsman couldn't even run away. They were chased down one by one and sent off to their deaths. Lin Shen retracted the frost swordsman and picked up the blonde man's claw blade spirit base, a piece of first-turn trash. Go through their belongings and find anything valuable. Keep what you can use and throw away the rest directly, Lin Shen said. Upon seeing that the blonde man didn't even have a pet gun, revealing him as a worthless ascender, he couldn't be bothered to search the body himself. Yun came back to her senses, gave Lin Shen a complex look as if she had made some kind of decision, then turned and ran over to search the bodies, finding all the valuable things and packing them into a big bag that she brought back to Lin Shen. Didn't I say keep what you can use and throw away the rest? Lin Shen said, seeing there really wasn't anything good inside, not even a single mutated pet egg, just junk. That the blonde man could achieve ascension probably meant he had spent all his resources. There was no way he'd have anything good left. I'll carry it back for you. We can sell it for money when we get to the bottom of the mountain, Yun insisted, shaking her head. You won't need to scavenge trash if you hang out with me, Lin Shen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yun's hands loosened and the backpack dropped to the ground. She looked at Lin Shen, her eyes red and her voice trembling as she asked, Can I, really? Of course, as long as you're willing, Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 315. The protection of the Valkyrie Yun felt that she would never have such an opportunity again in her life. Being able to follow someone like this might be her only chance. The innate skill of perceiving the spirit base seemed very impressive. But apart from being slightly useful in places like the Giant God Cemetery, it was virtually useless in normal times. It could neither be used for combat, nor was there a spirit base for her to seek out ordinarily. Places like the Giant God Cemetery were, after all, exceedingly rare and also extremely dangerous. Yun would not have come to Giant God Star, much less Giant God Mountain, had she not been pushed into a corner with no other options. Yun, who no longer had a home to return to, had decided to firmly seize this opportunity. Watching Yun, who was loading items onto her mount's back, Lin Shen wore a complex expression. Even though he had said that it was fine to just throw the junk away, Yun insisted on taking the things with her. Lin Shen had no choice but to let her take out a cargo-carrying pet from the seized pet guns and load all the items onto it. Yun insisted on addressing Lin Shen as her master, which Lin Shen found uncomfortable, so he asked her to call him Lin Shen. In Lin Shen's memory, only the eldest sister was addressed as master in the Lin family. The words master were exclusively for the eldest sister. The Lin parents liked children and treated both sons and daughters equally, which is why they ranked their girls and boys together, resulting in the Lin family having an eldest sister but no eldest brother. Yun no longer called Lin Shen master, but did not completely follow his wishes by calling him Lin Shen. Instead, she called him Mr. Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and didn't correct her. He then asked Yun about more of her circumstances, and this time Yun held nothing back, telling Lin Shen her detailed situation. Like the celestial race, the Moon Rabbit clan was generally born at the crystal base level. But Yun was born at the steel level because she had half of the Spirit Treasure clan's bloodline. The Spirit Treasure clan was a very small race, with a situation roughly similar to that of humans, having just stepped into the cosmic era a few hundred years ago, and having developed to this day, they were even less advanced than humans. Typically, babies born from the Spirit Treasure clan were not even at the steel level, but Yun was born at the steel level, which was already considered as a special talent within the Spirit Treasure clan. However, the Spirit Treasure clan had a particular talent. They had very special noses. In fact, the Spirit Treasure clan's ability to perceive smells was not particularly high. They were definitely stronger than humans, but compared to some species with particularly sensitive olfaction, they lagged far behind. Their noses were special because they could smell scents that normal creatures could not. As if naturally so, after advancing to the steel level, most members of the Spirit Treasure clan could awaken an innate skill called spiritual sense smelling, allowing them to detect fluctuations from certain special items. Yun was born at the steel level, but her talent was not spiritual sense smelling. It was spiritual sense perception, which, although differently named, had the same effect as spiritual sense smelling but was even more acute. Speaking of Yun, her situation is also quite tragic. Her parents vanished along with Moon Rabbit Star, and the Spirit Treasure clan was nearly exterminated by a powerful clan due to the offense caused by their psychic sense of smell. It can only be said that humans are lucky. So far, only teleporters that send people from the human mother planet have been found, and no teleporters leading directly to the human mother planet have been discovered on other planets. Therefore, only humans who have been teleported from the human mother planet can return there. Others cannot travel to the human mother planet. Had it not been for this, humans might have encountered a fate similar to that of the Spirit Treasure clan. Yun is fortunate in another respect. Despite the calamities that befell both the Moon Rabbit clan and the Spirit Treasure clan, somehow she survived. Yun is still at the alloy level, not because she doesn't want to ascend further, but because she needs to use a mutated base mutation fluid to enhance her level, which is why her progression is slower. She ascended to alloy by using a mutated alloy egg and unexpectedly awakened the Moon Rabbit clan's innate skill, Valkyrie's Protection, which happens to be a mutated talent. Therefore, she can only continue ascending by using mutated base mutation fluid. After hearing about Valkyrie's Protection, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel surprised. He had only heard Red Heart A mention the Moon Rabbit clan before, but he didn't know much about them. It was only after Yun's explanation that he learned the Moon Rabbit clan had a very small number of individuals born with this talent called Valkyrie's Protection, which might be considered a racial trait. Valkyrie's Protection sounds quite powerful, but regrettably, it is not a combat skill. Instead, it is a talent that benefits others, akin to making wedding clothes for someone else. Valkyrie's Protection is not for protecting oneself, but allows another person to receive a protective aura. With the enhancement of the protective aura, the possessor of Valkyrie's Protection can easily teach martial and spiritual skills to those under their protection. In other words, this talent is only beneficial for others and offers no advantages to oneself. Actually, it's not completely without benefit. Those with Valkyrie's Protection are exceedingly rare in the Moon Rabbit clan, although the skill has no use to the individual. Moon Rabbit clan members with this talent typically have strong learning abilities, such as photographic memory, and are generally exceptional in comprehension, learning any skill quickly. After hearing all this, Lin Shen was secretly delighted. No wonder Yun is doing so poorly. Both of her skills lack any combat capability, and without any elders to care for her, surviving up to this point is incredibly lucky. Lin Shen didn't care whether Yun had any combat capabilities. In fact, he valued her two abilities highly. Martial training is incredibly tedious and troublesome. In the future, if I want to learn any martial or spiritual skill, I'll have Yun learn it first. Once she has mastered it, she can use the protective aura to teach me. This way, I can save a lot of time and learn those skills that I wouldn't be able to master on my own due to my innate talent and comprehension. Lin pondered and planned to find a skill that he couldn't learn himself and have Yun try learning it first. The evolution skill Yun practiced was the Moon God skill of the Moon Rabbit clan, also a very fine skill, no less superior than the secret evolution skills of the celestial race. With Yun in tow, he continued searching for spirit bases in the valley. This time, no one dared to disturb them again. The news of a fierce mutator killing a golden-haired ascender with a single punch had already spread in the giant god cemetery, and no one was foolish enough to trouble them anymore. Unfortunately, even with no disturbances, their search for spirit bases didn't yield good results. The giant god clansfolk buried in the giant god cemetery were indeed of lesser significance. The initial discovery of that mutated spirit base was akin to winning the lottery, a stroke of sheer luck. After searching for more than 10 additional hours, they still couldn't find any other spirit bases. Yun's nose was nearly cramped from the effort, yet she still did not give up on her quest to find spirit bases. Her thinking was simple. She had to be useful to Lin Shen for him to keep protecting her and wanting her by his side. Chapter 36. Lin Shen let Yun rest a while longer before searching again, but even as she verbally agreed, her nose was still sniffing about. Mr. Lin Shen, I'm not tired. You rest for a bit. I'll go check over there, Yun said as she walked to another area, slowly stepping over each inch of the dry riverbed, occasionally squatting down to grab a handful of pebbles, bringing them to her nose for a strong sniff. Lin Shen knew this was a display of insecurity. Yun simply wanted to do her best to prove her value, so Lin Shen did not stop her. Since Yun needed time to discern the scents, Lin Shen simply found a spot to sit and watched her search for the right scent all around. After searching for a while, Yun stopped at one spot close to a cliff wall. She walked back and forth many times and dug up quite a few pebbles to smell near there, but still seemed unable to confirm anything. What's wrong? Lin Shen walked over and asked Yun. I smell something like a spirit base nearby, but something's off, Yun said with a strange look as she surveyed her surroundings. Off in what way? Asked Lin Shen. The scent seems to be coming from this area recently, but I've carefully distinguished the pebbles in the vicinity and haven't smelled that scent on them, Yun explained. Is it possible that the smell is seeping out from within this cliff wall? Lin Shen's gaze went straight to the cliff wall. It's possible, but there's no way to verify it. The rocks of Giant God Mountain often have wonders about them that should not be disturbed at will, or there could be big trouble. Yun had thought of this before, and desperately smelling the spirit base again, she did not want to give up. She kept looking back and forth, hoping that the spirit base was buried beneath, not within the cliff wall. Forget it, let's look somewhere else. Lin Shen did not want to take the risk to dig into the cliff wall. Disappointed but with no choice, Yun had to give up. Not long after the two of them left, someone ran up to that same cliff wall, gritted his teeth, took out a chisel and hammer, and fiercely struck the wall. The man had been resting nearby and overheard Lin Shen and Yun's conversation by chance, deducing that there might be a spirit base within the cliff wall. He also knew that it was problematic to chisel away at the cliff wall on Giant God Mountain, but the temptation of the spirit base was too great, enough to make him take the risk. The hammer continuously smashed on the chisel, breaking off piece after piece of the cliff wall. Before long, the hammer sent the chisel all the way in. The man was delighted rather than shocked, knowing that there must be a cavity inside. If there was a cavity, it meant the woman from the Moon Rabbit clan hadn't been wrong. There could indeed be a spirit base inside. A spirit base is all I need to live it up for a few years. The man swung the hammer ferociously against the cliff wall again and again. Shortly after, he had broken a hole large enough to crawl through in the cliff wall. The man shone his flashlight inside and saw a cave within the cliff wall. On a large rock inside the cave lay a corpse that did not seem to belong to the Giant God clan because it was not very tall, only about 1.6 to 1.7 meters. The clothing on the body had already decayed. The wind, blowing through the hole the man had made, touched the clothes and they crumbled like ash, sending flakes of rotten fabric into the air. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up as he saw a black stone tablet near the top of the corpse's head. There was spiritual light flowing within the tablet. It was clearly a spirit base. I finally found a spirit base. The man was so excited he nearly cried. He had taken such a big risk coming to Giant Ringstar, and then to the perilous Giant God Cemetery to dig for treasures. He was gambling with his own life. Luckily his gamble paid off, and he found a spirit base. As long as he had no grand ambitions, this one spirit base should be enough to allow him to live a life of leisure for quite a few years. I have to thank those two from earlier. If not for them, I wouldn't have known there was a spirit base here. Haha, those two fools. If they knew I dug up a spirit base here, they would be so full of regret, right? The man couldn't help laughing out loudly. The man let go of the tablet, took out a large bag, and prepared to pack the tablet into the bag before transporting it back with a pet. But as soon as he turned around, he was so startled he almost had an out-of-body experience. The corpse that had been lying here just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. The man hastily looked around, left and right, but he saw no sign of the body. His whole body broke out in goosebumps. The man was beginning to regret his decision and wanted to back out. While holding the flashlight, he cautiously retreated. He saw nothing and still couldn't find any trace of the corpse. Suddenly, it felt as if he had bumped into something with his back, and his whole body tensed up. He mechanically turned his neck to look. The flashlight beam followed suit and he widened his eyes with terror plastered across his face. Bathed in the light of the flashlight, a pale, bloodless face with tight skin and deep red eyes that occupied the entire socket without a hint of white showed only blood-red pupils. And along with his head of gray-white long hair, it was particularly frightening. Out of extreme shock, the man dropped the flashlight and turned to run. Unfortunately, he had only just turned around when he let out a scream, and then the cave fell silent again. The vampire-like creature picked up the stone tablet, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and then walked toward the hole dug by the man. The hole was too small, and the stone tablet would not fit through. The vampire-like creature simply smashed the tablet against the cave wall, casually creating a big hole, and then walked out carrying the tablet. The outside light fell on the vampire-like person without harming him. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it. The clothes he wore belonged to the man from before, looking somewhat baggy and ill-fitting on him. I, Yeya, am finally alive again, declared the vampire-like person, closing his eyes and tilting his face upwards as if basking in the light's blessing. You, put that spirit base down, a sudden voice interrupted the light-basked Yeya. Yeya opened his blood-red eyes to look toward the source of the voice. It was a celestial. What are you looking at? Put the spirit base down and you can go, the celestial commanded coldly. On the giant ring star, the celestial status was noticeably higher than other races. Even among Pioneer Corps members, celestials were commonly in leadership positions. Nobody dared to oppose celestials on giant ring star, especially not someone rummaging through the giant god cemetery like a beggar. You want this spirit base? Then state your name. Let's see if you're worthy, said Yeya, his voice high-pitched yet hoarse, making one wonder why these two completely different vocal characteristics could come from the same person. Celestial race's Ain Zhenguang, is that enough qualification? The celestial said arrogantly. The celestial race indeed had the grounds to be arrogant, particularly since the land of Giant Godstar was under the Ain family's jurisdiction. An, Zheng, Guang, Yeya muttered the celestial's name as he used his finger to inscribe these three characters on the stone tablet. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? A Zhenguang roared in anger. This bastard had written his name on the stone tablet. That was something only done for the dead. It was an ill omen. As An Zhenguang was about to lash out, he suddenly saw the name Yeya wrote on the tablet begin to ooze with blood, twisting and writhing over the characters, with more and more blood congregating, as if etching the blood characters into the stone itself. Boom. An Zhenguang crashed into the ground, his entire body like a dried corpse, completely devoid of moisture as if he had been dead for countless years, dried by the wind, leaving only a face locked in an expression of terror. With a gust of wind, An Zhenguang's dry corpse turned into a cloud of ash. Chapter 317, Deathly Destiny. Steely Lin Shen and Yun continued searching for the spirit base, but unfortunately, the spirit bases in the giant god cemetery were pitifully scarce. Even with the help of Yun, a treasure hunting expert, the gains were very limited. Lin Shen checked the time. There were only a few hours left until nightfall, so he decided not to go any further and planned to leave the giant god cemetery. They had explored about 2/3 of this canyon, leaving 1/3 still unexplored. At the end of the canyon was the giant god mausoleum, which only nirvana beings could enter. Ordinary people would be in danger just by getting close to it. Naturally, Lin Shen wasn't willing to go to such a dangerous place, so he called on Yun to head back with him. The two had not walked far on their return when they saw a strange person coming face to face from the opposite direction. The man was wearing loose-fitting clothes that didn't seem to fit well. His long hair reaching past his waist was tied at the back, his face was as pale as paper, and he was carrying a black stone tablet on his shoulder. As Lin Shen sized him up, the stranger was also sizing him up. As their gazes met, Lin Shen noticed that the man's eyes were entirely blood-red pupils with no whites, which looked somewhat frightening. Have we met somewhere before? Yeya stopped opposite Lin Shen and asked, looking at him. No, we haven't. Lin Shen shook his head. I feel like we know each other. What's your name? Yeya smiled, but inside he was evilly screaming. Tell me, say your name, so I can inscribe it on the gravestone and bury your life in this world. What's your name? Lin Shen didn't say his name as Yeya wished, but instead asked directly in return. Yeya answered. Oh, don't know you. Goodbye, Lin Shen said and prepared to walk past Yeya and continue on his way. He didn't want to get too close to Yeya. The stone tablet the man was carrying on his shoulder was clearly a spirit base, and Lin Shen didn't want to approach such a dangerous object. No, I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere. You still haven't told me your name? Yeya didn't give up. He had his eyes on the battlesuit Lin Shen was wearing, a high-end item given to Lin Shen by Tian Shun. Along the way, Yeya had already killed quite a few people, but Lin Shen's battlesuit was the only one that seemed appealing to him. Lin Shen furrowed his brows and looked at Yeya, finding the man a bit strange. Why was he so insistent on asking for his name? Moreover, he did not remember ever meeting such a person. Although his memory was quite ordinary and he didn't like to remember people's appearances, someone with a distinctive appearance like Yeya would have been hard to forget in a short time. If Lin Shen had met him, he should at least have some impression, but now Lin Shen had no impression at all, which could only mean that he had never met him. Lin Shen stared at Yeya for a while, then suddenly, as if realizing something, he said, Wait, do you live in the same village as me, Yu's tenant, right? We might have seen each other over a month ago, haven't we? How come I haven't seen you around recently? So that person's name is Yu. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. I was just staying there temporarily and had left long ago. I didn't expect you to remember me. By the way, what's your name again? Yeya said, secretly pleased. My name is Tian Shen. Have you already forgotten? Didn't I tell you that day? Lin Shen smiled warmly, but sneered inwardly. I don't believe you for a second. Over a month ago, your Lin Shen was still gallivanting on the mother planet. If you've seen me, then there must be ghosts. Yeya's repeated inquiries about Lin Shen's name made him feel something was amiss, so he casually gave Tian Shen's name. I remember now. Your name is Tian Shen. Look at my memory. It doesn't matter. I'll write down your name so I won't forget it again. Yeya said, putting down the steel and standing it beside him. Then Ye looked at Lin Shen and started tracing his fingers over the stone, quickly etching the flowing characters for Tianxin onto its surface. Tianxin, I hope you're born into a good life in the next life, Ye said with a reckless grin at Lin Shen. What he was really focused on was the battlesuit on Lin Shen's body. He was preparing to take it over. As the seconds ticked by, the smile on Ye's face gradually stiffened. The figure before him showed no sign of change whatsoever. The characters for Tianxin on the stele, which should have bled, were healing like a self-healing inscription, gradually fading until they disappeared. You're not called Tianxin? Ye glared venomously at Lin Shen. He had guessed that Lin had tricked him. The name did not match the person before him, and so the life-based talent of the Deathly Destiny stele could not take effect. Ignoring Ye's stare, Lin Shen pulled Yun behind him and instructed, "From now on, don't mention my name, and don't say your own name either. Fall back for now." The carapace on Lin Shen's body emerged and quickly enveloped him while he gripped the Yin Spirit umbrella, which had been dug up not long before, intending to use it like a shortened spear. The fourth turn Yin Spirit umbrella's spirit base was stronger than death powder and more suited for direct combat. You lied to me? Ye focused intensely on Lin Shen with a sinister tone. You're the one deceiving me. Who exactly are you? Lin Shen also fixed his gaze on him, unflinching. I've already told you, my name is Ye, that's my real name, but you've lied to me, you're not called Tianxin, Ye said while grabbing the stele, lifting what appeared to be an exceedingly heavy stone with ease. Then, spinning his body, he swung the stele toward Lin Shen's head, his face twisted into a manic grin, showing 2 rows of sharp, saw-like teeth. As punishment for your lie, I will send you to hell. The steel moved too fast for Lin Shen to dodge, so he could only raise the Yin Spirit umbrella in front of him to block. Just as the Yin Spirit umbrella was lifted, the steel came sweeping down and brutally knocked Lin Shen along with the umbrella flying. Lin Shen's body flew like a cannonball, plowing through the gravel on the ground, creating a deep trench and finally smashed against the side of a canyon wall, leaving a sunken crater. Inside Lin's body, his blood roiled violently, and the blood he spat out was blocked by the carapace and was swallowed back down. His arm holding the Yin Spirit umbrella had its bones shattered, hanging limply by his side like a soft twist. The terrifying force of the strike filled Lin Shen with alarm. Where did this thing come from? How is it so strong? His random strike was stronger than Cosimo without using celestial descent. How could such a powerful person come to the giant god cemetery? Is he here for me? Did my enemies send him? The Wan family or the Medici family? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Chapter 318, Demon Heartfinger. Mr. Sever. Lin Shen, Yun ran over in a panic, hoping to pull Lin Shen out of the crater. Don't touch me. Use the teleporter to leave Giant Ring Star and wait for me at the teleport station. Lin Shen stopped Yun, speaking in a heavy voice. Leave immediately. Your staying here will only get in the way. So your name is Mr. Lin Shen. Ha ha ha. Ye chuckled maniacally as he placed the steel among the pebbles, stretched out his finger again, and while staring at Lin Shen with bloodshot eyes, he wrote down the 3 characters for Mr. Lin Shen. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Yun immediately used the teleporter to leave, disappearing from sight. Ye didn't care about Yun at all, still staring at Lin Shen with a maniacal laugh. However, moments later, his smile stiffened, as not only had Lin Shen not been killed by the Deathly Destiny stele, the 3 characters for Mr. Lin Shen on the stele slowly faded away. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen moved swiftly, charging towards Ye like a startled swan, the Yin Spirit umbrella in his hand stabbing out furiously. Are all mutators this arrogant nowadays? Daring to make a move against me, seeing how you're heedless of your own life, which is quite to my taste, I'll leave you half a corpse. Having failed twice already, Ye's face looked somewhat ugly, his eyes full of intense killing intent as he picked up the Deathly Destiny stele and swung it down on Lin Shen's head. He wanted to shatter Lin Shen and the Yin Spirit umbrella together, leaving only half of Lin Shen's body intact. Yet Lin Shen, who appeared to be thrusting the Yin Spirit umbrella with all his might, suddenly stopped. The umbrella in his hand flipped, and a holographic projection lit up on the wrist holding the umbrella, displaying an image of the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's grinning face, sent to him by Red Heart. Lin Shen was very aware that this Ye was definitely a top-level ascender, and possibly even a 10th turn ascender. His strength was far inferior to Ye's, so from the start, Lin Shen had no intention of fighting Ye Shi head-on. Ye's gaze met the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's grinning face, and he was immediately taken aback. Lin Shen was not about to let this chance slip by, and with his hand withdrawing the death powder as straight as a javelin, he thrust it towards Ye Shi's eye. Ye Shi did not use his carapace, and candidly, his body's strength wasn't that high. If the death powder could stab his eye, it might injure him. Lin Shen's immense strength, combined with the death powder's speed and the armor-piercing stab skill, made the thrust as fast as lightning, with an after-image looking as though it would pierce Ye Shi's left eye. But the next second, Ye's face bloomed with a sinister smile as he grabbed the death powder, saying in a low voice, I'll let you feel a bit of joy, happy now? The Netherworld face of the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf is completely useless against me. I was just playing along. Quite fun, isn't it? A smile also appeared on Lin Shen's face as he let go of the death powder and clenched his fist to hammer towards Yeya, who was within arm's reach. The death powder held by Yeya became as flexible as 100 refinement steel, twisting around Yeya's arm, and at the same time a strange vertical eye opened on the top of his head, emitting an eerie bloodlight that shone on Yeya. Yeya felt as if he were bound by tens of thousands of silken threads. His body momentarily halted, and in that moment's pause, Lin Shen's fist power had already burst forth, nearly landing on Yeya. But the next second, Lin Shen's expression changed. At such close range, and with the sudden explosive power of surfing fists slamming through the air, Yeya, while affected by the death powder, still managed to react in time. His other hand moved as if it was flexing and not flexing at the same time, reaching for Lin Shen's incoming fist. The fist power of the surfing fist, as it collided with his palm, seemed to flow through like water, piercing straight through. Yeya firmly grasped Lin Shen's fist. As a mutator, Yeya said with a hint of excitement in his voice, "You are strong enough that killing a genius like you might just give me a little pleasure." With that, he exerted pressure, intending to crush Lin Shen's fist. But his attempt to crush it failed to deform Lin Shen's fist. On Lin Shen's hand was a pair of stubborn lone will gauntlets, almost as durable as Nirvana materials. Even with the strength in Yeya's fingers, he couldn't deform them. Taking advantage of the moment Yeya was slightly dazed, Lin Shen reversed his grip on the yin spirit umbrella in his other hand and stabbed at Yeya's eyes once again. Yeya, disregarding both the death powder that ensnared his arm and the constraints of the prison king's eye, reached out and grabbed the yin spirit umbrella directly. Without hesitation, Lin Shen let go of the yin spirit umbrella, and his fingers slid out like serpents, creating a trail of after images as they aimed for Yeya's body. This finger skill, drawn from Red Heart A and combined with the shock stab technique taught by Wei, was strange and fierce, hard to guard against in close combat. Yeya was too fast. He released the yin spirit umbrella and his hand moved faster than the eye could see. Although he couldn't discern the reality of Lin Shen's finger strike, he was quick enough to block all the finger after images. However, all the finger after images he blocked were fakes. After destroying the multitude of illusions, Lin Shen's true fingers silently aimed for a vital point in the middle of Yeya's chest. The great demon king's demon heart finger. Yeya's expression turned cold, hatred flashing in his eyes. With his hand too late to block Lin Shen's strike, he didn't retreat but instead reached out with his fingers like iron hooks, clawing towards Lin Shen's head. The mere finger skill of a mutator posed no threat to him. Let alone a mutator, even the strongest of ascenders couldn't injure his body. But Lin Shen's finger strike had enraged Yeya. He was no longer in the mood to tangle with Lin Shen, intent on grabbing Lin Shen's head and bursting it apart. Lin Shen's fingers struck Yeya's chest first. Yeya paid no heed to the attack, his fingers nearly touching Lin Shen's scalp, even causing Lin Shen's hair to break off at the roots at the pressure. Yet, to Yeya's astonishment, he found that his fingers, just shy of touching the scalp, couldn't move at all. It wasn't just his fingers that were immobilized, his entire body seemed to be restrained, utterly unable to move. Strange. Demon Heart Finger doesn't have this capability. Could this not be the Demon Heart Finger? Impossible? I couldn't have mistaken it. That was clearly the great Demon King's Demon Heart Finger. Yeya was somewhat taken aback in his thoughts. Lin Shen paid no mind to what Yeya was thinking. Freeing his hand from the immobilized Yeya, he immediately unleashed the Surfing Quadra Punch directly at Yeya. The Surfing Quadra Punch was the limit of the surfing fist Lin Shen could now perform. The terrifying fist power, wave upon wave, accompanied by shrill whistles and the tearing of the air, hammered heavily on Yeya's chest. Boom! Yeya's body was blasted backward, slamming hard into a rock wall, making huge cracks spread across it. Chapter 319-317 Punches. However, when Lin Shen looked at Yeya's body again, his clothes had long been shattered, revealing a frighteningly pale chest. His skin was even paler than his face, completely devoid of color, yet his muscles were very full, seemingly brimming with explosive strength. Damn it, how can this guy's body be so tough? He's not using any carapace or skills, yet my Surfing Quadra Punch combined with the stubborn Lone Will gauntlets didn't leave a scratch on him. Lin Shen felt a void inside his body, as the quadruple punch had exceeded his limit, causing a brief vacuum period. Fortunately, the Surfing Quadra Punches were all directed at the acupoints on Yeya's chest. Lin Shen had tested before that as long as the strength was precisely controlled, the spatial fist power could affect the acupoints, which amounted to acupoint striking from afar. However, to affect the acupoints with spatial fist power, one must precisely control the force. Otherwise, the strike's area would be too broad, and its effect on the acupoints would be minimal. While moving towards Yeya and catching his breath, Lin Shen saw Yeya's face twisted in a mad grin, his two bloodshot eyes staring back, as if laughing too. Laugh my ass. Lin Shen approached Yeya, with the world's force nearly replenished within him, and then unleashed another triple fist at Yeya's chest acupoints. Boom! The fist hammered into Yeya's chest, the rocks behind him shattered, more cracks formed, but it seemed like they still hadn't injured Yeya. Lin Shen punched frantically, his surfing fist continuously bombarding Ye Ya's acupoints, causing Ye Ya's body to tremble incessantly, the rocks behind him splitting apart as Ye Ya's entire body sunk into the mountain wall. What the hell is up with this guy? The acupoints should be the weak points of his body, and with my fist power added, even Cosimo without his carapace or skills should have been beaten to death by now. How does it look like he's not injured at all? Is he really just an ascender, or has he reached the nirvana level? Lin Shen was shocked, but then instantly dismissed the possibility that Ye Ya was at nirvana level. If Ye Ya were truly at nirvana level, his speed and strength would not be limited to this extent. Lin Shen was already considering a retreat. If he couldn't be killed, there was no point in fighting. Keep going, hit harder, haven't eaten. You punch like a weak woman. Ye Ya's eyes were full of madness as he surprisingly spoke. It seemed that Lin Shen's frantic punching not only failed to injure him, but even seemed to excite him further. Lin Shen was startled. The acupoint ceiling had taken effect on Ye Ya, but it didn't seem to be fully effective. Theoretically, with such a strike to the acupoints, Ye Ya should have lost the ability to speak, but he was still talking. The effects of the acupoint ceiling won't last long. I might not even have time to escape. Lin Shen clenched his teeth and threw another punch at Ye Ya's chest. The continuous striking caused nearby rocks to shatter. Under Lin Shen's relentless assault, the smile on Ye Ya's face grew wilder, as if he wasn't enduring assaults but enjoying a massage. Lin Shen's eyes were cold as he delivered punches with all his might. Wave-breaking, quadruple punch. Lin Shen used his limit-breaking wave-breaking quadruple punch again. This time, the first 3 punches were normal, but the last one, stacked to the peak, included a sacrificial halo of 167 attribute points, and the power of this peak punch must have broken through 300 attribute points. Boom. Lin Shen's mightiest punch in his peak state struck Ye Ya's chest, causing the bones in his chest to crackle and his chest caved in noticeably. Ye Ya, who had been laughing madly, bulged his eyeballs, twisted his face, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The terrifying fist power caused the rocks behind Ye Ya to completely collapse, burying Ye Ya as he was blasted into the mountain. Huge cracks spread across the mountain, with the falling rocks thunderously burying Ye Ya underneath them. After that punch, Lin Shen felt as if he had been drained, too weak to even replenish the deficit in the world's force within him. Yet, he dared not hesitate for even a moment, and he immediately summoned his big Red Bull mount, dragging his extremely weakened body onto the back of the big Red Bull and urging it to rush towards the canyon's exit at top speed. Lin Shen felt that his peak punch probably hadn't managed to kill Ye Ya. Although it was just a feeling, he couldn't take the risk. It would be best if Ye Ya were dead, but if not, he needed to quickly escape from Giant God Mountain and make it back to Paradise Island while Ye Ya was still immobilized. No matter how formidable Ye Ya was, after all, he wasn't at Nirvana level and certainly couldn't kill his way up to Paradise Island to find him, could he? But the Great Red Bull Knight had not fled far before he heard a booming sound, like a huge explosion from a massive amount of explosives. Lin Shen's heart instantly skipped a beat, and as he turned to look, he saw that where the rock wall had collapsed, stones shattered and flew up, and a black figure emerged from amidst them. The person who emerged was no longer recognizable, as Ye Ya. His body was encased in a carapace made of black crystal feathers. On the interlocked black crystal feathers, what appeared to be fresh blood oozed out, but upon closer inspection, the blood was actually blood-colored patterns. Lin Shen's vision suddenly blurred, and the figure of Ye Ya became hazy and unclear. No, it wasn't that his vision had blurred, but that Ye Ya's figure was so fast that it made Lin Shen perceive it as blurry. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen reached directly for his mechanical wristwatch, wanting to teleport to Realm King Planet first. The reason he didn't choose Ring Mountain Planet was that Ring Mountain Planet had no restrictions against Ascension-level beings entering. Realm King Planet, however, did have restrictions against Ascension-level entries, so even if Ye Ya touched him before the transmission started, he wouldn't be able to follow him into Realm King Planet. But just as Lin Shen was about to press the teleport button, he felt a punch strike his face, his body flung sideways as if electrified and paralyzed, unable to move. In mid-flight, Ye Ya's sinister figure appeared in front of Lin Shen, his eyes beneath his faceplate shining with a bloody light, and his sharp and hoarse voice fervently said, 317 punches, you've struck me 317 times. A mutator actually managed to injure me. I'm quite pleased by the delight you've brought me. As a token of my gratitude, I too will use 317 punches to kill you. As he spoke, Ye Ya was already swinging his fist towards Lin Shen's chest. Thump! Lin Shen's body was once again sent flying, soaring through the air, feeling immense pain from the force that struck his chest. Still in the sky, Ye Ya's figure appeared before him again, delivering another punch to his body. Punch after punch, Lin Shen was uncontrollably flung through the air, his carapace shattering under the impact of the fists. Ye Ya was clearly controlling his fist power, intending to land 317 punches. He wouldn't let Lin Shen die easily before the last punch. Chapter 320, Resting Tree of the Deceased, What to Do. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. After 317 punches, he would surely die. But he had already used the sacrificial halo, and it hadn't severely injured Ye Ya. What other means could he have to escape under these circumstances? Moreover, each of Yeya's punches felt like they carried an electric current, causing his body to become paralyzed, preventing him from even activating the teleporter, leaving him with no opportunity to fight back. You actually have such a strong self-healing ability, you really are full of surprises. This makes it even more interesting. Ye, noticing Lin Shen's carapace, which he had smashed and cracked, was quickly healing, smiled even more unbridled. His fist power obviously strengthened, and the paralyzing sensation under the electric shock grew even more intense. Evolution theory inside Lin Shen's body was operating wildly. Given enough time, it should grant his body the ability to resist paralysis. But now there was no time left. 317 punches would be completed in an instant. Within that duration, evolution theory wouldn't be able to enhance and mutate his body fast enough to resist the paralysis. The super base change initiated, and his carapace turned redder and redder, resembling a red-hot iron plate. Under Yeya's assault, sparks flew from the carapace as if molten iron was splashing. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that under Yeya's frenzied punches, his body was about to be knocked to the end of the canyon. Beyond the canyon was the giant god mausoleum, a place difficult to enter even below Nirvana, and even approaching it was extremely dangerous. Several thoughts raced through Lin Shen's mind. If his body were knocked out of the canyon, although he couldn't enter the giant god mausoleum, perhaps the forbidden power of the mausoleum at its entrance could slow Yeya's attacks even just a bit. Just a slight delay would be enough for Lin Shen to shake off the paralysis and press the switch to teleport to the Realm King planet. He needed only a fraction of time. Unfortunately, Yeya's punches were too fast. Before Lin Shen could fly out of the canyon, the count reached 316 punches. Lin Shen felt as though his chest had exploded. The brilliant carapace on his body shattered and splintered. A bloody hole pierced through his chest, and his body flew out of the canyon like a cannonball. Just outside the canyon was the entrance to the giant god mausoleum. The mausoleum had no walls, but was surrounded by rows of dead ancient trees, like a fence around the entire cemetery. There was no gate on the side of the withered trees, just an area missing a few old trees that made it possible to enter inside the mausoleum. In fact, this wasn't the official entrance to the mausoleum at all, but rather the back of the mausoleum, and the area missing the withered trees was akin to the mausoleum's back wall. One could enter the mausoleum from here, but the gap was not something that just anyone could charge through. Around the gap, a strange gray fog lingered, with an eerie blue light flickering within, resembling the ghostly entrance to the underworld, Ghost Gate. Lin Shen's body crashed towards the dead trees of the mausoleum, and it was not by chance. Yeya originally intended to enter the mausoleum, which was why he had struck Lin Shen in that direction rather than blasting him elsewhere. As Lin Shen, his carapace shattered, bones broken beyond count, and his entire body twisted, was about to crash into the dead trees, suddenly. A white figure emerged from Lin Shen's backpack and spread a pair of short and plump wings, looking like a snowball with wings attached. It was none other than Feizai Fatty, Wsesse, flapped his wings and flew, his claws grabbing onto the straps of Lin Shen's backpack, forcibly pulling him to change direction and crashing into another gap, disappearing into the gray mist without a trace. What's that? Yeya was slightly startled, with a look of confusion in his eyes. As the resting tree of the deceased on the outer wall of the giant god mausoleum, it was in itself a very terrifying entity, able to drain the life force of the living and release the mist of repose. Unless one was dead, it was impossible to pass through the mist of repose below nirvana level. It was even more reliable than copper walls and iron ramparts for ordinary creatures. So Yeya was somewhat surprised to see Feizai Fatty, dragging Lin Shen into the mist of repose, wondering what kind of creature it was. However, after only a brief pause, Yeya reached out to grab the Deathly Destiny Staley, shouldering it and walking towards the gap in the resting tree of the deceased, soon vanishing into the fog. Lin Shen lay on the ground, blood continuously seeping from his mouth. His injuries were too severe to count how many bones were broken. Almost all the bones in his chest were broken, and from the fist-sized hole in his chest, blood did not gush out but oozed slowly. Some bones were even lodged in his organs, which were almost completely mangled. A normal person would have been long dead. The combined effects of super reconstitution, super base change, and super base pattern did not let Lin Shen die immediately. The shattered carapace began to crawl back onto his body, slowly encasing him once more. The hole in his chest was sealed by thickened blood, and his muscle fibers began to wriggle and regenerate. Feizai Fatty stood by anxiously, watching Lin Shen. He incessantly flapped his wings, dispersing the fog that shrouded Lin Shen. From time to time, he would nudge Lin Shen's cheek with his little head, but sadly, as just a bird, he was powerless to help Lin Shen in his current state. Lin Shen was now in a semi-conscious state, with evolution theory working frantically. However, evolution theory could not heal the injuries to Lin Shen's body, but was instead fending off the life force being drained by the resting tree of the deceased. Lin Shen was relying solely on the superbase pattern to absorb the world's force, assisting superbase recast in regenerating his body and carapace, with superbase change continuing as well, but its effect was somewhat limited. However, the action of evolution theory was simply too slow, the speed at which Lin Shen's life force was being drained away was too fast, and on top of that, with severe injuries, he looked close to death. This place was not somewhere a mutator should be at all. Even ascenders who came close to the resting tree of the deceased would lose vast amounts of life force, and it could be deadly if severe. Moreover, Lin Shen had directly entered the mist of repose, and the fact that he hadn't been drained to death instantly was a result of Fei-Zai Fatty fanning away the mist of repose with all his might. As Lin Shen's vital signs grew weaker and weaker, the 2 pet capsules in the backpack started moving on their own. Quickly, 2 pet capsules, resembling sheer veils, rolled out of the backpack and transformed into 2 beautiful girls, as if wearing wedding dresses. "Does he look like he's about to die?" Xiaona, holding a porcelain gourd, remarked whilst examining Lin Shen. "He probably is," Xiaoye, holding a porcelain vial, also appraised Lin Shen. "Should we save him?" Xiaona asked, turning to Xiaoye. Chapter 321, Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum? "This is a difficult choice," Xiaoye said, looking at the unconscious Lin Shen on the ground, pondering. "If we want to save him, we can only use the treasures inside the ancient god bottle or the ancient gourd. If we are discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. But if he dies, we don't know whose hands he will fall into. Sister, I think though he is of low level, he still has some potential. Maybe he could really help us in the future," Xiaona said, watching Lin Shen. Xiaowei nodded slightly. For a low-level creature like him to have such strength is indeed impressive in theory. If it weren't for encountering a talent like Daisy, he would indeed be a good choice. "But, sister, if we keep hesitating, he's going to die," said Xiaona, clearly leaning towards saving Lin Shen. "He's not going to die so fast," Xiaoye replied, coldly observing the unconscious Lin Shen and Fei-Zai flapping his wings beside him to dispel the mist, musing, "This fatty has some issues. It must be a super base creature, and the base mutation is very thorough. Sister, now is not the time to discuss this, right? Are we going to save him or not?" Xiaona was somewhat speechless. Her sister was overly stable emotionally. "Let's save him. We have no other choice for now," Xiaoye said coldly. "However, we need to study how to save him. Can't we just give him a shot of Nirvana Rebirth Serum?" Xiaona was puzzled, not understanding what there was to study about this. The Nirvana Rebirth Serum could indeed make him recover immediately, but such a rare treasure capable of bringing Nirvana beings back to life is too wasteful to use just to save him. Moreover, the effects of the Nirvana Rebirth Serum are too strong. He won't be able to absorb it all, and most of the efficacy will remain in his body. "If we encounter our enemies, it would be easy for them to notice," Xiaoye said. "But apart from the Nirvana Rebirth Serum, there are no lower-grade potions in our ancient god bottle or ancient gourd," Xiaoyona said. "That's why we need to study how to save him," Xiaoye said, looking thoughtfully at Lin Shen. "Is there any other way?" Xiaona was obviously a straightforward thinker. "Of course there is," Xiaoye said, looking at Lin Shen's body. "His base change talent is indeed good, possessing strong self-healing capabilities and the ability to draw external energy to replenish himself. If he weren't in this mist of repose, given enough time, he could actually recover on his own. Unfortunately, there's that guy outside, and we can't activate the teleporter. If only we could send him out, he would slowly recover by himself." "So what should we do?" Xiaona still didn't understand what her sister really wanted to do. The resting tree of the deceased only absorbs the vitality of the living. If he's not a living person but a dead one, the resting tree of the deceased would no longer absorb his vitality, and he would be able to recover on his own, Xiaoye said. "How is that possible? He is clearly a living person. How can he recover if he's dead?" Xiaona felt her sister might be out of her mind. How do you save someone who is dead? If a living person truly became a dead person, what were they saving? They might as well just wait for him to die, Xiaowei said indifferently. "Have you forgotten? He has practiced the greed for life and fear of death elixir. He can have the ability to feign death." "But that would only work after his ascension," Xiaona said, and then suddenly her eyes lit up. "Sister, do you want to help him ascend? But we don't have any low-grade things like the ascension pill." "He doesn't need to ascend. There is something that can give him the feign death ability of the greed for life and fear of death elixir before he ascends," Xiaoye said as she looked towards the ancient gourd in Xiaona's hands. "Search and see, inside your ancient gourd. If there is a black crystal bottle of elixir, it should be named Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum." Clutching the ancient gourd, Xiaona gently said to it, Ancient gourd, please give me the Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum." After Xiaona's voice fell, the porcelain gourd in her hand actually started shaking on its own, and before long, it spurted out an object from the gourd's mouth. Xiaona, scrambling, wasn't able to catch it, but Xiaoye reached out her hand and caught the black vial instead. The black crystal vial was only the size of a finger, filled to the brim with liquid. Xiaoye, seemingly from out of nowhere, produced a syringe, then inserted it into the crystal vial, drawing all the liquid into the syringe. "Sister, what is the use of this Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum?" Xiaona asked curiously. "This is a potion researched by a realm king before the ancient era, mainly made from a nirvana, being known as the Heaven-Stealing Beast. I remember that one of the Realm King's imperial consorts used the enduring humiliation, stealing life serum to feign death, deceiving the Realm King and then eloping with her lover to the ends of the earth. Although she was eventually captured and executed, this shows that the serum is quite useful. Even the Realm King was deceived, Xiaoye said as she walked over to Lin Shen, squatted down beside him, and directly injected the serum into his comparatively intact buttocks, slowly pushing the liquid in. This is good. It can save him and is not easy to detect, sister. You're really smart. Xiaona felt that her sister was incredibly clever. After the serum was injected into Lin Shen's body, his condition suddenly became unusual. His breathing and heartbeat both stopped completely, and he looked just like a dead man with no signs of life at all. The vitality that had been wafting around Lin Shen also ceased, and the mist of repose no longer clung to him. See, isn't he fine now? Let's just wait for him to recover on his own, Xiaoye said as she put away the syringe with a hint of pride on her face. Sister, it's impressive how you handle things. I wouldn't have remembered that the ancient gourd had such a potion, Xiaona said with an admiring face. All right, let's head back now before we're seen by outsiders, Xiaoye said, then transformed into a pet capsule and returned to Lin Shen's backpack on her own. Xiaona followed suit, turning into a pet capsule and rolling back into the backpack as well. Lin Shen, who had been injected with the enduring humiliation stealing life serum, indeed appeared as lifeless as a corpse, no longer having his vitality drawn by the resting tree of the deceased. However, the serum itself was not as simple as Xiaoye had said. She too knew only half the story. The enduring humiliation stealing life serum indeed had once been used by a Realm King's imperial consort as a feigned death drug, but it was not principally intended for feigning death. Its true effect was to deceive the cosmic law, helping nirvana beings to break through the nirvana level without being monitored by the cosmic law. It was an object with the true power of stealing from heaven. Chapter 322. After Lin Shen was injected with the enduring humiliation stealing life serum, he appeared to be dead. Evolution theory also stopped functioning because of this. Naturally, a dead man could not continue to evolve, yet his various innate skills did not cease to function. Superbase change, superbase pattern, and superbase recast continued to operate slowly, and his shattered carapace and flesh were slowly being repaired and recast. The immortality scripture replaced evolution theory, putting Lin Shen's body into a peculiar state. Though he showed no signs of life, his organs were not rigid, as if time had lost its effect on Lin Shen. The carapace, shattered during superbase change, should have rapidly completed the hardening process, but remained in a melting phase, neither regressing nor entering the final cooling stage. The superbase pattern continued to absorb the world's force, and within the resting forest of the deceased, the world's force it could draw far exceeded the usual. Super reconstitution continued to function non-stop, repairing and recasting Lin Shen's injured body and carapace, but this process also became unusually slow. The enduring humiliation, stealing life serum kept Lin Shen in this delicate process, endlessly repeating the cycle of absorption, repair, and recasting. After repeated repairs and recasting, Lin Shen's body and carapace seemed to undergo some strange changes. Normally, after superbase change was completed, the recast carapace would return to normal, but because the superbase change had not finished, the carapace remained in that recast state, with the world's force drawn by the superbase pattern being repeatedly cast into the flesh and carapace. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen's flesh and carapace, after being forged and refined over and over, became incredibly tough. Although Lin Shen should have awakened long ago, he remained in a coma due to the effects of the enduring humiliation stealing life serum and had not yet come to. The enduring humiliation stealing life serum, intended for use when a nirvana being is promoted, only played an assisting role, but its effects were still too domineering for a mutator, and this state would continue until the full effects of the serum were released. Fortunately, he was in the resting forest of the deceased, where the mist of repose lingered. Unless someone approached him, it would be impossible to discover him. Days turned into many, and finally, Xiao Wei and Xiaona realized something was amiss. Lin Shen's body was fully repaired, and his carapace, after being repeatedly recast, was brilliantly lustrous, as pure as crystal without a hint of impurity. The mysterious glyphs within the carapace shone as bright as stars. But Lin Shen just would not wake up. There was not a single sign of life, as if he were a dead person. Sis, why hasn't he woken up yet? Could something be wrong? Xiaona, looking at Xiaoye, who was examining Lin Shen's body, asked with some worry. His body is perfectly normal. The injuries in the carapace have been repaired and are even healthier than before. The reason he has not awakened yet could be because the effects of the enduring humiliation are too strong and he is too weak. Let's wait a bit longer, Xiaoye said with seeming calmness. She couldn't figure out what was going on with Lin Shen, so she could only comfort Xiaona like this. The two waited day after day, but Lin Shen still did not manage to awake. Feizai remained by Lin Shen's side as days passed by. Then one day, Lin Shen's brilliantly resplendent carapace suddenly cooled rapidly, turning so luminous that it was difficult to look directly at it. In an instant, black vapor rose from it, as if it was taking away all impurities from his body. Both the carapace and Lin Shen's body became as clear and flawless as crystal. Due to the purity, they appeared as if the space around them was twisted. Even the gaze passing through the crystalline form warped, making it impossible to penetrate, leaving only a form that flickered like silver crystal. Whoosh! Lin Shen suddenly took a deep breath. His body, which had been lying rigidly, suddenly sat up, and his eyes opened too. As Lin Shen awoke and inhaled, the immortality scripture ceased to operate, and the innate skills no longer functioned. The mist of repose enveloped Lin Shen's body once more, but he didn't feel any discomfort. It seems that Yeya didn't manage to find me. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings, only able to see the pervasive fog. What's going on? Lin Shen discovered his carapace shimmered like silver crystal, seemingly still in a superbase form. He tried to stop the superbase change, but found that it was not activated. This situation left Lin Shen somewhat baffled. Once superbase change stopped, his carapace should have returned to its normal state, but now the appearance of his carapace was clearly post-superbase change, yet with some differences. Lin Shen hurriedly checked his watch, and after seeing the personal information displayed, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. User, superbase crystal-based creature, evolvable, strength, 67 plus 41. Speed, 41 plus 41. Hardness, 41 plus 41 plus 41. Base mutation rate, 100%. Theoretical vitality limit, 400 plus 400. Base change talents, superbase change, superbase pattern, superbase recast, superbase form. Lin Shen found that he had gained a new base change talent called superbase form, which astonishingly remained in an active state. Superbase form. All attributes increase by their current level's limit. All base change talents are enhanced under superbase form. The theoretical vitality limit is doubled, and superbase form loses the original life form's characteristics. Apart from not understanding what losing the original life form's characteristics meant, the other attributes and features of these skills left him feeling unbelievably insane. This was the unlimited celestial descent, which could compete with Wei's Phoenix Mystique without being constrained like the Phoenix Mystique, making it incredibly powerful. Lin Shen immediately tested it out, activating superbase change, superbase pattern, and superbase recast while in superbase form. The innate skills were significantly more powerful than before, and not just by a little. However, despite the increase in superbase change's effects, the energy consumption also became much greater. Fortunately, the superbase pattern's ability to draw from the world's force also became stronger, barely keeping up with the consumption. The duration, though, did not extend. Nevertheless, this still made Lin Shen so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Using base change talents while in superbase form, Lin Shen felt he could suppress Cosmo, who was not using Celestial Descent, even without relying on the sacrificial halo. Even if Cosmo deployed Celestial Descent, he wasn't entirely without a fighting chance. Of course, that would require the aid of skill and equipment. After a few more trials, Lin Shen roughly understood the meaning of losing the original life form's characteristics. Under superbase form, Lin Shen's flesh and blood also turned into the same state as his carapace, resembling a pure base variant creature, losing the flesh and blood body typical of a human. This seemed to be a good thing for Lin Shen. Typically, a creature's carapace is stronger than its flesh, like how Wei was able to use his strength to attack through the carapace directly into the flesh, which is very effective against some advanced humanoid life forms. But in superbase form, Lin Shen was uniform inside and out, rendering the power that could penetrate through bodies ineffective against him. Chapter 323, Tian Shen's Prize. I wonder if that Yeya is still outside waiting to ambush me. Lin Shen felt as though his loss of consciousness hadn't lasted long, as if only a few hours had gone by, at most a day. But now that Lin Shen had entered his superbase form, even if he couldn't defeat Yeya, self-preservation or activating the teleporter shouldn't be too difficult. Fatty, I really owe you one this time. Lin Shen remembered that it was Fei-Zai Fatty who had taken him into the giant god mausoleum. However, Lin Shen had spent most of that time unconscious and wasn't clear on what had happened. Fei-Zai Fatty happily rubbed his little head against Lin Shen's cheek and then opened his mouth, cackling at Lin Shen, apparently indicating he was hungry. Lin Shen hurriedly wanted to feed him something, but when he checked his backpack, he found that it was empty. His ascension liquid had also disappeared, leaving only a 7th turn night illuminating spirit base and the pet capsules in the pet gun. Everything else was gone. The Yin Spirit Umbrella and the Wolf Fang Club had been lost in the fight against Yeya. Lin Shen knew that, but he couldn't understand how the rest of his items had gone missing. If the bag containing the Ascension liquid had fallen while he was unconscious, Lin Shen could understand that, but he couldn't fathom why even the items inside his backpack were missing. Fatty, do you know how to get out of here? Lead the way first. Once we're out, I'll get you something delicious. Lin Shen could only make a tempting promise to Fei-Zai Fatty for now. Fei-Zai Fatty, excitedly flapping his wings, landed on the ground and began to waddle ahead, guiding the way. Lin Shen followed Fei-Zai Fatty through the mist of repose and quickly exited the resting forest of the deceased. In front of him lay the canyon of the giant god cemetery, yet Lin Shen didn't spot Yeya. Could it be that Yeya has killed everyone in the giant god cemetery? Why is there not a soul in sight? Lin Shen left the giant god cemetery and went down the mountain, yet he saw none of the Pioneer Corps. What's going on? Where did all the Pioneer Corps members go? Lin Shen suddenly realized that the time he had been unconscious was probably much longer than he had thought. How long have I actually been out? Lin Shen quickly summoned the evil dragon and rode towards Paradise Island. After Lin Shen arrived at Paradise Island, the celestial guards, upon seeing him, were clearly startled and then ran away as if they had seen a ghost. What's happening? Even if I was unconscious for a bit too long, their reaction shouldn't be this extreme. Lin Shen was filled with confusion and headed towards the Paradise Palace. Before he could reach the Paradise Palace, a celestial burst out from within, none other than Tian Xin. You're actually not dead? Tian Xin eyed Lin Shen with a face full of surprise. Why should I be dead? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Where's my Tian Xin treasure? The good die young, yet the wicked live on. Tian Xin pursed her lips as she said, someone like you is really hard to kill. You've been missing for over 100 days. I and your aunt thought you were killed by Yeya. She was upset for a long time for nothing. Over 100 days! No wonder there's nobody left on Giant God Mountain. With such a lengthy time, they must have explored it thoroughly by now, and the Pioneer Corps probably moved on to pioneer new areas. Lin Shen was stunned. He hadn't realized he had been unconscious for so long. I did encounter Yeya, but sadly he failed to kill me. Where's my aunt? Lin Shen inquired. That's such a pity. You encountered Yeya and didn't die. You really must have a tough life. Tian Xin seemed very frustrated. Little Aunt went to explore Cloud Realm Island and probably won't return these few days. How would I know who he is? He doesn't need to report his whereabouts to me. Tian Xin paused, then said, I heard from Little Ant that, within the Giant God Mausoleum, Yeya suddenly appeared, launched a surprise attack on them, and took something from the mausoleum before fleeing. After hearing what Tian Xin said, Lin Shen roughly understood what happened later. He entered the mausoleum, and Yeya had actually entered too. Moreover, during the time when Tian Sun and others were exploring the most central area of the mausoleum, he launched a surprise attack on them and snatched something before running away. He managed to steal from Tian Sun and the others. Could Yeya be a Nirvana being? Lin Shen was somewhat incredulous that Yeya could be a Nirvana being. Although Yeya was strong, he wasn't as strong as Tian Sun, so he shouldn't be a Nirvana being. Tian Sun had been Lin Shen's sparring partner, and on the rare occasions that he demonstrated his skills, his absolute strength was clearly much greater than Yeya's. But if Yeya wasn't a Nirvana being, how could he have entered the Giant God Mausoleum and stolen something from Tian Sun and the others? He's not a Nirvana being. Little Ant said that person is very sinister, a very strong ascender, and possesses some very sinister spirit bases. Little Ant said that within the same level, perhaps only DSE could beat him steadily. He could steal from Little Ant and the others mainly because he's very familiar with the Giant God Mausoleum. He could even use some of the prohibitions and items within the mausoleum plus the element of surprise to succeed. However, he got hit by my Little Ant and probably got seriously injured. Recently, there hasn't been any news of him, so we don't know if he's dead or hiding somewhere to heal. Tian Xin suddenly smiled mysteriously and, with a tone like a weasel paying a New Year visit to a chicken, said to Lin Shen, Let's not talk about these boring matters. I have something great to show you. What great thing? Lin Shen felt that Tian Xin was somewhat odd and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Tian Xin's attitude toward him had always been not very good, so why would he have something great to show him? What are you afraid of? I really do have something good to show you. Come with me. Saying that, Tian Xin led Lin Shen into Paradise Palace, then ran back to his own room, took out something, returned to the main hall, and with great care placed it in front of Lin Shen. Do you know what this is? Tian Xin patted the item, proud and smug as he spoke to Lin Shen. This, could it be? Lin Shen eyed the object in Tian Xin's hand, his expression turning very strange. He was all too familiar with this item. It was one of the 3 treasure chests he had seen in front of the statue on Realm King Planet. Right, this is one of the ancient Realm King's 3 treasure chests. You didn't expect that, did you? The final reward for Realm King Tower is the 3 treasure chests. The top 3 ranked individuals can each take a treasure chest. Too bad you haven't returned for so long and missed the chance to compete for the Realm King Tower rankings, Tian Xin chuckled as he said. Clearly he was very proud. Lin Shen thought to himself, wait until you open the treasure chest. I wonder if you can still laugh. I don't know which treasure chest Tian Xin got. If it's one of the first 2, there's the consolation prize I left. If it's the last one, he's probably going to be furious. Not bad at all. You actually made it to the top 3. Who are the other 2, and which place did you get? Lin Shen asked curiously. Of course, I'm ranked first when I take action. Those 2 fools behind me, one named Iode Biao, must be from the Ultra Burn tribe. The other named Wan Qishan must be a human. Do you know him? Today, Tian Xin was unusually patient, talking so much to Lin Shen without a hint of impatience. Chapter 324, I don't know him. Lin Shen shook his head, aware of what Tian Xin was plotting in his mind. Tian Xin definitely had his sights set on the other 2 treasure chests, and since he was unable to go to the human mother planet himself, he wanted to leverage Lin Shen's strength to retrieve the one at Wan Qishan. Although Lin Shen did not know Wan Qishan, he guessed that Wan Qishan must be from the Wan family. Apart from a major clan like the Wan family, there weren't many families on the human mother planet that could cultivate someone who could rank in the top 3 in the Realm King Tower. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. After all, we are all humans. You can just look him up when you return to the mother planet. It shouldn't be difficult to find this person. No one knows yet that these are the treasure chests of the ancient Realm King. If you bring the chest back, we can share the treasures inside together, Tian Shen said in a friendly manner, with his arm around Lin Shen's shoulder. By the way, the key you borrowed from me earlier, give it back to me first. Lin Shen knew that Tian Shen had no reason to be so friendly toward him. It turned out he had been waiting for him here. Those who finished in the top 3 only got the treasure chest but no key. It seemed Tian Shen was unable to open the chest and had set his eyes on him instead. When did I ever borrow a key from you? Lin Shen asked in feigned surprise, looking at Tian Shen. The time we first met on Realm King Planet, I lent it to you, along with the Angel Revolver. Have you forgotten? Tian Shen patiently explained. With our relationship, you should give the key back to me. After I open the treasure chest and share a portion with you, we can then collaborate to retrieve the other 2 chests. Together, we will soar to new heights. Oh, that key? Wasn't that the one I took back? I didn't borrow it, Lin Shen said, feigning a sudden realization. The smile on Tian Shen's face froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to a natural smile and said, What's this taking and not taking? We are all brothers and friends. Let's work together for mutual benefit in the future. We have plenty of time. No, we are not brothers or friends. I am your uncle by marriage, and you are my nephew. We can joke around, but we can't mess up our family status, Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Shen, are you really going to throw away the face I'm giving you? Tian Shen's face darkened as he stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Shen's nose, scolding him. So you don't want the key anymore? Lin Shen spoke indifferently. Tian Shen scoffed. I wanted to discuss this amicably with you as a friend, but it seems my kindness has been mistaken for weakness. It appears I must make you realize the predicament you're in right now. And what predicament is that? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tian Shen. Without answering, Tian Shen simply pointed his finger, and countless black particles flew from his fingertip, condensing in front of Lin Shen into the form of an angel with black wings and black armor, a spirit base. Ascended? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. If it weren't for the ancient Realm King's treasure chest, I could have ascended long ago, Tian Shen said somewhat arrogantly. See? This is my life base, the 10th turn Heartless Angel, already at the 3rd turn. It's good to have a strong backing. You've only just ascended, and your life base is already at the 3rd turn, Lin Shen said somewhat enviously. Do you realize your situation now? Now that I'm an ascender, we're not on the same level. I'm only talking to you nicely because of my aunt's face. And you? You throw my kindness back in my face, forcing me to act, making me take back what's mine. Why put yourself in this position? Tian Shen held out his hand in front of Lin Shen and said, My aunt won't be back for the next few days. No one can protect you. Give me the key. Don't make me take action. If I do, I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself from killing you. Little Tian Shen, if you had spoken nicely and respectfully called me uncle, I might have considered giving you the key. Since you're being like this, then I really won't give it to you today, Lin Shen said indifferently. Looking for death, huh? Relying on my aunt's doting? You really think I wouldn't dare to slap you? Tian Shen's face darkened, and he said coldly, Fine, since you're inviting a beating, don't blame me then. Right now I'm letting you stand and give it, but if you don't, soon I'll make you kneel and beg to give me the key. As he spoke, Tian Shen's life base, Heartless Angel, directly struck out like a shadow, slapping towards Lin Shen. The Heartless Angel was incredibly fast, likely nearing 100 in speed, and with such a short distance, it seemed Lin Shen wouldn't be able to dodge at all. Lin Shen had anticipated Tian Shen's move and was already wearing the carapace, instantly entering the super base form. Almost at the same time as Heartless Angel made its move, he unleashed a triple fist with crushing force. Powered by the stubborn lone will gauntlets, the fist power from the triple fist collided with the Heartless Angel's palm and actually blasted it backwards, crashing into the unguarded Tian Shen, both person and angel hitting the wall. Before Tian Shen could react again, Lin Shen was already in front of him like a phantom, grabbing Tian Shen's head and pressing it forcefully against the floor, facilitating a loud and intense close encounter between his face and the ground. Do you believe I could burst your head right now? Lin Shen pressed Tian Shen's head with one knee against his lower back, one hand holding his head down and the other hand clenched into a fist hovering over his head. Try touching me and see, you're not afraid of my aunt, stop, don't. Tian Shen began to utter a tough line, only to hear a sonic boom behind his head, scaring his soul out of his body, immediately crying out loud. At this point, Tian Shen deeply regretted his actions. He had been too busy showing off and hadn't at all anticipated Lin Shen's capabilities. If he had known Lin Shen had such powerful methods, he wouldn't have given him the chance. His 3rd turn Heartless Angel couldn't show its true strength, and the 10th turn Spirit Base Archangel Sword also went unused. If only Tian Shen hadn't been so arrogant in front of Lin Shen, if only he had been more cautious, if only he had properly used his skills, he wouldn't have been pinned down by Lin Shen in their first exchange. Lin Shen was only trying to scare him and slammed his fist down next to his head, denting the floor itself. If you want the key, serve me tea respectfully and call me uncle. I'll consider it then. If you disrespect me again next time, I'll teach you on behalf of my aunt how to behave as a junior. Lin Shen released Tian Shen and stood up. Tian Shen leapt up, putting distance between himself and Lin Shen, swiftly drawing the Archangel's sword, and with a change of face that could be considered peerless, he pointed the sword at Lin Shen, cursing, "You piece of trash, today I will kill you, and it won't matter who comes, not even the Heavenly Father can save you." As he said this, the Archangel's sword in Tian Shen's hand burst forth with terrifying holy light, instantly transforming into a beam of light that struck at Lin Shen. Chapter 325, Come On. The 10th turn of the Archangel's sword, with the enhancement of the base talent, had reached an extremely terrifying level in both speed and strength. The reason why the Archangel's sword was so powerful was that it inherently possessed a double life-based talent. One of the talents was called Archangel's Judgment, which could double the speed and strength and quadruple the destructive power. The other talent was known as Immortal Sword Body, which meant that no matter how many times the Archangel's sword was destroyed, it could reconstitute itself into a sword and was almost impossible to truly destroy. The overwhelming attack power and the near invincibility made the Archangel's sword one of the most potent offensive life bases. If combined with an ascender who cultivates angel reincarnation and the addition of their own unique innate skills, the Archangel's sword's explosive power could rank at the very top among ascenders and might even reverse the odds to slay a nirvana being. Unfortunately, Tian Shen's practiced evolution skill was not angel reincarnation, leaving him unable to bestow the Archangel's sword with exclusive skills. Even so, the destructive power of this strike from the Archangel's sword had already surpassed Cosimo's when he was in the state of celestial descent. Lin Shen had anticipated that this kid Tian Shen wouldn't give up so easily and had secretly activated his innate skill while positioning himself in front of a metal column. The Archangel's sword was extremely fast, but Lin Shen saw that Tian Shen's strike was not truly aimed at killing him, instead aiming at his shoulder. In the instant that the Archangel's sword thrust at him, Lin Shen's movement was like a dream, executing evasive maneuvers in bizarre displacements and narrowly avoided the Archangel's sword's assault. There was a fundamental problem with low-turn ascenders using high-turn spirit bases. The reaction time and perception of the ascender often couldn't keep up with the speed of the higher turns, leading to control issues. It's like someone who has just learned to drive. Even if they are given a supercar, they would still find it difficult to execute complex maneuvers while driving at high speeds. If it were an ordinary 10th turn spirit base, Tian Shen should have been able to control it to a decent extent, but with the doubled speed of the Archangel's sword, it was simply too fast for Tian Shen's visual acuity and reaction time to keep up. After the Archangel's sword missed its mark, Tian Shen couldn't react in time, and the sword plunged directly into the metal column behind Lin Shen. "Looks like you're really asking for it," said Lin Shen, his movements illusory. With radiant and dazzling carapace armor, he instantly appeared in front of Tian Shen. "This is unscientific as hell," exclaimed Tian Shen in shock. Lin Shen's speed was even faster than his, a third-turn ascender. Tian Shen's body was encased in carapace armor. He spread his wings and took flight, but the grand hall of the palace, albeit large, was only about 10 meters high, limiting how high he could go. Lin Shen moved gracefully, soaring closely after Tian Shen. Tian Shen turned left and right, ascended and descended, executing extreme maneuvers in the air, only to be horrified to find that he couldn't shake off Lin Shen. Lin Shen kept up close behind him in the air and grabbed the back of Tian Shen's head with one hand, pressing him down from the sky. Thud. Tian Shen's face made intimate contact with the floor again. The carapace on his face shattered, revealing an extremely distorted face from the impact, devoid of his usual handsomeness and elegance, completely losing control over his expression. Impossible. "You, a mutator, how could you possibly?" Tian Shen couldn't accept that he was still being dominated by Lin Shen under these circumstances. Although Lin Shen did resort to some trickery by entrapping the Archangel's sword first, Tian Shen was very clear that with the speed of the Archangel's sword, not just mutators but even ascenders would have difficulty dodging. Lin Shen being able to dodge the strike of the Archangel's sword was in itself an extremely terrifying feat. "Not convinced? Then let's go again," said Lin Shen, releasing Tian Shen. Tian Shen got up from the ground, but this time he didn't rush to attack, nor did he recall the Archangel's sword. He just stared at Lin Shen with a complex expression. When he first met Lin Shen was nothing special. If not for his severe injuries that left him without skills, and Lin Shen being helped by Wei Wufu, he could have killed Lin Shen with one hand. So, all this time, although Tian Shen kept losing to Lin Shen, deep down, he still looked down on Lin Shen. However, today's battle dealt a severe blow to Tian Shen's pride. Now a third-turn ascender, he was twice dominated by Lin Shen, which forced him to confront a reality. Lin Shen was truly strong, and perhaps his cousin Tian Sun's judgment was not off the mark. Such talent, even among the powerful cosmic races, was likely rare. Tianxun had told Tianxian that Lin Shen had killed the ninth turn Cosimo, but in Tianxian's eyes, humans were rubbish, and human ninth turn ascenders were just rubbish ascenders. Killing a rubbish ninth turn was no big deal. But now Tianxian had to admit, Lin Shen's strength was somewhat outrageous. If he were still a mutator, he might not even have the courage to fight Lin Shen. Lin Shen, although you are strong, I will defeat you and will keep defeating you in the future. Tianxian stared at Lin Shen and gestured with his hand, and the heartless angel's base, in the sky, surprisingly dispersed into countless black feathers, gathering onto Tianxian's body. A black feather armor covered the exterior of Tianxian's original carapace, and he also grew an extra pair of black wings, turning his originally double wings into 4. Lin Shen felt Tianxian's seriousness and knew that Tianxian was getting serious. Though only a third turn, a serious Tianxian was not so easy to deal with. So, no sword anymore? Lin Shen pointed at the Archangel's sword on the metal column. Not needed, said Tianxian, as his 4 wings moved in unison, and the halo atop his head burst forth with a dazzling holy light. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted within the palace, but fortunately, this place belonged to Tianxian, and such a clash of powers was not enough to destroy the palace. The two fought fiercely within the palace, with Lin Shen pushing his surfing fist and demon heart finger to the utmost limits of his endurance, and yet he found it hard to gain much of an advantage. After merging with his base, Tianxian's speed reached an extremely terrifying level. All of his innate skills seemed related to speed, focusing mainly on fast movement techniques. Lin Shen had no choice but to abandon the surfing fist, switching instead to pure surfing steps combined with demon heart finger to battle him. As the surfing steps got faster and faster, without the large energy drain of the surfing fist, his speed also improved. After what felt like an eternity, each of them stood on opposite sides of the palace, gasping for air. That intense level of confrontation was hard for both to sustain for long, and before a winner could be decided, they were already at their limit. You're not so great either, gasping like that after such a short while, not enduring at all. Look at me, not panting in the least, that's what a man is like, Tianxian said, leaning on a metal column, forcibly keeping his breath steady. You're not panting, you're just farting, Lin Shen retorted. You're the one farting, TM. If not for my little aunt's sake, today I would have beaten you to death, Tianxian said through clenched teeth. If it weren't for Tianxian's sake, you'd have been down long ago. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said, Fine then, if you're capable, try it, see who hits the ground first. Sure, you try it, try it. Try it, Chapter 326, Unrivaled Under Heaven. Lin Shen visited Lin Miao and then left Paradise Island to go directly to Old Yu's village. He learned from Tianxian that Wei had already come to Giant Ring Star and had also come to Paradise Island looking for him. Tianxun told Lin Shen that Wei had come to bring him an ascension egg and initially wanted to keep Wei on Paradise Island, but Wei insisted on returning to Old Yu's village and did not stay on Paradise Island. Tianxun also told Wei about the possibility of Lin Shen's misfortune, but Wei did not believe it, saying he would wait in the village for Lin Shen's return. Lin Shen now just wanted to meet Wei as soon as possible and then go to Meidu Star to pick up Yun. Yun had teleported away from Giant Ring Star and could only be on Meidu Star, but since Lin Shen had been unconscious for over 100 days, he didn't know if Yun was still waiting there for him. Upon returning to Old Yu's village, Old Yu's reaction to seeing Lin Shen was as if he had seen a ghost. Nevertheless, being shrewd, Old Yu's look of astonishment quickly turned into a smile. Lord Lin, rumors outside said you met your demise in the Giant God Cemetery, but I never believed them. I've lived so many years and seen countless people, and with your face showing great fortune, you're not someone with a short life. Look, I was right, here you are back, and looking even better than before. You're still sharp, Old Yu, Lin Shen responded politely and then asked, My friend is here, right? Yes. I personally went to receive him when he came. He's been staying with me these days, and I've been taking good care of him, you can rest assured. I didn't see him come out today, he should still be in the house. I'll take you there, Old Yu hastened to say. Lin Shen arrived at the stone house where Wei was staying, knocked on the door, and as it creaked open, there stood Wei Wufu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Wei, being on an alien world, seeing an old friend again, Lin Shen couldn't help feeling moved. Don't cry, there's no tissue, Wei said. Cry? Nonsense. Lin Shen laughed and cried, having been only slightly moved with no real intention to weep. Wei's comment made Lin Shen appear somewhat childish. Here, your stuff. After sending Old Yu away and closing the stone house door, Wei handed Lin Shen a box. Knowing Wei Wufu's temperament, Lin Shen didn't say much, took out a 5 elements fruit and a 5 elements Tree King fruit and handed them to him. Eat these, they will increase your attributes. Fortunately, these fruits had been left in his own room at Paradise Palace, not taken to the Giant God Cemetery, or else they probably wouldn't have been preserved either. Without any nonsense, Wei took the fruits and immediately wanted to swallow both at once. Don't rush, eat this one now, and the other after your ascension. Lin Shen quickly stopped Wei. After hearing this, Wei tossed back the regular 5 elements fruit and swallowed the 5 elements Tree King fruit. You have ascended. Lin Shen was taken aback. But then he came to understand immediately. Having been unconscious for over 100 days, it was normal for Wei to have ascended. Wei nodded and summoned his life base. Wei's life base looked very peculiar, actually a white robe, woven as if of crystal silk and seamless as if celestial. What kind of life base is this? What's it used for? Lin Shen curiously inquired as he examined the soft white robe floating in the air. This was the first time he had seen such a type of life base. Name, white robe, base talent, white robe upon. Wei Wufu directly told Lin Shen about the effects of the base talent. Ordinary people wouldn't readily reveal their base talents to anyone, fearing they could be targeted. Wei Wufu was so candid about it, which truly showed he had no defenses against Lin Shen. I've only heard of yellow robe upon. How come it's white robe upon for you? Lin Shen laughed as he spoke. Pretty good, said Wei Wufu. Continue, Lin Shen urged Wei Wufu, keen to know what his second life base was. That's all. Wei Wufu shook his head. That's all? How can that be? I'm talking about your second life base. Show it to me. Are you still keeping secrets from me? Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu hadn't understood and explained again. No. Wei Wufu shook his head again. No. Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu, speechless for a long moment. He had guessed what was happening. Wei Wufu didn't have a double life base, so there was only one possibility. He hadn't used primeval eggs for ascension. The only reason why Wei Wufu wouldn't use a primeval egg for ascension was if there was no second egg to use, only the one, which meant that Wei Wufu had left that egg for him and hadn't ascended with a primeval egg himself. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu without a word because anything said now seemed superfluous. Wei Wufu had outright forsaken a life base, which for ascenders was no different from sacrificing a life. One less life base meant at least one less base talent in a battle to the death, and that slight gap could mean the difference between life and death. If it were Lin Shen, he certainly wouldn't be willing to give up the primeval egg to someone else, yet Wei Wufu had done so, as if it were the most ordinary thing, and even seemed a bit embarrassed after being discovered. Lin Shen couldn't describe what he felt at that moment. Wei Wufu time and again redefined his understanding of people as a species. One is indeed good, unique, without equal in this world. Lin Shen smiled, but deep inside he vowed silently he could not repay this favor. Ascension was already set in stone, and he didn't have the ability to add another life base for Wei Wufu. This person he had to keep safe. Without equal in this world, Wei Wufu smiled too. By the way, Wei, you take this first to use. I haven't ascended yet, and I don't need it for now. Lin Shen tossed the mutated 7th turn spirit-based nightglow flower to Wei and added, take a look at its abilities and familiarize yourself with it. We need to take a trip to Meidu Star soon. I have to pick someone up. Alright, Wei took the nightglow flower and activated it with his strength. The nightglow flower immediately burst into a 7-colored radiance, appearing like a dreamy flower from a fairy tale kingdom. Wei told Lin Shen that the nightglow flower had only one base talent, named Light of Night, which, according to the description, could illuminate the darkness. This ability gave Lin Shen a slight jolt. If it had been before arriving at Giant Ringstar, he would have found this ability quite perplexing. But after arriving at Giant Ringstar, he understood that darkness could be quite terrifying. The nightglow flower held the power to illuminate the darkness. Whether it could light up the night of Giant Ringstar remained to be seen. Chapter 327, Waiting Meidu Star Transfer Station. Opposite the entrance of the transfer station, Yun curled up in a corner with her arms around her legs, her expression blank. Her lips were cracked, and her eyes were fixed intently on the entrance, afraid she might miss something. She had been waiting here for over 100 days. At first, she had some base mutation fluid to stave off hunger, but after the fluids ran out, she had sold everything of value for more base mutation fluid. She didn't dare leave the entrance, fearing that Lin Shen wouldn't find her if he arrived. Now, she hadn't eaten for over half a month, and she hadn't even had any water to drink. The water resources on Meidu Star were extremely scarce, and here, water had to be paid for. Yun didn't have any money, so she couldn't even afford to drink water. Yun stared desperately at the gate, her expression becoming somewhat vacant, clutching the giant god's bone Lin Shen had given her and murmuring to herself, he will come, he must come, hey, what are you doing here? A man resembling a civet cat, dressed in an advanced battlesuit, approached Yun and surveyed her. Without a word, Yun merely shifted to the side to keep her view of the entrance clear. I've seen you here for several days, not eating or drinking. Are you in some kind of trouble? The civet-like man asked with a smile. Seeing that Yun ignored him, the civet-like man continued smiling. I am Huang Yu, the director of the Nightmare Group's Meidu Star branch. If you are interested, you could join our Nightmare Group. Nightmare Group? Yun was slightly taken aback. She had indeed heard of the Nightmare Group. Although it wasn't considered a top force in the universe, the Nightmare Group's main business involved recruiting talented individuals from planets of lower-ranked races to train and cultivate them, and then reassigning them to powers in need of talent. Back when she was with the Spirit Treasure Clan, the Nightmare Group had approached her for recruitment, but at the time, with the support of both the Moonrabbit Clan and Spirit Treasure Clan, she had no intention of joining them. Yun examined the otherworlder who called himself Huang Yu, gradually recalling something. This Huang Yu seemed to be the same person who had attempted to recruit her back during her time with the Spirit Treasure Clan. However, back then, Huang Yu was merely a star scout, and now he was a branch director, and not just of any branch, but of a high-class planet like Meidu Star. I remember you. You visited the Spirit Treasure Clan, Yoon said before her gaze shifted back to the entrance. Haha, I'm glad you remember me. Not having been able to recruit you back then has always been a regret of mine. I didn't expect to encounter you here. If you're willing, I'd still hope to recruit you into the Nightmare Group. I see great potential in you, and I would offer you the best training and treatment available for recruits. You can be assured of that, Huang Yu said. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to join the Nightmare Group. Yoon shook her head. Had she encountered Huang Yu again before meeting Lin Shen, Yoon might have accepted his invitation. Although the Nightmare Group could be seen as a middleman trafficking in talent, at least they provided resources and cultivation to those they picked. With sufficient talent, one could receive ample resources and even have the opportunity to join some major powers after ascension. For Yoon, that was not an opportunity to be dismissed lightly, especially with Huang Yu's reassurance. You're waiting for someone, aren't you? I've been observing you for a long time, and I think the person you're waiting for is not going to come. If they were, they should have come by now, Huang Yu said calmly. I'm really very impressed with you, and I have high hopes for you, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized you at a glance after all these years. Your talent shouldn't be buried. If you're willing, I can offer you a top-tier trainee contract and hire a suitable coach to train you specifically. I don't have the authority to keep you here, but I can guarantee to send you to a powerful clan within the top 1,000 rankings in the universe. Think it over and give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too. As he spoke, Huang Yu set down a bottle filled with base mutation fluid. You should eat something first. I'll come see you again tomorrow, Huang Yu said, then turned and left. The next day, when Huang Yu came back, he saw Yoon still sitting against the wall, staring blankly at the gate of the transfer station. In front of Yoon, the bottle of base mutation fluid remained intact. The cap had not been opened, not even touched. You drank the base mutation fluid, right? It's okay if you don't want to join the Nightmare Group. It's a personal gift from me, Huang Yu said. Yoon just shook her head. Thank you, I don't need it. You child, Huang Yu sighed, helpless. He picked up the bottle of base mutation fluid, wiped the dust off it, and placed it again in front of Yoon. Really, it's okay. I just don't want to see a young person I admire fall into such a state. If you keep this up, you're going to die. Thank you, I really don't need it, Yoon insisted stubbornly, shaking her head again. Don't be so foolish, Huang Yu said with a bitter smile as he walked away. For several days in a row, Huang Yu came every day to check on Yoon, but she never touched the base mutation fluid he left there. Yoon's condition had become very bad, suffering from severe hunger and dehydration. While this was not a problem for base variant creatures, it was fatal for carbon-based lifeforms. Yoon had become skin and bones, with a waxen complexion, and her lips were cracked and dry, with streaks of blood faintly visible. A few days ago, when Huang Yu came by, Yoon still exchanged a few words with him. Now, when Huang Yu came back, Yoon was no longer speaking. It wasn't that she didn't want to respond to Huang Yu, but she was too weak to speak. They will come. They must come. Yoon sat there somewhat dazed, sometimes managing to mutter a few unclear words. What a fool. Who exactly are you waiting for? Is he worth it? Listen to me. There's no one in this world worth waiting for to the point of dying. Staying alive is what's most important, Huang Yu said, sighing as he looked at the half-dead Yoon who still guarded her position here. Yoon didn't speak, her eyelids barely lifting, yet she still forced herself to stay awake, gazing at the gate of the transfer station. Huang Yu wanted to say something else, but suddenly he saw Yoon's eyes widen. The lifeless look in her eyes suddenly filled with light. Yoon struggled to stand up, but her arms gave way, and she fell back to the ground. She was just too weak. Despite this, Yoon strove to get up again, her eyes brimming with light. She reached out and wobbled forward as if she had seen the gates of heaven. Suddenly, everything went dark before her eyes, and she fell forward. As Huang Yu reached out to help her, another figure had already stepped forward, catching Yoon before she hit the ground. Chapter 328, City of Beauty. Huang Yu frowned as he assessed the person hugging Yoon, who turned out to be a young human male. Do you know her? Huang Yu was the first to ask. She's waiting for me, Lin Shen said, indicating no animosity towards Huang Yu. Huang Yu's probing was a normal reaction that any person might have. Do you know her name? Huang Yu continued. Yoon, Lin Shen answered while taking out a small bottle of base mutation fluid. With great care, he brought it to Yoon's lips and poured it down her throat. Huang Yu gave a slight nod, putting together Yoon's earlier behavior. It seemed this man must be the one she was waiting for. Huang Yu scrutinized Lin Shen, curious about what kind of man would be worth Yoon's devoted weight. He seemed nothing special, just a human male. But the strong human male standing beside him stood out at first glance, with a distinctive aura that ordinary people could not feign. Unfortunately, Huang Yu was not in charge of the affairs on the human mother planet, so he didn't know much about the situation there. I am Huang Yu, director of the Nightmare Group's Maydu Star Division. If you're interested, you can come to my place for a tryout, Huang Yu said, giving his card to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Thank you, I'll consider it if I have the chance, Lin Shen said, taking the card and putting it away. Back on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had already received an invitation from the Nightmare Group. He couldn't quite recall the name of that talent scout, but he remembered that the man was from the Nightmare Group. Huang Yu turned to Wei Wufu and saw that Wei Wufu showed no reaction, which left him somewhat disappointed. The individuals he was interested in were Wei Wufu and Yoon. As for Lin Shen, in Huang Yu's eyes, he was just a good-looking human pretty boy. Considering Yun's eager weight, it was likely that this human pretty boy was her lover. Women, such creatures, are utterly irrational, Huang Yu muttered with some helplessness before taking his leave. After walking a few steps, Huang Yu suddenly turned back and spoke to Wei Wufu. In 2 days, it will be Meidu Star's annual City of Beauty Festival. Regardless of race, regardless of background, any mutator can participate. If you're interested, you should take a look. It might be an opportunity. Okay, Wei Wufu replied with a single word. Huang Yu didn't know if this was just Wei Wufu's way of speaking or if he truly wasn't interested. Sighing with resignation, Huang Yu turned around, ready to leave. What is the City of Beauty Festival for? Lin Shen asked while feeding the base mutation fluid bit by bit to Yun. Wei Wufu was already an ascender and no longer eligible to participate, but Lin Shen hadn't ascended yet, so he still had the chance. He wanted to hear more about this City of Beauty Festival and the so-called opportunity from Huang Yu. At Lin Shen's question, Huang Yu stopped in his tracks and glanced at Wei Wufu before explaining. Meidu Star is one of the primary stars of the celestial race. Although not the celestial race's mother star, its status is no less than the celestial mother star, sky pinnacle star. Meidu Star is named the City of Beauty because it houses a castle, known as the City of Beauty Castle, a relic from an unknown era protected by incredible magical power. Even the universe's mightiest warriors cannot force the castle's doors open. They open only once a year. Huang Yu gave a detailed description. The City of Beauty Castle would open for 10 days at this time each year. During these 10 days, mutators from any race could enter and seek their own fortune. This fortune was, in fact, the Ascension Egg. Within the castle, numerous Ascension Eggs appeared from unknown origins. They would open once a year, and though it had been many years since their first opening, each person who entered the castle could still find new Ascension Eggs. To say that they found Ascension Eggs wasn't quite accurate, because the eggs weren't truly discovered. There were many church-like buildings within the castle, and by entering these sanctuaries, one might come across an Ascension Egg before a divine statue. Strangely enough, some would leave the churches empty-handed, while others entering the same church later might actually find an Ascension Egg. Therefore, these churches were also considered halls of divine selection, where only those chosen by God could find an Ascension Egg. Of course, this was merely the foolish belief held by ordinary people. Those who really understood the City of Beauty knew that to receive an Ascension Egg before the divine, one needed to possess 3 basic elements. First was the attainment of crystal-grade base mutation completion, meaning a base mutation rate of 100% ready for ascension at any moment. Second was a handsome and beautiful appearance, though this standard was not easily defined since every race had its own criteria for beauty. However, the City of Beauty had its own way of defining beauty, which didn't necessarily fit everyone's aesthetics. Therefore, individuals whom their race deemed attractive might not be acknowledged by the City of Beauty and could return empty-handed. Third was sufficient strength. Any mutator could enter the City of Beauty on open days, but to enter the churches, one must have the strength to personally push open their grand doors. Of course, there have been rare instances where those who didn't meet these 3 elements found Ascension Eggs before the divine. The species of Ascension Eggs granted by the divine were almost unseen in the outside world, with unicorns, premium speed Ascension pets, as the most common. Each year, there were also those who obtained mutated Ascension pets, and legend has it that someone once received a pet similar to an angel. There were many varieties of Ascension Eggs granted by the divine, yet all pets shared one thing in common: they were incredibly beautiful. There were no ugly pets produced in the City of Beauty. That's quite interesting, Lin Shen remarked after hearing this. Since he was here anyway, he thought it worth visiting for the experience. If he could get his hands on a mutated Ascension Egg, and if it suited him, he could use it to ascend his pet. Can anyone enter the City of Beauty's castle? Lin Shen asked. It was once sealed by the Celestials for a period of time, but it was opened again later. Now, anyone from any race can enter the City of Beauty for 1,000 heavenly currency, said Huang Yu, with a gaze that settled on Yun. After being fed some base mutation fluid by Lin Shen, Yun finally came to and, realizing she was being held by Lin Shen, quickly tried to struggle free. Don't move, you're too weak, Lin Shen sighed. I told you to wait for me here, not to stay until you collapsed. Couldn't you have found something to eat or drink in the meantime? I was afraid you'd come and not find me, thinking I didn't wait for you, Yun said timidly, without struggling further. Lin Shen was taken aback at her words. If he had come here and not found her, perhaps he would have thought just as Yun did. With this thought, Lin Shen felt a tinge of guilt. It's all in the past now. I'm here, and from now on, no one will make you suffer this way again, except for me. Thank you, Yun started to get moved by the earlier words, her emotions brewing, the corners of her eyes reddening slightly, but feeling that something was amiss by the end, she came to her senses and her mind became full of question marks. Chapter 329 M79, the annual City of Beauty Festival on Meidu Star, was extraordinarily lively, and Lin Shen's trio walked on the streets of Meidu Star, looking up to see a constant stream of flying vehicles in the sky, as bustling as a river of people. Wei, Yun, shall we go buy an interstellar communicator? On Meidu Star, Lin Shen truly felt that he had entered an interstellar civilization and not on the human mother planet where civilization was in ruins. Having seen Tian Xin use the interstellar communicator before, Lin Shen had been itching to get one. He had wanted to get one right then, but before he could act on the idea, he was drawn into the giant god mausoleum. This time, being on the highly advanced planet of Meidu Star was the perfect opportunity to buy an interstellar communicator to conveniently catch up on news from the universe. In case there was news about his older brothers, he would be able to know in time, making it more convenient for his own people to stay in contact with each other. Although the mechanical wristwatch also had communication capabilities, the gadget itself was damaged, with some functions inaccessible. A quick inquiry led them to a store selling interstellar communicators. The three stood on the city's pedestrian track, which automatically moved, passing between various skyscrapers and taking them directly in front of the high-rise store they wanted to visit, without them needing to walk at all. The only downside was that the service actually charged a fee. There was nothing on Meidu Star that didn't. Entering the store, the door automatically opened and a virtual guide was promptly projected in front of them, taking the form of a very cute celestial. Welcome to Maya Communication, honorable guests. Xiaoya has always been here waiting for your summons. You can also choose the type of Xiaoya, including pure, lowly, mature, elite, tsundere, and various professional attires are available for selection. The virtual guide's voice was sweet and her image was pure and endearing. Is this place selling communicators or virtual lovers? Wonder if I can get one of these things for my home. Lin Shen thought, already entertaining some special ideas. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were seeing such a thing for the first time. Yun had seen some before, so she mainly handled the operation. The store had no real clerks. Everything was serviced by intelligent virtual guides. There were no physical goods in the store. All products could be holographically projected to look almost identical to the real thing, with their various functions available to try out. Aside from the inability to physically touch the items, they were almost like the real deal. After Yun mentioned that they wanted to buy communicators, Xiaoya immediately projected holographic images of various communicators, from low-end products priced over 10,000 heavenly currency to high-end products costing tens of millions. There was an overwhelming array of communicators on display. Fortunately, with just a question, Xiaoya would clearly explain the functions of the various communicators and even make product recommendations based on individual needs. Lin Shen quickly learned that a communicator costing over 10,000 heavenly currency could only send messages. To make calls, one would need a product priced at least 30 or 40,000, and for holographic projection communication, the price started at over 100,000. If we only need it for communication, then a regular communicator will suffice, Yun whispered aside. Honorable guest, by purchasing the latest Meidu M79 communicator, you can take Xiaoya home. In addition to different outfits and personas, the Meidu M79 also boasts the newly developed vibration feature, Xiaoya said, batting her eyes. Vibration feature, not very useful. Lin Shen coughed lightly and asked, how much is the Meidu M79? The Meidu M79 is currently on a new market promotion price, only 499,900. That's too expensive. Not necessary. Alright, honorable guest, Xiaoya is sorry. Xiaoya just wanted to offer some comfort and company through the vibration feature during the long, lonely, cold nights. If the distinguished guest does not need it, Xiaoya will recommend other products that are more suitable for you. No need for those fancy features. Practicality is key. I'll buy 3 Meidu M79s. Is there a discount? Leaving the shop, each of the 3 people now had in their hands the latest Meidu M79 communicator. To buy these 3 communicators, Lin Shen had truly broken the bank, not for anything else, but mainly because the Meidu M79's holographic projection was so clear and its signal so strong that it could receive interstellar news on various planets. On the orbit to the beautiful city festival, Lin Shen activated the bracelet-shaped communicator and browsed through various pieces of cosmic news. Soon, one piece of news caught his attention. The undefeated king had failed to challenge the exquisite heart and had once again escaped unscathed, setting a new record for his escape level. Lin Shen had Xiaoya search for information about the undefeated king and found that during the 3 months he had been unconscious, his big brother had challenged many famous ascenders of various races, and in the end, he had always managed to escape safely. You couldn't say he was utterly defeated, but, in truth, he had never won. Because he had challenged Dac, many people wanted to deal with him. Some disliked him, but most wanted the fame that came with defeating him. For someone to take down a person even Dac could not handle, for some, that was quite appealing. Therefore, most of the experts from various races accepted the challenges issued by Lin Xiangdong, seeking to defeat him, but in the end, none succeeded. Apart from the nickname Undefeated King he had given himself, more people in the universe now called him the Escape King. How can I get in touch with Big Brother? It seems I can only wait for his next challenge and then go to the planet where the challenge takes place to find him, Lin Shen thought to himself. The three of them arrived at the City of Beauty Festival and saw the legendary City of Beauty Castle. It was nothing like what they had imagined. The City of Beauty Castle was not beautiful at all, but rather gloomy and terrifying. The entire castle appeared dark and fearsome, its walls ancient and patchy, covered in black moss, surrounded by withered, twisted, dry trees that resembled the dwelling of a witch found in fairy tales. People were everywhere outside the castle. Some were there for the festival, but many were vendors. These vendors were not selling snacks or toys, but waiting for mutators to come out of the castle, hoping to buy the ascension eggs they obtained, offering very high prices. Can we take a few ascension eggs inside and then pretend they were obtained from the City of Beauty and sell them to them? Lin Shen whispered to Yun. Ascension eggs brought out from the City of Beauty could be sold for several times the price of similarly ranked ascension eggs, and this greatly tempted Lin Shen. After buying those 3 communicators, he really was a bit short on money. But soon Lin Shen realized this was not feasible, because someone in the castle had obtained an ascension egg, and then he saw a beam of light shoot out from inside the castle, forming a holographic image-like silhouette in the sky. An ascension egg appeared in the silhouette, and then rapidly transformed within the light image, turning into the figure of a beautiful female elf holding a life base that resembled a magic wand. Ah, the light elf. Someone has obtained the light elf. Upon seeing the image of the ascended creature in the holograph, the crowd immediately became excited. The merchants looked eagerly toward the castle's main gate, eyeing every mutator who walked out. Chapter 330, Pet Chapel Wei. You wait for us outside, Lin Shen said, preparing to enter with Yun. Since Wei Wufu was already at the ascension level, he could not enter the City of Beauty and had to wait outside. I can't. Going in would just be wasting money. I'll wait for you outside too. Yun waved her hands in denial, lacking confidence in herself and believing that as someone of alloy level, she definitely wouldn't be able to get an ascension egg. Getting an ascension egg doesn't matter. We've come all this way. Let's go in and have a look. Lin Shen ignored Yun's opposition, paid the fee, and pulled her inside. Yun was dragged in very helplessly. Upon entering the castle, they found it to be more dilapidated than it seemed from the outside, with dark and terrifying old houses everywhere, many of which had collapsed. The stone slabs on the streets were also incomplete, with pits and bumps everywhere. Fortunately, there were many people from various races here, which somewhat diluted the gloomy atmosphere. Lin Shen saw a lot of people queuing in front of a church-style building. Not liking to wait in line, he continued walking with Yun to see if there was a place where they didn't have to queue. After walking around the castle for a while and seeing many church-style buildings with long queues of people waiting to enter, Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. There are fewer people in line here. Let's hurry and line up, Lin Shen said urgently when he finally found a church with only 2 people queuing in front of it, and he quickly pulled Yun over to join the queue. The 2 people in front of them turned their heads to look at them, showing a hint of surprise after seeing their faces clearly. The Celestial at the very front just glanced at them and then turned his head away, no longer paying attention to them. The person behind looked at them and then focused on Lin Shen, sizing him up for quite a while. Friend, do we know each other? Lin Shen asked the bat-winged man of another race in front of him. No, we don't, the bat-winged man said with a smile. You're human, right? Is there a problem? Lin Shen frowned. No problems at all. I used to have a human friend and we got along quite well, so I quite like humans. The bat-winged man spoke with a smile. Do you know why there are so few people queuing up here? Why? Lin Shen wasn't a fool, of course. He knew the short queue meant there had to be a reason. Otherwise, the other churches were packed with people, so why would there be fewer here? However, Lin Shen didn't care about these things. As a mutator, if other mutators could enter a place, he naturally could too. It was him entering first anyway. If there was any issue, he could just tell Yun not to go in. The bat-winged man chuckled and said, That's because pushing open the doors of this church requires a strength of over 100, otherwise you can't even get through the door. One needs such strong strength to push open the door. No wonder there are so few people in line here, Lin Shen said with some astonishment. The strength of a top mutator is only about 40. Even with a strength doubling skill, one could only reach about 80 in strength. With the door requiring over 100 in strength, it's likely that the vast majority of mutators couldn't push it open. You better hurry to another spot to queue. Don't waste your time here, the bat-winged man advised. Let's have a look first, Lin Shen said with a smile. The Batman did not say anything more, and at that moment, the church's door opened and a tiger person came out from inside. Seeing the dejected look of the tiger person, it was clear that he had not found the ascension egg. In fact, there was no need to look at his expression, for if an ascension egg had been found, beams of light would have projected from the church, displaying the form of the ascension egg and what kind of pet it would hatch into. Just earlier, while wandering around the castle, I had seen the church beam up twice. After the tiger person emerged, the Celestial walked towards the church's main entrance. A halo appeared above his head, and on his carapace, mysterious blood patterns surfaced as he placed his hands on the church's great door and slowly exerted force to open it bit by bit. It seems that opening this door really does require the strength of over 100, which means that these few individuals' strength must not be inferior to Wei of the crystal base level, Lin Shen thought with some astonishment. Characters rarely seen on the human mother planet were easily encountered on Meidu Star, with 3 of them appearing casually. The universe truly abounds with extraordinary individuals. Upon reflection, Lin Shen came to terms with it. In a village, having 1 or 2 beautiful women as the toast of the town is quite something. But in a large city, beauties are everywhere, and the village belle doesn't stand out anymore. Watching the Celestial enter the church, the great door closed once again. After a while, the church's door opened anew, and the Celestial walked out looking just as disheartened, with no gains to show for his efforts. Is there really an ascension egg inside this church? Lin Shen wondered, speculating whether the church's ascension egg was already gone. He could not judge the appearance of the tiger person, but the Celestial looked extremely handsome. He had the strength to open the door and must have been of the top-notch crystal base. Huang Yu had spoken of 3 key factors, and in Lin Shen's view, this Celestial met them all, yet even he had not obtained the Ascension Egg, which made Lin Shen doubt that there was an egg within it all. There's no need to doubt, the Ascension Egg is definitely there, it's just that the egg inside this church is harder to get. Besides the 3 factors, whether one can acquire an Ascension Egg from this church also depends on luck, the Batman said as he approached the church's great door. Black carapace materialized on his body, enveloping him, with a bat-shaped white symbol shining in the center of his chest. The door was pushed open bit by bit, and soon the Batman entered through the doorway. Lin Shen and Yun watched from outside for a while, when suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the top of the church, projecting the image of a purple Ascension Egg into the sky. As the image evolved, the purple Ascension Egg transformed into an ascended creature wearing deep purple high-tech armor, adorned with purple lightning patterns, standing on a high-tech greatsword with matching purple lightning patterns as if flying through the air on the sword. What kind of ascended creature is that? Lin Shen had never seen such a creature, but it looked truly cool, brimming with a sense of technology. This single beam attracted the attention of many individuals both inside and outside the castle, but since such an ascension pet had never appeared before, no one knew what type of pet it was. After the beam disappeared, the Batman walked out from inside. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, the Batman seemed somewhat dejected, as if he was not the one who had obtained that dazzling and cool ascension pet. Chapter 331, Zhengzong. Lin Shen was puzzled. It was normal for the Celestial and Tiger people who did not get the Ascension Egg to be downcast, but this Batman who got the Ascension Egg appeared even more dejected than the 2 before him. Could he be pretending not to have got the Ascension Egg? Lin Shen thought no one would be that foolish. Everyone outside could see clearly, so how could it possibly be feigned? Friend, what's the matter? Lin Shen's curiosity got the better of him, and he took the initiative to greet and ask. The Batman sighed. I did get the Ascension Egg, but it's not the one I wanted. That Ascension Egg looks like it can hatch a powerful pet, Lin Shen said. It's indeed nice. The mutated Ascension Purple Lightning Break Sky Sorter, with 3 mutant base talents and a double mutant life-based talent, the Batman went on to reveal detailed information about his Ascension Egg. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised as he was just asking casually, not expecting the Batman to disclose such confidential information to him, a stranger. The Batman seemed to have realized his mistake too, and suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Shen for a while before saying with a bitter smile, You look so much like my human friend, I accidentally mistook you for him. Only then did Lin Shen understand why the Batman had told him all that. He had been mistaken for someone else. Lin Shen became even more curious. Just how similar did he look to the friend of the Batman for such a mistake to be made? He guessed it must be because of the Batman's mood that caused this momentary lapse. What's your human friend's name? Lin Shen inquired with curiosity. His name is Zhengzong. You humans all look quite similar, but you and he share a particularly striking resemblance. Although he looks more mature than you and isn't as lively, he's also a very good person who has given me a lot of help. He's both a mentor and a friend to me, the Batman explained. Zhengzong Herbal Tea? Who would give themselves such a name? Zhengzong, Zhongjing. Lin Shen felt the name sounded a bit odd, and then suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. Damn, don't tell me, isn't Sanjay Zhongjing's name? Lin Shen hurriedly stopped the Batman who was about to leave. Is there something you need? The Batman turned back and looked at him, puzzled. This human friend of yours, Zhengzong, does he have a scar here that's not very noticeable? It looks like a wrinkle from frowning, so it seems like he's always furrowing his brow, Lin Shen asked, pointing to the space between his eyebrows. Is that a scar? I always thought he had many worries, so he would be frowning all the time. The Batman was taken aback. How do you know this? Do you know him? Lin Shen thought to himself, more than knowing him, it's got to be Sanjay Zhongjing. However, Lin Shen kept these thoughts to himself, not voicing them out loud. If his brother was using the alias Zhengzong, there must be a reason for it. Lin Shen couldn't blow his cover. If this Zhengzong you're talking about is the Zhengzong I know, then yes, I do indeed know him. Not only do I know him, but we are also distant relatives, Lin Shen said while inwardly thinking, distant relatives indeed. No wonder you two look so alike, so you actually are relatives, that's great, the Batman responded with delight upon hearing Lin Shen was Zhengzong's distant relative. Come on, let's find a place to drink something. No rush, just wait for me a moment. I want to check inside, Lin Shen said, pointing to the church. You can push open the doors of the church? The Batman asked. Then, as if a light bulb went off, he added, since you're Zhengzong's relative, you must be extraordinary like him. Surely it will be no trouble. Go ahead and try your luck. If you're fortunate enough to get an ascension egg, that would be fantastic. Lin Shen nodded and walked to the front of the church. Using super base change, he slowly pushed open the doors of the church. After entering the church, Lin Shen found that the interior was as dilapidated as the outside, with a divine statue on the platform being the only standout amidst the chair's missing arms and legs scattered everywhere. At a glance, one could see everything. The chairs and statue were both very worn out. Lin Shen walked around inside, only seeing the modeled frescoes on the walls. There was no sign of any ascension egg. It seems my luck isn't great. Definitely not because I'm not good-looking enough. Lin Shen turned to walk back towards the main entrance. Since there was no ascension egg, lingering here was pointless. It would be better to leave quickly and ask the Batman about Zhengzong. Lin Shen reached the entrance, where this time the doors opened by themselves without needing to be pushed. After he stepped out, the Batman consoled him. These churches are very strange. It's normal to not obtain an ascension egg. Getting it would be great, but it's no big deal if I don't. Lin Shen didn't seem to mind much and turned to Yun. Yun, why don't you go give it a try? I can't, can I? Yun was slightly taken aback. You're already here, might as well feel the atmosphere, Lin Shen said with a smile. Yun nodded, knowing that being only at alloy level, she didn't meet the 3 requirements. She probably wouldn't be able to push open the doors of any church, but since she was already there, touching the doors would count as having been here. Lin Shen chatted with the Batman and learned that his name was Bart and that their race was called the Bart race. Unlike other races that had entered the interstellar age, the Bart race had not yet entered the interstellar age. A higher-ranking race had discovered the planet of the Bart race during space travel and brought Bart out. Originally, Bart was not named Bart, but he used this name to honor his race. In the vast universe, there was only one mutator of the Bart race, Bart, traveling alone. Because of the matter concerning Zhengzong, Lin Shen and Bart had a great conversation. Lin Shen was about to inquire further about Zhengzong's news when they suddenly heard a loud clang. Both men were attracted by the sound and turned to look, and were immediately surprised. The 2 big doors of the church had unexpectedly opened completely. Yun was standing in front of the open doors with her hand stretched out, looking somewhat puzzled. What are you waiting for? Get in there. Lin Shen didn't know how Yun had managed to open the door, but since it was already open, there was no point hesitating. Bart was equally puzzled. With his strength, he could barely push open a door, and only enough to squeeze through. How did that moon rabbit woman manage to push both doors open at once? What kind of strength was that? Hearing Lin Shen's words, Yun hurriedly walked in, and the doors closed behind her. Lin Shen and Bart both stared at the church, no longer in the mood for chat. Before long, a beam of light shot up from the top of the church, and the image of an ascension egg appeared. The ascension egg kept transforming, and after a moment, it turned into a divine statue. Chapter 332, the statue of the god Lin Shen, and Bart looked at the statue in the beam of light and were both astonished, for the statue's appearance was exactly the same as the one in the church. However, the church's statue was in a state of disrepair, while the one in the beam of light was dazzlingly brilliant, radiating a holy luminescence all over. So this is the true appearance of that statue? Lin Shen had initially been startled by the sight of the statue because it was marred and, coupled with the gloomy setting of the church, it also seemed rather sinister. At this moment, the statue-like ascended creature didn't look the least bit grim. Even the divine maidens of the heavens couldn't compare. The statue was clad in armor, holding in one hand an angel doll slightly larger than a palm, and in the other hand, carrying a war shield, making it difficult to guess which one was her life base, or perhaps both were her life bases. Bart, are all the statues in the churches of the same figure? Lin Shen asked, turning to face Bart. Not at all. Each church has a different statue, said Bart, shaking his head. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought that maybe he hadn't been able to obtain the ascension egg just because he merely worshipped at the wrong shrine. This deity was obviously female, and as a man, he definitely wouldn't be accepted. But then he thought Bart was also a man, so how had he been recognized? Could it be that Bart looks like a man but is actually a woman? Lin Shen sized up Bart, refusing to admit that his own lack of appeal was the reason for not getting the ascension egg. Not long after the halo disappeared, Yun came out holding an ascension egg that looked exactly like the one in the beam of light. Yun excitedly approached Lin Shen and handed him the ascension egg. Lin Shen was slightly startled. What are you giving it to me for? The money was yours, and you were the one who sent me. I merely followed your orders, so the item naturally belongs to you, Yun said matter-of-factly. What you've obtained is yours. Keep it. Don't let outsiders see it, said Lin Shen. Although he was very curious about the ascension egg, he really couldn't bear to snatch away Yun's item. Then, you hold on to it for me. If I keep it, I'm afraid it will be stolen. Yun immediately stuffed the ascension egg into Lin Shen's hands, not allowing any refusal. Lin Shen thought it made sense. When they went out later, those merchants would definitely be waiting outside, eager to purchase the ascension egg, and the scene would surely be chaotic. It would be awful if someone took advantage. As the light beam ascended earlier, many people had already appeared in the distance to watch. The fact that Yun had obtained the Ascension Egg could not be concealed. Lin Shen directly put the Ascension Egg into his backpack and then said to Bart, "It seems inconvenient to chat today. Could we add each other as friends to communicate?" Bart knew that he and Yun were the center of attention today and would definitely be followed by others, making it inconvenient to go eat. They had to add each other as friends and arrange a meeting another time. As mutators, they could only choose to enter one church, and all three had already lost the eligibility. There was no need to stay, so they headed straight for the castle's main gate. No sooner had the three stepped out of the castle's main gate than the merchants with informants inside the castle immediately surrounded them, trying to purchase the Ascension Eggs from Bart and Yun. Some offered high prices to tempt them, others promised great profits, but most were looking to snatch a bargain. Lin Shen didn't pay any attention to them, simply pulling Yun along as they squeezed through the crowd, ignoring everyone. When some of the merchants tried to stop them, they saw an extremely robust man protecting Lin Shen and Yun, coldly watching over them. They shivered involuntarily and subconsciously made way. Under Wei Wufu's protection, Lin Shen and Yun finally managed to break free from the merchants' encirclement and quickly left the City of Beauty Festival. As they left, Lin Shen turned back for a glance, only to see that Bart had already disappeared without a trace. It seemed Bart was well aware that possessing such a superior Ascension Egg, it wouldn't be surprising if some wealthy and powerful families had their eyes on it. Lin Shen didn't dare to linger there, taking Wei and Yun directly to the teleporter, and decided to head back to Giant Ringstar first. The journey was surprisingly smooth, but upon arriving at the teleportation station and purchasing tickets to Giant Ringstar, while waiting, Lin Shen started to feel that something was not right. The waiting hall, which had not been sparsely populated to begin with, had emptied in the blink of an eye, leaving only the three of them. Lin Shen looked toward Wei Wufu, whose gaze was fixed on the entrance of the waiting hall, just as a middle-aged celestial, dressed impeccably, walked in. "My name is Njifeng. I am the butler to the Star Lord, and my lord wishes to invite the three of you to the mansion for a visit," the celestial said politely, resembling a gentleman. "We need to leave Meidu Star immediately for urgent matters, so I'm afraid it might not be convenient," Lin Shen replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "No matter, the Star Lord has already ordered a temporary shutdown of the teleporter to Giant Ringstar. After your visit to the Star Lord's mansion, a special teleportation will be activated just for you," Njifeng said, still smiling. He seemed polite, but his assertiveness was unmistakable. "If you are here for the Ascension Egg, I think we can avoid all this trouble, as we have no intention of selling the Ascension Egg," Lin Shen said. Njifeng's brows furrowed slightly. "This isn't a place for discussion. Please come to the Star Lord's mansion to talk in detail." "Sorry, but I don't think that will be necessary. No matter the price, we are not selling," Lin Shen insisted. "Are you sure you have thought this through? The price the Star Lord is willing to offer would tempt you." "The teleporter won't activate until you return, so it won't be much of a delay," Njifeng said, resorting to carrot and stick tactics. If they didn't go, the teleporter wouldn't be activated and they would not be able to leave. "No matter how high the price, we do not have the authority to sell this Ascension Egg. If the Lord wishes to buy it, he should contact my master directly," Lin Shen said, showing a card to Njifeng. The card was a pass given to him by Lord Tianxun. Unlike ordinary passes, this one was the highest level of pass from Lord Tianxun's possession, representing Tianxun himself, complete with her personal seal. Upon seeing the pass, Njifeng's expression changed slightly. "Where did you get this pass?" Njifeng naturally recognized the pass, aware that such passes were normally only possessed by individuals at the level of a Star Lord. Anyone who wasn't the Star Lord themselves and held the pass must be a trusted confidant of the Star Lord, acting on their behalf. Clashing with a figure of Star Lord's level for an Ascension Egg did not seem to be a wise decision. "Do I need to initiate a video communication with Lord Tianxun and have her explain it to you?" Lin Shen said, touching his communicator on his wrist and looking coldly at Njifeng. "There is no need to trouble Lord Tianxun. Please wait a moment." Njifeng entered a staff restroom, quickly cleared out the room, then used the communicator to contact another celestial. "Young master, there's a complication with the Ascension Egg. The person who has it is a close confidant of Tianxun from Giant Ringstar. So what if they're Tianxun's people? This is our turf. Kill them and take the Ascension Egg back. How would Tianxun know? If Tianxin and Ta were here, they would recognize this celestial as the one who arrogantly blocked Tianxin's vehicle, only to have his own vehicle smashed to smithereens. That might not be possible. They have a high-tech communicator, and the message has likely already been sent back to Tianxin," Njifeng said helplessly. "Why can't you handle such a small matter?" the celestial said impatiently. "Young master, shall we consult the Star Lord?" Njifeng respectfully suggested. "Why are you so bothersome? It's really annoying. Forget it. Let them go. It's just an Ascension Egg." The celestial, annoyed, cut off the communication. Njifeng let out a long sigh of relief. He certainly did not want to take the blame for the young master. Chapter 333 Meidu Goddess Ascension Egg. When Njifeng returned, his demeanor and tone had improved a great deal. He directly had someone reactivate the teleporter to Giant Ringstar, and watched as the three individuals entered the teleporter headed for Giant Ringstar. After Lin Shen and his companions returned to Giant Ringstar, Lin Shen also breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been taken to the Star-Lord's mansion, it would have been nearly impossible to leave without handing over the Ascension Egg. Even if they had surrendered it, whether they could have left alive was an unknown. Fortunately, Tianxun's reputation was influential enough, and the three had narrowly escaped that calamity. Being in the underworld, it's really good to have backing. Lin Shen felt grateful for Tianxun's help and thought of the fire seed she possessed. If it hadn't been for the trouble Ye Ya caused, he would have acquired it by now. Yun, what attribute does this Ascension Egg have? On the way back to Paradise Island with Evil Dragon, carrying Yun and Wei, Lin Shen asked Yun. Because Bart was present earlier, Lin Shen had not asked Yun this question. Bart had mentioned that one could see the attribute of the primeval eggs upon acquiring them, which is how Bart knew the attribute of his own Ascension Egg. Yun replied, this Ascension Egg is called Meidu Goddess. Its level name is a bit strange, called Super Base Creature. It possesses 3 base change talents and 2 life bases. Both Lin Shen and Wei were surprised after hearing the detailed attributes Yun described. Are you certain it has 2 life bases, not 2 base talents? Lin Shen asked. After some thought, Yun answered, I remember it clearly. There's no mistake. It's not base talents, but indeed 2 life bases, each with its own base talent. The more Lin Shen heard, the more astonished he felt. Yun's luck was simply too good, having acquired such an Ascension Egg. Now Lin Shen wondered if using this Ascension Egg to ascend would directly grant him a double life base. Unfortunately, according to Yun's description, the Meidu Goddess's 3 base change talents and 2 base talents were mostly supportive skills, not the kind of abilities Lin Shen desired. You have such good fortune, do you plan to hatch her, or use her for ascension? Lin Shen asked Yun. But Yun responded, I was just following your orders to retrieve something. The item is yours. If you wish to reward me, some mutation fluid will suffice. Are you really willing to give it up? Do you know what this means? Lin Shen asked Yun, looking at her somewhat curiously. I know this is an extremely fine Ascension Egg, but it was never mine to begin with, and I don't have the ability to keep it. Only by following you can I go further. The stronger you are, the safer I am, Yun said. What a good girl. Lin Shen was moved internally. If he could use it, he would not hesitate to ascend with the Meidu Goddess Egg. Regrettably, even though the Meidu Goddess was excellent, it was not the kind of Ascension Egg he was looking for. Both his elder sister and Wei had already ascended, making the Ascension Egg equally useless for them. It could only serve as a pet. Now Lin Shen was considering whether to use this Ascension Egg to allow Jiwi's or Death Powder to ascend. But upon further thought, the Meidu Goddess, with all its supportive skills, didn't seem quite right for them either. The more he considered it, the more it seemed that the person most suited for the Meidu Goddess was Yun herself. No wonder she was able to get the Meidu Goddess Ascension Egg. It must have been tailor-made for her. Lin Shen finally decided to give the Meidu Goddess Ascension Egg back to Yun when she was ready to ascend, allowing her to use this egg for her ascension. Having an assistant like this by my side wouldn't be too bad. Lin Shen had already planned to have Yun act as his family tutor, helping him practice martial arts, which would indeed be making full use of her abilities. After the three of them returned to Paradise Island, Lin Shen arranged for Yun to stay in the guest room, first providing her with some mutation-based mutation fluid to help her recover and increase her level, and later he would assign her to practice martial skills. Lin Shen had just lain down on the bed, wanting to rest for a while, when a message suddenly came through. This gave Lin Shen a start as he thought it was from Red Heart A, but upon closer inspection he realized it was the newly purchased communication device that was ringing. The message was from Bart inquiring whether they had left Meidu Star safely. Lin Shen chatted with him for a while, then he inquired how Bart got to know Zhengzong, covertly probing for information. To Lin Shen's surprise, Bart actually said that Zhengzong worked under a member of the Demon tribe named Sam, holding a high position and enjoying Sam's great respect. The information from Bart made Lin Shen waver in his previous certainty that Zhengzong was his third brother, Lin Zongjing. If Zhengzong was really his third brother, why would he work under the Demon royal family? Since he held a position of power within the Demon tribe, he should be aware of the Demon princess's use of the Wan family to target his siblings. Why would he remain unresponsive? If it were really his third brother, he definitely wouldn't have ignored the situation. Even if he lacked the power to stop the princess, he should have done something. Bart continued sharing his story with Zhengzong. There was a time when he was being pursued and nearly killed, but Zhengzong saved him and gave him guidance on how to cultivate. To Bart, Zhengzong was both a mentor and a friend. Without Zhengzong's guidance, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. From Bart's descriptions, Zhengzong sounded like a perfect person, understanding like a friend, yet knowledgeable and dignified like a teacher. It was less that he was a friend to Bart, and more that Bart held him in extremely high regard. Lin Shen was becoming impatient with listening further because, in his memory, his third brother was someone who disliked meddling in other people's business and was not fond of interacting with others, let alone patient enough to teach. He would rather fish, take photos, and drink tea by himself than take the time to teach Lin Shen anything. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he doubted Zhengzong was his third brother. Perhaps the man only bore a resemblance in appearance and certain characteristics. There was a time when I heard Zhengzong mention he had a brother who was killed by a very powerful person, but he wouldn't tell me who it was, saying my abilities were too weak to be of any help. Since you're relatives, do you know which other race killed his brother? Tell me, and when I increase my level in the future, I'll help him kill that person. Bart's new message made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. Did Zhengzong mention which number his deceased brother was among the siblings? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. He didn't say, and I don't know either. Did he have many brothers? Bart replied. I don't know which one you're talking about, and I haven't heard any news about his brother being killed. After all, we are just distant relatives. We met more as children, but since he left the Mother Star, there hasn't been much contact in recent years, Lin Shen responded. Lin Shen felt something odd inside him. If Zhengzong really is my third brother, then the brother he mentioned who was killed by someone, could it be my second brother? Could it be that my second brother is truly dead? According to Bart, my third brother holds a significant position within the Demon tribe, yet he is still unable to avenge my second brother, indicating that the murderer must be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, Bart did not have Zhengzong's communication details, and one could only meet Zhengzong by going to the Demon tribe. All of this was just Lin Shen's speculation. Whether Zhengzong was actually his third brother, he could only know after meeting him in person. However, he currently did not dare to approach the Demon tribe. I should first increase my level. If things are as I suspect, with my current power, I can't be of any help to my third brother, and finding him would be pointless. Lin Shen decided he needed to use the primeval eggs to ascend immediately, without any more wasted time. Chapter 334, Ascension. Again Lin Shen summoned Wei over and, when night fell, he teleported with him to the Ring Mountain planet, planning to ascend there. As long as they didn't approach Ring Mountain, this place could be said to be the safest location, free from outside disturbances. However, he couldn't live in this environment for extended periods, or his body would suffer issues. Lin Shen dug up the spirit bases he had buried and said to Wei, take a look at these spirit bases and see if you can use them. If they're of use, go ahead and use them. After I ascend, we'll go into Ring Mountain and kill those super source dragons. Ascension, Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen had previously told him about Ring Mountain Planet, and after surveying the area, he told Lin Shen to go ahead and ascend first. Lin Shen took out the primeval egg that Wei Wufu had given him, a glittering star-like, dove egg-sized primeval egg. Primeval eggs are generally not large. This primeval egg had nebulae swirling inside, with stars interweaving like a miniature universe. After making preparations, Lin Shen set aside all his belongings and then swallowed the primeval egg. As soon as the primeval egg entered his stomach, Lin Shen immediately started circulating evolution theory. A strange strength instantly began to pervade his body. A carapace, black as onyx, automatically appeared, enveloping his entire body. The peculiar strength within his body intermingled with his flesh and carapace, reigniting the evolution in his body that had ceased. Lin Shen felt as though his body was undergoing countless universal Big Bangs. The various cells within his body, one by one, burst forth like fireworks. His body emitted a large amount of smoke, and the originally black carapace also flickered with light continuously. Wherever evolution theory flowed, cells constantly exploded. After each cell burst, it formed a smaller cell inside, a cycle of destruction and rebirth. These newborn cells seemed slightly different from the originals, as if infused with some elements that weren't there before. These new elements originated from the combination of Lin Shen's own base mutation materials and the Ascension egg substances. The entire ascension process was the bursting, restructuring, and transforming of all the cells in Lin Shen's body. Ascension would reshape the entire body, allowing carbon-based organisms to adapt better to the universe, breaking free from the constraints of the survival environment of their home planets. Wei Wufu watched Lin Shen, his body shrouded in white mist, and although he knew the ascension process wouldn't conclude that quickly, he didn't use the spirit bases to enhance his own life base. Instead, he observed his surroundings more, ensuring that no disturbances would affect Lin Shen's ascension. Lin Shen was at his most vulnerable, virtually defenseless. Even a steel mutator might be able to kill him at this juncture. Evolution theory circulated again and again, the cells within Lin Shen's body bursting more and more numerously, speeding up. Even the dense fog outside his body couldn't hide the glow emitted from the large number of explosive cells. Wei Wufu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that the pace of Lin Shen's transformation seemed too fast. While it was true that using a primeval egg would make the transformation faster than a normal ascension egg, Lin Shen's speed was unnaturally rapid. Cells within him were exploding on a large scale, as if a chain reaction had been ignited. The flesh and blood of humans are too fragile, not as resilient as the bodies of base variant creatures. Concerned, Wei Wufu feared that Lin Shen's mortal body might not withstand such rapid transformation. Indeed, things were just as feared. Lin Shen felt his flesh and blood strain as many organs could no longer function normally due to the simultaneous explosion and recombination of too many cells. The discomfort was becoming unbearable, with dizziness and near collapse looming. Lin Shen's heart was filled with shock, knowing that if he lost consciousness, he might never wake up again. Lin Shen's mind raced as he gritted his teeth and entered the super base form, with his entire fleshly body transforming into base variant substance. Lin Shen immediately felt much better, as the cell mutation became even more intense, but its impact on him wasn't as severe as before. The cell's explosion became more intense, and what was emerging from Lin Shen's body was no longer just smoke, it blazed with fierce flames. Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen, having never seen such a phenomenon before. The smoke emitted during ascension was the impurity expelled during cellular explosion, recombination, and mutation. It was also the remnants of dying old cells. This substance could actually ignite, something Wei Wufu had never witnessed before. Enveloped in those fierce flames, Wei Wufu could not sense Lin Shen's current state. He could only wait by the side, hoping that Lin Shen would make it through this ordeal. As long as he made it through this, by the time he consolidated his life base, there would basically be no great risk anymore. The flames on Lin Shen's body continued to burn, lasting for nearly 7 or 8 hours before gradually extinguishing. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen's body suspended in the air, his entire being like a silver crystal, with countless lights flickering within. It's a success. Wei Wufu let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Shen had successfully transformed into an ascender's body and gained the most fundamental ability to fly. However, ascension was only halfway done at this point. Next, he had to consolidate his life base. Wei Wufu was also curious about what kind of life base Lin Shen would consolidate. The suspended Lin Shen's body was emitting fine particles like silver crystal, those particles gradually coming together to form a massive silver crystalline giant egg. Because too many silver particles poured out from Lin Shen's body, the originally shining carapace gradually reverted to its original color of black crystal, and Lin Shen's body returned to its state of flesh and blood. In this state, Lin Shen's body unexpectedly began to exude mist again, his flesh and blood undergoing cellular recombination and mutation once more. Wei Wufu was filled with doubt. The life base had already begun to form, so why were the cells exploding, mutating, and recombining again? This time, however, it wasn't as intense as before. Lin Shen's body was slowly ascending once more. As far as Wei Wufu knew, even if ascension was done with primeval eggs and a double life base was formed, it should be about connecting and consolidating 2 life bases, not that after consolidating one, the body would ascend and transform again. Moreover, the first life base wasn't even fully consolidated yet. It had just entered the primitive state, and there was still some distance from full formation. Lin Shen's body continued to ascend slowly, while the silver crystal giant egg underwent new changes. The giant egg's outer shell was turning to ash, drifting down like dust. These particles of dust completely vanished while still in the air, leaving not a trace behind. As the outer shell disappeared, the surrounding space began to twist, as if a strange energy was resonating with something inside the giant egg. Chapter 335, Cosmic Rainbow Light. Wei Wufu watched as ribbons of light, like smoke or mist, stretched out from the twisted space, and a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. The universe, rainbow light. Wei Wufu had only heard of the cosmic rainbow light, but had never seen it. However, the bands of light emanating from the distorted space were strikingly similar to the cosmic rainbow light he'd heard about. If that was indeed the cosmic rainbow light, it meant that a being capable of contending with the likes of Deisi might emerge among humans, which filled Wei Wufu with indescribable joy. But just as the cosmic rainbow light had begun to appear, a mysterious substance suddenly permeated from within the silver crystal giant egg. This substance coated the exterior of the giant egg with a mirror-like finish, reflecting everything around it, making the egg appear as if it had vanished, merging into the environment. The nascent cosmic rainbow light seemed to pause for a moment, then gradually disappeared, and the twisted space around it slowly returned to normal. Why is it like this? Wei Wufu felt an immense sense of disappointment. The cosmic rainbow light had almost been triggered, so why had it failed? He was so close, just that little bit away. Crack. The mirror-like giant egg shattered instantly, and a figure appeared before Wei Wufu's eyes, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. The figure was a young girl clad in silver crystal armor. Humanoid life-base forms were rare, but not enough to shock Wei Wufu. What truly made Wei Wufu incredulous was that the girl had silver hair and silver eyes, her skin snow-white as if made of cream, with a faint pink blush upon her cheeks. Underneath that silver crystal carapace was a body of flesh and blood. He had never heard of life-base entities possessing a flesh and blood body. Life-base should have been composed of base mutation materials, not carbon-based flesh and blood. Wei Wufu stared blankly at the silver-haired life-base girl. After she appeared, the space around her once again began to twist, and the cosmic rainbow light extended from the twisted space once more. The silver-haired girl's flowing hair dispersed in the air, instantly turning into countless particles that integrated into Lin Shen's body. Like ribbons, the cosmic rainbow light followed suit, wrapping around Lin Shen's body like serpentine dragons, causing the space around him to start twisting as well. A mirror-like reflective material also appeared on Lin Shen's body, giving it a mirrored finish. The bands of light entwining Lin Shen once again lost their target, but they didn't disappear as before. Instead, they coiled and twisted around him, as if sensing something yet unable to find what they were looking for. After a long while, the bands of light gradually receded, and the twisting space also returned to normal. The reflective material on Lin Shen's body was almost depleted, turning into a liquid that peeled off the outer layer of the carapace, ascending with the white mist. The white mist grew thicker, and the dark armor on Lin Shen's body became deeper and more profound. Inside, cells exploded like fireworks, continuing slowly. Wei Wufu's expression was complex. He realized that it wasn't that Lin Shen had failed to trigger the cosmic rainbow light, but rather, something inside his body was obstructing the cosmic rainbow light. Monster. Wei Wufu had never heard of anyone being able to prevent the triggering of the cosmic rainbow light. This ascension seemed unusually slow, continuing for an extended period. When Wei Wufu used the ascension egg to ascend, it had also taken about this long. When the white mist surrounding Lin Shen finally dissipated, revealing the hovering dark armor in midair, particles once again wafted out from his body. This time, the particles resembled black crystals, or tiny black vortices. Soon, those black crystal particles reformed into a giant black egg. As the egg's carapace began to scatter, the surrounding space twisted once again, and strange bands of light extended from that warped space, winding around the giant egg in myriad threads. With no mirror-like glare to hinder them, the distortions in the space grew more severe, and more bands of light appeared. In the sky, terrifying ribbons of light emerged, resembling celestial fissures, like phantasmal light dragons flitting through the starry sky, filling the entire celestial dome. Giant Ring Star, despite being enveloped in night, was suddenly illuminated as if it were daytime. Tian Xin, who was sleeping, was awakened by the brightness, initially mistaking it for dawn. She stumbled to the window, and upon seeing the bizarre spectacle outside, she instantly became fully alert, her eyes widening to the extreme, her face a picture of disbelief. Cosmic rainbow light. Someone has triggered the cosmic rainbow light again. Tian Xin's hands trembled on the glass, watching the bands of light that streaked across the starry sky like lightning fissures, the entire heavens aglow with their brilliance. Not only Giant Ring Star, but various planets across the universe had also witnessed this cosmos-spanning rainbow light. Who could have triggered the cosmic rainbow light? A gray-haired elder from the Supreme Clan stared at the sky-spanning rainbow, his face filled with perplexity. In the Demon tribe, Catherine frowned at the awe-inspiring spectacle of the rainbow light and murmured to herself, if the Realm King has not emerged, who else could trigger the rainbow light? Could there be another like Dec? Or perhaps it's one of the Nirvana beings using themselves to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. On a deserted planet, Lin Xiangdong, dressed in white, also looked up at the sky filled with shimmering ribbon. Who knows which race has produced such a figure? If they happen to be an opponent of ours, that could spell trouble. Countless beings stared at the marvel in the starry sky, while numerous others speculated about the kind of character who could have triggered this phenomenon that had appeared only once in the past 1,000 years. The majority guessed that it was one of the terrifying geniuses from the major races. However, most believed it must be a phenomenon caused by Nirvana, as the likelihood of a second appearance of someone like Dec capable of triggering such phenomena during ascension was considered nearly impossible. While billions of races focused their attention on the anomaly, the universe spanning rainbow light underwent a bizarre transformation. The bands of light began to morph in the air, forming one peculiar symbol after another. Many of the other races, having seen this, were dumbfounded and disbelieving. How could the cosmic rainbow light actually form characters? The symbols were clearly ancient hieroglyphs. Although most were incomprehensible, the shapes of the characters hintedly conveyed some of their meaning. Under the incredulous gaze of billions of races, the cosmic rainbow light unexpectedly turned into a text composed of pictographic characters. Yet no one could comprehend the meaning of the text just now. Who is the terrifying being that's triggered the cosmic rainbow light? This is too mysterious and magical. Is this really the cosmic rainbow light? I once witnessed the cosmic rainbow light caused by Dec, and it was just the initial bands of light. How could it possibly evolve into text? Could the one who triggered this cosmic rainbow light be even more powerful than Dec? Holy moly, could it be that a peerless strong being is about to mark the heavens and declare themselves king? This isn't marking the heavens and declaring sovereignty. When that happens, the cosmic rainbow light that's triggered wouldn't form text, but would just evolve into the lines of the universe's boundary. What on earth do those mysterious characters mean? Can someone explain it to me? The entire universe was in an uproar, utterly shaken by the bizarre cosmic rainbow light. Chapter 336, Double Life Base. The cosmic rainbow light lasted a long time, and the chapter of hieroglyphs that shone across the entire universe was also recorded by many races. After the cosmic rainbow light vanished, discussions about it became even more intense. Some races that had studied the hieroglyphs proposed an astonishing hypothesis. They believed that what triggered this phenomenon of cosmic rainbow light was not some cultivator, but rather the result of the universe's own evolution. The article created by the cosmic rainbow light was a method of energy transformation evolved by the universe itself, which is usually referred to as the evolution skill. The idea of an evolution skill born from the universe itself drove many other races crazy, especially those smaller races that lacked advanced evolution skills. If it indeed was an evolution skill evolved by the universe on its own, then it would surely be an incomparable treasure. If one could understand it thoroughly, the benefits would be endless. At this time, Lin Shen was also studying that chapter, only his focus was not on the text transformed by the cosmic rainbow light, but on the characters branded onto his life base. After the second life base took shape, it became a folding fan with black crystal as the fan ribs. One side of the fan was blank, while the other side was branded with the article formed by the cosmic rainbow light. Or rather, the cosmic rainbow light was simply projecting the hieroglyphic article already branded on the fan's surface. This gave Lin Shen quite a headache, as he was not someone who liked to show off. Now that the hieroglyphic text on his life base was projected outwards, others who saw the text on his life base would surely make associations, and wouldn't it be very easy to be recognized? Why was the cosmic rainbow light blocked when the first life base took shape, but not with the second life base? Lin Shen wondered to himself. He did not know that the first life base was blocked due to the effects of the enduring humiliation stealing life serum, but the effects of the enduring humiliation stealing life serum were exhausted the first time, so naturally there was no blocking the second time. User, super base ascendant life form, evolvable. Strength, 108 plus 81. Speed, 81 plus 81. Hardness, 81 plus 81. Toughness, 81 plus 81. Base mutation rate, 1%. Theoretical life activity limit, 800 plus 81 plus 81 plus 81. Base talent, contrarian. Super base pattern, super base precast, super base form, life base, super base contrarian, inheritance fan. Super base contrarian, first turn super base life base. Strength, 28 plus 81. Speed, 81 plus 81 plus 81 plus 81 plus 81 plus 81 plus 81. Contrarian, those who struggle against destiny will be played by fate. Fully aware of this, they still declare war against fate, making the futures unpredictable. Same root born, the contrarian is born from the same root as the master, inheriting all the master's characteristics and skills. Inheritance fan, first turn super base life base. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Inheritance, those who inherit the civilization's torch and receive the power of inheritance will be blessed. The more inheritors, the stronger the blessing. Fan dance, the first move of fan dance, open. Lin Shen looked at his two life bases. At first glance, the super base contrarian seemed terrifyingly strong, capable of using all of his skills and possessing all of his attributes. It was as if he had an additional combatant identical to Lin Shen himself. However, what use the contrarian's skills had was something he still hadn't figured out. The inheritance fan seemed much more ordinary by comparison, with no particularly special features beyond the double life-based talent. But upon closer examination, one could find that this object was something invincible in the later stages. Lin Shen had already studied the writings on the inheritance fan, which indeed turned out to be an evolution skill. From this, one could infer that the more people who cultivate this evolution skill, the more blessings it would provide to the inheritance fan. If all the races in the universe were to cultivate this evolution skill in the future, then the inheritance fan would truly be invincible. This thing was a bit too geared toward the late game and not very useful in the early stages. The attributes of the inheritance fan were already top-notch. As long as he didn't encounter those freakishly strong ascenders, it was more than enough. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu about the attributes of these two life bases, and after listening, Wei Wufu nodded and said, "Very strong." The two of them first picked up all the spirit bases on the ground. Lin Shen took two pterosaur sickles, handing one over to the super base contrarian and the other to the inheritance fan. Yet neither of them made any move, which gave Lin Shen a bad premonition. Lin Shen then took the nightglow flower from Wei Wufu. This time, both of them showed interest, wanting the nightglow flower in Lin Shen's hand. Don't tell me, both these things need mutated spirit bases to grow. Lin Shen felt as if he had fallen into a trap. The reason he could ascend so quickly was due to the mutated resource treasury on Realm King Planet. But there were no ascended mutated resources on Realm King Planet. Where was he supposed to find so many mutated spirit bases for the two of them to grow? Lin Shen relayed this frustrating news to Wei Wufu, who grabbed a pterosaur sickle and threw it directly at his white robe. The white robe enveloped the pterosaur sickle and soon drained the spirit within it, turning it into a pile of residue that fell to the ground. "You, no use, give to me." Wei Wufu unapologetically let his white robe absorb the spirits from those spirit bases. Unfortunately, the white robe itself wasn't high in turns, and it took time to absorb and digest these spirits. Even with many spirit bases, time was needed. Lin Shen became frustrated. Now he only had the nightglow flower, a mutated spirit base, and it was a good 7th turn object. He wasn't willing to let them absorb it just yet. Looks like I'll have to go trouble that mutated pterosaur. Lin Shen planned to kill the mutated pterosaur and take its mutated spirit base for himself. With Lin Shen's attributes so strong now, killing an ordinary mutant shouldn't be a problem, he thought. Unfortunately, when he arrived at Ring Mountain where the mutated pterosaur was supposed to be, there was no trace of it, although the mutated ascension egg was still there. Lin Shen had no choice but to give up for the time being. Seeing the time was almost up, he waited for the end of the period and was teleported back with Wei Wufu. When the two returned via teleportation, it was still not dawn. Lin Shen had a thought and took out the Nightglow flower, activating it with his own ascension power. The rainbow halo blossoming from the Nightglow flower indeed lit up the pitch-black room. This thing can really light up the night on Giant Ringstar, Lin Shen said, holding the Nightglow flower as he escorted Wei back to his room without any incidents occurring along the way. With the Nightglow flower, we no longer have to worry about not getting back before the darkness of night, Lin Shen thought as he returned to his own room and lay on the bed to rest for a while. After daylight broke, Lin Shen called Wei and Yun to join him for breakfast. Tianxin cast them a glance and said coldly, "You really treat this place like your own home, bringing all sorts of people home. If you have a problem with it, talk to your cousin," Lin Shen replied while eating, unaffected by Tianxin's verbal jabs. "Other than eating, what else can you do? Did you see the cosmic rainbow light phenomenon last night? Others are able to invoke such phenomena, and you're still here only eating all day. Even if you can't bring about a phenomenon, at least try ascending," Tianxin scoffed at Lin Shen with disdain. "You talk as if you caused a cosmic rainbow light phenomenon when you ascended," Lin Shen retorted, leaving Tianxin speechless. Chapter 337, Specialties. Breakfast wasn't even finished when Tianxin got so angry that she couldn't eat anymore and got up to leave. Lin Shen, however, didn't care that much and just continued eating. The food here was indeed good, at least better than what he could make himself. "Mr. Lin Shen, I want to discuss a business proposition with you. I am thinking of doing some small trading here on Giant Ringstar." The eldest sister suddenly started talking. "Sure, big sis, what trading do you want to do?" Lin Shen knew his sister was not someone who could sit still. Having her stay in Paradise Palace all day long would certainly drive her mad. The eldest sister immediately pulled out a stack of documents and, flipping through them, pointed to the dense information written on them and said to Lin Shen, "I've done some analysis on Giant Ringstar recently. I think this special product of Giant Ringstar will definitely skyrocket in price in the future, so I plan to buy up this product now." "What special product?" Lin Shen glanced at the document his sister was referring to, which had a drawing on it. His sister's drawing skills were much better than Lin Shen's, who could only draw stick figures, whereas hers were almost like photographs. It was a metallic material that looked like a potato, probably the tuberous root of some base mutation plant. This is a steel-level base mutation plant found on Giant Ringstar. Many places on the planet have this base mutation plant growing because it was discovered on Giant Ringstar, and it doesn't have a name yet. Currently, people here call it gua egg. The gua egg is the tuberous root of gua grass and contains 30% base mutation fluid. Many pioneers, upon discovering gua grass, dig out the gua egg to drink the base mutation fluid inside to sustain themselves. Although the base mutation fluid in the gua egg is only equivalent to the steel level, there is one advantage to using it to stave off hunger. After consuming it, one can relieve fatigue to a certain extent, Lin Miao explained in great detail. But after listening for a long time, the others couldn't see how trading this thing would be profitable. The liquid inside the gua egg was only equivalent to steel-level base mutation fluid, and the content was so low. Moreover, although gua grass grows in many places on Giant Ringstar, it is scattered and hard to find in large quantities. To the others, it would be better to spend time hunting or buying gua eggs than to kill a few ascended creatures and sell the ascension liquid they obtained, which could fetch a price over 10,000 times that of the gua eggs. Seeing the confusion among them, Lin Miao smiled and said, "First, we'll try to buy as many gua eggs as possible, and it would be best to purchase the regions where they are produced. Later, I plan to give it a new name." A new name? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. No matter how it was renamed, it was still just a steel-level material. How much could it sell for? "Yes, a new name. I've already thought of it. Gua grass will be called kidney treasure grass, and gua egg will be called kidney treasure pill. The fluid in this pill can replenish one's form, improve qi and blood circulation, balance yin and yang, and strengthen the body." Lin Miao spoke as if she were a complete professional. "The gua egg has that strong an effect?" Both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other with skepticism. "Well, it definitely has the fatigue-relieving effect, and the other effects are possible too. But that's not important." Lin Miao pointed to the drawing of a gua egg. "Take a closer look. What does this gua egg resemble?" Everyone looked at the drawing of the gua egg carefully, and soon Lin Shen realized what it resembled and exclaimed in surprise, "This thing does look quite like a kidney, old Wei. Do you think it looks like one?" Wei nodded continuously. "It does." "Then we're in business. The Lin family's rise to wealth will rely on this kidney treasure pill." Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen with a smile. "Invest some startup capital for your sister, will you?" I'll give you half the shares. Sure thing, how much do you need? Lin Shen agreed smilingly. In business, of course, the more capital the better, the more the merrier. The big sister was very confident. I have some ascension liquid here which I can give you all if you need it, and I can get you more in the future. Lin Shen offered some ascension liquid he had acquired from Ring Mountain to his elder sister. That should be enough for the early stages. Your flying vehicle isn't in use either. Can I borrow it for a while, sister? Lin Miao asked. Sure, you can take it. Just don't damage it. Someone special gave it to me and it has sentimental value. Lin Shen handed the keys to Lin Miao. I know, it was a gift from your sister-in-law. Don't worry, I'll just use it to show off. Won't push it too hard. Lin Miao took the keys. Do you need any help? Lin Shen asked again. No need. Business is not about a single person profiting, but about many people working together to create benefits. I plan to use you and the villagers. Lin Miao spoke excitedly about her plans. Sis, I don't understand these things. As long as you've decided, that's fine by me. I am just responsible for spending money. Lin Shen had little interest in these matters. He was more eager to increase his power than make money. He still had one fire seed egg that hadn't hatched, and he also needed to collect the fire seed from Tian Xun's body. The number of reincarnations of his life base also needed to be increased quickly. Even though ascension level was strong, if the enemies of the Lin family were truly from the demon tribe, ascension level wouldn't be sufficient. Lin Shen planned to achieve 10th turn for both life bases, then undergo nirvana. The amount of variant resources he needed was astronomical, so he had to find a solution quickly. Seeing that Lin Shen was not interested, his elder sister did not continue and took the keys to the flying vehicle and the ascension liquid before leaving. Wei, keep an eye on my sister for the next couple of days. Lin Shen felt that no one on Giant Ringstar would dare to touch his sister when she was in that flying vehicle, but he was still somewhat uneasy. Okay, Wei stood up and went out the door to follow Lin Miao. Mr. Lin Shen, is there anything I can do? As Lin Shen was about to stand up and go back to his room, Yun suddenly grabbed him and asked, Here is a movement technique for you to study. Lin Shen gave Yun the same movement technique he had given to Zhuo Qinglong. He had been practicing it without success, unable to grasp its essence. Mainly because this technique required familiarity to the point where the body naturally reacts, Lin Shen couldn't stand the monotony and had made little progress, so he decided to let Yun try it. Yun understood what Lin Shen wanted. Taking the paper from Lin Shen, he said earnestly, Mr. Lin Shen, rest assured, I will learn it as quickly as possible and definitely won't disappoint you. After Yun left, Lin Shen was ready to depart, wanting to continue his search on Ring Mountain Planet for mutated super source dragons and obtain the necessary mutated spirit bases as soon as possible. The soul harvesting skill from the death powder also needed to be improved, and his three-headed dragon mount was waiting for him. Before Lin Shen could even leave the house, Tian Xin, who had stormed off in anger before, unexpectedly returned through the main entrance. And she was not alone, Tian Xun was with her. My little lover, I just knew you weren't that easy to kill. Tian Xun walked up to Lin Shen and gave him an embrace. Tian Xun was roughly the same height as Lin Shen, and the surprise of such a hug instantly made Lin Shen aware of an astonishingly soft and springy sensation against his chest. Chapter 338, 3038, Ascension Pool, Little Ant, weren't you going to talk about serious matters? Tian Xin really couldn't stand it and reminded from the side. It was then that Tian Xun let go of Lin Shen, smiling as he said, Ah Shen, Wei Wufu must be the one who sent you the ascension egg, right? When do you plan on ascending? I've already ascended, Lin Shen answered. When did you ascend? How come I didn't know? Tian Xin asked in surprise and confusion. You never asked me. There's nothing odd about not knowing, said Lin Shen indifferently. What sort of life base did you get? Tian Xin asked with a smile. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan, which, without being opened, looked like a strange short staff, wide at one end and narrow at the other, and not very eye-catching. Lin Shen didn't mind them looking, as the inheritance fan could not be opened usually, only when using its base talent fan dance could it be unfolded. Quite ordinary, Tian Xin snorted coldly. Lin Shen ignored him, his thoughts moved, and the inheritance fan was activated, spinning a few circles in the air. Not bad, the speed is top-notch, and the rest should be the same, right? Tian Xin had already seen the clue. They are, Lin Shen did not conceal. How about the base skill? Tian Xin continued to ask. It's okay, why don't you give it a try, little Tian Xin? Lin Shen said with a smile looking at Tian Xin. Lin Shen said with a smile looking at Tian Xin. Fine, let's try it. Just don't blame me if your crappy life base gets shattered, Tian Xin said arrogantly. Alright, do as you please. If you can shatter my life base, this is yours. Lin Shen drew out the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver from his waist. Seeing the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver, Tian Xin gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, his heart almost bursting with rage. No wonder the little ant didn't mention giving me an Angel Revolver. It was given to you. You damned pretty boy, it's just infuriating. Tian Xin decided to give Lin Shen a real surprise, to let him know how formidable he was. Don't say I didn't warn you, my Heartless Angel has reached the 4th turn. Tian Xin directly summoned the Heartless Angel. The Heartless Angel looked much cooler than the Inheritance Fan, and on Tian Shen's command, its angel's wings on the back vibrated, transforming into a black streamer that rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't throw the Inheritance Fan since it had that Inheritance Evolution skill on it, which wasn't good to show to others. Seeing that Lin Shen intended to block the attack of the Heartless Angel with the fan only, a cunning light flashed in Tian Shen's eyes. The Heartless Angel, just about to reach Lin Shen, suddenly transformed into countless black feathers like a rain of arrows from the sky, covering Lin Shen densely. This was a new method that Tian Shen had just thought up to utilize the Heartless Angel, and Lin Shen happened to be the perfect live target for him to eat his own medicine. Lin Shen was surprised in his heart. He really had not expected that the Heartless Angel could also be used in such a manner. This Tian Shen is really unlucky. If he used this move on someone else, it would surely be extraordinarily effective. But it just so happened to be up against my Inheritance Fan, so I'm afraid that's too bad. Lin Shen felt a pang of sorrow for Tian Shen in his heart. He flicked his wrist holding the fan, and the Inheritance Fan opened with a swoosh. The side imprinted with the Inheritance Evolution skill faced Lin Shen's own chest, invisible to others. The opened Inheritance Fan, like a peacock display, not only splayed out the fan bones but also produced white light as radiant as peacock feathers at the tip of each rib. From a distance, it looked like a white peacock had opened its light display, shielding Lin Shen in front of him. The black feathers transformed by the Heartless Angel struck the light screen like a violent storm, but, incredibly, were unable to penetrate it. The fan in Lin Shen's hand spun, forcibly blocking all the black feathers. For a time, the sound of clinking and clanking collision echoed non-stop in the hall, but ultimately not a single black feather could penetrate the light screen. The futile black feathers then coalesced back into the black armored Heartless Angel in the air. Lin Shen gave his palm a shake and the light on the Inheritance Fan retracted, the fan bones closing too, reverting to its rod-like appearance, and he casually toyed with it in his hand. The first move of the fan dance, Open, could release the feathers of light while opening the Inheritance Fan. Although the light feathers could not detach from the Inheritance Fan, their own strength was exceedingly high, able to withstand destructive forces, equivalent to twice the hardness and toughness of the Inheritance Fan itself. Of course, this move was not just for defense. It could also be used for attack, however, since the light feathers did not enhance speed or strength, they could not boost attack power or speed. Nonetheless, for defense, they were more than sufficient. Very good, that's enough to use. Tian Shen stopped Tian Shen, who wanted to continue attacking, and said to Lin Shen with a smile, "There's something I need your help with. With your strength, combined with your life base, it shouldn't be difficult." "What is it?" Lin Shen didn't know what Tian Shen might need his help with. "Our three families have jointly found a good location, but it has also led to some disputes over interests. People like us can't really go into battle ourselves. That wouldn't be good for anyone. So, we decided to each choose an ascender to represent us in battle. The winning side will gain ownership of that place. Originally, I wanted Tian Shen to represent me, but the battle has been set with the restrictions of no equipment, no spirit bases, and no pets. Only individual abilities and life bases. That's why I want you to represent me," Tian Shen explained. "Even without those, Tian Shen's strength isn't weaker than mine, right?" Lin Shen was still somewhat puzzled. Tian Shen was not weak. In fact, his strength was great. Why wouldn't Tian Shen let Tian Shen fight then? Tian Shen huffed. "You finally said something sensible. If it weren't for Chiba of the Chi family, whose life base just so happens to counteract mine, why would I let you take advantage of this opportunity?" Tian Shen explained. "Because the battlefield is set on Chessboard Island, which is a small place. Leaving the island counts as a loss, and Tian Shen and the Heartless Angel would be greatly constrained there. Chiba's life base is the Thunder God, possessing a wide-range attack-type-based talent which can easily blast people out of the range of Chessboard Island. Your life base and abilities happen to counter him." Lin Shen didn't decline. After all, they had been mooching off Paradise Island for free. It wouldn't do for them to do nothing in return. What for? Lin Shen was puzzled. He only knew that Sky Pinnacle Star was the home star of the celestial race. Above Sky Pinnacle Star, there is an ascension pool. The base mutation pool you used before, the technology comes from emulating the Ascension Pool. I'm sending you to Sky Pinnacle Star in hopes you can secure the qualifications to enter the Ascension Pool. With the help of the Ascension Pool, your life bases can quickly reach high turns. If you're lucky, the Ascension Pool should be able to enhance your life base to around the 7th turn, he explained. After a pause, Tian Shen spoke seriously. The Ascension Pool can not only help your life bases quickly evolve, but it is also greatly beneficial for your eventual nirvana. Chapter 339, Major and Minor Nirvana. Tian Shen told Lin Shen and Tian Shen that there were two paths to achieve Nirvana, Minor Nirvana and Great Nirvana. Base mutation and ascension only required a step-by-step promotion, which was not very dangerous. But the risk of Nirvana was much greater. The path of Minor Nirvana was slightly less risky, and if it was only the body that was damaged, there would be an opportunity to try again after recovery. However, if one took the path of Great Nirvana, it was very likely that there would be only one chance. If one failed, the possibility of survival was almost negligible. Minor Nirvana was relatively simple, following the same old path of raising the base mutation rate to 100%, then seeking to increase the reincarnation count of the life base as much as possible, and finally finding a Nirvana egg to have a chance at Nirvana. Generally, minor Nirvana would not be lethal, but the success rate was not very high, and there was another risk. Some who succeeded in minor Nirvana lost their previous memories afterward, and their bodies became purely Nirvana creatures, spending the rest of their lives living as such creatures. This was because Nirvana creatures themselves possess strong vitality and spiritual sense. Even a Nirvana egg that had not yet taken shape could affect a person's spiritual sense during the process of minor Nirvana. If one could defeat the spiritual sense of the Nirvana creature itself, then Nirvana could be completed. But if one failed to defeat the spiritual sense of the Nirvana creature or was overcome by it, the body would evolve towards being a Nirvana creature and ultimately transform into one. The better outcome might retain some vestige of human will, but the worst cases would completely lose their human will, their bodies becoming a mere vestment for the Nirvana creature. The stronger the chosen Nirvana egg, the greater that risk would be. Therefore, many ascenders with relatively low strength and fewer reincarnations who wish to ascend to Nirvana would choose the relatively weaker Nirvana eggs among those at the Nirvana level to complete minor Nirvana. Even if they failed, the damage to themselves would not be substantial, and they would have the chance to try again in the future. The difficulty of Great Nirvana far surpassed minor Nirvana. It wasn't a problem that could be resolved by just one Nirvana egg. To complete Great Nirvana, one had to actively transform into a base variant creature, start all over again, and ultimately be reborn into the Nirvana level through Nirvana. This process was much more complex than minor Nirvana and required more resources and preparation. The rate of ultimate success was also very low. Even the geniuses from the powerful and prestigious families might not survive Great Nirvana. Some died without reaching the Nirvana level after transforming into base variant creatures. Others lost their human consciousness during the process and became real base variant creatures devoid of humanity, and some died during the process of Nirvana, unable to reclaim their human form. The reason Tian Xun, despite her mixed heritage, was able to gain a seat in the celestial court within the highly bloodline-conscious celestial race was that she was a great Nirvana being. To complete Great Nirvana, one must find an origin planet of base mutation. The difference between origin planets of base mutation and life planets is that the former inherently lacks human-like beings and is the birthplace of base variant creatures. On those origin planets exist locations of base mutation where ascenders can use the power of the land to reincarnate as base variant creatures and evolve towards Nirvana as such. There are varying qualities among lands of base mutation. Some can only breed ordinary base variant creatures, while others can nurture mutated ones. Some lands can directly birth ascended creatures or even Nirvana creatures. If one could find such a high-level land, it might be possible to reincarnate directly as a Nirvana creature. Of course, the higher level the land, the more high-level creatures there would be on that planet, which itself brings more risks. If it's a land that can breed Nirvana creatures, there would likely be many Nirvana creatures on that planet, and it would be questionable whether an ascender could even survive long enough to reach the land. Moreover, such planets are often under the control of powerful races, and obtaining the rights to visit them would not be easy. Even if one could use such high-end lands, there remains one challenge: how to recover human form after Nirvana. This process is generally completed during Nirvana. If one directly reincarnates as a Nirvana creature, it becomes difficult to return to human form. While not impossible, as some have succeeded, the difficulty is truly great, with a very low success rate. Most can only live the rest of their lives as Nirvana creatures. Naturally, the higher the level of the land of base mutation, the stronger the birthed base variant creature will be, and if one completes the Great Nirvana there, their innate strength will be correspondingly greater. Tian Xun, for instance, was reborn into the body of a seraph of the Nirvana level, which is why she is a very formidable existence among those at Nirvana level. Because she was reborn as a seraph, the celestial race was also willing to tolerate her mixed heritage to such a high degree. The ascension pool on Sky Pinnacle Star was in fact the celestial race's tremendous feat of excavating an entire land of base mutation from an origin planet and transplanting it within Sky Pinnacle Star. By itself, the ascension pool could breed ascended creatures, and after the celestial race's modifications, it gained the ability to rapidly induce reincarnations of an ascender's life base. Tian Xun inviting Lin Shen and Tianxin to use the ascension pool would also give them a taste of the experience of reincarnation within the land of base mutation. Although not complete, it was a valuable experience that would be helpful for their eventual pursuit of Great Nirvana. The mention of an origin planet of base mutation made Lin Shen think of Ring Mountain Planet, which closely resembled what Tianxun described as an origin planet. Those ring-shaped mountains were like lands of base mutation. However, according to Tian Xun, although there could be many different lands of varying levels capable of birthing different tiers of creatures on an origin planet, it was unlikely there would be so many. Therefore, Lin Shen wasn't certain whether the Ring Mountain truly was a land of base mutation. If Ring Mountain Planet really is an origin planet of base mutation, and the Ring Mountain is a land of base mutation, does that mean I could directly enter the mountain and use that magma-like blue liquid to accelerate the higher reincarnations of life base? Or perhaps find a higher level land to complete nirvana there? Lin Shen thought to himself. Using the nirvana level land of base mutation for great nirvana is very dangerous. I will try to allow you to use some special ascension level lands to reincarnate as mutated ascended creatures. That's the safest and best path to great nirvana. However, such lands are mostly controlled by powerful families, and I also need time to arrange opportunities for you. Fortunately, you have just ascended, and the 10th turn will take a long time. Tian Xun was already paving the way for their future nirvana, and this trip to Sky Pinnacle Star was part of it. The land of base mutation. The land of base mutation. What if we, like you, reincarnated as seraphs? Lin Shen asked curiously. Before Tian Xun could answer, Tian Xin poured cold water. Stop dreaming. What level are you on to reincarnate as a seraph? How many prodigies from the celestial race want to reincarnate as a seraph, but end up tragically becoming soulless base variant creatures? Unless you're as exceptionally gifted as my cousin, it's almost impossible to achieve great nirvana with the body of a seraph. Tian Xun explained. I was able to achieve great nirvana with the body of a seraph because I have dual lineage of celestial and spirit clan, possessing the physical advantage of a celestial and the spiritual sense of the spirit clan. It was a chance coincidence. You're of human origin, lacking these conditions, so reincarnating as a seraph is not a wise choice. I see, Lin Shen replied, suddenly understanding. As for the rivalry among the three families, if you're willing, I'll put your name forth right now, Tian Xun said. I'll do my best, but don't blame me if I don't come in first, Lin Shen responded. After all, he had just achieved ascension and didn't know much about his opponents, so he didn't dare to make any guarantees. Of course, he was still quite confident in himself. Unless he encountered freak ascenders like Deisi and Yeya, most higher-level ascenders pose no threat to him. If you don't even have the confidence to deal with Chiba, that's pretty weak, Tian Xin said, never missing an opportunity to take a jab at Lin Shen. If you're so confident, why don't you go? Lin Shen said with a smile. Tian Xin's face turned red, and she couldn't muster a response. Who is the ascender from the Yin family entering the fray? Lin Shen asked. You don't need to worry about them. It's the same human who went to the forbidden area with us. The An family doesn't have any particularly strong ascenders here, having fallen to the point where they let a human enter the arena, Tian Xin said, but then trailed off. She suddenly realized that their side was also fielding a human, just like the An family. The Iman swordsman has achieved ascension? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Ximen swordsman had long been at the top crystal base level and had spent such a long time on the giant ring star. Moreover, after receiving favor from the high-ranking celestials, it was no wonder he achieved ascension. Lin Shen was curious about what the Ximen swordsman's life base would be. That human is not simple. Don't underestimate him, Tian Xun warned. You came to the giant ring star with him, so you must know a bit about him, right? Tian Xun also realized Lin Shen and the Ximen swordsman might not be very acquainted, or else Lin Shen would have brought the Ximen swordsman to her. A little, not much. But he's really strong, maybe even tougher to deal with than Shiba. Lin Shen always felt that the Ximen swordsman was very strong, in a different way from others. Win if you can. If you can't, there's no need to force yourself, Tian Xun advised. If I win, can I make a small request? Lin Shen suddenly asked. My cousin has given you so many benefits, and you still want to make demands? Have you no shame? Tian Xun glared and snapped. Just say what you want, Tian Xun, unfazed, replied with a smile. Lin Shen didn't respond directly. Instead, he walked up to Tian Xun, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered, If I win, as a reward, I'd like to sleep holding you for one night. Is that okay? Tian Xun pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, but couldn't make out a thing. Of course you can, even if you don't win. Tian Xun's cheeks flushed slightly, but the color vanished in an instant as she said with a smile. Then it's settled, Lin Shen said, overjoyed, filled with a surge of energy now that Tian Xun's fire seed finally had a destination. After Tian Xun left to report Lin Shen's name, Tian Xun racked his brain trying to figure out what condition Lin Shen had proposed. Naturally, Lin Shen wouldn't tell him. He couldn't very well say, I want to sleep with your niece. Ignoring Tian Xun, Lin Shen returned to his room, locked the door from the inside, and then adjusted the time to transport himself to Ring Mountain Planet. Lin Shen climbed to the top of a nearby ring mountain and looked at the green liquid inside, pondering whether this could indeed be a base mutation location. Should I try immersing my life base into that green liquid, he thought. After much contemplation, Lin Shen decided to give it a try. After all, if those Ascension-level Supersource dragons could survive in the green liquid, his life base's strength should presumably be fine. If this place really was a site of base mutation, then he and Wei and the others' life base reincarnations would genuinely have a place to occur. The only issue was that the ascension pool on Sky Pinnacle Star had been modified by the celestial race. Whether a typical site of base mutation could facilitate the reincarnation of a life base remained a question. First, I'll deal with these Triceratops before anything else, Lin Shen thought, no longer needing to lure the Triceratops out. He directly released the Inheritance Fan life base and commanded it to fly into the Ring Mountain. The Inheritance Fan transformed into a beam of black light and struck at a Triceratops. Discovering the fan, they immediately spouted their life base in an attack against Lin Shen's fan. Open, Lin Shen uttered softly, and the fan suddenly unfurled with white light feathers appearing at the end of the ribs resembling a peacock display. The original force of the impact, due to the fan opening, shifted into spinning flight, tracing an arc and bypassing the life base attacks aimed at the fan, slicing off a Triceratops' head. The fan spun rapidly, like a circular boomerang, flying high and low in the Ring Mountain along an arc, swiftly beheading the Triceratops one by one. Killing these regular ascended creatures poses absolutely no challenge at all. Lin Shen felt it was too easy, no different from killing base variant creatures. The bodies of the Triceratops fell into the green liquid, but that was not his focus. Lin Shen flew in and extracted their life bases. These could be used by Wei Wufu to quickly increase the number of his reincarnations. The temperature inside the Ring Mountain was extremely high, growing hotter the closer one got to the green liquid, which was far hotter than the magma on the human mother planet. No wonder these supersource dragons feel so uncomfortable after leaving the Ring Mountain. They were born in such high-temperature environments, suddenly moving to cooler climates. It would be strange if they could adapt, Lin Shen thought, and with a thought, the closed Inheritance Fan headed towards the green liquid. When the fan touched the green liquid, other than feeling a scorching heat, no special events occurred. Was I mistaken? Is this green liquid not the energy from a base mutation location? Or is it that energy from an unprocessed base mutation location cannot be absorbed by a life base? Lin Shen waited for a while, but other than the Inheritance Fan growing hotter, no other reactions occurred, so he reluctantly retracted the Inheritance Fan. Without any other good options, Lin Shen had to abandon the idea for now and decided to search for variant supersource dragons first, to obtain variant spirit bases and enhance his life base reincarnation count. As usual, he went to check if the variant pterosaur was around and, to his surprise, discovered that the variant pterosaur had returned. Chapter 341, The Ultimate Late-Stage Life Base. Luck has finally arrived. Lin Shen released the fan, letting it rush into Ring Mountain to attack the mutated pterosaur. The mutated pterosaur suddenly spat out a mutant curved saber, which was much faster than Lin Shen's Inheritance Fan. Though the Inheritance evolution skill had already spread, those high-level evolvers wouldn't switch to practicing another evolution skill. Only some low-level evolvers or natural high-level evolvers might consider practicing the Inheritance evolution skill. Moreover, it's still in the research phase. Perhaps some have begun human experiments, but large-scale practice of the Inheritance evolution skill hasn't started yet. That's why Lin Shen believed the Inheritance Fan was a later-stage life base, and when the Inheritance evolution skill would begin to spread widely and more high-level evolvers appeared, that would be the true heyday of the Inheritance Fan. Even though the current Inheritance Fan is top-tier, it doesn't have much of an advantage over other top-tier life bases. With a thought from Lin Shen, the Inheritance Fan opened once more, turning into a large feathered fan, spinning and dancing in the air. But the pterosaur sickle was too fast and caught up to the Inheritance Fan, slashing on it. Fortunately, in its fan state, the Inheritance Fan had extremely strong defense. The fan was slashed up and down by the curved saber, but was not damaged. As the Inheritance Fan was chased and wildly slashed by the mutant curved saber, Lin Shen watched for a while and roughly deduced the mutated pterosaur's number of transmigration times. Based on the speed and strength of the pterosaur sickle, the mutated pterosaur's transmigration times should be between 5th and 7th turn. Not a very high number of transmigration times, but not low either. The curved saber couldn't eliminate the fan, and the mutated pterosaur seemed to be getting impatient, letting out a long howl to the sky. Suddenly, blue light patterns on the pterosaur sickle shone brightly, and the whole saber glowed with a green light, its speed astonishingly increasing to an unbelievable degree. Lin Shen only saw a blue lightning-like curved saber crisscrossing within Ring Mountain, like thunder striking, sending the Inheritance Fan flying in all directions. A velocity-type attribute, quite strong, Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise, not to mention anything else, but the speed was truly top-tier. Content source free web novel. Unfortunately, the ultra-fast speed of the mutant curved saber couldn't be sustained for too long and soon slowed down again. The Inheritance Fan had been under attack for so long without a single sign of damage. Lin Shen felt there was no need to watch any longer and directly summoned the Contrarian, instructing her to enter Ring Mountain to kill the mutated pterosaur. The Contrarian directly used Lin Shen's superbase form, her body wrapped in a carapace shining with brilliant colors, thundering towards the mutated pterosaur, and began wreaking havoc upon it with frenzied strikes. The attribute of the mutated pterosaur was no match for the Contrarian, who pummeled it with continuous cries, leaving it powerless to retaliate as its body shattered under the relentless barrage. Lin Shen suddenly realized a problem. Although the contrarian had all his attribute bonuses and innate skills, she did not have Lin Shen's fire seed abilities or his array of battle tactics. So, in theory, the contrarian was still not as strong as Lin Shen himself. I wonder if a life base could learn combat skills. Lin Shen pondered this question. Before he could come to a conclusion, the contrarian had already disposed of the mutated pterosaur, dragging it out and holding the uncontrolled mutant curved saber in her hand. The fan flew back to Lin Shen's side and floated in the air. Lin Shen took the mutant curved saber while also retrieving a water bag to collect the mutated ascension liquid from the mutated pterosaur. Killed a 5th turn. Mutated ascended creature, Rapid Supersource Pterosaur, discovered 5th turn mutated spirit base. Rapid Pterosaur curved saber. Lin Shen looked at the information on his watch, activated the Rapid Pterosaur curved saber with his own strength, and immediately saw its attribute. Rapid Pterosaur curved saber, mutated 5th turn spirit base. Velocity, 27. Strength, 96. Toughness, 21. Base talent, Blade of Velocity. Such trash attributes. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, as the stats of this mutated 5th turn spirit base were just trash, truly unexpected. Without saying another word, Lin Shen immediately handed the curved saber over to the inheritance fan for it to extract the spirit energy. Without the support of its owner, the curved saber had almost no resistance, and the inheritance fan, backed by Lin Shen, extracted the spirit energy that was like a pterosaur from within the saber. As soon as the pterosaur-like spirit energy was sucked into the inheritance fan, it underwent a strange transformation. The characters on the inheritance fan lit up, emitting bizarre white light, and the black crystal-like fan bones were like deep black holes, absorbing the light sources from outside. The light from the characters eventually was all absorbed into the black fan bones. Gradually, on the empty backside of the fan, white light appeared, as if an invisible pen was writing on the back of the fan. Slowly, a mysterious hieroglyphic character formed. The moment the hieroglyphic character was completed, the odd phenomenon on the inheritance fan completely vanished, returning to its normal state except for an additional hieroglyphic character on its back. The fan flew back into Lin Shen's body on its own, and simultaneously, a strange force poured into Lin Shen's body, causing some unusual changes. Is it over just like that? Lin Shen was somewhat stunned, then checked his attributes. All his attributes and skills had only increased by 10%. That was a mutated 5th turn spirit base, derived from a large amount of resources for its ascension to 5th turn. The energy contained within it was equivalent to all the energy required for a 5th turn. Even considering some loss during the devouring process, wouldn't it be reasonable for a mutated 5th turn spirit base to support the promotion of a 4th turn? Or even a 3rd turn would do, yet such strong energy only resulted in 1 turn, and the inheritance fan finished after just the 2nd turn. The resources required for the inheritance fan to reincarnate must be more than I expected, Lin Shen thought, considering how much it would take to reach the 10th turn with the inheritance fan. Inheritance fan, super base 2nd turn base, strength, 89.1 speed, 89.1 hardness, 89.1 base talent, inheritance, fan dance, the first move, open, the 2nd move, disperse. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. The attributes of the 2nd turn fan were as expected. The base talent inheritance seemed not to have changed much, but fan dance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lin Shen had guessed that since there was a first move in fan dance, there should probably be subsequent ones, but he did not expect that right after the 2nd turn, a 2nd move would appear. Fan dance seemed only an innate skill, but if this trend continued, wouldn't each turn have a move, and at the 10th turn, wouldn't there be 10 moves equivalent to possessing 10 innate skills? Indeed, it's a late-stage powerhouse base, so explosive, one base acting as 10, there's no limit to its strength. Lin Shen hurriedly tested what the 2nd move, disperse, could do. Lin Shen commanded the fan to perform the 2nd move, disperse, and beheld feather-light fan bones, like swords of light with black handles, flying out. They crisscrossed in the sky like countless flying swords dancing wildly. This works for me. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 342, The Absence of Evolution. Theory. Super Source Pterosaur, 100 Nubble 100. Super Source Triceratops, 100 Nubble 100. Super Source Velociraptor, 87 Mi 100. After killing the mutated pterosaur, although Lin Shen was unable to find any other mutated supersource dragons, he did kill a number of ordinary supersource dragons. The harvesting of Death Powder souls allowed for a rapid increase in strength. Seeing that time was almost up, Lin Shen took a portion of the ascension liquid he had collected and went back, a part to exchange for money and a part to give to his eldest sister as capital. Lin Shen drank some of the mutated ascension liquid from the mutated pterosaur himself. And what frustrated him was that evolution theory hadn't been able to convert the mutated ascension liquid into base mutation rate. Lin Shen's base mutation rate was still at 1%. The base mutation rate is the foundation of all evolution. Not only do ascension level beings need it, but nirvana level beings also need it. Without a base mutation rate, no matter how many cycles of life base one has, ascension to nirvana is impossible. Lin Shen knew where the problem lay. His evolution theory contained only the base mutation part and lacked the ascension part, so the evolution theory could not convert ascension liquid. This is really troublesome. Without the ascension part of the evolution skill, what should I do? Switch to a different evolution skill. After Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star, he managed to get hold of a proper version of evolution theory and carefully examined it. The legitimate evolution theory differed from the pirated version he practiced in only a few places, but it might as well have been poles apart. The legitimate version preached gradual progression, while the pirated version indulged in unscientific mutations. They were not on the same path at all. Lin Shen tried the ascension part of the legitimate evolution theory, and it was of no use at all. It couldn't even get his pirated evolution theory going. When in doubt, sleep on it. Seeing that it was almost time for nightfall, Lin Shen covered himself with a blanket and decided to sleep first. He had specifically gone to Ring Mountain Planet during the day so that he could sleep at night and coax the fire seed out in his sleep. Lin Shen slept clutching the base mutation egg without a trace of psychological burden. Even the most significant issues would have to wait until he woke up to be resolved. God's love base of the human mother planet, Ouyang family. Ouyang Yudu's limbs were chained with materials forged for the ascension level. His entire body was stretched out and suspended in the air in the shape of a W. Ouyang Yudu's eyelids hung low, as if he had fallen asleep. Yudu, why must you do this? Ouyang Juemiao stood in front of Ouyang Yudu sighing. Little aunt, you can go back. The decision I've made can't be changed by anyone, Ouyang Yudu said with his eyes closed. You refuse to break through by dual cultivation. That's your choice. You don't want to marry Bai Shenfei. That's also your choice. But now, the only opportunity lies before you. Why do you still refuse? This is your last hope. Even if you don't care about the Ouyang family, shouldn't you at least think for yourself? Do you really want to stay at the base mutation level for the rest of your life? Ouyang Juemiao pleaded. I will ascend, but I don't need to use their methods, Ouyang Yudu said. There's no other way left. If there were another way, the family wouldn't have let you take this step. This really is the only option, unless you're willing to dual cultivate with Bai Shenfei. Otherwise, this is the only path you can take, Ouyang Juemiao said, pushing a girl about 7 or 8 years old in front of Ouyang Yudu on the platform, pointing at the little girl and saying, she is your only choice now, your only way. The little girl, pushed by Ouyang Juemiao, fell seated on the ground. She didn't cry out in pain, nor did she show any intention of standing up, just sitting there blankly with a hollow gaze devoid of any sparkle, as if she was nothing more than an empty shell devoid of emotions and soul. Ouyang Yudu opened his eyes blood red, as if they were dyed with fresh blood. After glancing at the little girl, Ouyang Yudu closed his eyes again. Take her away, I don't need her. No, you do need her. You know that. You've already tried hundreds of times, swallowed all kinds of ascension eggs, and not a single one could help you break through. Without breaking through in gift theory, any ascension egg is useless to you. You can only take this step. Ouyang Juemiao sighed. Ouyang Yudu, you're not just living for yourself. You also have to live for the Ouyang family. I will keep going, but not in the way you all are thinking, Ouyang Yudu still insisted. If you had agreed to dual cultivate with Bai Shenfei before, there might have been a possibility. Now, you have no choice left, Ouyang Juemiao said, glancing at the little girl on the ground with a numb and empty expression. Since you can't make up your mind, let your little aunt help you. Little aunt, no need to waste your efforts. No matter what you do, I won't take this path. Ouyang Yudu remained resolute. But Ouyang Juemiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she clapped her hands, and soon several people came in, standing in front of Ouyang Yudu. These people were of all ages, men and women, seemingly with nothing special about them. Ouyang Yudu had already closed his eyes, but the sound of their footsteps forced him to open them again. You've come too? Are you also here to persuade me to take that path? Ouyang Yudu looked at the people in front of him, his face somewhat contorted. Find exclusive stories on MunFD, LFD, FD, FDA. Free web novel. Among these people were his grandfather, who had raised him like his own son since childhood. Childhood friends he had played with as he grew up. A girl who had taken care of him every day for over a decade. And a teacher who had always guided him. Xiao Du, you've grown up, and there are things you should do now, his white-haired grandfather said with a complex look at Ouyang Yudu. Grandfather, please don't say it. I know what I should and shouldn't do, Ouyang Yudu said. Child, this is the last thing I can do for you, the old man said, and pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into his own heart. He then fiercely pulled it out, allowing the blood to spurt out. Ouyang Yudu, splashed with the blood, suddenly widened his eyes. Those eyes, already the color of blood, now wept blood as well. Grandfather, what are you doing? Ouyang Yudu screamed madly, struggling desperately but unable to break free from the chains on his hands. Little aunt, have you gone mad? Why didn't you stop him? What are you doing? Ouyang Juemiao spoke indifferently. When your mother was pregnant with you, she was bitten by a mysterious base variant creature, which resulted in you being born with a power that was not supposed to belong to humans. I know you hate this power. It made you lose your mother at birth. It also made you different from ordinary people, unable to live a normal life. However, this power is also your greatest asset. This girl has mastered gift theory. She, like Bai Shenfei, possesses unparalleled talent. With your power, if you devour her, you won't need Bai Shenfei. Alone, you can break the limits of gift theory, becoming the first ascender in history to practice gift theory, Ouyang Zhuomiao said expressionlessly. Chapter 343, Monsters Can't Save People. I've said it before, I don't need this path. I will use my own abilities to break through talent theory and ascend. Ouyang Yudu yelled at Ouyang Yuemiao madly. You are too arrogant, there is no other way. I've already said, since you lack the courage to make a decision, then let me make it for you, Ouyang Yudu said, turning to one of the young girls. The young girl trembled, her face awash with tears, yet she still chose to lift her head, walk towards Ouyang Yudu, wipe away the tears on her face, and reveal a gentle smile. Without me by your side in the future, take good care of yourself. Don't. Ouyang Yudu saw the girl draw a dagger, and he roared hoarsely in madness, but he couldn't change anything. The dagger was thrust into the chest of the smiling girl, followed by a burst of blood, Shaoqi. Ouyang Zhuomiao did not look at the heart-rending roars of Ouyang Yudu, but turned to another young man. The young man's body shook. Step by step he walked towards Ouyang Yudu, but halfway there his legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Then he crawled and scrambled to Ouyang Zhuomiao, clinging to her legs and crying in despair. Aunt Zhuomiao, I don't want to die, please spare me. I really don't want to die. My relationship with Yudu, it's really not that close. He won't care about me really. A blood-drenched sword appeared in Ouyang Yudu's hand. Shaoqi's head flew into the sky and struck Ouyang Yudu's body. Blood drenched him completely. Ouyang Yudu's eyes were like pools of blood, continuously dripping, and he was nearly mad. Let them go, I agree to your terms. Ouyang Yudu gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. Your heart is still not firm enough, only I can help you. Ouyang Zhuomiao looked at several others. Some were paralyzed with fear on the ground, others turned to run. Ouyang Zhuomiao's sword swung mercilessly, slew each person before Ouyang Yudu. Blood splattered, Ouyang Yudu howled silently. The chains he was pulling buzzed, but he was powerless to do anything. In a moment, only an old man remained standing amid the corpses and blood all over the ground. Yudu, do you still remember the first lesson I taught you? The old man walked up to Ouyang Yudu, smilingly said, Teacher, please don't. I beg you, aunt. I beg you, please don't. Everyone who had seen Ouyang Yudu had agreed he lived up to the description of a gentleman as precious as jade. But now, Ouyang Yudu had turned into a twisted beast, crying and howling, his face smeared with snot and tears. The path of cultivation is full of hardships. Human affairs are inherently tragic. When you no longer feel the bitterness nor perceive the sorrow, there will be no more obstacles in your life's practice, and the path ahead will become smoother. The old man spoke and plunged the dagger into his own chest. Yudu, go on, the old man said with a smile, pulling out the dagger and letting the blood flow as he fell to the ground. Ouyang Yudu stopped crying and no longer continued to howl, quietly like a child. The blood in his eyes was fading, revealing the original whites of his eyes. No, it wasn't that the blood had disappeared, but all the blood had gathered in his pupils. His pupils had turned into an eerie lotus shape, like two blood lotuses formed of congealed blood, unfolding and withering layer by layer within his eyes. Finally entering that state, Ouyang Zhuomiao said emotionlessly, her long spear cut through the chains binding Ouyang Yudu one after another. Ouyang Yudu fell, looking like a devil, staring intently at the little girl sitting on the ground. He stepped toward her. His pupils, like continuously blossoming and withering blood lotuses, stared fixedly at the girl, the corners of his mouth twisting back as if in a smile. But that smile was so terrifying, it chilled one to the bone. When Ouyang Yudu stood in front of the little girl, even she, who felt as though her heart was already dead, couldn't help but shiver, as if she truly knew fear now. Ouyang Yudu extended his tongue and exaggeratedly licked his lips. His tongue was a bloodless flesh color, approaching white, but not quite white. The little girl, who had fallen to the ground, couldn't help but scoot backward, her eyes brimming with the colors of despair. Ouyang Yudu had completely abandoned his usual gentility, and like a bloodthirsty beast, he pounced on the little girl, pinning her to the ground. He opened his mouth to reveal his ghastly white teeth and bloodless tongue and then bit toward the girl's neck. Just like this, devour her. Make everything about her your own. You will immediately become the first ascender in history to achieve ascension through talent theory. The future of the Ouyang family can only depend on you now. Ouyang Zhuomiao's eyes shone, her body trembling from excessive excitement. The girl closed her eyes in despair, feeling the touch of teeth against her skin, her body shaking uncontrollably, spasming from sheer terror. But the anticipated pain never came. The girl spent second after second in fear, yet the pain never arrived. What are you doing, devour her? Ouyang Zhuomiao realized something was amiss and roared at Ouyang Yudu's back. Ouyang Yudu did not do as she wished. His body remained still as if frozen, just lying there. Gradually, Ouyang Yudu's teeth left the little girl's neck, prompting her to involuntarily open her eyes. She saw Ouyang Yudu still with the terrifying blood lotuses in his eyes, but the hideousness on his face was slowly receding, seeming less frightening. Impossible, you've entered that state. It's impossible to control the urge for slaughter and devouring. Impossible. Ouyang Zhuomiao watched Ouyang Yudu slowly rise from the little girl, and she herself became somewhat frantic. I am not a beast, not a monster. I am a human. I am, Young Yudu staggered to his feet, slowly turning around, his blood lotus-like eyes looking at Ouyang Juemiao, the madness on his face quickly fading away. No, you are a monster. The nirvana of the Ouyang family is dead. The sky has fallen. Only a monster can save the Ouyang family now. We all need a monster capable of overpowering everything, leading the Ouyang family out of this desperate situation. Don't worry, your little aunt will help you. Soon, very soon, Ouyang Juemiao was seemingly delirious, suddenly drew a sword, and without hesitation stabbed towards her own chest, attempting to use her own life to force Ouyang Yudu back into that state. But the next second, a hand grasped Ouyang Juemiao's sword blade. Ouyang Juemiao stared blankly at Ouyang Yudu's hand holding the sword, the blade already deeply embedded in his flesh, yet no blood flowed out, as if there was no blood left in Ouyang Yudu's body. Little aunt, monsters can't save the Ouyang family, only people can. Ouyang Yudu's eyes still held the blood lotuses, but he had completely calmed down, apparently regaining the poised composure of his usual gentle self. You've controlled it. Ouyang Juemiao looked at Ouyang Yudu with astonishment, her face a mix of disbelief and despair. You shouldn't have, if you don't become insane. The Ouyang family is doomed. Monsters can't save people, only humans can save people, Ouyang Yudu said, his body gradually being covered by a jade-like carapace, and a strange mist began to rise from his entire body. I am a human, not a monster, and I don't want to become one, I just want to be, Ouyang Yudu. As the last word fell, the mist surrounding Ouyang Yudu erupted like a volcanic eruption, forcefully splitting the clouds in the sky. The space around twisted, and bizarre ribbons of rainbow light extended from within. Ascension, that is, cosmic rainbow light, Ouyang Juemiao watched, stupefied, as the enchanting rainbow light spread towards the heavens. Even the brilliant sun, high in the sky, seemed dull beneath the radiance of that rainbow light. Yet this eerie cosmic rainbow light appeared only in the patch of starry sky above the human mother planet, not seen anywhere else in the universe. Chapter 344, The New Fire Seed Ed. The white fog was too dense. It was impossible to see clearly what kind of changes Ouyang Yudu was undergoing within that thick mist. The cosmic rainbow light twisted and changed in the starry sky and was about to disappear in no time. Ouyang Juemiao was both shocked and delighted, her gaze falling upon the young girl sitting dazed on the ground as a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes. Ouyang Juemiao's thoughts moved, and the sword in her hand instantly flew out, aiming to cut down the young girl. In order to allow Ouyang Yudu to break through the gift theory, she had done things to the young girl that were too shameful to speak of. Furthermore, since the young girl had witnessed everything today, she could not be allowed to live. The young girl also possessed the talent to cultivate the gift theory. If one day she broke through like Ouyang Yudu, she would become a severe threat to the Ouyang family. The flying sword, like a beam of light, was about to strike down on the young girl's head. A streak of white light flew out from the mist, blocking the flying sword. The sword, hitting the white light, was as if caught by a magnet, struggling but unable to break free. Ouyang Juemiao looked closely and realized that it was actually a folded white jade umbrella. By now, the white fog was nearly dispersed, leaving only a thin, gauzy layer. A white figure stepped out slowly from the mist, walking toward the young girl. Ouyang Juemiao's flying sword, seemingly attracted by the strange white jade umbrella, was firmly stuck to it, unable to detach no matter how she commanded her life-based sword. Yudu, what are you doing? Ouyang Juemiao said in shock and anger, and the next second she spat out blood. Her life-based sword, clinging to the strange weapon, had already turned into useless debris scattered on the ground. The mist surrounding Ouyang Yudu completely vanished, and he walked up to the young girl, reached out to pick up the jade umbrella, opened it, and held it over the girl's head, blocking the sky above. The girl stared blankly as the man with the jade umbrella approached her. The bizarre blood lotus-shaped pupils in the man's eyes had disappeared, but a small blood lotus mark had appeared on his forehead. Seeing Ouyang Yudu stretch out his hand, the girl unconsciously did the same, placing her cold little hand in his and letting him pull her to her feet. Ouyang Yudu held the umbrella with one hand and led the young girl with the other, turning to walk away. Yudu, she must not be allowed to live. Ouyang Juemiao's words were not yet finished when she was interrupted. You are no longer fit to lead the Ouyang family, spend the rest of your life here, came Ouyang Yudu's gentle yet irresistibly authoritative voice. Lin Shen woke up and, as expected, found that the base mutation egg had lost its mosaic, and information about a fire seed had emerged in his mind. Failed superbase evolutionary seed. Form compensation, eat what you need, consuming food with similar shape can replenish the function of corresponding body organs when they are missing or damaged. What kind of strange ability is this? Lin Shen's expression was somewhat odd. In his hometown, there was indeed a belief in the concept of form compensation. For instance, it was believed that eating pig's feet could help heal injuries to one's own feet. His eldest sister wanted to sell melon eggs, which also played on this mentality. If form compensation really works, should I try eating a few melon eggs? Lin Shen thought of something and felt a bit of excitement. But it seems like I don't need to replenish by shape. Lin Shen glanced outside the window, which was still shrouded in darkness. Lin Shen took out the night glow flower, using its glow to light up the night. He left his house, ran to the neighbor's door, and knocked. "Sister, open the door, it's me." "Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lin Miao opened the door, yawning as she spoke. "Do you have any of those egg melons?" "Give me a few." Lin Shen got straight to the point. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down with a strange expression. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't. Instead, she went back into the house, came back with a tote bag filled with 5 or 6 egg melons, and handed it to Lin Shen. "Thanks, sis. You can close the door now," Lin Shen said as he took the tote bag. Lin Miao closed the door halfway, but couldn't help herself and added, "Lin Shen, although it's normal for someone your age to have those needs, you must look after your health and not do it too frequently. Besides, that's not a healthy way. You should invest more effort in Tianxun. If you manage to win her over, you will both satisfy your own needs and extend the Lin family line." After finishing her statement, Lin Miao closed the door. "It's not. Lin Shen found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the closed door, all he could do was smile wryly and return to his room. Back in his room, Lin Shen examined one of the egg melons. The object was about the size of a fist and indeed resembled a kidney. How should I use shape to replenish shape? Should I just eat this thing? Even though Lin Shen's teeth could bite through steel, the egg melon was neither tasty nor likely to dissolve easily. Eating it surely wouldn't be beneficial. But then he thought it over and decided to give it a try. What if it actually worked? Read latest stories on MV Lay free web novel. With resolve, Lin Shen opened his mouth and took a small bite of the egg melon, managing to gnaw off a tiny bit of the tough material. "That's disgusting." Fighting the urge to vomit, Lin Shen chewed the bit of the egg melon, which felt like steel, and then forcefully swallowed it. He waited for quite a while, but there was no reaction. He didn't feel any warmth in his kidneys, nor did he feel a response from any part of his body that was supposed to be soft. What kind of thing is this? This fire seed is not working at all. Lin Shen felt depressed. Having already taken a nibble, Lin Shen opened the egg melon to reveal a liquid inside, which he drank. The egg melon was somewhat like a coconut, with a shell on the outside and liquid on the inside, but the shell of the egg melon was very thick, and there was very little liquid compared to the juicy coconut. "Oh my, there it is, there it is." To his surprise, Lin Shen really felt his old back warming up, and a certain soft part seemed to be perking up. Ow, this fire seed power is impressive. Lin Shen felt his spirits lift tremendously, as if he had boundless energy. "Let's try a few more." Before long, Lin Shen cracked open several egg melons and drank the liquid from all of them. The next morning at breakfast, Lin Shen was nowhere to be seen. Tianxin immediately sent the butler to call Lin Shen, but the butler came back saying Lin Shen wanted to sleep a while longer and told them to eat without him. "He has no sense of propriety at all. Doesn't he know we're supposed to go to Chessboard Island today?" Tianxin stood up and went to call Lin Shen herself. When she arrived at Lin Shen's door, she knocked persistently. Regardless of what Lin Shen said inside, she wouldn't leave without opening the door. After a while, Lin Shen couldn't take it anymore and finally opened the door. "Didn't I tell you?" "You guys go ahead and eat. I want to sleep a bit more," Lin Shen said, coming out wrapped in his blanket. "Sleep? We're leaving right after breakfast. I've never seen you this lazy. Wasn't the night long enough for you?" Tianxin was getting increasingly annoyed with Lin Shen, so she reached out to grab the blanket he was wrapped in. Chapter 345, Battle with Thunder God. Don't touch me. Lin Shen hurriedly tried to dodge. But Tianxin's hand was too fast, and they were too close. Tianxin caught a corner of the quilt, and as Lin Shen retreated, they suddenly ripped it apart. "Don't touch what?" Wrapped in a quilt in broad daylight. "What the wah?" Tianxin's eyes widened, staring at a certain, usually unremarkable spot on Lin Shen's body that had pitched a surprising little tent. Tianxin's eyes went straight, and his words seemed to get stuck in his mouth. Tianxun, Lin Miao, Wei, and Yun were having breakfast when they saw Tianxin come down from upstairs with a somewhat strange expression, as if he had suffered some kind of shock. "It's still early, no rush. Let him sleep a bit more," said Tianxun, thinking that Tianxin was sulking because he hadn't been able to wake Lin Shen. Tianxin moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and sat down to scarf down his meal. After finishing breakfast and waiting for a while, because they really couldn't afford to delay any longer, Tianxun could only use the communicator to call Lin Shen down. When she saw Lin Shen, who arrived late, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. Lin Shen's outfit today was quite different from usual. Actually, it was very different. He wore an oversized robe. Although Tianxin really didn't want to look, his gaze couldn't help sweeping to that spot on Lin Shen's body that made him feel extremely uncomfortable inside. It seemed like there was nothing unusual, but Tianxin still felt that Lin Shen was walking a bit oddly. The three of them boarded the aircraft, and Tianxin piloted away from Paradise Island toward Chessboard Island. After reaching Chessboard Island, Tianxin noticed that Lin Shen was still walking strangely, very slow and cautious, both getting on and off the aircraft. Knowing that there's a duel today, you still mess with that stuff in your room. If you become a jelly-legged shrimp during the battle because of this and screw things up, I'd like to see how you explain it to my cousin, Ch301 muttered coldly beside Lin Shen. Ch301 went to greet the people from the An and Chi families, while Ch301 coldly hummed at Lin Shen. It's not what you think, and I don't want it either. I had no choice, Lin Shen said in frustration. What do you mean no choice? It's because you can't control yourself, Ch301 said, curling his lip. I wish I could get it under control, but I can't, so I had to tie it to my leg, Lin Shen said. Since Ch301 had already seen his embarrassing situation, there was nothing left to hide. Tied it to your leg, Ch301 stammered, his gaze involuntarily sweeping to Lin Shen's thigh. Unfortunately, the oversized robe concealed everything, and he couldn't see a thing. After a round of pleasantries on Ch301's side, they entered the normal procedure, starting the draw to decide the order of battle. Since it was a three-way fight, one had to win against two opponents in a row to claim victory in the battle. The person going first was definitely at a disadvantage, but alas, Ch301 had bad luck, drawing Lin Shen to go first against Ch301. If Lin Shen won, his next opponent would be X-Men Swordsman. If Lin Shen lost, then Ch301 would face Zeman Swordsman. If Ch301 won again, it would be over. However, if Ch301 lost to Zeman Swordsman, Lin Shen would still have a chance. Lin Shen didn't plan on waiting for others to give him an opportunity. He was determined to win this battle. What's wrong with Lin Shen's leg? Seeing Lin Shen walk towards Ch301, Ch301 noticed that his leg still seemed a bit awkward and felt puzzled, asking Ch301 who was beside him. Don't worry, he's fine. Ch301's expression was strange, and she could not explain the details to Ch301. An Un-17 and Ch301 also noticed that Lin Shen's legs seemed a bit uncoordinated, which struck them as odd, and they were unsure whether he was injured or what had happened. They all wondered why Ch301 would let Lin Shen with his leg problems enter the battle. Ch301, if you want to substitute someone else, you can do so now, I have no objections, An-1117 said, seemingly magnanimous. In reality, he knew that even if he agreed, Ch301 wouldn't approve of a last-minute substitution, and besides, with Ch301's pride, he would not do such a thing. There's no need, said Ch301 indifferently. On Chessboard Island, Ch301, seeing Lin Shen's unsteady walk, mocked him. Do you need some time to get your legs in order before we start, so you won't have any excuses when you lose? Lin Shen felt really frustrated inside. He shouldn't have eaten so many melon seeds. He didn't know whether the melon seeds truly had some special effect, or if the principle of like cures like worked too well, but either way, he had been feeling uncomfortable since last night. Now, with his legs bound, he dared not walk extensively. If he made broad strides during the fight, the consequences could be very serious. I need to find a way to finish this fight without moving an inch. If he couldn't move, Lin Shen's surfing fist would be half useless. No need, let's get started, Lin Shen said, planted firmly on the ground with no intention of taking to the air just yet. Then don't blame me for bullying you, retorted Ch301, who immediately summoned his life base, a giant warrior clad in golden armor wielding a huge hammer. Lin Shen already knew from Ch301 that Ch301's life base was the Thunder God, with incredibly powerful destructive capabilities. Though it was only at the 6th turn, ordinary warriors at the 9th or 10th turn also found it difficult to contend with the Thunder God. After the Thunder God appeared, he immediately swung his hammer and smashed it down from the air towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned the Inheritance Fan, and using the peacock display stance, he shielded himself in front, letting the hammer pound onto the fan. The defensive power of the Inheritance Fan was indeed good. Despite being hammered, it was not worse off. Ch301 snorted coldly as the Thunder God moved like lightning, hammering down on Lin Shen time and again. Lin Shen stood still, using the Inheritance Fan to fend off blows left and right, surprisingly blocking all of the Thunder God's hammer attacks. Seeing that Lin Shen did not allow the Inheritance Fan to leave his side and he himself remained immobile, as if he were utterly contemptuous of him, it seemed as though he was suggesting, "What can you do to me no matter how hard you hit?" Filled with contempt by a human, Ch301 became furious and commanded the Thunder God to launch its most powerful attack. The Thunder God, with both hands on the hammer, raised it above his head as if gathering strength, and golden thunder started to appear on the weapon. Surrounded by the terrifying electric energy, the destructive force of the hammer had become unimaginably strong. Boom! Just as the Thunder God was gathering his mightiest strike, Lin Shen suddenly punched out at the Thunder God. Except for Ch301 and Ch301, the others were all somewhat astonished. With such a distance, what good could Lin Shen's punch do? But in the next second, everyone saw Lin Shen's fist power burst forth like a huge wave from the deep sea, directly striking the Thunder God's face as he was charging up, sending him flying backward. The golden helmet shattered from the punch, and his face was deformed from the hit, the damage severe. Chapter 346. Another battle with Simon Swordsman Ch301 was shocked and furious, having not expected that Lin Shen's fist power could injure someone from a distance, and be so domineering at that. Moreover, the timing Lin Shen chose for his punch was too insidious, completely taking advantage of the Thunder God charging up his powerful skill to launch a sneak attack, disregarding martial ethics completely. You, shameless, Ch301 pointed at Lin Shen's nose, trembling with anger. The Thunder God was damaged, its charge up for the big move was interrupted, and it was already significantly impaired, unable to unleash its true power anymore. Lin Shen didn't speak, merely taking back the inheritance fan and then gesturing to Ch301 with a hooked finger. Arrogant. This was simply too arrogant. The meaning was clear to everyone. Lin Shen was clearly saying, "Your life base is damaged, isn't it? Then I won't use my life base either, and I can still beat you into submission." Little did they know, Lin Shen didn't want to reveal the inheritance evolution skill on the inheritance fan, so he had no intention of letting the inheritance fan strike on its own. Ch301, having never tolerated such insolence, put away the Thunder God and charged directly at Lin Shen. He already knew Lin Shen possessed fist power capable of injuring from a distance. Without his life base, distance would put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, Ch301 had no choice but to choose close combat with Lin Shen, or else he could only be passively beaten. If neither were to use their life base, Ch301 refused to believe that he would lose to Lin Shen in hand-to-hand combat. Ch301 moved like lightning, his punches like thunder, striking with ferocious strength before Lin Shen. Lin Shen just stood there motionless, also clenching his fists as if he intended to match Ch301's fist power head-on. Ch301's heart leapt with joy. He had an innate skill that boosted his fist power, which would certainly make Lin Shen suffer greatly. "Try to stand up to me, and today you'll learn just how hard my fists can be." Ch301 pounded down with his fist, channeling all his strength into it. But the next second, Ch301's fist struck the peacock display like inheritance fan. His fist was blocked by the suddenly appearing inheritance fan, while Lin Shen's fist unceremoniously landed on Ch301's body. Ch301 was sent flying out of the bounds of Chessboard Island, hanging in the air and cursing Lin Shen. "You, despicable and shameless, using life base. Enjoy exclusive content from mvfreewebnovel.com. Idiot, I never said I wouldn't use life base." Lin Shen ignored Ch301, closing his eyes to take a breath and relieve the pressure within himself. "Humans really are cunning," Ch301 snorted coldly, but defeat was defeat, and he had to admit it. And 11-7 didn't say anything, given that the one representing him was also a human. What could he say? He could only pretend he hadn't heard. Just perform normally. An 11-17 patted Ch301 Swordsman on the shoulder, saying that even after witnessing Lin Shen's abilities, he still seemed to be very confident in Ch301 Swordsman. Ch301 Swordsman nodded, leaped onto Chessboard Island, and landed opposite Lin Shen. "Your movements seem somewhat impeded?" Ch301 Swordsman sized up Lin Shen and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious," Lin Shen said. Ch301 Swordsman curled his lip in a smile. "Who's worried about you? If it's inconvenient for you to move, that's even better." As he spoke, Ch301 Swordsman manifested a carapace and summoned his life base. His life base turned out to be a sword, but as far as Lin Shen knew, although there was the word swords in Ch301 Swordsman's name, he was not skilled with swords. A person who was not skilled with swords had condensed a sword-shaped life base, which was indeed strange. Ch301 Swordsman, who was not Ch301, retreated to create distance, while his sword-shaped life base circled around Lin Shen at high speed, attacking him from every direction from behind. Lin Shen could only summon the inheritance fan to block the longsword attacks of Ch301 Swordsman. The sword of Ch301 Swordsman became faster and faster, as did the fan, but the longsword never managed to breach the fan's defense. Ch301 Swordsman was not in a hurry at all. He continued to attack only with his life base, without any intention of making a personal move. What are they dilly-dallying for? This kind of fighting has no meaning at all. What are they doing? After a good while, the two were still repeating the same battle, and Tian Shen almost fell asleep watching them. Lin Shen was purely on the defense, while Ch301 Swordsman was purely attacking with the sword, without any special changes, just repeating the same moves over and over. After an unknown period, Ch301 Swordsman reached out to grab his longsword, retracting it into his body, and Lin Shen also tacitly withdrew his fan. Without a word, Ch301 Swordsman charged straight at Lin Shen, who in turn swung his fists to deliver a surfing triple strike. While Ch301 Swordsman was in the air, he moved with the powerful fist power, like a kite, such that no matter how strong Lin Shen's fist power was, it only served to push him away, unable to hurt him in the slightest. Lin Shen activated the super base pattern and continued to throw triple fists, but he still couldn't hurt Ch301 Swordsman and could only knock him back. After a few punches, Ch301 Swordsman's gaze suddenly sharpened, and amidst the successive waves of fist power, he found an entry point, passed through Lin Shen's fist power, and closed in on him. Lin Shen admired inwardly. The sensitivity of Ch301 Swordsman to strength felt outrageously high, being able to move along with his fist power and finding the weak point within his triple fist, smoothly breaking through his surfing triple strike. The power of the triple fist was strong because of its layered forces, but now with Ch301 Swordsman's smooth entry, the momentum of the triple fist had lost its effect. It seemed as if Ch301 Swordsman was riding the wind and surfing the waves, with his speed even faster thanks to the momentum of the wind and waves. Lin Shen had no choice but to change his fist to finger, with the power of vibration and piercing, turning into specks of phantasms aiming at Ch301 Swordsman. Like a drifting leaf, Ximon's swordsman used the illusory finger strength to his advantage, with his figure dancing through the specks of phantoms, evading all illusions. The final real finger thrust failed to touch Ximon's swordsman, who dodged it as if he were a falling leaf caught in the breeze. This man's technique of borrowing and dissipating force is incredibly skilled. Lin Shen was also taken aback. She had never seen anyone who could practice this technique to such an extent that, given enough space, it seemed no force could harm him. Lin Shen nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, he is strong. This man has reached a level where he is untouchable by force unless the speed and strength far surpass his. Otherwise, it's very hard to hurt him." At this rate, Lin Shen's situation looks a bit grim. He's constantly depleting his strength while that man keeps borrowing and converting force, using none of his own strength. In the long run, Lin Shen will lose. Lin Shen started to worry. She had originally thought that Ch301 was the greatest threat, yet she hadn't expected this inconspicuous human to be far more frightening than Ch301. Chapter 347, Using Force to Convert Force. Lin Shen was well aware that he couldn't defeat Ximon's swordsman with skill alone. To beat Ximon's swordsman, there were only two paths to take. One was to overpower him with absolute speed and strength, rendering his skill of borrowing and transforming force useless. That was a path Lin Shen could take, but it required using the super base form and all his base mutation talents to crush Ximon's swordsman with an overwhelming advantage. Lin Shen did not want to take that path, firstly because it exposed too much, and secondly, under such circumstances, it would inevitably lead to a fight to the death with no way to hold back. Although Ximon's swordsman was not exactly a friend to Lin Shen, during the battle with the Wan family, for whatever reason, Ximon's swordsman had lent his assistance. Therefore, Lin Shen was not willing to truly fight Ximon's swordsman to the death, and killing Ximon's swordsman offered no benefit to Lin Shen. Since he was unwilling to kill Ximon's swordsman, that left only one path. He would have to find the weakness in Ximon's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force, rendering him unable to borrow or transform force, and naturally he would be able to defeat him. Lin Shen did not know what Ximon's swordsman was thinking, but he himself had no intention of fighting with Ximon's swordsman to the death. Thus, Lin Shen had not even used his super base form, guessing that Ximon's swordsman also had reserves, not fighting with all his might in desperation. Standing in place, hoping to break Ximon's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force was clearly unrealistic. Fortunately, during the fight, Lin Shen felt a certain part gradually soften, not as uncomfortable as before, which should mean that the effects of the melon seeds were waning. Lin Shen could now use Surfing Fist and Demon Heart Finger without any worries. He finally didn't have to stand in place and defend passively. Combining Surfing Fist with Demon Heart Finger, blending strength with softness, reality with illusion, Lin Shen had taken these two skills to their limits, yet he still couldn't harm Ximon's swordsman in the slightest. Ximon's swordsman's body seemed lighter than a feather. Every single fluctuation of force could push his body away, causing every one of Lin Shen's attacks to fail. Lin Shen was forced to move, but sadly, it remains futile. Lin Shen's expression also turned solemn. This was no longer just a personal vendetta between him and Lin Shen. It was tied to the interests of Lin Shen, so he still hoped that Lin Shen could win the duel. But Lin Shen's situation was not good. He couldn't touch Ximon's swordsman, who was like a wandering soul in the air, and his frantic attacks were just a waste of energy. Ch301 looked towards Angelic and exclaimed, "Where did you find such a person? His skill of borrowing and transforming force is already quite refined. The evolution skill and base mutation talent he cultivates must be related to this technique, otherwise he would not have reached such a level." And Angelic smiled and said, "Although Ximon's swordsman comes from a minor clan, his talent and ability are indeed exceptional. It's not just a matter of evolution skill and base mutation talent. His understanding of and sensitivity to force is at least on par with those at the nirvana level, if not superior. That's the only way he could do what he has done, true talent. Unless he is overwhelmed by speed and strength, even with an unparalleled divine weapon in hand, it would still be difficult to injure him in the slightest." It was apparent that Angelic held a profound admiration for Ximon's swordsman. Their battle continued, and no matter how earth-shattering Lin Shen's fist power was, resembling massive waves and tsunamis, it only managed to make Ximon's swordsman float along with the flow, never truly injuring him. After much thought, Lin Shen realized that there was only one way to defeat Ximon's swordsman, which was to leave him with no strength to borrow. The Surfing Fist was ineffective. It was a skill of immense momentum itself, and the greater the momentum, the harder it was to touch Ximon's swordsman. Although the force of Demon Heart Finger was already minimal, even the slightest amount of force would push Ximon's swordsman's body away, making it impossible to touch him. With a shift in thought, Lin Shen immediately abandoned the Surfing Fist and faced Ximon's swordsman solely with the Demon Heart Finger. Demon Heart Finger was a skill Lin Shen had learned from watching images transmitted by Red Heart A, integrated with the vibrating stabbing technique taught by Wei Wu Fu. Although the illusions created by the Demon Heart Finger were feints, a certain amount of strength was still required to generate the finger skill illusions. It was precisely this bit of force that caused Lin Shen's fingers to never hit Zeman's swordsman, instead allowing Zeman's swordsman to take advantage of the opening and forcing Lin Shen to retreat time and again to avoid Zeman's swordsman's seemingly weak and powerless attacks. Lin Shen was well aware that Zeman's swordsman's attacks, while looking as gentle as a dance with no strength, were only deceiving. If one were to take a hit from his punches or palms, it probably wouldn't be pleasant. Lin Shen tried his best to contain his power, but achieving extreme inward control of force was far from an easy task. After giving up the surfing fist, Lin Shen's situation became even more difficult. Ch301, observing Lin Shen's passive stance, said, "Lin Shen's concept isn't wrong, aiming to contain his power to the limit so that Zeman's swordsman can't borrow it. However, controlling force is a highly advanced technique, not to mention at ascension level. Even masters at nirvana level who specialize in controlling force would find it difficult to achieve an undetectable state of such skill. It's even less possible for him to reach that level so quickly." "What is this undetectable state you speak of?" Qi Sheng, who was beside Ch301, inquired. "Any movement creates fluctuation. Even if one's force is contained to the extreme, not leaking outward, movement itself requires the disruption of matter and cannot avoid generating fluctuation. If we compare space to water, anything moving in water will inevitably cause the water to flow. So, no matter how much Lin Shen contains his force, he can't touch Zeman's swordsman who floats along the waves. The undetectable state isn't about literally preventing space from generating fluctuation, it's about controlling the direction of the fluctuation. Even if there's noise, if it's not in the right direction, it's hard to detect. And if there's color, if it's not in the correct position, it won't be seen. Reaching that state, techniques of borrowing and transforming force naturally become ineffective. Unfortunately, those who can train to an undetectable state are often already adept at the skill of borrowing and transforming force. Zeman's swordsman can achieve the undetectable state, but Lin Shen simply cannot, Seraph explained. Apart from not reaching that undetectable state, is there no other way to break through this skill of borrowing and transforming force? Qi Sheng asked again. Having witnessed Zeman's swordsman's skill, he realized how formidable the skill of borrowing and transforming force was. He was not confident in cracking such an enigmatic technique and wished to know if there were any other solutions, to be better prepared for future encounters. Aside from mastering control of force to achieve the undetectable state, absolute speed and strength can also break through the skill of borrowing and transforming force. However, in combat against an opponent of the same realm, it's evidently difficult to achieve absolute dominion. If one really encounters such a person, the best way is to not become enemies with him, to avoid suffering. If, unfortunately, one becomes an enemy, then one should find a narrow space. Transforming force requires space and distance. One might be able to limit their mobility, and perhaps then there could be a chance of defeating them. Beyond that, there are no other methods, said Ch301. Given the vast openness of Chessboard Island, it seems Lin Shen is bound to lose, Shiva said with a touch of schadenfreude. Chapter 348, Battle Economics. Lin Shen is indeed a rare talent. That kind of long-range surfing fist power is also an extremely rare skill, and his prowess in head-on combat can be considered top-notch among those at the Ascension level. Chiba didn't lose unjustly. Even without falling for a trick, he would probably still be more likely to lose than to win. Ch301 spoke very sensibly and paused before continuing. Unfortunately, he met Zeman's swordsman, who has mastered the skill of borrowing and transforming force to perfection, which just so happens to counter that peculiar fist power of his. Unless he has some other base change talent to win by surprise, his defeat is certain. Most agreed with Ch301's view, believing that unless Lin Shen had some special base change innate skill, he had no chance of winning purely in terms of skill. Lin Shen was well aware in his heart that in terms of skill, he would find it difficult to defeat Zeman's swordsman. If Wei Wufu had been here, perhaps he would have found a way to break Zeman's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force. Regrettably, Lin Shen was not Wei Wufu. He did not possess such a comprehensive array of skills. I must get Yun to master various martial arts as soon as possible, then use the protection of the Valkyrie to pass them on to me. Otherwise, my skills are too simplistic to handle various situations, Lin Shen thought again. Now, relying on Yun was too late. Zeman's swordsman's skill was equally simplistic, what made his simplicity capable of victory, but not mine. There is no absolute in the ways of overcoming in this world. Water can overcome fire, but that doesn't mean fire cannot overcome water. Even if at a disadvantage, as long as one uses the right method, a reversal of poles is not impossible. As Lin Shen retreated, he pondered how to break Zeman's swordsman's skill. Since I can't achieve absolute suppression, nor absolute constriction of power, why not just let go? He likes to borrow force, doesn't he? Then I will let him borrow. Lin Shen, being continuously pushed back by Zeman's swordsman, suddenly gave up the demon heart finger and reverted to using surfing fist. Lin Shen's fist power was earth-shattering, violently bombarding Zeman's swordsman. This time, however, Zeman's swordsman was unable to borrow the force and was shaken by Lin Shen's fist power, swinging outward while suspended in the air. Brilliant. Lin Shen had only thrown one punch when Ch301 already saw the trick and exclaimed in admiration. Since absolute constriction of power is not possible, he simply doesn't restrain the fist power, letting it disperse to create a large area tidal fist force. Another 17 also felt inspired, nodding and saying, thinning out the fist power from point to surface has increased the difficulty of borrowing power and reduced the portion of force Zimin swordsman can borrow. It seems like he reduced the destructiveness of his fist power, but the threat to Zimin swordsman has grown. At least it makes it hard for him to borrow force to counterattack, a truly ingenious solution. However, this solution can only turn the tables and prevent Zimin swordsman from borrowing force to counterattack. It doesn't solve the continuous energy consumption issue. Such a wide area tidal fist force actually increases Lin Shen's own energy expenditure. Once his strength is too depleted and stamina becomes an issue, he will still be defeated in the end, said Ch301. Tian Shen's heart fluctuated as she listened, going up and down. One moment, they said Lin Shen had found a good solution. The next, they said he was still bound to lose. Weren't they just messing with her? Cousin, can Lin Shen really make it? Tian Shen asked Tian Shun, who was beside her, as the current situation was truly hard to discern. He won't lose. Tian Shun seemed not to worry at all, quite certain that Lin Shen would win. Others might not have seen Lin Shen's capabilities, but Tian Shun had. When Lin Shen had forcefully killed Cosimo, who descended like a god, that punch had the power to break through with brute force, crushing the skill of borrowing and transforming force of Zimin swordsman. Although Lin Shen had told her that such a skill had too many limitations and was almost impossible to use, Tian Shun didn't really believe it. She just thought Lin Shen wanted to be low-key and avoid drawing too much attention. Tian Shun, since you have so much confidence in him, why don't we raise the stakes a bit? An 117 suddenly said to Tian Shun. What stakes do you want to add? Tian Shun asked nonchalantly. If Lin Shen loses, you will give me that thing you obtained in the giant god mausoleum, and if Zimin swordsman loses, I will give you what I obtained there. It's useless for us to each have a part of it anyway. What do you think? An 117 shared his thoughts. Sounds good, Tian Shun replied without any change in expression, agreeing readily. This made An 117 somewhat suspicious, but looking at the current state of the battle, it seemed there was no way Zimin swordsman could win. Lin Shen had already thrown so many powerful punches, even if he had a skill that could restore his strength, it couldn't possibly last forever, while Zimin swordsman only needed to exert very little power and stamina to make Lin Shen keep using that extremely strength-draining tidal fist force. It seemed that Zimin swordsman was bound to win in the end. An 1117 even thought that it wouldn't take long before Lin Shen's tidal fist force would be significantly weakened, at which point Zimin swordsman would control the situation. Trying to bluff me? Tian Shun, you're really underestimating me. An 1117 thought to himself with a cold snort, but he said with a smile, all right, then it's a deal. It's a deal, said Tian Shun indifferently. Tian Shun was very anxious inside, as he couldn't see at all what Lin Shen had to count on to win. Unless Lin Shen used that terrifying strength he had during their fight, but who could guarantee that Zimin swordsman didn't have hidden moves? Seeing Lin Shen punch out the tidal fist force one after another, Zimin swordsman also started to feel doubtful. Going at it like this, even with the ability to recover strength, Lin Shen couldn't possibly last very long. All he needed to do was expend 2 or 3% of his force, and Lin Shen would have to respond with 100% of his, making it clear who was at a loss. The reason Zimin swordsman practiced the skill of borrowing and transforming force was closely tied to his upbringing and way of thinking. Coming from a humble background with no connections, Zimin swordsman had very limited resources available from the beginning of his cultivation and had to calculate every expenditure carefully, ensuring every bit was spent where it mattered most. His combat thinking was the same. He considered those who relied solely on strength to win as fools. He condensed his combat ideology into a study he named Combat Economics, where spending a fraction of his energy would cost the enemy 100-fold, ensuring that however deep the enemy's resources were, they would be whittled away in a war of attrition and ultimately forced to retreat. Zimin swordsman had calculated well, but unfortunately he seemed to have forgotten one thing. Lin Shen once had a nickname, Tien, the perpetual motion. Chapter 349, Who Consumes Whom? Lin Shen's energy depletion was far greater than that of the Zimin swordsman, but he didn't care. The Zimin swordsman wanted to wear him down, but he likewise wanted to deplete the Zimin swordsman. No matter how effortless borrowing and converting force could be, it ultimately still required some expenditure of strength and stamina. If the Zimin swordsman had faced someone other than Lin Shen, trading 2 or 3% of his own battle damage for dozens of times that of his enemy would indeed assure victory without loss. However, Lin Shen was willing to trade dozens of times his own battle damage for merely 2 or 3% of the Zimin swordsman's. Lin Shen could endure a loss dozens of times greater, while it was uncertain whether the Zimin swordsman could last to the end with just a 2 or 3% loss. What Lin Shen was banking on was his profound foundation and strong endurance. As the two men fought fiercely, everyone saw Lin Shen continuously using tidal fist force, recklessly squandering his power without any unexpected winning moves, and they all felt that the outcome of the battle seemed to be a foregone conclusion. In the beginning, Lin Shen thought that Lin Shen would surely use his true strength at about the same time, but after waiting left and right, he found Lin Shen still wasting his power, somewhat surprised. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Why haven't you used your real strength yet? Lin Shen couldn't help but shout to Lin Shen in the midst of the battlefield. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the Zeman swordsman secretly sneered in his heart, knowing full well that Lin Shen hadn't given his all and still had something hidden. That didn't matter, for Lin Shen had hidden skills, and so did he. After using skills, he felt he wouldn't lose to Lin Shen. Now that Lin Shen wasn't using his skills, of course, he too was happy with the status quo and had no intention of revealing his trump cards. After all, it would certainly be Lin Shen who'd lose out in a prolonged battle. Everyone held this view of the battle, but as time ticked by, Lin Shen's endurance began to exceed their expectations, and his fist power remained as strong as ever. His energy restoration skill is quite strong, huh? After so long he can still hold on, said Shishong, unable to resist commenting. Indeed, quite enduring, but even if his strength can be restored, his physical and stamina won't fully recover. Over time, even the strongest recovery ability will make him feel weak, Ch301 said. As time passed, another span of time went by, and even An117 began to feel impatient. Lin Shen's stamina is somewhat strange. He's not planning to fight a war of attrition with the Zeman swordsman, is he? Is that even possible? The Zeman swordsman has only used a fraction of his strength, while Lin Shen's exhaustion is tens to hundreds of times greater than his. Can he really fight a battle of attrition like that? Ch301's expression had already turned peculiar. After yet another period of time passed, the crowd realized that Lin Shen remained vigorous, one punch rolling into the next, without the slightest hint of cessation. By now, everyone had begun to wonder, and Lin Shen's expression grew odd as she thought to herself, damn, how can this guy last so long? He's like that unyielding. While Lin Shen contemplated, her mind recalled a certain unclean image that made her feel inferior and forced her to keep a 2-urinal distance in the bathroom. Her complexion instantly turned somewhat unnatural. 7 or 8 hours had passed, and even the Zeman swordsman in the fight had realized Lin Shen was set on a war of attrition. The Zeman swordsman's heart was filled with reluctance. Why should you be able to fight a war of attrition with such reckless depletion? You want to play it like that? Then I'll play along to the end. I don't believe that with such tactics I could lose. The Zeman swordsman stared coldly at Lin Shen, his form like a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, and also like an angry dragon writhing in the sea, swimming freely amidst the overwhelming tidal fist force of Lin Shen. Tian Sun and the others had originally expected the battle to be over quickly, but after such a long time, it was still ongoing with no signs of determining the victor. Their predicted end time had been broken over and over, leaving them no choice but to continue watching patiently. When the battle exceeded 20 hours, even Ch301 and An117 changed their expressions. Is this guy a machine? How can a carbon-based life form engage in high-intensity combat for such a long time? Ch301 couldn't help but exclaim, even a machine would overheat and wear out after running at high intensity continuously. This person's endurance is truly astonishing. Tian Shun, congratulations on finding a special talent, and Ella17 admired. It's just that his endurance is a bit stronger than the average person, nothing special, Tian Shun said, though the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up, unable to be suppressed. I've seen those who can consume, but never someone who can consume like this, sustaining dozens or even hundreds of times more combat damage and consumption than others. Is this something a human can manage? Tian Shen's eyes were red with envy. Regardless of whether Lin Shen could win this battle, the profound endurance he had shown was enough to demand respect. The Zeman swordsman began to feel that something was wrong, as he started to feel fatigued, while Lin Shen's fist power remained undiminished. This guy, is he really human? The originally confident Zeman swordsman's beliefs had begun to waver. He thought he was wearing down Lin Shen, but suddenly realized that he seemed to be the one being consumed by Lin Shen. Who could endure that? As time reached over 30 hours, the movements of the Zeman swordsman had begun to deform to a certain extent, and his skill of using momentum and transforming energy was no longer perfect. He was showing flaws. Yet Lin Shen did not take advantage of these vulnerabilities to attack. He continued to wear him down. By now, everyone could see clearly that from the moment Lin Shen had used tidal fist force, he had planned to engage the Zeman swordsman in a battle of attrition. The expressions of Ch301 and An117 were quite remarkable. This was completely opposite to their initial judgment. They thought that the person being worn down would now turn out to be the winner, with the Zeman swordsman showing obvious signs of fatigue, whereas Lin Shen remained as consistent as ever. By this point, it was too late for the Zeman swordsman to fight with all his might. His physical strength and endurance were clearly compromised. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, Lin Shen wouldn't give him the chance now. Unlike Lin Shen, the approach taken by the Zeman swordsman doomed him to struggle for control. It wasn't just a matter of wanting to fight to the death. Lin Shen, like a perpetual motion machine, threw punch after punch. Now, each of his punches, seemingly ineffectual, conveyed a terrifying sense of oppression. The most ordinary things, when persisted with over a long time, far beyond the psychological expectations of most, would slowly start to seem incredible. The likelihood of the Ximon swordsman's movements being deformed increased, and the deformations became more serious. It was evident that he was truly tired. But still, Lin Shen did not launch the final attack, maintaining a steady output. This exerted even greater psychological pressure on the Ximon swordsman than a direct defeat, planting in his mind the idea that Lin Shen might be invincible. "We've lost this battle," and Elizantine suddenly spoke up, interrupting the fight and conceding. Chapter 350, Tian Xun's Reward. And 11-7 knew that Ximon swordsman had lost, and if the fight continued, it would only deal a blow to Ximon swordsman's conviction. Instead of waiting for Ximon swordsman to be defeated, it was better to simply concede defeat and preserve his conviction. This intense battle, lasting over 40 hours, finally ended with Lin Shen's victory. .net, this is our wager, and 11-17 flicked something toward Tian Xun. After catching it, Tian Xun put it away with a smile. The Yin family really are people of their word. Inviting someone to join you right before my eyes, that's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Tian Xun said with a smile. Haha, it's merely admiration, of course. If Lin Shen is willing to come to my place, I'd welcome him with open arms. And 11-17 laughed heartily as he took his leave. When Ximon swordsman followed an 11-17 to leave, he gave Lin Shen a deep look. He had considered the possibility of defeat, and he wasn't presumptuous enough to think of himself as invincible among his peers, but he hadn't expected to lose in this way. When Qiba and Xizhong left, they also glanced at Lin Sheng, secretly resolving that if they ever had to fight this guy again, they absolutely could not engage in a war of attrition with him. He was like a monster that didn't know the meaning of fatigue. But they had forgotten that Lin Shen's surfing fist was just as terrifying in an explosion of power. It was only because he was up against a freak like Ximon Swordsman that he had no choice but to engage in a battle of attrition. After returning to Paradise Island, Tian Xun called Lin Shen to his study. Lin Shen, every time you manage to surprise me, your ability for high-intensity endurance fighting is a talent in itself, Tian Xun exclaimed with admiration. It's just a bit more endurance. Nothing special, not worthy of such praise, Lin Shen said modestly. All right, no need for false modesty in front of me, Tian Xun laughed. This time, not only did you help me secure the development rights for that area, but you also won me something very important. How should I thank you? If you really want to thank me, then fulfill what you promised me tonight, Lin Shen quickly said. Tian Xun's face flushed, and she gave him a glare. That's just a normal affair between lovers. How could that be considered a reward? What kind of person do you take me for? Of course as a lover, Lin Shen replied without fluster sincerely. You, Tian Xun began to laugh. You don't know what you've won for me. I'm delighted, and I must thank you. Is it that thing in 117 gave you? What is it? Lin Shen asked with some curiosity. Tian Xun took the object out of her pocket and placed it on the desk. Lin Shen looked carefully and saw that it was a triangular red crystal. Before Lin Shen could examine the triangular red crystal closely, Tian Xun took out another one and placed it on the desk, looking exactly the same. The three of us discovered an incredible tomb within the giant god mausoleum, Tian Xun explained the origin of this object, and we suspect that the person buried inside might be the ancient realm king who vanished back then. To open the tomb, theoretically, there should be 7 key fragments. The three of us each obtained 1, but Ye snatched the other 4. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen was slightly startled. He had always thought that the ancient realm king's final resting place should be on the realm king planet. How could Tian Xun say there might be a tomb of the ancient realm king here? However, after giving it some thought, he realized that he had not seen the ancient Realm King's tomb on the Realm King planet either. He had only visited that underground space and seen the 3 treasure chests. And it was still uncertain whether the 3 treasure chests were indeed left by the ancient Realm King. Seemingly piercing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tian Xun added, the Realm King planet you and Tian Xun visited should also be related to the ancient Realm King, but it might just be the place where he left the 3 treasure chests. The actual burial site of the ancient Realm King's true body is most likely not there. As for this tomb, it's still only a suspicion at present whether it's the final resting place of the ancient Realm King, and we cannot be certain. We can only know for sure once we obtain all the fragments of the key and go inside. Moreover, I suspect that within that tomb there might be a high-level base mutation site. Tian Xun paused and then continued, you have a treasure chest key on you. If you're willing, you could cooperate with Tian Xun and share the benefits within the chest equally. If he receives the benefits and doesn't share with you, I certainly won't let him have his way. Lin Shen directly placed the treasure chest key, which he had snatched from Tian Xun, in front of Tian Xun, speaking with an expression of pain as if he were cutting flesh from his own body. Since the treasure Tian Xun has spoken, just give it to him. There's no need to share with me. Tian Xun seemed very pleased, rose to his feet, walked behind Lin Shen, and embraced him from behind, his cheek pressed against Lin Shen's cheek and said, my little lover has sacrificed so much for me and helped me with such a great favor. What should I do to repay you? I think tonight would be the best repayment, Lin Shen said as he stretched out his hand to caress Tian Xun's cheek. Although it seemed only a mosaic, the smooth sensation distinctly informed Lin Shen that this was a warm beauty. Then I will sweep the couch to wait for you tonight. Tian Shen breathed out like an orchid, tickling Lin Shen's ears intensely. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt something moist and soft touch his earlobe, causing his body to jolt stiffly as if struck by lightning. Tian Sun felt Lin Shen's shiver and stiffness and released his embrace, straightening up and laughing. I still have some things to take care of. My little lover, let's not miss our date tonight. After returning to his room, Lin Shen looked at the time and saw that there were more than 30 hours before nighttime, so he teleported to Ring Mountain Planet in search of mutant supersource dragons. Excited heart, trembling hands. Tian Xin, holding the key Tian Xun passed to him, was trying to open the treasure chest he had acquired. Please let this be the right key, Tian Xin prayed in his heart with unprecedented devotion. His luck was indeed good. Applying force to the key with his fingers, he heard a click, and the treasure chest actually opened. It worked, it really worked, Tian Xin exclaimed with wild joy, opening the lid of the chest with his trembling hands. Seeing the item inside, Tian Xin was startled. A base mutation egg? Why is it a base mutation egg? The most precious thing of the ancient realm king turns out to be a base mutation egg. What kind of heaven-defying creature will hatch from it? Tian Xin took out what seemed like a steel mutant egg. However, he didn't believe it was that simple, believing it only appeared to be a steel mutant egg on the surface, but in reality, it had to be more complex. There was nothing else inside the box, so Tian Xin placed the base mutation egg into the incubation box with immense anticipation. What terrifying creature could possibly hatch from the ancient realm king's most precious base mutation egg? Chapter 351, Harvesting the Fire Seed. Lin Shen searched for mutant supersource dragons on Ring Mountain Planet, but unfortunately, the number of mutant creatures here was nowhere near that of Realm King Planet, making it difficult to find even one. Lin Shen could only choose from the supersource dragons he hadn't killed before to help enhance the intimidating effect of the Death Powder's soul harvesting skill. Since he hadn't found any mutant creatures anyway, Lin Shen decided not to use the life base while fighting ordinary supersource dragons, instead fighting them using only his fingers. Although he won against Zeman Swordsman today, it couldn't be considered a true victory. In terms of skill, Zeman Swordsman was not outmatched. He couldn't keep fighting wars of attrition every time he encountered similar opponents. In one-on-one situations like this where attrition warfare was possible, Lin Shen didn't always have ample time to defeat his opponent. During the fight, Lin Shen pondered how to counter Zeman Swordsman's technique of using the force of others to his advantage. Winning by brute force wasn't a good option, even if he could defeat Zeman Swordsman with absolute strength. What would he do later when faced with opponents whose strength and speed were not inferior to his? No matter how powerful and swift Lin Shen became, there would always be others nearly as strong as he was, unless one day he could become the supreme power of the universe. Otherwise, this path was ultimately imperfect. It was difficult for Lin Shen to win without any outward sign of effort, as he wasn't adept at using others' force. His control over his own strength paled in comparison to Zeman Swordsman. Therefore, after much contemplation, Lin Shen thought there might be a way to break through the skill of using opponents' force, considering his own abilities. If he wanted to concentrate his power, it was more difficult to do so with a fist. If he could transform his fist power into finger power, it would be much easier to concentrate force from a distance. By then concentrating the finger power to the fine point of a needle, he would reduce the area affected, significantly increasing the difficulty for Zeman Swordsman to use the force against him. Moreover, concentrating power to a needle point would reduce air resistance when piercing through space, increasing speed. The finer the point, the more so. Of course, transforming the surfing fist into this type of finger power was impossible, for without that momentum, the characteristics of the surfing fist couldn't be utilized, and it wouldn't be the surfing fist any longer. So what Lin Shen truly intended to do was to transform the spatial fist power of the 28 fists into spatial finger power, hoping to achieve the concentration of force like that of a needlepoint. Lin Shen practiced the skill of the 28 fists using his fingers in place of his fists. In reality, whether using fingers or fists made little difference, both could project force through space. However, finger power was still that same aggressive and domineering approach. Changing it to the refined technique of needlepoint force was undoubtedly very challenging, and Lin Shen could only slowly experiment and explore, looking for possibilities from every angle. Before he had made any progress, it was time, and Lin Shen was transported back to his room on Giant Ringstar. It's almost dark. Lin Shen felt a surge of excitement, for he was finally about to obtain the fire seed from Tian Xun. Waiting was often a long process. Even though less than an hour remained, Lin Shen felt as though every minute lasted an eternity. Finally, when the time passed, the sky suddenly darkened, and Lin Shen quickly took out the nightglow flower and stealthily headed toward Tian Xun's room. Arriving at Tian Xun's door, Lin Shen took a deep breath and then knocked. The next second, the door opened, revealing Tian Xun, who had meticulously dressed herself up. Tian Xun's mood was equally tense. Over the years, she had always been striving out in the world, and it wasn't that she had never thought about finding someone to depend on. However, because of her mixed heritage, it wasn't easy for her to find a person who could capture her heart. Pure-blood celestials of similar status to her would not choose to marry a mixed-blood celestial. Those of lower status than her, probably most of them were eyeing her status and influence, and with the power of their backers, they might even take away the achievements she had worked hard for over the years. Therefore, finding a man for Tianxun was not merely about finding companionship, it involved considering too many factors. The reason Tianxun set her sights on Lin Shen was that she intended to nurture someone who could help her in the future, and Lin Shen's performance during this period had not let her down. He indeed had boundless potential. Today she had dressed meticulously, hoping to leave the most beautiful impression on Lin Shen. Unfortunately, her effort was evidently in vain, as Lin Shen only saw a mosaic, unable to enjoy even the most beautiful scenery. Seeing Lin Shen's expression was normal. Without the amazed reaction she had imagined, Tianxun felt slightly disappointed and began to doubt her own allure. However, Tianxun was not a naive girl like Bai Shenfei. She quickly recovered her composure, turned around, and sat on the bed with a seductive posture, presenting her most beautifully curved side to Lin Shen. If Lin Shen could have seen her, he would have surely shown the appropriate appreciation for beauty and sensuality. "Try this," Tianxun said, noticing Lin Shen was somewhat nervous. Thinking he was moved by her beauty, she couldn't help but smile. She took 2 cups filled with amber liquid, handing one to Lin Shen. "What's this?" Lin Shen asked as he took the cup, looking at the liquid inside. Made primarily from the ascension liquid of a demonic roe beast, this demon liquid not only can increase the base mutation rate, but also can soothe the mind, relax the spirit, and help with sleep, Tianxun explained as she took a small sip. Lin Shen, hearing it could increase the base mutation rate, immediately tasted it. The flavor was fragrant, warm as it went down his throat, and upon reaching his stomach, immediately made him feel comfortably warm all over. "Good stuff," Lin Shen remarked as he finished the remaining demon liquid in one gulp, put down the cup, and sat down next to Tianxun. Pretending to be composed and assertively, he looped an arm around Tianxun's waist and said, "My lover, can we rest now?" Unexpectedly, Tianxun took the initiative, embracing Lin Shen from behind. Her wings also enveloped him, wrapping Lin Shen entirely within them as they fell back onto the bed. Cheeks touching and gentle caresses past, Lin Shen felt the warmth emanating from Tianxun's body. The body temperature of celestials was higher than that of humans, so Tianxun's embrace felt very warm. Perhaps owing to the effects of the demon liquid or being so comfortable in Tianxun's embrace, Lin Shen soon fell asleep. When Lin Shen woke up, daylight had come, but he could not see Tianxun's figure on the bed. Lin Shen quickly got up and looked around, discovering that Tianxun indeed wasn't in the room anymore. On the bedside table, there was a note. "Little lover, it's very impolite of you to treat a woman this way. I will only forgive you this once," the note read. "What does this impolite refer to exactly? Is it about being too presumptuous in my proposal? Or?" Lin Shen found himself lost in contemplation for a moment. Soon, Lin Shen put the note aside as he had already sensed a change in the fire seed. No new fire seed had emerged, but the completion of the heaven-defying bone had become 20%. "It seems I still need to sleep with 8 more fire seeds to obtain the complete heaven-defying bone. Where am I going to find them?" Lin Shen was somewhat troubled. Chapter 352, Want to Make Money Acquiring the Fire Seed, was indeed a cause for great joy for Lin Shen. Such a perfect fire seed was so difficult to obtain, its capabilities must be absolutely extraordinary. An imperfect fire seed was already powerful enough to perform sacrifice to heaven, so one could hardly imagine how strong a perfect one could be. However, in the vast universe, finding the remaining 8 people with the heaven-defying bone fire seeds was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lord Tianxun had been gone for several days. According to Tianxin, Lord Tianxun personally went to Sky Pinnacle Star in the hope of convincing the Celestial in charge of the Ascension Pool so that both Lin Shen and Tianxin could use it. There was no problem for Tianxin herself. She was of pure celestial bloodline, and from a noble lineage, gaining access to the Ascension Pool was not difficult for her. The difficulty lay with Lin Shen, an outsider wishing to use the Ascension Pool. It was inherently a very troublesome matter. Lord Tianxun had made a lot of efforts for this, but to no avail. He had no choice but to personally go to Sky Pinnacle Star to make connections. What does Lord Tianxun look like anyway? After acquiring the fire seed, Lin Shen became curious about Lord Tianxun's appearance and considered video communication, but then thought better of it. Lin Shen decided to save the first glimpse for the moment when he saw her in person, which was also a kind of respect. Now Lin Shen's daily activities were numerous, studying finger skill, exploring evolution theory, hunting mutated ascended creatures, and killing supersource dragons to enhance the soul harvesting for death powder. Soon, Lin Shen could no longer stand days filled with busyness and no rest. "This won't do. Continuing like this is too inefficient. I must think of a method." Lin Shen thought it over carefully. Studying finger skill and evolution theory were tasks that no one else could do in his place. But dealing with mutated spirit base and mutated ascension liquid was not necessarily something he had to do himself. If he had money, he could simply buy mutated spirit base and mutated ascension liquid. There wasn't a need to search for them himself, Ordinarily, ascenders would use normal ascension liquid to increase their base mutation rate. Nirvana beings who hunt mutated ascended creatures and obtain mutated ascension liquid don't have use for it, and some would sell it, although at a higher price, or barter with it instead of selling. As long as he had enough money or valuable items for trade, he could acquire these things. Lin Shen realized that if he could solve the money issue, then all problems would be solved. Encountering mutated creatures was a matter of luck, and it required spending a lot of time searching. But making money didn't need to be so troublesome. He just needed to find a lucrative opportunity and the money would start rolling in. Looks like I need to think about how to make money. Lin Shen shifted his thoughts again to the soul harvesting skill of Death Powder. The soul harvesting skill of Death Powder had improved considerably recently, with 4 types of supersource dragons already at 100, and many more had been killed dozens of times. When Lin Shen now fought with creatures like the pterosaurs, there was a certain chance that he could subdue them. This chance was around 20%, which was quite high given that Death Powder had not yet undergone ascension. Surely the success rate would be even higher after ascension. That is to say, when Lin Shen fought with the 5 pterosaurs, one of them would choose to submit to Lin Shen. The only regret was that if a pterosaur didn't submit in the first fight, it would never choose to submit. Therefore, using soul harvesting to tame pets had only one chance on the same creature, which was also why Lin Shen had not gone after the 3-headed dragon. He planned to wait until after the Death Powder had ascended, and then try to tame the 3-headed dragon, which would have a higher chance of success. As for the improvement of Death Powder and soul harvesting, Lin Shen didn't intend to do it himself. He gave the mechanical watch and Death Powder to Wei Wufu and told him to go to the Ring Mountain planet to hunt supersource dragons, a task Wei Wufu was best at and willing to undertake. Lin Shen found Wei Wufu and shared his thoughts. The two hit it off immediately. Wei Wufu took the items and went directly to Ring Mountain planet. After all, fighting was his forte. Big Sister was getting things on the right track. You and many humans living in the village who were mutators had been recruited by Big Sister, and now she was buying fire seeds and trying to secure a large territory where most fire seeds were produced. Although they also tried planting fire seeds, it wasn't very successful. The plant simply had no seeds, and under a single plant only one fire seed could be harvested, making it hard to obtain in large quantities. The good thing was, as a base mutation plant, there were no worries about storage after it was picked. It hardly spoiled, which was a big advantage for storing large quantities for a long time. The land was managed by Ana 17, and to secure the area that produced fire seeds, one had to lease it from Ana 17. However, such a minor matter wasn't managed by Ana 17 personally, but by a department under him. Big Sister was negotiating with the manager of that department, and they hadn't agreed on a price yet. Right now, Big Sister's side kept investing without knowing when it would start making money or if it would at all, so there was no hope of counting on it for the time being. Lin Shen thought for a moment and decided to go to a commercial island in the Star Belt to see if mutated ascension liquid and mutated spirit bases were for sale, and incidentally to raise the price on the batch of super source dragon pet capsules he had. He had already ascended, and with Lord Tianxun as a strong backer, he was not afraid of that weirdo causing him trouble again. While Lin Shen went to the commercial island, Tianxun was enjoying himself with a few celestials and several other high-ranking species. Tianxun, I heard your aunt took in a little human pretty boy. Be careful not to let that pretty boy swindle all the good stuff from your aunt, said a Gallic person jokingly while they were all having fun. What is he? Just a toy, disposable at any moment, Tianxun said disdainfully while sipping his drink. You can't say that. I heard that little human pretty boy is quite capable. Your aunt even plans to send him to the Sky Pinnacle Star for rebirth in the Ascension Pool. The Ascension Pool is a place only the high-class nobles of the celestial race can access. What right does someone from a lowly race have to go there? Tianxun, you need to be careful. Women are often irrational. What if your aunt falls for him and hands over all the good things? What would you do? With your relationship with Lord Tianxun, weren't those things supposed to be yours? Yeah, you can't let that kid take advantage. A group of people talked, all indignant in their advice. Seeing Tianxun seem somewhat convinced, the Gallic person added, Brother Tianxun, didn't you say your aunt had prepared an Ascension version of the Angel Revolver for you? How come I heard that the Angel Revolver is now in the hands of that little human pretty boy? Chapter 353, These Friends Are Really Supportive, Boom. The cup in Tianxun's hand smashed heavily onto the table, breaking it into pieces. What's the matter? Are you guys here to laugh at me or what? The Gallic person laughed and said, What are you talking about? We're all good friends and brothers. Who doesn't know the truth about the others, and who would laugh at who? We just think it's a shame for you, and we're worried that what should belong to you might get snatched away by that human pretty boy. Do you think I don't know all that? Tianxun's expression eased up a bit as he spoke with apparent frustration. The trouble is, I don't know what kind of love potion that pretty boy fed my aunt, but she does whatever he says. I can't do anything about him. Not net. You see what we're talking about, little brother Tianxun. Don't you realize how dangerous this is? You have to find a way to deal with that pretty boy. Make sure he doesn't take advantage of the situation. the Gallic person said as he poured another liquid for Tian Shen. You think I don't want to deal with him? I'm not afraid to be the butt of jokes among brothers, but that pretty boy does have some real skills. I really can't beat him. Everyone on Paradise Island knows that my aunt dotes on him, and no one is willing to help me deal with him. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do? Tian Shen said agitatedly. Hey, I thought it was something serious. That's easy. If you want to deal with him, we'll help you, the Gallic person laughed and said. Forget it. You guys are now scraping by in the Star Belt. If you help me deal with Lin Shen, when my aunt comes back, you won't have good days ahead. I can't involve my friends in such matters. Tian Shen shook his head. Brother, don't worry. We're not that foolish. If you really want to do something about him, I've got a brilliant idea. We can make sure it happens without a whisper. Let him die without knowing how. Even Lord Tian Shen won't find anything wrong with it. The Gallic person said with a sinister chuckle, his arm around Tian Shen's shoulder. What's the idea? Tian Shen exclaimed in surprise. You know about Seahart Island, right? That place forbids all kinds of flying. One can only get there by boat. Recently, they discovered a special kind of mutated ascended creature there. You just need to use this information to lure that pretty boy over and deal with him on the island. Then pin the blame on that mutated ascended creature, and no one would be any the wiser, the Gallic person explained. Do you think my aunt is a fool? If there are signs of a fight, don't you think she would find out it was us? Tian Shen glared. Calm down, I haven't finished yet. The news about the mutated ascended creature on the island is actually false. The reality is that a nirvana creature, which was originally sleeping underground, has been awoken. All the ascenders who wanted to kill the mutated ascended creature have been wiped out, and outsiders still don't know about this. You just need to let Lin Shen get wind of this news. As long as he goes to Seahart Island, that nirvana creature will take care of him. What does it have to do with us? The Gallic person said with a smile. There's such a thing? That's a terrific idea. Are you sure it's a nirvana creature on Seahart Island and not a mutated creature? Tian Shen slapped his thigh, overjoyed. My intel is absolutely reliable, rest assured. Just lead that pretty boy over there and the job will be done. The Gallic person pounded his chest. Good, good, good. Lucky for me, I've got a big brother like you to come up with such a brilliant idea. Tian Shen personally poured a cup of liquid for the Gallic person. Raising his own cup, he said, Enough said. This cup is to thank Big Brother for helping me eliminate that pretty boy. Once the deed is done, you'll be richly rewarded. We're good friends, brothers. There's no need for thanks. Your issues are our issues, aren't they? You're making it sound too formal. The Gallic person also raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. No. Tian Shen abruptly shook his head as if he had just thought of something and became distressed. What's wrong now? The Gallic person looked at Tian Shen puzzled. Seahart Island is the Chi family's territory. We can't go there. Even if Lin Shen wants to go, he won't be able to reach Seahart Island. Alas, this plan won't work. Tian Shen voiced his frustration with a sigh. The Gallic person burst out laughing. And here I thought it was something serious. It's just a trivial issue. I've already thought of that for you. I have a passage order issued by Ch301. With that, you can go to Seahart Island. Just take this back with you. Pretend to slip up so he learns about it, and seeing your passage order, I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? This plan is perfect. Tian Shen was overjoyed, picking up the passage order. But then his expression changed, and with a grave look, he put down the passage order and shook his head. Big brother, this plan won't work. Why won't it work again? Are you afraid that kid won't fall for it? Don't worry, as soon as he goes out and asks around, he'll hear some rumors about that mutated creature. Unless he is a saint, he will definitely be tempted, the Gallic person said. That's not what I mean, Tian Shen said seriously to the Gallic person. You gave me this passage order and I can't hide this from my aunt. Given my aunt's temper, she will surely take her anger out on you. I can't let you get into big trouble for my sake. Absolutely not. Tian Shen, my brother, you really are a man of principle. The Gallic person gave Lin Shen a thumbs up, then said with a smile, Thank you, big brother. But you don't have to worry about this anymore. This passage order isn't mine, so as long as you keep quiet, this won't trace back to me. You don't know my aunt. I can't deceive her. Tian Shen still shook his head. I'm not asking you to deceive Lord Tian Shen. The passage order truly isn't mine. Just tell the truth when it comes to that, the Gallic person said. Big brother, we can't talk nonsense about this. People could die. I must give my aunt a reasonable explanation, Tian Shen said earnestly. The passage order is mine. The door was pushed open and a celestial walked in. Chiba? Tian Shen seemed somewhat surprised to see the celestial. Tian Shen, the enemy of my enemy, is my friend. That human used such despicable means to defeat me. I must kill him. You wish for his death as well. We are both celestials, naturally. We should unite against the common foe and deal with him. Afterward, we'll all be good friends, and we can discuss any issues together, Chiba said, smiling as he walked up to Tian Shen and raised his glass. Just say the passage order was given to you by me. If Lord Tian Shen investigates, I'll take the responsibility. Good. That's what a true friend does. I like friends like you. Tian Shen stood up, slapping the table, and raised his glass as well. Here's to our successful cooperation, Chiba said happily as he clinked glasses with Tian Shen. But the moment he raised his glass to drink, a beam of white light pierced through his heart in an instant. You, Chiba, looking at the archangel's sword that had pierced his heart, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He looked up at Tian Shen, pointing at him, trying to say something. Tian Shen did not give him the chance, pulling out the Archangel's sword. Blood gushed wildly from Chiba's chest, and he staggered backward, falling against the wall, his eyes wide open, his mouth trying to form words, but only blood poured out. Tian Shen, my brother, what are you doing? You killed Chiba, you've caused a big disaster, the Gaelic person exclaimed in shock, and the rest were also thrown into disarray, not knowing how to react for a moment. He wanted to kill Lin Shen, not because Lin Shen used tricks to win against him, but because the Qi family doesn't want my aunt to gain such an ally, Tian Shen explained as he lifted the arm holding the Archangel's sword. Black particles fluttered out, enveloping his body and forming a feather armor with a pair of angel's wings sprouting from his back, which was the transformation of his life base, the Despair Angel. Although I detest that shameless pretty boy, I despise those who covet what belongs to my aunt even more, which makes me feel quite uncomfortable, Tian Shen said with a smile, looking at them. As good friends and brothers, you surely wouldn't want to see me uncomfortable, right? So please leave your lives behind. That way, I can truly be at ease. Everyone's faces changed color as they scrambled to bring out their life bases. But before they could, Tian Shen merged with his sword, moving like a specter, unbelievably fast. In an instant he severed several heads, blood spurted wildly, and within a moment, the large room was a river of blood, with splatters all over the walls. It wasn't until Tian Shen stopped, wiping the blood from his sword, that the several headless bodies still spurting blood finally fell. These friends are so considerate, sacrificing their precious lives for my peace of mind. That's so touching. May your souls ascend to heaven quickly, Tian Shen murmured as he sheathed the Archangel's sword and walked out of the room. Chapter 354, Spirit B. Ring Lin Shen arrived at Commercial Island, where the number of shops was limited, totaling about a dozen or so. These shops mainly operated two types of businesses. One was selling items from the outside world to those pioneering on Giant Ringstar, and the other was purchasing materials obtained by the pioneers. To transport items into Giant Ringstar required going through multiple layers of scrutiny. Those who could conduct such trades there all had powerful backgrounds and connections. There weren't many shops on Commercial Island, because typically only ascenders and a few mutators with flying pets could come here, and even those were very few in number. Each shop had an agent on the mainland, and most trades weren't completed inside the physical shop, except for a rare few high-level items. Although there were quite a few high-tech items in these shops, they seemed quite backward in comparison to Medu Star. A Gallic shop assistant, upon seeing Lin Shen come in, hurried over to greet him warmly. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Do you have any mutant spirit bases?" Lin Shen asked directly. "Yes, please look at this." The assistant brought out a device capable of projection and displayed a holographic image of a mutant spirit base in front of Lin Shen. This is a first-turn mutated mountain axe from an ascended creature known as Axe Demon. Its innate skill is skull opening, which greatly enhances strength. The attribute scores in all four areas are high, especially strength and hardness, both exceeding 75. The assistant robustly introduced the item. "What's the price?" Lin Shen wasn't concerned with the attributes of the mutated mountain axe since he planned to absorb them anyway. Ascenders generally bought mutant spirit bases for use, not for absorption. That would be too extravagant, something most ascenders wouldn't do. 2,400,000 heavenly currency, the assistant quoted a price. Lin Shen silently calculated. He had previously exchanged Super Source Dragon's Ascension Liquid for heavenly currency. The Ascension Liquid found in the body of a first-turn pterosaur could typically be traded for about 8,000 to 20,000 heavenly currency, depending on the amount of Ascension Liquid collected. Not net, 2,400,000 heavenly currency equated to needing over 100 first-turn pterosaurs collecting their Ascension Liquid perfectly in order to afford one mutant spirit base. However, in Lin Shen's view, this was already relatively cost-effective, considering he had killed several hundred Super Source Dragons and only obtained one mutant spirit base. The mutant spirit base could sell for this price mainly because it had few reincarnation turns, its attributes and skills weren't remarkable, marking it as a poor-quality mutant spirit base. Truly high-quality mutant spirit bases with good attributes, beneficial skills, or a high number of reincarnation turns would certainly cost more than this. "Do you have other mutant spirit bases?" Lin Shen casually inquired. "If you are not satisfied with this mutated mountain axe, we have several other mutant spirit bases here." The Gallic person projected another mutant spirit base and introduced them one by one to Lin Shen. Essentially, these were all poor-quality mutant spirit bases with low reincarnation turns, ranging between first to third turn. Some had acceptable attributes, but the innate skills were truly lacking, mostly being of little use. A person's life base after undergoing multiple turns would be stronger than these mutant spirit bases, so it wasn't worth spending money on them, making them somewhat superfluous. Their prices ranged from a little over 1 million to 3 million heavenly currency, not overly expensive, but certainly not cheap. Lin Shen estimated that if he were to purchase what was needed, the cost to enhance his life base to 10th turn would be an astronomical sum. No wonder so many ascenders, despite knowing that higher turns could slightly increase the success rate of Nirvana, still choose to attempt it after the 5th turn. Resources are a major issue. It's one thing for ordinary people to use common spirit bases, but for me to use mutated spirit bases for rebirth, The consumption is just too terrifying. Lin Shen realized that earning enough money to purchase mutated spirit bases and enhance his life base to 10th turn seemed somewhat unrealistic. It seems more reliable to head to places like the Ascension Pool. After pondering, Lin Shen asked the store clerk, "Do you accept Ascension-level pet capsules?" "We do, customer." "May I see what attribute your pet capsule has?" the clerk said eagerly. Lin Shen took out a pet capsule of a supersource triceratops with relatively low attributes, and after the clerk checked its attributes, he only offered a purchase price of 500,000 heavenly currency. "Isn't this price a bit too low?" Lin Shen frowned slightly. The purchasing price for Ascension pets was lower than he had expected. The chances of finding pet eggs, though somewhat higher than encountering mutated creatures, were still low. Plus, mutated creatures had many other materials on them, not just a spirit base. When put together, the materials could sell for much more. The value of pet capsules should not be lower than that of these worthless mutated spirit bases. "Customer, we need to make a profit too. We need a decent margin. Moreover, pet capsules sit in the store, and who knows when they might sell. The capital tied up in stock is a loss in itself." The clerk was quite patient in explaining to Lin Shen, and finally raised the price a bit, willing to buy the supersource triceratops for 580,000. "If I exchange this pet for mutated ascension liquid, how much can I get?" Lin Shen thought it over. The cost of mutated spirit bases was too high. Buying a few wouldn't enhance much. He'd better increase his base mutation rate first. When Lin Shen left the store, he carried several bags of mutated ascension liquid, and his pockets were significantly heavier with heavenly currency. After visiting the other stores, he found that mutated spirit bases were indeed rare. Those sold in the stores were mostly poor quality, with few exhibiting good innate skills or high turn rebirths. Ordinary spirit bases with high turn rebirths or good innate skills could sell for even more than these worthless mutated spirit bases. Lin Shen didn't buy any mutated spirit bases, opting instead for mutated ascension liquid, which was considerably cheaper than mutated spirit bases. After all, mutated spirit bases could also be used as weapons, and the general demand for mutated ascension liquid was a bit lower among ascenders, thus the price was more affordable. Lin Shen planned to check one last store and then head back, no longer intending to purchase mutated spirit bases, but a mutated spirit base recommended by a clerk caught his attention. In this store, there was a 4th turn mutated spirit base which possessed an innate skill that intrigued Lin Shen. The 4th turn mutated spirit base was a spirit B ring, boasting the innate skill Cohesion Wavering. To an average ascender, Cohesion Wavering might seem somewhat superfluous. Once activated, the oscillations from the Spirit B ring would be condensed to a point, demonstrating the ability to stabilize oscillations. But it only stabilized and condensed the oscillations without amplifying them. It was similar to using a magnifying glass to focus sunlight for starting a fire, somewhat useful but not particularly so. Because average ascenders couldn't externalize their strength, they could only use cohesion wavering to condense the power fluctuations from collisions, quite superfluous indeed. Because it was deemed superfluous, even though it was a 4th turn mutated spirit base, Lin Shen managed to acquire it by trading only 2 first-turn pet capsules. Chapter 355 Bad News. Leaving the commercial island and on his way back, Lin Shen activated the Spirit B ring to test it, finding its effects even better than he had imagined. The yellow crystal-like Spirit B ring housed a golden bee shadow the size of a ring, and Lin Shen found that his little finger fit perfectly into it. However, once he activated the cohesion wavering skill, the halo that spread out from the Spirit B ring was large enough to cover his entire body, with all the power fluctuations channeled through the cohesion wavering focusing into one point. Lin Shen tried letting his fist power pass through the cohesion wavering. The fist power, within a certain range, was concentrated into a range as fine as a needle's thickness, which greatly pleased him. Then he tried his spatial finger power through the cohesion wavering, which became even more concentrated and fine, like the extremely sharp tip of a needle, and the spatial disturbances it caused were also greatly reduced. Although this might still not be enough to handle the Zeman swordsman, the effect was already quite significant. With this item, as long as Lin Shen's research on finger power was successful, he could definitely play a good role against ascenders skilled in borrowing and transforming strength. This thing is just perfect. Lin Shen was very pleased and decided to keep the Spirit B ring on his little finger as a ring to wear. On his way, Lin Shen checked the interstellar news on his communicator and inadvertently spotted an inconspicuous piece of news. The Demon tribe and the celestial race had recently encountered some friction, leading to several conflicts and many casualties on both sides, with Nirvana beings perishing in the conflicts, including 5 from the celestial race side. At first, Lin Shen was only attracted by the issues between the Demon tribe and the celestial race, but when he saw the list of perished Nirvana beings, 3 of them had the surname Wu Yang, which made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. He quickly searched for related news and finally found in a report that these 3 Ouyang named Nirvana beings were all human, coming from First Fire Star. The Ouyang family that Ouyang Yudu belongs to, they're the ones who have been developing on First Fire Star, aren't they? The death of 3 Nirvana beings all at once must be a serious blow to the Ouyang family. Lin Shen wanted to find more information about the Ouyang family. However, the Ouyang family really wasn't worth mentioning in the cosmos. The 3 deceased Nirvana beings could only make the news because they had died in conflicts between the celestial race and the demon tribe. Otherwise, there might not have been any reports at all. This made Lin Shen suspect whether the Ouyang family's predicament could be related to Ouyang Yudu's assistance to Lin Shen during his conflict with the Wan family. 3 Nirvana beings. Lin Shen knew how difficult it was for humans to produce even one Nirvana being, so the current situation of the Ouyang family must be very dire. He wanted to contact Ouyang Yudu, but being on Giant Ring Star, he couldn't reach anyone from the Ouyang family. Since Tianxun is not here, it seems I'll have to seek help from Tianxun. When Lin Shen returned to Paradise Palace, he saw Tianxun lying on a chair in the garden, as if basking in the sun. "Help me out," Lin Shen said as he approached Tianxun. "Why should I?" Tianxun replied, not bothering to lift her head and still wearing sunglasses. "Don't forget, the key to your mystery box was given by me," Lin Shen reminded her. "That was my little niece's favor. What does it have to do with me?" "You didn't hand the key over to me," Tianxun retorted with a pout. Lin Shen felt Tianxun wasn't wrong. Indeed, the key was taken by Tianxun, so if anyone owed a favor, it was Tianxun who owed it. "This item in exchange for your assistance. I need information about a human family. That family is within your celestial race." Lin Shen took out the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver and handed it to Tianxun. "It was bound to be mine sooner or later, so it's just coming back to me," Tianxun said as she took the Angel Revolver and fiddled with it in her hands. "Name the family, and I'll ask a friend to inquire for you, but don't get your hopes up. Human families are a small influence within the celestial race, and we might not be able to find out anything." "The Ouyang family from First Fire Star. I need to know their recent situation in detail," Lin Shen insisted. "The Ouyang family from First Fire Star seems somewhat familiar. Is it the human family that lost 3 Nirvana beings in the recent conflict with the Demon tribe?" Tianxun pondered and then asked. "Yes, that's the Ouyang family," Lin Shen confirmed. Lin Shen could only wait. After a while, Tianxun came back and said, "Is the Ouyang family your friend or your enemy?" "Friend," Lin Shen replied. "If they're your friends, then that's a relief. The Ouyang family is in a terrible state right now. Among those 5 Nirvana beings who died in the conflict, although only 3 bore the Ouyang name, the other 2, other races Nirvana beings were actually under the patronage of the Ouyang family. So, all the Nirvana beings who died in that conflict were from the Ouyang family. Now, the Ouyang family only has 2 Nirvana beings left holding the fort, plus 1 other race's Nirvana being who fled, leaving only 1 Nirvana being in the Ouyang family. Their rivals have suppressed them harshly, and many of their properties and territories on First Fire Star have been taken away. I estimate it will be tough for them to stay on First Fire Star. Even if they manage to hold on, they're likely to be taken over by their competitors. All the dead Nirvana beings were from the Ouyang family? Is there a chance that the Demon tribe is deliberately targeting the Ouyang family?" Lin Shen frowned slightly, which led him to make some unfavorable judgments. How could a clan like the Demon tribe possibly target a mere Ouyang family? "They were merely caught up in the skirmish with our celestial race deity, playing the role of collateral damage," Tianxun said disdainfully. "Who was in charge on the Demon tribe's side during this conflict?" Lin Shen inquired. "I heard it's the favorite daughter of one of the Demon tribe's 7 kings, the arrogant monarch Catherine," Tianxun informed. "So it was her." Lin Shen's face grew even grimmer. He continued, "Among the Demon tribe's forces in this conflict was there a human family with the surname Wan?" "Hold on," Tianxun replied, once again pulling out her communicator and walking away. After a short while, she returned. "No, Catherine does have a human family with the surname Wan under her command, but they did not participate in the battle," Tianxun stated indifferently. "Conflicts like this are normal in the universe, let alone a human family. Even some small races are wiped out in the clashes of larger tribes. The universe is not as easy to navigate as you think. Survival and development of small races in the universe are extremely challenging. Too many small races have been wiped from the annals of history, struggling even to leave their names behind." Chapter 356, Lin Shen asked Tianxun to help him find the contact information of the Ouyang family members. Tianxun said this was a bit troublesome and that he needed some time. When Lin Shen was about to leave, Tianxun suddenly remarked, "Sea Heart Island has been unsettled recently. If you're planning to go there to seek death, it's best you wait for my cousin to return before going, lest you die and she blames it on me." Understood. Lin Shen first was slightly startled, then gave Tianxun a glance, saw that Tianxun had laid back down to sunbathe, and responded before returning to his room. He knew that Tianxun wouldn't mention Sea Heart Island for no reason, but he hadn't planned to go out anyway, so it didn't really concern him. Having bought so many bottles of mutated Ascension liquid, he planned to spend the coming period researching the evolution theory, especially focusing on deciphering the Ascension segment. Lin Shen returned to his room, placed the mutated Ascension liquid aside, summoned the Inheritance fan, and then copied down the content from it. The Inheritance evolution skill contained within it indeed possessed the part regarding Ascension. Although Lin Shen didn't recognize many of the pictographic characters, he was able to understand their meanings. After all, the inheritance fan originated from him, and he had a connection with it that ran deeper than blood relations, even more closely than that between parents and their daughter. However, the inheritance fan also had a part of its bloodline derived from the primeval eggs. Therefore, it wasn't entirely identical to Lin Shen. Developing life-based abilities and potential was something all ascenders needed to do. Since he hadn't found a breakthrough in the authentic evolution theory, Lin Shen decided to refer to other evolution skills. Naturally, he was most familiar with the inheritance evolution skill, so he decided to start from there. The inheritance evolution skill wasn't difficult for Lin Shen to comprehend. This evolution skill was divided into base mutation, evolution, and nirvana. Compared to other evolution skills Lin Shen had practiced, the inheritance evolution skill was quite advanced and in no way inferior to those high-level evolution skills he had previously encountered. Moreover, the inheritance evolution skill had a particular advantage. It was very easy to pick up, with a very low threshold for cultivation, or rather, no threshold at all. Any intelligent species willing to practice it should be able to master it quickly. If Lin Shen had access to this inheritance evolution skill from the start, he wouldn't have practiced an erroneous version of the evolution theory. Being easy to master did not imply that the inheritance evolution skill was elementary. On the contrary, it was not only advanced, but also had a very appealing trait compared to other species' evolution skills. Practicing the inheritance evolution skill could improve the constitution and talent of offspring, and these improvements were specific to those who cultivated the inheritance evolution skill. This meant that if a person practiced the inheritance evolution skill, then their offspring would find practicing it considerably more effective. The more generations that went through this inheritance, the stronger their constitution and talent became. Of course, the abilities of the inheritance evolution skill itself were also formidable, constituting a very comprehensive evolution skill. After studying for some time, Lin Shen realized that the inheritance evolution skill indeed shared similarities with the erroneous evolution theory he practiced. The erroneous evolution theory emphasized bodily mutation and strengthening, while the inheritance evolution skill emphasized bloodline inheritance. If he could combine the two, might it be possible to directly pass on his own mutated talents to the next generation? Of course, Lin Shen had this thought, but after all, these were two completely different evolution skills. Merging them was nearly impossible. Unlike stepping on the immortal court and the immortality scripture, which were also evolution skills but leaned more toward application-based evolution skills, they didn't conflict with the evolution theory. The inheritance evolution skill and evolution theory's functions highly overlap, which also means that they are incompatible, basically impossible to be compatible, let alone run simultaneously. Lin Shen tried practicing the inheritance evolution skill's ascension chapter, but the result was somewhat disappointing. The inheritance evolution skill, which should have been easy to grasp, remained elusive to him. It seemed that apart from a flawed copy of evolution theory, he couldn't master any legitimate evolution skills. Lin Shen felt disappointed and was thinking about studying it further when there was a knock at the door. Wei, you're back so soon? Lin Shen was surprised. Wei Wufu, that madman, actually stopped slaughtering super source dragons on Ring Mountain Planet. Message. Wei Wufu handed the mechanical watch to Lin Shen. Lin Shen opened it to find a video that Red Heart A had sent, and the content was astonishingly the segment where the cosmic rainbow light transformed into the inheritance evolution skill. You must have seen this instance of cosmic rainbow light too, right? What do you think about the evolution skill it turned into? I've analyzed it. Take a look at how I did with the analysis. Lin Shen carefully reviewed Red Heart A's translations and analyses of the inheritance evolution skill. Most of it was correct, except some details were off. Moved by an impulse, Lin Shen edited a message, corrected the parts of Red Heart A's analysis that were problematic, and then sent it over. You finally deigned to reply to my messages. Your skill hasn't regressed at all. Those details you corrected are very good. Red Heart A's message came back quickly, and without waiting for Lin Shen's further reply, a request came through for video communication. This time, Lin Shen did not directly choose to reject it, but first sent a message, in 6 hours. After sending the message, Lin Shen then chose to reject it. Lin Shen also wanted to know who Red Heart A really was. He could see the other party through video, yet he didn't want Red Heart A to know who he was. Now, with less than 2 hours to go before the night on Giant Ringstar, he had already tried using communication equipment during the night on Giant Ringstar, and the other party could only see pitch darkness, while the holographic image could only project darkness. As long as he was close enough to the projection, he could see the other party's projected content. After 2 hours, Lin Shen could use this to his advantage to see Red Heart A, while remaining unseen by Red Heart A, to prevent others from deducing that this place was experiencing the night of Giant Ringstar from the timing of the communication. Lin Shen deliberately delayed for a few hours. Red Heart A seemed to understand what Lin Shen meant and sent another message. In 6 hours, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Shen told Wei to go rest first, and after waiting for 6 hours, as he was hesitating to initiate video communication with Red Heart A, the request from the other side already came through, not a second late. For safety, Lin Shen wore a set of ultra-burn battlesuit and helmet and draped a large cloak over himself, just in case the darkness failed and the other party couldn't see what he looked like. Lin Shen took a deep breath and accepted the video communication request. Immediately, a holographic image was projected on the phone, and Lin Shen leaned in to take a closer look, only to be slightly taken aback. Within the holographic image, there was a mosaic figure lounging on a sofa. Chapter 357, Seeing as if not seeing. Lin Shen and Catherine both widened their eyes as they gazed at each other's holographic projection. Catherine saw darkness, while Lin Shen saw a mosaic. Neither could make out what the other looked like. What's with this mosaic? Is it a video effect created by the other side, or is it a mosaic from the fire seed? Lin Shen actually found it difficult to discern what was going on with the mosaics in the video. If the other person possessed the fire seed, that would be too much of a coincidence. The universe is so vast, how could it be that just by chance, the red heart A he was video calling would happen to have the fire seed with them? Lin Shen scrutinized the holographic image. Although he couldn't see what Red Heart A looked like, he could see that she was in a living room. The style of the sofa and other decorations were of a retro design, with the outside of the sofa made from some kind of leather material. Next to the sofa lay a creature. Although its head and face were not visible, only its spine, Lin Shen's first thought was of the netherworld sulfur wolf. While Lin Shen was still observing, the communication suddenly cut off, and then a message from Red Heart A came through. If you don't want to meet, then don't. What's the point of playing games with me? Though it was only text, Lin Shen could genuinely sense the frustration in the words, "You can't see me?" Lin Shen sent back a text message, without offering an explanation. "It's pitch black on your end. I can't see anything." A little while later, Red Heart A sent another message. "I can't see you either." Lin Shen tried to keep his text messages brief, to avoid giving away any clues to Red Heart A that he was not the strange man. "Don't tell me you can only see darkness too. Who are you trying to fool? I'm not the kind of girl you can easily hoodwink with a couple of words." Catherine directly sent a voice message. From the sound of Catherine's voice, Lin Shen deduced that she was young, but not that of a young girl. She was likely a mature woman with a bit of age, probably not too different from Tian Shun. Mosaic. Lin Shen recalled the strange man's way of talking, although he couldn't remember it very clearly. The strange man was indeed a man of few words, just not as extreme as Wei. Of course, Lin Shen could not use voice messages, so he sent a text message instead. "What do you mean? Are you saying I have a mosaic on me? I'm not using a mosaic." Catherine was full of suspicion when she saw Lin Shen's message. Based on her understanding of Spade A, it didn't make sense that he would lie, especially with such a poor excuse. Mosaic. Knowing that he couldn't offer any explanation, doing so would only risk exposing himself. Lin Shen sent the same 3 words again. Catherine became even more perplexed. After thinking it over, she initiated another video call. This time, Lin Shen confidently accepted the video invitation, but Catherine could still only see darkness. "Still can only see darkness. Can you see me?" Catherine straightened up and spoke to the camera. There was not a sound in the darkness. Catherine repeated herself a few times but still heard nothing, which frustrated her. Just as she was about to end the video call, she saw a message from Spade A, "Mosaic, I can hear you. Can't you hear me?" Catherine harbored some doubts but lacked evidence, so she simply replied, "I can't see you, and I can't hear your voice either. It seems the damage is severe. Send messages." After sending this message, Lin Shen turned off the video communication. Catherine, now suspicious, questioned whether the person on the other side was really Spade A. However, the content that person had amended for her previously wasn't something an ordinary person could do. "I have some questions about that evolution skill. Could you help me resolve them, Red Heart?" Deliberately posed some tricky questions to gauge the other person's expertise. If it were indeed Spade A, such questions wouldn't pose any difficulty for him. Upon seeing the questions, Lin Shen knew that if it were any other evolution skill, he would have no capacity to discuss it with Red Heart A. But when it came to the inheritance evolution skill, perhaps no one understood it better than he did. For every question Red Heart A sent, Lin Shen was able to respond quickly. After a few questions from Red Heart A, she was almost ready to dismiss her suspicions. With such expertise, even if he were not Spade A, he must be someone of Grandmaster level. And how could a Grandmaster impersonate someone? Lin Shen knew it was time. He simply wrote down the problem of condensing fierce strength into a needle and sent it to Red Heart A. This Red Heart A always enjoyed sending him all sorts of bizarre skills and problems. Now he was returning the same by giving her this challenge to ponder. Should she solve it, Lin Shen would save a great deal of time and effort. However, Lin Shen merely sent her the problem without saying anything else. He did not tell her to solve it. "Busy? Gotta go," Lin Shen messaged before ignoring any subsequent texts from Red Heart A. "You're testing me? Give me some time, and I'll come up with the best solution." Concentrating such fierce strength into a needle, yet achieving it without a hint of presence, you've posed a contradictory challenge. How could such ferocity be so undetected? Okay, got it. This won't stump me. In just a short while, Catherine sent several messages to Lin Shen. He merely read them without responding. Seeing that there was no further response, Catherine stopped sending messages and instead wrote down the issue Lin Shen had sent, starting her research. Converting fierce strength into a needle was not difficult for Catherine. The challenge was making such sheer strength undetectable in its fluctuations while maintaining its original speed and power. That was extremely tough. Catherine tried many methods, but it was difficult to achieve a perfect balance. To control the fluctuations, one had to sacrifice speed and power. To maintain speed and power, it was hard to control the fluctuations to the point of them being undetectable. Catherine researched for a long time but couldn't find a solution to the problem. Though it might be resolved with some special innate skill, Catherine deemed such solutions beneath her. She felt that using such means to solve it would only invite Spade A's mockery. Thus, Catherine was determined to find a solution that didn't rely on any special innate skills, for only such an answer would truly convince Spade A Lin Shen didn't bother with Red Heart A anymore, sending the mechanical watch back to Wei Wufu and continuing his research on the flawed evolution theory. The flawed evolution theory was something he dared not entrust to others. Chapter 358, Lead by Example. Lin Shen had already repeatedly compared the standard and erroneous versions before, and found that there were only a few places where the erroneous version differed from the standard one. However, after these few changes, the meaning of the two texts had become entirely different. One could say that the errors in those few places completely overturned the core of evolution theory. It seems there's only one method left: alter the standard version of the evolution theory's ascension chapter to match the erroneous version's core. If that doesn't work, then I truly have no other options. Lin Shen began to modify the standard evolution theory. Clearly, this was a difficult task. Lin Shen really wanted to pass this task to Wei Wufu, but unfortunately, Wei Wufu had not practiced the erroneous version of the evolution theory. This kind of inner cultivation couldn't simply be explained with words. Empathetic understanding, in theory, is impossible to achieve because no two people's experiences can be exactly the same, even if they are very similar. One's personality, attitude towards problems, and thought patterns are even harder to align perfectly. So no matter how Lin Shen described it or explained it to Wei Wufu, he couldn't truly understand what it felt like to cultivate the erroneous version of the evolution theory. Only the practitioner could genuinely experience that feeling. Lin Shen first memorized the entire standard evolution theory, which was a rather brain-consuming task for someone with average memory like himself. By memorizing the standard evolution theory, he also gained a systematic understanding of it. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations. The standard evolution theory is the way of the rich, using a wealth of resources and techniques to enhance one's own capabilities. However, based on this understanding, Lin Shen attempted to make some changes to the standard evolution theory and found that it was not at all what he had imagined. To make changes to a few key points, like in the base mutation chapter, and transform the standard evolution theory into another core that is the exact opposite, was just too difficult. The person who created this erroneous evolution theory is really a genius. I have no idea how they came up with it. Lin Shen spent the night researching and still couldn't figure it out, feeling quite emotional about it. It was only when Wei Wufu came over to knock on the door for breakfast that Lin Shen realized that it had been light for a while. Wei, what's the easiest starting point for a newly promoted ascender to modify an evolution skill and change its core? Lin Shen, devoid of ideas, couldn't help but ask his doubts upon seeing Wei. You, evolution skill, have problems, Wei said. Indeed, there are problems. You know I practice the evolution theory, but my version of the evolution theory is a bit different from the standard version. Its core is quite the opposite. Now, the version of evolution theory I practice lacks the part after base mutation, so I can only try to modify the standard evolution theory to see if I can make it into the kind I need. Lin Shen shared openly with Wei. Can't be changed. Wei Wufu's response was like a cold bucket of water poured over Lin Shen. Is it really impossible? Lin Shen gave a wry smile, knowing that not everything could be changed at will. The creator of the erroneous evolution theory likely had a moment of inspiration and made whimsical modifications to the base mutation chapter, leading it down a different path. But the content of the ascension chapter followed on from the standard evolution theory. It was like starting on the same path, then reaching a fork in the road, and having chosen the wrong path, you now try to use the original map to find the route, but there is no such road on the map. No matter how you compare it to the map, you cannot find the way. It's no different from marking the boat to look for the sword. To change, it won't work. Not to change, you must go your own way. Perhaps that will work. Wei Wufu said seriously. Upon hearing Wei Wufu's words, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit startled. Then he responded with a bitter smile. Wei, you think too highly of me. My talent is just average. I can't even master a basic evolution skill, and this is my first time entering the ascension level. You're asking me to create my own evolution skill, but my knowledge and understanding aren't sufficient. I can't do it. Experience, I have. Look, mine, I believe you can. Wei Wufu turned and shut the door firmly, locking it from the inside. Then he walked over to Lin Shen. Wei Wufu grabbed Lin Shen's hand and pressed it against the left side of his ribcage before saying to Lin Shen, "Follow me and perceive." In Lin Shen's eyes, there was only one acupoint on Wei Wufu's entire body, which could be considered his single weakness. A purple mist began to rise from Wei Wufu's body, and Lin Shen felt like his own strength was being drawn by some force from within Wei Wufu, entering into his body. Lin Shen knew how dangerous this was. To actively draw someone else's strength into his body, especially through a weak spot, if anything went wrong, Wei Wufu could be injured, possibly even suffering irrecoverable damage. After all, it was his only weakness, which one might describe as the gate to his defenses. Should an injury occur during cultivation, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this point, Lin Shen could no longer afford to think too much. He composed himself to cooperate with Wei Wufu to avoid any accidents. A trace of Lin Shen's strength followed Wei Wufu's through his body, much as if Lin Shen were personally experiencing Wei Wufu's cultivation of the evolution skill. Wei Wufu was practicing a secret evolution skill of the Phoenix clan known as the Phoenix Purple Ch301. Although it still fell short of the Phoenix clan's supreme evolution skill, Phoenix Nirvana skill, it was nonetheless an extremely rare advanced evolution skill in the universe. This ranking was somewhat held back by the same weakness shared with the Supreme Clan, which was the scarcity of their members. Otherwise, they could have ranked even higher. Although the Phoenix Clan had not given birth to any innate Nirvana beings, in one aspect, the Phoenix Clan could perhaps be more fearsome than the Supreme Clan. A pureblood member of the Phoenix Clan is generally born at the 10th turn ascension, cultivating the Phoenix Nirvana skill to undergo Nirvana, easily succeeding and not just undergoing Nirvana, but the Great Nirvana. All pureblood members of the Phoenix Clan practice the Phoenix Nirvana skill. However, unlike the Supreme Clan, the Phoenix Clan has many mixed blood members. The Phoenix Purple Ch301 is one of the evolution skills created specifically for the mixed blood members of the Phoenix Clan and is an incredibly dominant evolution skill. The Six Paths Phoenix art that Wan Nianbei practiced actually originated from the Phoenix Nirvana skill. It was an evolution skill created by a king of the Demon tribe who drew inspiration from the Phoenix Nirvana skill. The original goal was to allow members of the Demon tribe to achieve the effects of the Phoenix Nirvana skill and easily complete the Great Nirvana. Unfortunately, most of the subjects trying to cultivate the Six Paths Phoenix art encountered problems along the way. Only Wan Nianbei successfully condensed the Six Paths Phoenix life base. Based on the Six Paths Phoenix as the foundation, Wan Nianbei had the opportunity to effortlessly enter the Great Nirvana, similar to the pure blood members of the Phoenix clan. Sadly, he is now deceased, leaving only an incomplete Six Paths Phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen felt the strength circulating within Wei Wufu's body, domineering as a phoenix dancing across the heavens, resembling the auspicious presence of purple qi coming from the east, unceasing and unstoppable, soaring straight to the skies. This aura gave Lin Shen the illusion that within Wei Wufu's body there seemed to be a phoenix formed of purple qi, dragging an endless trail of flames as if it would burst forth at any moment, its wings ascending through the clouds to the highest heaven. Chapter 359, Living is the Meaning. From ancient times, the purple qi comes from the east, the first light before dawn. The morning spirit transforms into a phoenix body. The break of dawn greets the morning light. The bones of the phoenix proud as plum blossoms. The gall of the phoenix, a righteousness thin as the heavens. The heart of the phoenix, brave and unyielding. The chant of the phoenix, heavy as mountains. The chi of the phoenix, heavy as mountains. The chi of the phoenix, vast and enduring. The lament of the phoenix, from which all life springs. Wei Wufu's voice echoed in Lin Shen's ears, this being the first time Lin Shen had heard Wei Wufu speak at such length while maintaining fluency. That voice was sonorous and powerful, like the clashing of metal or a stone chisel upon a stele, each word stirring the soul, making one feel it could not be obliterated. Lin Shen understood that Wei Wufu was imparting to him the true essence of the Phoenix Purple Ch301, hoping that he might gain enlightenment through analogy. Feeling the flow of strength within Wei Wufu and listening to his words, an image arose in Lin Shen's mind. Within the darkness between heaven and earth, at the very eastern frontier where heaven meets earth, a streak of purple dawn sliced through the darkness, rising slowly with the light, contending against the sky-covering darkness. The purple key transformed into a phoenix that roamed freely between heaven and earth, charging fearlessly into the pitch-black void, proud but not arrogant, righteous beyond the bounds of the sky, forging ahead, valuing promises, light on life and death, and even if reduced to dust, it would leave a glimmer of light for the world. Suddenly, Lin Shen seemed to understand why Wei Wufu's skill, the Phoenix Mystique, came with the restriction of fight without retreat. Perhaps it was not the Purple Chi Phoenix spell that restricted Wei Wufu. Restrictions make perseverance possible, and it is perseverance that leads to restrictions. The limitation of the Phoenix Mystique is not for restricting Wei Wufu, but rather Wei Wufu's steadfastness gives the Phoenix Mystique its character. Lin Shen seemed to suddenly realize why he could not change the evolution theory. Because up to now, he had not truly grasped the true meaning of the flawed version of evolution theory, remaining purely on the skill level. Wei Wufu had Lin Shen observe his practice of the Purple Chi Phoenix spell, desiring Lin Shen to understand that the evolution skill had its own mood and character. Only by understanding the mood and character of the flawed version of evolution theory, Or rather, finding his own mood and character, would he be able to see the path ahead and might even manage to continue the latter part of the flawed evolution theory? What is the mood and character of the flawed evolution theory? Is it the forced strengthening and mutation by the environment? Is it the self-mutation to adapt to the environment? It seems like neither. Those are just on the level of skill. Lin Shen suddenly discovered that the evolution skill he practiced lacked mood and character, as if he was just drifting along with fate's currents. Become someone like Wei? I don't seem to be capable of that. I lack Wei's stubborn adherence, and I fear I will never reach his realm in this lifetime. Lin Shen pondered within his heart. Then what kind of person am I? What do I stand for? And what are my limitations? His 4 innate skills, along with the life base innate skill, almost had no restrictions. The super base pattern could draw the world's force, super base change could activate his own body, super base recast was forged 1,000 times over, and the super base form allowed his body to mutate. It seemed like all of this was for making himself better, only taking from the world without giving anything back in return. I can't get through. Lin Shen realized that he couldn't walk the path Wei had taken. From the start, he didn't possess Wei's kind of righteousness. Since I was able to cultivate the flawed evolution theory, maybe that precisely shows that some traits within me match the flawed evolution theory, only I am unaware of it. So what exactly are the traits within me that match the flawed evolution theory? Lin Shen pondered bitterly yet still could not find the answer. Domination, Night and Sen really, suddenly Lin Shen realized something, his eyes lighting up fiercely. What exactly am I doing? Why am I setting limits on myself? Why should I limit evolution theory? There's no need, my heart is the bottom line, and since evolution theory has chosen me, then I am its bottom line. We have already become one in essence. As Lin Shen's thoughts shifted, the strength within his body also began to circulate automatically, with evolution theory soaring freely within him. I was born into this world, growing by constantly taking, seemingly only taking without giving. But if you look at it from another perspective, could it be said that my very existence is a form of giving? A blank sheet of paper, an unused pencil, that's just a sheet of paper and a pencil. If no one uses them, their existence itself is their purpose. If someone picks up the pencil and writes something on the paper, both the paper and pencil will be used, seemingly just pure consumption, but isn't that also imparting a different meaning to the paper and pencil? In the eyes of the people, taking from the world is selfish, but from the world's perspective, perhaps this is another form of imparting. Without colors, without lines, without undulations, there is no painting. Without language, without scenery, without characters, without events, there is also no story. Different painters create different works. Those pieces might be beautiful or tragic, perhaps saintly, possibly evil, but no matter what, they are no longer simply blank. Perhaps just by living on, I'm already fulfilling my purpose in this world. I just need to let myself live well, live spectacularly, live freely, live out my true self, live out a unique life, and that is already my repayment to the world. As Lin Shen's thoughts continued to move, the flow of strength within his body also sped up, seemingly in response to his thoughts. Yes, that's it. Why am I looking for a meaning in life? Living according to my own will is already the greatest meaning. Lin Shen felt an immense joy, as if he had thrown off his shackles. Even the strength within his body seemed to be leaping for joy, flowing unrestrained. Lin Shen felt that evolution theory was somewhat different now, but he couldn't quite articulate how it had changed. Suddenly, the circulating strength within Lin Shen's body after making a round surged along the force inside Wei Wufu's body and into Wei Wufu himself. This gave Lin Shen a fright. That was the most vulnerable part of Wei Wufu's body, and Wei Wufu was still channeling the Phoenix Purple Qiju. Disturbing him could have unimaginable consequences. But now, it seemed too late to stop it. Lin Shen's strength kept pouring into Wei Wufu's body ceaselessly, merging with Wei Wufu's torrent of strength and flowing continuously with it. Lin Shen felt even more deeply the wonder of Wei Wufu's evolution skill, as if he were personally cultivating the Phoenix Purple Qiju. Net Lin Shen grasped the mood and spirit of Wei Wufu, and the power within Wei Wufu was affected by Lin Shen's evolution theory, seeming to undergo some inexplicable changes. When Lin Shen's strength returned to his body, Wei Wufu's Phoenix Purple Qiju also ceased to circulate. Chapter 367 Transformation Mutant Crocodile Dragon Lin Shen was in great spirits, as after he used the mutated ascension liquid again, the evolution theory finally took effect, converting the liquid into base mutation rates. Wei, you've helped me a lot again. It's a bit different. Wei furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering something, but soon after, Wei seemed to come to terms with it, his brow smoothing out as he said, "This is good. If it's fine, then that's good." Lin Shen had been somewhat worried that his evolution theory's influence on the Phoenix Purple Qiju might bring trouble to Wei. Having drunk so much ascension liquid, Lin Shen didn't feel like eating, so he simply went with Wei to hunt super source dragons on Ring Mountain Planet. Wei was much more diligent than Lin Shen. It hadn't been long, yet his Death Powder's soul harvesting skill had already reached 100 for 6 types of super source dragons, and he had dozens of points for over 10 other types. Wei and Lin Shen had similar thoughts. Once he filled the points for one type of supersource dragon, he would stop killing that kind and start hunting other types of supersource dragons. This is, a mutated supersource dragon. Lin Shen and Wei arrived at the summit of another ring mountain, discovering a group of several dozen supersource dragons within it. These supersource dragons resembled crocodiles, with long, broad mouths filled with sawtooth-like teeth, their bodies also a uniform green color. However, one of the dragons had a skeletal white color, with bone spurs growing from its back, and from head to tail it looked particularly ferocious. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their life bases. The fan rushed into the ring mountain and unfolded, with long plumes of light appearing at the tips of the fan bones, turning into swords of light that danced within the mountain. Most of the supersource dragons couldn't even withstand a single strike from the fan bone light swords and were pierced through the body. Some supersource dragons spat out rod-shaped life bases from their mouths, which collided with the fanbone light swords without falling short in strength. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow and were circumvented by the light swords, which then directly killed their bodies. Killing the supersource crocodile dragon, a first-turn life base discovered. Killing the supersource crocodile dragon, a first-turn life base discovered. As Lin Shen was joyfully slaughtering, the mutated crocodile dragon grew enraged and spat out a life base that resembled a wolf fang club. Your next read awaits at mvfreewebnovel.com. The Wolf Fang Club seemed to be made of white bone, and when it collided with the light swords of the fan bones, the light swords were sent flying away. Strike after strike of the light swords hit the Wolf Fang Club, only to be scattered in all directions. Those directly hit even shattered the light plumes. Such strong strength, such high speed, this guy must have a high number of resurrections. Lin Shen was taken aback. With a thought, the scattered fan bones reassembled, forming back into a fan. The Wolf Fang Club came smashing down again, and Lin Shen had the inheritance fan use the first move, Peacock Display, to block the Wolf Fang Club. With a crack, the light screen that opened like a peacock's tail was directly shattered by the club, and if it weren't for Lin Shen's quick reaction to retreat the fan, even the fan bones might have been crushed. So strong. Lin Shen estimated that the creature must be at least 7th turn or higher, and it also had a very powerful offensive base talent. Just as Lin Shen was about to retract the fan and let the contrarian try, he saw Wei Wufu's white robe life base fly into the fray. After the white robe life base entered the ring mountain, Lin Shen noticed that the speed of the Wolf Fang Club life base suddenly decreased significantly. Only then did Lin Shen remember Wei's white robe base talent, which could weaken an enemy's attributes, shared a similar ingenuity to Cosimo's God-given Imperial Authority skill. Under the influence of the white robe, the strength and speed of the mutated crocodile dragon were greatly weakened. Lin Shen used the second technique, Disperse again, and the fanbone light sword circled around the Wolf Fang Club base and attacked the mutated crocodile dragon, which could not resist and was soon riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Don't rush, Death Powder, a hit. Wei Wufu told Lin Shen not to kill the mutated crocodile dragon, leaving Death Powder to deliver the final blow. Lin Shen nodded and left the last hit to Death Powder, while his fanbone light swords cleaned up the other ordinary crocodile dragons. With the mutated crocodile dragon dead, those crocodile dragons that could run escaped into the greenish liquid. Those that didn't manage to escape were left behind by the fanbone light swords. Death Powder took advantage of the situation and killed several more of the ordinary crocodile dragons. Lin Shen and his companion began to clear the battlefield, dragging out the crocodile dragons' bodies and collecting their ascension liquid. The mutated crocodile dragon was at the 7th turn, and its mutated spirit-based Wolf Fang Club already had top-tier attributes, with strength and hardness at full value, and toughness and speed only 2 points shy of the maximum. Coupled with the base talent Wolf Fang Bite, which increased strength and speed and came with a tearing effect, the destructive power of this 7th turn spirit base was just as strong, if not stronger, than Lin Shen's inheritance fan. Wei, when we work together, killing high-level mutated ascension is like slicing melons and chopping vegetables, absolutely invincible, Lin Shen said while collecting the ascension liquid. The second technique of the inheritance fan, Disperse, unlike the first technique, Open, enhances the attributes of strength and speed, but did not strengthen hardness and toughness. So, while the fanbone light sword was powerful in its destructive force, its own durability was quite ordinary. Going head-to-head could be uncomfortable, but to kill an enemy, it was truly sharp enough. With Wei's white robe weakening the enemy's attributes, the fanbone light swords didn't need to clash hard against the opponent's base. It was sufficient to bypass the base and attack the opponent's weak points. The mutated crocodile dragon, whose speed, strength, hardness, and toughness were all comprehensively weakened, couldn't escape and was quickly dispatched by the fanbone light swords. On second thought, Lin Shen realized that Wei didn't really need to join forces with him. Wei was already strong enough on his own. Once he donned the white robe, there weren't many at the ascension level who could defeat him. Wei was essentially an infinitely enhanced version of Cosimo. The god descended to Earth, but Wei knew more, was technically stronger, and was more stable than Cosimo. If Lin Shen's opponent had been Wei back then, it was likely Lin Shen who would have been killed. Wei, apparently without such awareness, simply agreed and joined Lin Shen in continuing to hunt supersource dragons. Lin Shen offered the Wolf Fang Club to Wei, but Wei declined, saying he enjoyed fighting on his own and didn't need these things. Lin Shen tried to control the Wolf Fang Club in battle and felt that in a one-on-one situation it was more effective than his fan. With one swing, it was simple and direct and ordinary bases were smashed to bits. The feeling was quite thrilling. He had planned to let his own base absorb it right away, but after experiencing this feeling of overwhelming power, Lin Shen decided to use it for a while longer. A sensation of utter dominance that lightweight weapons simply couldn't provide. Unfortunately, mutated supersource dragons and high-turn ascension supersource dragons were scarce. Until the countdown for transportation ended, the two didn't find any more mutated supersource dragons and had to return to the giant ring star with their spoils. Chapter 361, Yun passes on. The technique. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen accompanied Wei Wufu in slaying supersource dragons. Although they did not find any more mutated supersource dragons, utilizing the ability of Death Powder, Lin Shen managed to acquire quite a few supersource dragon pets. Yun, who had not shown her face for several days, suddenly came knocking on Lin Shen's door. Have you used up all the mutation fluid? I'll prepare some for you right away. Lin Shen thought Yun might have run out of mutation fluid. No, it's not that. Yun shook her head repeatedly, speaking timidly. The movement technique you gave me before, I've almost mastered it. So soon? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. In just a few days, she had nearly mastered the movement technique, which was already quite impressive even if it was just the basics. Lin Shen himself had practiced it for a while but couldn't even reach the basics. It might not be perfect, and if it's not, I'll go back and continue practicing, Yun said with her head lowered. No worries, managing to get the basics down in such a short time is already very impressive. You've done well enough, Lin Shen said with a smile. Come on, let's find a spacious place, and I'll see how well you've practiced. In the practice martial arts room, Lin Shen summoned the Black Crystal Stoneman, asking it to restrain its strength and speed while attacking Yun to observe the results of her practice. Initially, facing the formidable and sturdy Black Crystal Stoneman, Yun lacked confidence, but after a while she realized that despite its fierce appearance, it couldn't harm her, and she gradually became more confident. Lin Shen was growing increasingly surprised, having originally assumed Yun had only grasped the basics. Yet now, it seemed she hadn't just grasped them, she had reached an expert level of proficiency. Yun was still at alloy level, and the mutated crystal base level Stoneman, although not known for its speed, was still much faster than Yun. Initially, Lin Shen asked the Black Crystal Stoneman to hold back a bit in speed, but when it couldn't injure Yun, he allowed it to gradually let go. The Black Crystal Stoneman, now attacking at full speed, couldn't even catch a piece of Yun's clothing. Yun's movement technique might not have looked complex, but it was as if she were the shadow of the Black Crystal Stoneman. When Yun lacked confidence at first, the Black Crystal Stoneman could still see her form. As time went on, Yun became like a relentless parasite, constantly appearing where the Black Crystal Stoneman couldn't see, making it seem very clumsy. From the perspective of the Black Crystal Stoneman, it was as if it was fighting an invisible enemy. This movement technique, if what Yun has accomplished is still not considered mature, what would it look like when it's fully matured? Lin Shen could only marvel at Yun's immense talent in this area. It was a pity that Yun's level was too low. Her stamina, strength, and speed were inadequate, and she could only dodge repeatedly without being able to harm the Black Crystal Stoneman. That's enough. Lin Shen put the Black Crystal Stoneman away. No further tests were necessary. Yun had already touched the essence of the movement technique. Mr. Lin Shen, shall I use the Valkyrie's protection? Yun looked at Lin Shen with hopeful eyes. Take a break first. Seeing sweat on Yun's forehead, Lin Shen wanted her to rest for a bit. I'm not tired, Yun immediately said. The only thing she could do was this, and she wanted to be of value. Alright then, try to use the Valkyrie's protection to teach me this movement technique. Lin Shen no longer insisted on her resting. Yun nodded slightly, and then timidly approached Lin Shen, activating her base change talent, Valkyrie's protection. A white carapace enveloped Yun's body, with a crescent moon-shaped light pattern appearing on the forehead of her carapace. As the Valkyrie's protection was activated, the crescent moon-shaped light pattern gradually changed from a crescent into a full moon. When it became a full moon, Yun softly spoke, Mr. Lin Shen, here I come. Then she pressed her forehead against Lin Shen's forehead. Although separated by the carapace, Yun still felt somewhat strange. The moment their foreheads lightly touched, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. Lin Shen felt as though the moment his forehead touched those full moon light patterns, some peculiar images suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Shen felt as if he had become Yun, practicing that movement technique in his mind, while experiences and insights that weren't his own also flooded into his brain. Yun desperately held on until the strength in her body was overdrawn. No longer able to persist, she fell and sat down on the ground with a thump, and the carapace on her body, lacking the support of strength, automatically disappeared. Mr. Lin Shen, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Yun struggled to stand up, but she was so severely drained that her legs were weak. She had not completely stood up before her legs gave way, and she was about to fall again. Lin Shen quickly grabbed her arm, helping her to her feet, and laughed heartily. No, 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 you are very useful, you've done a great job, you are simply my blessing. Lin Shen, who had previously been unable to master this movement technique, now directly obtained Yun's experiences and insights and suddenly learned it. This wasn't teaching, it was clearly a direct copy of a skill. The protection of the Valkyrie was even more incredible than Lin Shen had imagined. No wonder the Moon Rabbit clan met with disaster. This talent is way too bug-like. Lin Shen sighed inwardly and praised Yun further. Yun's face blushed with the compliments and immediately requested Lin Shen to assign her tougher tasks. First, raise your level. Later there will be higher-level martial arts techniques for you to practice. Lin Shen hadn't yet decided which martial arts techniques to let Yun practice, so he pacified her, letting her focus on raising her level. Lin Shen now had 3 plans in mind. One was to have Yun follow Wei Wufu to learn, and after Yun learned Wei Wufu's skills, she could use the Valkyrie's protection to teach him. Another plan was for Yun to learn and then teach the contrarian. Because Yun's level was too low, there was a restriction to the Valkyrie's protection. Each skill could only be transferred to one person using the protection of the Valkyrie. According to Yun, this limitation would gradually be lifted with the rise of her level. Thus, whether to let the contrarian learn or to learn it himself, Lin Shen currently had to choose one of the 2 options. The contrarian relied entirely on instincts to fight now. Although she was powerful, her adaptive capabilities were lacking. She still needed to learn some martial techniques. The last plan was more complicated. Lin Shen wanted Yun to secretly learn the Zeman swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force, and then teach it to him. Lin Shen had been coveting the Zeman swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force for a long time, always thinking of stealing the technique for himself. However, this was a bit troublesome and would need some strategic planning to be feasible. After pacifying Yun, Lin Shen got her some mutation fluid to help her focus on raising her level. Before long, Tian Xun finally returned. Seeing Tian Xun's flying vessel descend into the dome, Lin Shen grew curious and walked towards the dome. The moment Lin Shen saw Tian Xun emerge from the flying vessel, he suddenly felt a heart-stirring sensation. Chapter 362, Opportunity Long, shapely legs stretched out from the flying craft, radiating a tight, rounded fleshiness. They were not those sickly thin legs that were all bones. At a glance, they exuded a vibrant, lively sexiness. In other words, they were simply powerful. Following those legs were the waist, the hips, the chest, and the face. The vigor only grew, and before one could even take it all in, it already had people feeling intoxicated. This was no ordinary woman. This was akin to a gourd of fine wine, a gourd whose mere scent could intoxicate a man. Those without a tolerance couldn't handle such drink. It was too fiery, too rich, a fierce spirit beyond the mastery of ordinary men. For those who could tame it, it was the ultimate ambrosia. For those who couldn't, even the finest wine was devilish. Tian Xun possessed the same golden hair as Tian Xin, yet her eyes were a deep black, profound, and 3-dimensional, an entire person radiating an untamable, fierce beauty. But when she stepped out of the flying craft and spread her wings behind her, that fierceness instantly softened considerably, like the sweet aftertaste that lingers after a fiery drink goes down the throat, growing sweeter with each taste, each lingering flavor more enduring. Fire Seed really knows how to choose, Lin Shen thought to himself with a sigh. Why look at me with such eyes, as if you've never seen the likes before? Tian Xun gave Lin Shen a glance and, ignoring him, walked over to a sofa to sit down, massaging her temples as if she were extremely exhausted. Lin Shen thought to himself, I really haven't seen anything like it. Today is a first. The matter of the ascension pool is a bit troublesome, Tian Xun said with a sigh after taking a small sip from a bottle of water. The opportunity is still there, but whether or not you can obtain the qualification to enter the ascension pool is up to you. Tian Xun told Lin Shen the outcome of her trip to Sky Pinnacle Star. For outsiders to use the Ascension Pool, it required the signatures of the Dean and 2 Vice-Deans of the Celestial Court. The Dean and 1 Vice-Dean had already signed, but the last Vice-Dean was unwilling to sign. Tian Xun had tried all she could, and in the end, they had to rely on a vote within the Celestial Court, missing the mark by only 3 votes. Just when Tian Xun had lost all hope, an unexpected opportunity arose. The Celestial race had been experiencing frequent conflicts with the Demon tribe, causing very negative impacts on both sides. Currently, the 2 races were in negotiations to resolve the issue, with representatives of the Demon tribe present on Sky Pinnacle Star. The negotiations were ongoing but had reached a deadlock. Both parties struggled to find a balance of interests over the ownership of Fierce Fire Star and had reached a temporary impasse in the talks. A representative from the Demon side presented a proposal. Each side would send 3 individuals to the Sea of Flames on Fierce Fire Star, and whoever obtained the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon would gain ownership of Fierce Fire Star. Fierce Fire Star itself was a planet not very hospitable to humans, with an atmosphere vastly different from that of the human mother planet. Tiny metallic sparks could set off explosive components in the atmosphere. What would be considered normal combat on other planets could cause severe explosions on Fierce Fire Star. Many mutators hunting base variant creatures on Fierce Firestar were not killed by the creatures themselves, but died due to explosions triggered by the battles. Other areas were barely survivable, but near the Sea of Flames, these explosions were especially severe. A casual collision of life bases could lead to an atomic bomb-like horrific explosion. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon resided in the midst of the Sea of Flames, a 10th turn ascended creature, and one of the top tier at that. Being a creature bred by the Sea of Flames, the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon had very strong immunity to those explosions. But ordinary ascenders fighting there would suffer greatly and had to consider the impact of the explosions. This time, both parties agreed to send 3 people, all of whom would be ascenders. It's not that they didn't want to send Nirvana beings, but merely because the strength of Nirvana beings was too formidable. Fighting elsewhere on Fierce Firestar was manageable, but if a Nirvana being fought in the Sea of Flames region, triggering a massive explosion, it could likely lead to a global disaster. What they wanted were the resources of Fierce Firestar, not a Fierce Firestar ruined by disaster. If you want to earn the qualification to use the Ascension Pool, you can only participate in this Sea of Flames battle and successfully obtain the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, Tianxun told Lin Shen. This time the risk is indeed great. Whether you go or not is for you to decide. Have the other 2 slots been decided? Lin Shen asked pensively. Tianxun understood what Lin Shen was worried about. They've been decided. Because the risk is really too great, the celestial race will not partake in the battle. The other 2 slots have been claimed by a human and a 10th turn ascendant from the Ironblood tribe. If successful, all 3 will earn the right to enter the Ascension Pool. If they fail, it will be tough for them to explain upon their return. Moreover, in that kind of place, a lapse in attention could cost them their lives, although the likelihood of an issue is slim. Human? Lin Shen expressed some surprise. The several Nirvana beings who died in the previous conflict on Fierce Firestar were from that human family. They've also sent someone to the battle. If successful, the Celestial Court will allow them to keep a few mining areas on Fierce Firestar with mining rights for 300 years, Tianxun explained. Lin Shen's thoughts stirred. What is the name of that human? Ouyang Yudu, Tianxun replied with his strong memory. Although he had only heard the name in passing and had never met the person, he still remembered it. It's indeed him, Lin Shen muttered thoughtfully to Tianxun. I want to participate in this operation. Please sign me up. Think carefully. This will be very dangerous. Not only do you have to kill the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, but you also have to be wary of the Demon Tribe's people, and on top of that, the harsh environment. If you're not cautious, you could really end up in mortal danger, Tianxun cautioned. We're all ascenders. If they're not afraid, what is there for me to fear? Lin Shen said this aloud, but was actually thinking, if there's a chance, I can team up with Ouyang Yudu to seize the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, and everyone benefits. If it's not feasible, I'll just bring Ouyang Yudu back alive. I can't let him lose his life. Going together with him, working with someone I know, is always better than teaming up with strangers. The chances are still good. Since you've made up your mind, I'll put your name down and we can depart now, Tianxun said. Okay. Lin Shen was also eager to meet Ouyang Yudu and ask him what exactly was going on. It's also good to experience this. The path of cultivation is long, and sooner or later you'll have to go to places with harsh environments like Fierce Firestar, or even planets more perilous than that. Just remember, be very careful in all matters. If it's not feasible, there's no need to force it. Preserving your life is the priority. I'll think of another way regarding the Ascension Pool, Tianxun advised him once more. Lin Shen packed his belongings. He had intended to bid farewell to his eldest sister and the others before leaving, but Wei Wufu said he wanted to accompany Lin Shen to Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen asked Tianxun if it was possible to bring Wei Wufu along, to which Tianxun replied that it wouldn't be a problem. Besides Lin Shen, she was also taking Tianxun. Bringing one more person was no big deal. Chapter 363, Fierce Firestar. First Firestar, when viewed from a distance, was a gigantic red-brown planet. The entire planet appeared very barren, with red-brown hills and land everywhere, and only in a few areas were there green plants. These plants were not native to First Firestar, but were special species introduced from other planets. The other races were able to survive on First Firestar because these plants played a key role. However, these plants could only be cultivated in areas far from the Sea of Flames, and it took a great deal of manpower and resources to grow each plant. After stepping out of the transport station, Lin Shen immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor, and the air he inhaled made his chest feel somewhat uncomfortable. Only the bodies of ascenders could barely adapt to it. Ordinary mutators would have their lives at risk if they left the plant-covered areas. Although the environment of First Firestar was harsh, it contained a type of exceedingly rare ore, an essential material for the power systems of flying vehicles, with profits that were similarly substantial. Huge vines, like giant serpents, twisted and undulated over the land, entangling and covering a range of dozens of miles. The leaves on the vines were quite small, comparable in size to the leaves of common maple trees. On those vines, many swellings resembling tumors could be seen, presenting a terrifying and daunting appearance. Despite the dragon tongue vine's unattractive look, it served to improve the air quality of First Fire Star and was also the main source of water. This area had many vines, but in fact, they all belonged to a single dragon tongue vine. Under the protection of the dragon tongue vine, one could see rows of low wooden huts built beneath the vines. Here, one could not see any concrete and steel construction. Almost no technological products were visible, and even metal was rarely seen. The majority were made of wood and cotton, and even clothing made of fibrous materials was hard to come by. Someone greeted Tianxun and led them to a relatively luxurious large wooden house. Lin Shen, Tianxun, and Wei Wufu followed Tianxun into the wooden house, where Tianxun spoke to the two leading celestials. Lin Shen saw a man sitting cross-legged in another corner, drinking tea. Behind him, a little girl held up an umbrella white as jade, shading the man's head. It was unclear why she held an umbrella in the house where there was neither wind nor rain nor sun. The man looked up at them as they entered, exchanged glances, and then lowered his gaze once more, no longer looking at them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu recognized the man as Ouyang Yudu at a glance, but there seemed to be some differences from the Ouyang Yudu they knew before. Although still genteel, he now appeared to have lost some of his free-spiritedness and gained more stability. Ouyang Yudu seemed to deliberately avoid acknowledging them, and both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu pretended not to know him as well. Tianxun, there have been changes in this operation. Are you sure your people still want to participate? A celestial asked Tianxun. What happened? Tianxun frowned and asked. Among the three chosen by the demon tribe, there is a woman named Florella, the previous celestial said. Florella? The woman dubbed as the immortal legend of the demon tribe? Tianxun was actually somewhat surprised. She's not dead yet? How could she be permitted to participate in such an operation? Isn't that cheating? It's not exactly cheating. The entire universe knows that she is an ascender, the celestial sighed. 400 years ago, she was 10th turn ascension, and 400 years later, she is still at 10th turn ascension. With her abilities, she could have achieved nirvana 400 years ago, and even if it was the great nirvana, her success rate would be very high. But she stubbornly stayed at the ascension level for 400 years. Even some of her grandchildren in her clan have already achieved nirvana, yet she has not. With her experience and cultivation, participating in such an operation, isn't that bullying people? But admittedly, she is an ascender and meets the terms of our agreement with the demon tribe, the celestial said helplessly. I have already decided to withdraw my people from this operation. You all can discuss the rest yourselves. Upon hearing this, Tianxun was taken aback. If your people withdraw, what about the third spot? Knowing it's certain death, I can't let my people go to their doom. Training up a 10th turn ascender isn't easy. Anyone who is willing to go can go, but my people won't. The celestial said indifferently. Is that appropriate? How do we explain to the higher-ups? Tianxun frowned. It's the higher-ups who made a mistake with the decision. If anyone up there has an opinion, let them come to me. It wouldn't bother me at all if I stopped being an inspector. Having said that, the celestial got up and left directly with the ascender from the Ironblood tribe. Tianxun and another celestial looked at each other, uncertain. While the inspector had the clout to leave directly, they didn't. Shishang, what do you think? Tianxun asked the celestial who had not left. Shishang shrugged and said, what else is there to think? The inspector said it's a problem from above. What can I think? You've been hurrying along for so long you must be tired. Rest for now and wait for the decision from above. Having no other choice, Tianxun could only take Lin Shen and the other two to find a place to settle down first. Tianxun called the three into the room, his expression grave. It seems that there is some internal issue within the celestial court this time. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to Florella's participation in this operation. Lin Shen let it go this time. A spot in the ascension pool is not worth taking such a big risk. Who is Florella? Lin Shen asked curiously. Before Tianxun could reply, Tianxun, leaning lazily against the wall, spoke up. Didn't you hear just now? She's the immortal legend of the Demon tribe, a great beauty recognized by the entire Demon tribe for 400 years, an old woman monster who has toughed it out at the ascension level for 400 years. Now she should be called an ageless demoness. Is she very strong? Lin Shen asked again. Not very strong, no. 400 years ago, the Demon tribe held an Ascenders ranking battle, and back then, Florella trounced a few of the Demon tribe's rookie Ascenders and took first place, Tianxun said teasingly. Stop talking nonsense, Tianxun scolded him before turning to Lin Shen. 400 years ago, Florella was hailed as the #1 beauty of the Demon tribe. Many famous Ascenders from the Demon tribe admired her. Whether they held back against her, we don't know, but securing first place wasn't just a fluke. Furthermore, she later did several acts that shook the universe, and her strength was among the top of Ascenders at the time. We haven't heard from her for over 100 years. We thought she had either died or achieved nirvana long ago. Unexpectedly, she's still alive, and she hasn't achieved nirvana. What did she do that shook the universe? Lin Shen grew even more curious. Nothing too special. She just rejected a marriage proposal from a king of the Demon tribe, was issued a death warrant by that king, evaded death several times under the pursuit of several Nirvana beings, blew up a planet, and used the explosion of that planet to kill 2 of the Nirvana beings chasing her. Net. The more Lin Shen heard, the heavier his heart sank. Centuries ago, she was already so powerful, going there with Ouyang Yudu would be no different from courting death. Chapter 364, Fleur Lin Shen was already thinking of beating a retreat. Not only was such an ascender incredibly strong, she had been at the ascension level for 400 years, who knew how many top-notch spirit bases and premium ascension pets she had on her. It was possible that just releasing her pets would be enough without her lifting a finger to wipe out Lin Shen and his group. Though Lin Shen wanted to earn entry to the ascension pool and was keen to help Ouyang Yudu, he wasn't about to sign his death warrant. Probably Ouyang Yudu would drop out too. He wasn't stupid. The group settled down on Fierce Firestar, waiting for orders from the Celestial Court. With that inspector pulling out temporarily, the Celestial Court definitely needed to come up with a solution, and Tianxun would likely force Flairla to step down by 9-1, or else the whole operation would be meaningless. Lin Shen, Tianxun, and Wei Wufu were all first-timers on Fierce Firestar and were quite curious about it. Accompanied by the staff there, they wandered outside the plant area. Lin Shen took 2 daggers and swiped at them, causing sparks to fly and a series of explosions to burst forth in the air. The sparks turned into fireworks, exploding directly in the sky. This was just a light collision. If one were to really strike hard, the destructive power of the explosion would be terrifying. This planet really is interesting, Lin Shen said as he kept striking the 2 daggers together like setting off fireworks, enjoying himself immensely. Childish, Tianxun scoffed from the side. The staffer next to them, a Huaxi person, said with a forced smile, "It's good to get used to the environment on Fierce Firestar. During combat here, you have to watch out for these explosions. Many conflicts that arise on Fierce Firestar end with neither party surviving because they die in explosions, not at the hands of their opponent. Didn't we have conflicts with the Demon tribe before and lost quite a few individuals at the Nirvana level? Actually, those at Nirvana also didn't expect that the other side would really go all out on Fierce Firestar. Most were killed by explosions. Huaxi people have a very distinctive appearance, with faces that resemble sunflowers adorned with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. When they speak, the circle of petals around their face moves with their tone, which is quite amusing to watch." "How should I address you, my friend?" asked Lin Shen. "Just call me Duo Qi. I'm the temporary person in charge here," the Huaxi person replied quite amicably. "Duo Qi, is there any way to avoid the explosions?" Lin Shen asked again. "As long as you don't trigger fractures upon impact, it's fine. Friction doesn't matter. When you fight, it's best not to make direct contact with the opponent. As long as you are fast enough to dodge, you'll be alright. Also, you should prepare more spirit bases and avoid using your life base unless really necessary. If life bases clash, the explosion could damage them." Duoki imparted some fighting techniques suitable for Fierce Firestar to them. In fact, Lin Shen and his group had already heard all of this from Tianxun. At Lin Shen's suggestion, Duoki also took them to see the base variant creatures on Fierce Firestar, arriving at a lake that didn't seem particularly large. This is Flame Lake. The average base variant creatures on Fierce Firestar usually rest in lakes like this. They only leave Flame Lake when searching for food. This has a benefit. Even if conflicts occur inside Flame Lake, no explosions will happen, Duoki explained, pointing to Flame Lake. "Is there water in Flame Lake?" Lin Shen asked, staring at the slightly reddish, murky liquid in the lake. "It might be mixed with some water, but the water content isn't high. The miners who used to work here called this liquid Flame Liquid. Flame lakes and the Sea of Flames mainly consist of this flame liquid. You can't drink it. It's harmful and not beneficial to the body, and it can't be absorbed by our bodies. Only base variant creatures can drink this stuff," Duochi was explaining, when suddenly they saw a group of people and horses approaching from a distance, seemingly heading for the flame lake as well. "It's people from the Demon tribe," Duochi hurriedly said. "Let's avoid them so we don't end up in a conflict." "Avoid them? As if they could do anything to us," Tianxin snorted, showing no intentions of leaving. Duoki wanted to say more, but the Demon tribe's entourage had already approached and noticed them, walking toward their direction. "That Demon tribe woman being treated like a star among the crowd is Flairella," Duoki whispered to Lin Shen and the others. All three turned their gaze to Flairella. Although Tianxin was very familiar with her stories, this was his first time seeing her in person. Isn't Flairella over 400 years old? How come she still looks so young and beautiful? "Are you sure she's Flairella?" Tianxin expressed in surprise. "She's accompanied the Demon tribe's diplomatic corps to our camp, there's no mistake. Besides, haven't you heard of her nickname? They call her the Ageless Myth because she's maintained her youthful beauty for hundreds of years," Duachi explained. "I've heard of it, but I didn't expect her to look so young," Tianxin marveled. "I've met some with the art of maintaining their youth, and some hundreds of years old with faces still like the young, but from certain details in their behaviors, you can usually tell that they're different from actual young people. Mostly, they're just trying to look younger. But this Flairlay, she seems like a genuinely innocent and vivacious young girl. On her, I can't find a single trace of the marks of time. That's really odd. Otherwise, why would she be called the Ageless Myth?" Duoki laughed. Lin Shen was also looking at Flairella, yet he didn't see the beauty in her that the others described. His shock was greater than the rest. Because what Lin Shen saw was a mosaic in human shape, it was utterly unexpected for him to encounter a person with a mosaic in such a place. Lin Shen couldn't help but think, could this Flairella be Red Heart A? Because of the mosaic, Lin Shen truly couldn't distinguish who was who. Although Florella was very beautiful, there were too many beauties in the universe, and Tianxin had seen plenty, so he wouldn't have any special feelings just because a woman was beautiful. A beauty could be famous possibly because of her looks, but to stand out, looks alone aren't enough. Florella was known as the Demon tribe's top beauty 400 years ago, but beauty was only part of the reason. You're Duo Qi, the person in charge from the celestial race's camp, right? The Demon tribe's group came close to where Lin Shen and his company stood, and one of the Demon tribe men surrounding Florella, sizing up Duo Qi, asked, Viscount Kaguya has a good memory, remembering my name just after one encounter. Yes, I am Duoki, Duoki acknowledged with a nod. Viscount Kaguya snorted and ignored Duoki, his gaze sizing up Lin Shen and the others as he spoke. These three, they're not the fighters from your celestial race, are they? No, Duoki immediately shook his head. While they talked, Lin Shen wasn't paying attention to them nor to Flare, who possessed the fire seed. He was captivated by a figure at the end of the Demon tribe's procession. Sequels Fursons and 9Z. Tector 365 Zhengzong W. To prevent collisions, none of the members of the Demon tribe, including Flare, were using base variant creature mounts. If the bodies of base variant creatures collided, they would likewise trigger explosions. So, within the entire Demon tribe's team, there was actually only one person with a mount. This person, whom Lin Shen was sizing up, clearly held the highest status within the Demon tribe's ranks, a fact that surprised Lin Shen because this person was a human. A human middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s was riding a large black ox at the rear of the group. That large black ox was truly an ox, not a base variant creature, and its coat shone like black satin. On Fierce Firestar, having such a mount was obviously not something an ordinary person could manage, and a regular ox could not survive on Fierce Firestar either. But none of these were the focal points of Lin Shen's attention. Lin Shen was focused on him because the more he looked at this man, the more he resembled his third brother, Lin Zongjing. However, Lin Shen dared not confirm it was his third brother, Lin Zongjing. Although the man bore a resemblance to Lin Zongjing, he was thinner, and his demeanor was not the same. The Lin Zongjing that Lin Shen remembered was a middle-aged man who did not like to meddle in affairs, spending his leisure time fishing and drinking tea, seemingly without a temper. Yet just by sitting atop the ox, this man exuded an aura that seemed unattainable for ordinary people, as if he looked down upon all beings from above. Most crucially, Lin Shen did not find that scar between the man's eyebrows. The lines there were real wrinkles. Therefore, Lin Shen could not be certain whether this person was his third brother, Lin Zongjing, but he felt a strong resemblance. Upon hearing that these three were not the trio chosen by the celestial side, Kaguya lost interest in them, turned around to Florella and said, Lord Florella, these people are not our adversaries. Don't waste time on them. Shall we stick to the original plan and check out the Sea of Flames? Florella ignored Kaguya, her gaze scrutinizing the three people before settling on Lin Shen's face, and with a hint of surprise, she said to the human man riding the black ox, Counselor, this human looks very much like you. Could you be relatives? As soon as she spoke, Lin Shen realized that this Florella was probably not Red Heart A. The man riding the black ox looked at Lin Shen and said indifferently, Indeed very similar. What is your name? What does it have to do with you? Lin Shen replied coolly. Kaguya and the others were immediately furious, pointing at Lin Shen and cursing, When the counselor asks you a question, it's a sign of respect. Don't throw away the face given to you. What if we don't accept your face? Tianxin retorted coldly. Are you seeking death? If you want to die, I can do it right now, Kaguya said, threateningly, but with no actual intention of taking action. Come on then, come and kill me. Tianxin jutted out his neck as if waiting for Kaguya to strike. Upon further thought, Lin Shen understood why Kaguya did not act. The negotiations between the celestial race and the Demon tribe were at an impasse. If Kaguya struck first and sparked a dispute, giving the celestial race an advantage, allowing the Demon tribe to fall into a passive position in the negotiations, Kaguya could not afford that responsibility. From this, it could be seen that the Demon tribe didn't want to continue fighting either and wanted to use this action to resolve the issue. Of course, this was because Florella was taking part in this action, which was exceedingly advantageous for the Demon tribe. Naturally, they did not wish for any other accidents to occur. The man known as the Counselor, a human male, made a gesture with his hand and, surprisingly, Kaguya and the others quieted down in compliance. My name is Zhengzong. As a fellow human, we should look out for each other. If you ever encounter any trouble, feel free to find me at the Demon tribe camp, the counselor said, and, turning his bull's head, he headed off in the opposite direction. Kaguya and the rest gave Lin Shen and Tianxin a harsh glare before turning to follow Zhengzong towards the direction of the Sea of Flames. Florella glanced at Lin Shen and smiled. I still want to know, what is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name? Lin Shen said with a smile. Florella nodded. My name is Florella, of the Demon tribe. Tian, human. This was not something Lin Shen had said casually. The name Tianxin had reported for him was this one. When Tianxin was giving the report, he had asked Lin Shen what name to use, and it was better not to use his real name, so Lin Shen had chosen the name Tian. Good, Tian, I'll remember you. You really do look a lot like the counselor, Fleur said, and then turned to leave, gradually moving away amid the crowd surrounding her. Who is that Zhengzong? Why does it seem like those from the demon tribe respect him so much? Lin Shen turned and asked Duoqi. Duoqi replied that Zhengzong is the main figure in the demon tribe's diplomatic mission. Although he is a human and not of demon lineage, he is said to be the military strategist of Sam, the king of greed, and is highly regarded by Sam. He holds a high position within the demon tribe, otherwise he wouldn't be the main person in charge of the diplomatic mission. Do I really look that much like him? Lin Shen touched his own face and asked Duoqi. Duoqi laughed. I think all you humans look pretty similar, even to celestials. It might be due to the different races, but such feelings are common. Lin Shen nodded and said no more. The group took another turn around Flame Lake, hunted a few base variant creatures that crawled out of the lake, and then returned to the camp. Old Wei, do you know that Zhengzong? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu beside him. Very similar, Wei Wufu nodded in response. Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu also thought Zhengzong resembled his third brother, but that wasn't the answer he sought. So he asked again, but is he really my third brother? Don't know. Wei Wufu shook his head this time, but then added, if he is, not recognizing us makes sense. If not, no need to mind. I understand that. If he truly is my third brother, he has his reasons for not recognizing us. If he is not, there is no need for concern. That's the logic. But I still want to know if he really is my third brother, Lin Shen sighed. Simple. Go ask him, Wei Wufu suggested. Lin Shen was taken aback, about to say something, when he heard a knock on the door from outside. Lin Shen asked who it was, but nobody outside responded. The two men exchanged glances, and Lin Shen went to open the door, only to see a man standing outside with an umbrella. It was none other than Ouyang Yudu. Chapter 366, Difficult to Claim Blood Debt. Ouyang Yudu entered the wooden hut and casually closed the door behind him. Who among you is the representative of the celestial race in this battle? Ouyang Yudu asked, looking directly at the two of them. Me, Lin Shen answered. If you can avoid going, then don't. Fleur is not an ordinary ascender. She is not an existence we can compete with, Ouyang Yudu said. We were actually looking to discuss this very matter with you, Lin Shen said. If Fleur does not fight, we might give it a try, but if Fleur does participate, we should not go. Fleur will certainly participate, Ouyang Yudu said. I heard from Shishang that there's a problem within the Celestial Court, and Fleur's participation is almost a certainty, beyond our capacity to change. Although Tianxun holds a seat in the Celestial Court, she is not a pure-blood Celestial and is somewhat excluded. She might not be aware of everything. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances. If things were as Ouyang Yudu described, then there might indeed be a serious issue within the Celestial Court. In that case, we should all withdraw, Lin Shen said, looking at Ouyang Yudu. Good, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. It seems you have all ascended and are mixing quite well. Does the affair of the Ouyang family have anything to do with the Wan family? Lin Shen asked bluntly, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries with Ouyang Yudu. There shouldn't be any relation. Someone like Catherine probably wouldn't care about a trivial person like me, Ouyang Yudu said as he stood up. I should go back now. It's best not to let anyone know about our relationship. If you're going to leave, do it now, quickly. Once the Celestial Court's orders come through, who knows if Tianxun will still be willing to defy them on your behalf. With that, Ouyang Yudu pushed the door open and left. That guy has issues, Lin Shen said, watching Ouyang Yudu's departing figure. Wei Wufu nodded but did not say anything. After a moment, Lin Shen said, it seems the Ouyang family's affair has hit him hard. He wouldn't lose hope and insist on participating in the battle, would he? Possibly he has no choice, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen thought that seemed right. Whether Ouyang Yudu could withdraw or not was up to Qishang's will. If Qishang wished him to participate, then he couldn't refuse. This is quite troublesome, Lin Shen said, feeling a headache coming on. After some thought, Lin Shen got up to locate Tianxun and informed her about what Ouyang Yudu had said. After listening, Tianxun furrowed her brows and said, he's not wrong, it's very possible. But you can rest assured, if they truly won't allow Fleur to withdraw, then we'll withdraw directly. No one can stop us. I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Shen nodded. That was the only option. In the following days, Lin Shen and the others waited for news within the camp. That night, while Lin Shen was asleep, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lin Shen asked who it was but received no answer. Thinking it was Ouyang Yudu again, he opened the door only to find that the visitor was Zhengzong. Lin Shen, Zhengzong greeted with a smile, seemingly a different person from their last encounter. Third brother. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. Zhengzong was indeed his third brother. Let's talk inside. Zhengzong stepped in and closed the door behind him, as if everyone visiting had this habit. Third brother, what exactly is going on? How did you end up with the demon tribe? Lin Shen asked anxiously. With a serious expression, third brother said, I didn't want to involve you in these matters, but now that you've left the human mother planet, you're bound to get caught up sooner or later. There are some things you should be aware of to avoid trouble in the future. What is it? Does it have something to do with second brother? Lin Shen had some suspicions already. Right, third brother recounted the series of events. Second brother's disappearance years ago was not accidental. The Darkbird eggs obtained by the Lin, Qi, and Wang families came from Gourd Mountain. The dark bird had a significant connection to that teleporter, and possessing a dark bird was necessary to locate the activation of the hidden settings on Gourd Mountain. The 2 darkbird eggs acquired by the Lin family did indeed hatch, and the claim of one failing to hatch was indeed a lie. Second brother Lin Yin was the one who used the 4th darkbird to enter Gourd Mountain and utilize the resources on Realm King Planet to grow rapidly. Later on, Lin Yin also discovered that Gourd Mountain was not only capable of teleporting to Realm King Planet, in fact, it was a highly advanced teleporter that could send one to many different planets. Lin Zhongzhong and Lin Shangdong were able to leave the human mother planet because Lin Yin gave them the teleporter he found in Gourd Mountain. They were able to rapidly improve their strength by utilizing resources from Realm King Planet and other alien worlds, but after one trip to an alien world, Lin Yin never returned. Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Shangdong had been quietly searching for Lin Yin's whereabouts on an alien world until recently, when they finally uncovered some information. Second brother likely came into possession of the ancient Realm King's heritage and then became a target. It's likely he's already dead, Lin Zhongzheng said with a sigh. Who killed second brother? Lin Shen asked solemnly. That has yet to be determined, but based on the information we've gathered so far, it may involve several species from the top 20 of the rankings, Lin Zhongzheng said. Is it related to the Demon tribe? Lin Shen asked. Lin Zhongzheng nodded. I infiltrated the Demon tribe precisely to investigate this matter. I've already found some clues, and it might be related to the greedy monarch of the Demon tribe, but not just him. It might also involve the Supreme Clan in some way. The Supreme Clan too? Lin Shen was taken aback. It may not be just the Supreme Clan and the Demon tribe. This is a complicated account to settle, and a difficult blood debt to repay. Initially, Shangdong and I plan to claim this debt for ourselves, to keep you and our eldest sister out of it. Unexpectedly, you and our sister also left the mother planet, so you must be informed of these matters, lest you fall prey to our adversaries without knowing your connection to second brother. Lin Zhongzheng paused, then added, Are you one of the representatives for the celestial race in the battle? Yes, but don't worry, third brother, I've already decided to withdraw, Lin Shen said. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, learning that those responsible for his second brother's death might include the Supreme Clan and a king from the Demon tribe, along with some other high-level species they were unaware of, was still a shock. Why withdraw? Lin Zhongzheng asked unexpectedly. The reason I came here was not solely to inform you about second brother. There's another matter you need to know. You cannot withdraw. You must not only stay, but also win. Why? Lin Shen asked, puzzled as he looked at Lin Zhongzheng. Chapter 367, Third Brother's Tactics. Aside from Ouyang Yudu, the other 2 participants in this operation, if they can bring back the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, will have the opportunity to enter the Ascension Pool. This would be a great help to you, Lin Zhongzheng said. Knowing so much, it looks like the celestial race has quite a few eyes from the Demon tribe within, Lin Shen mused, frowning. That's normal. If we didn't, the Demon tribe would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Zhongzheng believed it was a matter of course, with no need for discussion. Lin Shen thought about it and agreed. Not just in the current era, but even during peaceful times, intelligence warfare is indispensable. It was certain that the Demon tribe had planted spies within the celestial race, and the celestial race undoubtedly had its own informants within the Demon tribe. It was all about who had the cleverer tactics. I too want the qualifications to enter the Ascension Pool, but that Florella seems very formidable. I'm afraid I'm no match for her, Lin Shen sighed. Of course, you're no match for her. Among those at the Ascension level, few are qualified to battle her. For a newcomer like you, it's normal to be unable to defeat her, and there's no shame in losing, Lin Zhongzheng remarked, making Lin Shen feel stung. Since you know I can't win, why then do you still want me to go? Lin Shen asked deliberately, knowing Lin Zhongzheng's nature, that he likely wouldn't send him into danger without a sure plan. I can't stay here too long, so let's cut to the chase. Lin Zhongzheng glanced at the time and continued. Flarela has an agreement with the Greed Monarch, Sam. If Flarela can bring back the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, all past grudges will be settled, and she can return to the Demon tribe with her honor intact. As Sam's military advisor, my real mission in bringing the delegation here isn't to win, but to ensure Flarela loses. The machinations between these major clans are truly eye-opening. Lin Shen never imagined that what seemed like a sure victory for the Demon tribe would have such twists. If Lin Zhongzheng hadn't told him, who would have guessed? I don't have time to chat. Don't interrupt me, Lin Zhongzheng continued. I've made a military pledge to Sam, hence you must win. Only if Florella loses will I be able to gain deeper trust from Sam. .net, brother, I really can't win, Lin Shen emphasized again, aiming for some advantage. Lin Zhongzheng was too lazy to entertain him further and proceeded, I'm quite aware of your situation. Your abilities are not weak, but you lack depth. Perhaps your fourth brother might have a chance in a frontal battle, but you're far behind. Then why not have fourth brother take my place? Lin Shen pouted. Lin Zhongzheng laughed. Although your fourth brother is handsome, he doesn't have the stomach for living off others, something you certainly excel at. Third brother, are you complimenting me or slapping my face? Lin Shen realized as Lin Zongjong said all this that his brother had been watching over him in secret all along. Do you want to chat or do you want to win? If it's the former, I'll spend the rest of the time chatting with you, Lin Zongjong said. I'd rather win. Lin Shen quickly stopped himself. He just hadn't seen Lin Zongjong for so long, he couldn't help but want to talk to him, even if it was just to bicker. With your abilities, defeating Florella would normally be impossible, but luckily Sam has already done you a great favor, Lin Zongjong said. Currently, Florella doesn't possess any particularly strong pets or spirit bases, but her own strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, I suspect she may have one or two powerful pets and spirit bases hidden away. You should be wary of this. Even if Florella has no help from pets or spirit bases, it's still unlikely that you could defeat her. That's why I've already taken some measures regarding her, which she should not be able to detect for the time being. By the time she does, it will be too late. Lin Zongjong glanced at the time and continued. There are about 52 hours left before this measure takes effect, so you must enter the Sea of Flames within this time frame without delay. If the measure takes effect while she's still outside the Sea of Flames, it will be useless. If the intelligence is correct, the Celestial Court's order will be issued tomorrow morning. You must convince Tianxun to enter the Sea of Flames as one of the representatives of the celestial race. However, you must avoid Flairley in the next 52 hours and not let her catch you. Is that all? Lin Shen pondered. It shouldn't be too hard. If worse came to worst, he could simply teleport to Ring Mountain Planet and hide out for a while. Don't think about teleporting to other planets for refuge. Teleportation isn't possible near the Sea of Flames. Lin Zongjong saw through Lin Shen's intentions immediately and glared at him, then continued. Relying solely on this measure, defeating Florella would still be somewhat difficult. So I've prepared 3 items for you. With these, the chances of success will be much higher. Lin Shen had been listening for a long time and had finally gotten to the main point. Lin Zongjong, somewhat helplessly, took out 3 items and placed them in front of Lin Shen. The 3 items were a pet gun, a pet capsule with a key inserted, and a bracelet-style spirit base. This pet gun is of Nirvana level. You can't use it yet. Lin Zongjong picked up the gun and said, And then? Lin Shen asked eagerly. Blinking, he was sure that his third brother had more to say. I've modified the gun. To others, it appears to be just an Ascension-level pet gun. I've made one change inside it, storing a bit of the power of Nirvana. If you load it with an Ascension-level pet capsule, it will allow you to use the pet gun once, but only once. Lin Zongjong pushed the gun across the table to Lin Shen. I've also prepared the Ascension-level pet capsule for you, a 10th turn mutated Ascension pet, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. With the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword's capabilities combined with the firing speed of the Nirvana-level pet gun, if you find a good opportunity, perhaps you could seriously injure Flairla when she's unguarded. All is prepared, so why not prepare a Nirvana-level pet capsule? Lin Shen said, but his hands moved quickly, taking the gun and the capsule. I've only tampered with the gun a bit. I'm still unable to allow you to truly activate a Nirvana pet. Besides, if you actually managed to release a Nirvana pet, it wouldn't be as easy to cover up. Lin Zongjong pointed at the last bracelet and explained, a 10th turn mutated spirit base, the protection of the life goddess, which within 72 hours can protect you from 3 fatal attacks. Of course, that's within its limit of endurance. I'm afraid it wouldn't hold up against the strength of Nirvana level. Is that all you have? Lin Shen took the bracelet and immediately wore it on his arm, covering it with his battlesuit. These are the only things useful to you. Anything more would just be a burden. These items are merely aids, whether or not you can handle. Flairla is dependent on your own ability, and I have great confidence in you, Lin Zongjong said with a smile. I also have confidence in myself. The question is, are you sure your plan will work? Lin Shen asked. Lin Shen had meant it as a joke. The third brother was usually quite dependable. Although he generally preferred not to meddle in affairs, he never failed when it came to serious matters. Unexpectedly, Lin Zongjong nodded and said, That's why I've prepared one more thing for you, a final lifeline. As he spoke, Lin Zongjong handed Lin Shen an exquisitely made little jade box. Do not open this unless absolutely necessary. If you find yourself with no way out, opening it can ensure your survival. However, if you open it, it also means the end of this mission, with no room for turning back. Chapter 368, I am willing to join the battle. After Lin Zongjong left, Lin Shen, although extremely curious about what was inside the little box, managed to resist his curiosity and kept it close to him. So secretive, what era is it that we're still playing with secret plans and strategies? It's not like your surname is Zhuge, Lin Shen muttered to himself with disdain. He had asked several times, but Lin Zongjong had not told him what exactly was in the small box, only instructing him to open it when his life was in danger. Net alone with his thoughts, Lin Shen pondered how he would speak to Lord Tianxun if he were told not to participate in battle. He couldn't possibly tell Lord Tianxun that his third brother had already planned to deal with Flairla. That would not only expose his third brother's identity but also make it seem as though all members of the Lin family were deceitful and cunning. Thinking it over, he couldn't come up with any good excuses. If push came to shove, he would just have to bite the bullet and go. Almost exactly as Lin Zongjong had said, the very next morning, the Celestial Court's orders came down. Flairella would continue to participate in the battle, and they also had to take part in the battle. The one vacant spot would be filled by another ascender sent by the Celestial Court. Do the deans mean to send our subordinates to die? Tianxun's face darkened, and he was ready to turn on a dime with Lin Shen and others to leave. Tianxun, think carefully now. This is a collective decision made by the 3 deans. If you disobey the orders, you may not be able to keep your seat in the Celestial Court. And 16, the Celestial who delivered the order, said indifferently. As Tianxun was about to retort with a stern face, Lin Shen seized the moment and hurriedly stepped forward, stopping Tianxun and said, I am willing to go to the Sea of Flames to fight, to kill the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, to seize the life base, and to secure the control of First Fire Star for our celestial race. I don't want to put Lord Tianxun and the 3 deans in a difficult position. Lin Shen spoke with righteous fervor, appearing ready to sacrifice the individual for the greater good. And 16 smiled and nodded. Well done, thinking of the greater good. Your name is Tian, right? I'll remember you. If you return triumphantly, I guarantee no one can stop you from entering the Ascension Pool, and you'll also be granted a formal identity of the celestial race. Thank you, Lord. Then it's settled. Lin Shen didn't want to let Tianxun and Tianxin complicate matters and decisively clinch the deal. Tianxun, your own man has spoken. I'm not the one making things difficult for you. That settles it. I'll return to report now. The D-Man tribe is pressing us, and the replacement ascender will arrive in 3 days. At that time, we will officially commence this operation, and 16 said, ready to leave. Upon hearing that it would take 3 days for the replacement to arrive, and knowing that wouldn't be soon enough, Lin Shen quickly spoke up. Hold on a moment, Lord. I have a small request, and I hope you can fulfill it. Speak, and 16 was in a good mood and quite patient at the moment. Since the demon tribe is pressing us, and dragging our feet for 3 more days would give them an excuse to be unreasonable with us even if we win, why not just skip the wait and find a replacement ascender here so that the demon tribe can't complain when they lose? Lin Shen suggested. Choose an ascender from here? Who would you choose? Not just Tianxun and Tianxin, even N16 was somewhat puzzled. Just pick anyone. The ascenders of the demon tribe are not worth worrying about, Lin Shen said, now also forced to bite the bullet. They couldn't possibly wait 3 more days because by then his third brother's plot would be in vain. Who could defeat Florella? Tianxin at that moment looked at Lin Shen with eyes that seemed to gaze upon a madman. And 16 asked with visible interest, so who do you think should be chosen? Lin Shen's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Tianxin. This guy did possess strength and, most importantly, his speed was fast enough for him to excel at escaping danger. Once inside the Sea of Flames, he could make it out on his own, and Lin Shen didn't expect him to risk his life alongside him. Lin Shen just needed to buy enough time for his older brother's plan to take effect. He didn't need anyone else's help. Seeing Lin Shen look his way, Tianxin immediately began cursing inwardly. This was a thankless task. Winning brought him no benefits, and losing could mean losing his life. Besides, he didn't believe Lin Shen and his group could defeat Florella. Tianxin deliberately turned his head away, and just as Lin Shen was about to say something, Wei Wufu stepped forward and declared, I am willing to join the battle. Lin Shen hastily tried to interject. Wei Wufu had already sacrificed so much, Lin truly didn't want to drag him into yet another risky venture. Alright, it's settled then. The 3 of you humans will represent our celestial race in this mission. I will notify the Demon tribe now and proceed to the Sea of Flames as planned tomorrow, and 16 concluded with finality, interrupting Lin Shen and giving him no chance to speak further. And N16 wouldn't possibly choose Tianxin. Behind Tianxin was not just Lord Tianxun but also his influential family. And 16 did not want to provoke that trouble. Lin Shen tried to speak up but was stopped by Wei, who held him back and shook his head. Shisheng had no objections on his part and still wanted Ouyang Yudu to join the battle. Ouyang Yudu showed no reaction. He had no intention of backing out when he had earlier urged Lin Shen and the others to leave. Lin Shen, have you gone mad? Was everything said before in vain? Do you truly think you can defeat Florella? Back at their residence, Tianxin couldn't help but point at Lin Shen's nose and raise his voice. We don't necessarily have to face Florella head-on. We don't need to kill her to win. I am confident that I can shake her off and take the life base from the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, Lin Shen explained, gritting his teeth since there was no backing out now. Tianxin looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and said, Lin Shen, I'm here for the other matters you don't need to worry about so much. My seat at the Celestial Court isn't something that can just be taken away. Let's leave now. No one can stop us. Tianxun clearly misunderstood, thinking that Lin Shen didn't want to cause her to lose her seat at the Celestial Court, which warmed her heart a bit. In fact, other than that, Tianxun could not think of any other reason why Lin Shen would take the risk to join the battle. Everyone knew how strong Florella was, and Lin Shen wasn't a fool. He must have been aware of the extreme dangers of this mission, which could even cost him his life. Lin Shen had previously proposed withdrawing, but today, when he heard N16 say that Tianxun's seat at the Celestial Court was in jeopardy, he changed his mind and insisted on going to battle. How could Tianxun not think that way? I really want to go, don't worry. If it's impossible, my top priority will be to save my own life. I'm still certain of that. Lin Shen had to persist, despite the difficulty. Young lady, why bother with him? If he wants to die, just let him be, Tian Shen fumed inwardly. Had I known this, I would have conspired with Chiba earlier and gotten rid of this infuriating man. Seeing Lin Shen so resolute, Tian Shen sighed quietly and said, if you insist on going, then so be it. Tian Shen, lend him your Archangel's sword for the time being. I also have a few spirit bases and a pet capsule here that were prepared for you. Take them with you as well. Chapter 369, Jade Bone Demon Umbrella. The Sea of Flames was a murky, dark red ocean that, at first glance, bore no distinct difference from the reddish-brown earth. There were no tidal movements in the Sea of Flames, and it was quite difficult to discern it as a vast ocean unless stirred by living creatures. Lin Shen, Ouyang Yudu, and Wei Wufu flew over the Sea of Flames, where the air was even more pungent, feeling as though it could nearly rot their lungs when inhaled. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu both coughed, but Lin Shen was faring much better. Evolution theory had quickly allowed him to adapt to the environment. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu had no choice but to use their carapaces, which filtered out most of the harmful gases to their bodies. But this posed a troublesome issue, as maintaining the existence of the carapaces required energy consumption, and without Lin Shen's superbase pattern skills, they couldn't possibly sustain this state indefinitely. You shouldn't have come here. Flairla is not to be underestimated, said Ouyang Yudu. Didn't you come here as well? Lin Shen retorted, surveying the sea around them. The situation of the Ouyang family is dire. I have to preserve the mining region here, or else the people of the Ouyang family might be reduced to joining the Pioneer Corps, said Ouyang Yudu, now having no reservations to speak of the current plight of the Ouyang family. Doesn't the Ouyang family still have a Nirvana being? Asked Lin Shen. If it were the Ouyang family just leaving the home planet, a Nirvana being could make all the clan members prosper. But now, having only one Nirvana being doesn't solve any problems. The circumstances have changed, as have the enemies we face, Ouyang Yudu explained while scanning the surroundings with her umbrella. Talking about this now is pointless. The Demon tribe and we have entered the Sea of Flames from two directions. Our only chance is to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon before Flairla finds us, kill it, and take its life base. Ouyang Yudu was well aware of how slim these chances were. Not to say that finding the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon before Flairla would be difficult, but even if they could, killing it in the Sea of Flames was not an easy task. The commotion from battle would undoubtedly draw Flairla and her group to them. Not net. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was a 10th turn mutated ascension creature, and if not for the constraints of the environment on First Fire Star, it would likely have achieved Nirvana long ago. It is said that several Nirvana beings once ventured deep into the Sea of Flames to seize its life base, yet in the end, none succeeded. One important reason was that Nirvana beings dared not fully exert their power in the Sea of Flames, but this also demonstrated just how formidable the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was. This Sea of Flames is vast, over 10 times larger than the Pacific Ocean on our home planet. How are we supposed to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? Lin Shen pondered aloud. Do you know why the celestial race allowed me to join the war and also promised so many benefits? Ouyang Yudu replied with a smile. That's because our Ouyang family has been developing on First Firestar for a long time, and no one knows it in the Sea of Flames better than us. Those Nirvana beings who went to capture the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon were from our Ouyang family. So, you know where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon frequently appears? Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could obtain the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon in advance, he wouldn't have to risk a battle with Flairla. I only know some areas it frequents where we can use some bait to lure it out. Of course, we'll need good fortune hoping it's in the same area we set the bait. If you're good at underwater combat, I also know the location of one of its lairs deep within several tens of thousands of meters of seabed, where we could try our luck, said Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances, unanimously saying, let's go with the bait. Ouyang Yudu led the two toward the area where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was known to roam. The peril of the Sea of Flames lay in the terribly terrifying explosions that battles could set off. But as long as there's no clash of battle, and they don't approach the surface of the sea, there isn't too much danger. Ouyang, this umbrella must be your life base, right? Why are you always holding it? Lin Shen had felt something strange about this when he saw Ouyang Yudu before. He had thought at first that Ouyang Yudu was holding a spirit base, but holding a spirit base all the time was odd too. Who would carry a spirit base around every moment? Upon closer inspection during their journey, he realized that Ouyang Yudu's umbrella should not be a spirit base, but his own life base. This is my life base, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. If I merge it, there will be a bit of a problem, Ouyang Yudu said as he merged the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The moment the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was merged, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if something was flowing from their bodies into the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, giving them an odd sensation. Ouyang Yudu once again opened the Jade Bone Demon umbrella and said with a smile, you felt that, didn't you? Interesting, this Jade Bone Demon umbrella can actually absorb our life force, Lin Shen said in surprise as he examined the umbrella. Isn't it possible to keep it inside your body? No, if it's kept inside, my body will automatically absorb the life force around me, and anyone close to me would have their life force drained, Ouyang Yudu continued. An open Jadebone demon umbrella is just an umbrella, but a closed Jadebone demon umbrella is a demon, one that sucks marrow and gnaws bones. The more Lin Shen listened, the more amazed he became. The Jadebone demon umbrella could not only absorb life force, but could also directly extract the spirit from other life bases during combat. Any life base or spirit base that came into contact with the merged Jadebone demon umbrella would have its spirit drained away, an ability that was simply monstrous. While it is common for life bases to have the ability to absorb spirit, that ability is limited to dealing with spirit bases that have lost their masters and support. It doesn't work on life bases or spirit bases with a master. Moreover, even if some powerful spirit bases lose their masters, ordinary life bases would struggle to extract the spirit within them. The master needs to first shatter those powerful spirit bases and then use their life base to absorb the spirit inside. The Jadebone demon umbrella could directly absorb the spirit within a life base through contact, which was undoubtedly an exceedingly overpowered ability. How many turns have you undergone? Lin Shen suddenly asked Ouyang Yudu. 2 turns, replied Ouyang Yudu. Your Jadebone demon umbrella can directly absorb spirit and life force, and you're only 2 turns? Lin Shen found it hard to believe. If his life base had such ability, he reckoned he would have reached at least the 5th or 6th turn by now, not needing the ascension pool at all. Guess why I hold this umbrella every day? Instead of answering Lin Shen's question, Ouyang Yudu asked in return. Lin Shen immediately understood that Ouyang Yudu had no intention of absorbing others' life force and spirit. Such a waste, Lin Shen said aloud, but deep down he admired Ouyang Yudu a bit. To have such power and to refrain from misusing it showed a rare kind of temperament. Perhaps heaven had granted him such an ability because he was such a person. You, it, are worthy, Wei Wufu said earnestly. Chapter 370, Coral Turtle. The 3 of them continued to converse as they flew, when suddenly they noticed a small red island emerging from the ocean ahead. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't an island at all, but a colossal turtle-shaped creature. The turtle's shell was as big as a basketball court, covered with red coral-like mutated plants, resembling a coral island that had surfaced for some reason after originally being at the sea bottom. What level of creature is that? Lin Shen sized up the giant turtle, noticing it was motionless as if it were dead. Lin Shen did not know whether base variant creatures could die naturally. At least with a human's lifespan, it was highly unlikely to witness the death of such creatures. Most base variant creatures can survive for a very long time without eating or drinking, as long as they don't fight or move. A regular human could spend their entire life without ever seeing one starve to death. Of course, if they're in combat and deplete their energy, replenishing it is definitely necessary. This giant turtle's body was overgrown with coral-like mutated plants, making it look like a coral island. One could only wonder how long it must have been stationary to have reached this state. Ouyang Yudu examined the giant turtle, speaking with a hint of astonishment. I've seen a similar creature mentioned in the family records. Due to the inherent environment on the first fire star, it's almost impossible for nirvana creatures to exist. The strength released during nirvana would cause a sea of flames explosion, and the explosion's force would be enough to kill the creature undergoing nirvana. So, the strongest native creatures on the first fire star are those at the 10th turn of ascension. If they wish to reach nirvana, they must break away from first fire star and attempt it in the starry sky. Most never return, and it's unknown if they settle on other planets or die failing nirvana in space. The records I read mentioned various ascended creatures that our ancestors came across on first fire star, among which the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was the most notorious. It had already reached the 10th turn and survived many years in the Sea of Flames without leaving first fire star. Many who came to the Sea of Flames had seen it. Besides the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, there were several other famous ascended creatures, including a giant turtle. Since no one knew its real name, those who saw it named it Coral Turtle, similar to this one here. The Coral Turtle had extremely strong defenses. Even the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon couldn't kill it, and some have witnessed it fighting the dragon. So, you're saying this Coral Turtle is a 10th turn mutated ascended creature? Lin Shen said, assessing the turtle below. He wasn't in a rush to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. As long as they delayed the time, there was still a long period before his elder brother's method would take effect. If they were to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon now, the combat might attract Flarela. It was better not to seek out the dragon just yet. Ouyang Yudu spoke with a strange look. The problem is, according to the records, the Coral Turtle entered the starry sky over 100 years ago, not long after the Ouyang family had arrived on the first fire star. Many people witnessed the magnificent scene of the Coral Turtle ascending into space. Lin Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Is it possible that after entering space, the Coral Turtle failed its nirvana and chose to return to its home to die? Nirvana isn't child's play. The process itself is incredibly dangerous. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be able to return here to die. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. In that case, this isn't the same one that entered space, but rather another one, Lin Shen suggested. I have compared some details, and it should be the same one documented in the records. If it were another one, some of its unique features would not match up so coincidentally. Ouyang Yudu negated Lin Shen's suggestion once more. I don't want to know anything else. I just want to know whether this coral turtle is alive or dead, Lin Shen said, gazing at the coral turtle. I don't know. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. This question was beyond his knowledge. However, he continued, we are here for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Let's not complicate things further. Over there, Wei Wufu, who had been examining the coral turtle, suddenly pointed to a spot on its back. Net Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu followed his finger and saw something faintly glowing amidst the coral. Under the morning light, the coral turtle's body was already reflecting light, so without careful observation, the different glow would not be noticeable. It looks like the hilt of a weapon, Ouyang Yudu said after a careful examination, speaking thoughtfully. It seems so, Lin Shen noted as he saw the object about half a foot long, emitting a purplish-red glow, crystalline and jade-like, resembling the hilt of a knife or sword with visible parts of the guard. However, exactly what weapon it was couldn't be discerned, as the blade had completely sunk into the turtle's shell. Is it possible that this coral turtle has already been killed? Lin Shen pondered aloud. Good point. Let's go down and take a look, Ouyang Yudu said with a slight smile. Instead of wasting time here, the three of them decided it was better to take a look for themselves. Agreed, Wei Wufu nodded. Who's going down? Lin Shen asked, looking at the two. I will, both Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu said almost simultaneously. Forget it. I'll go down myself to check, Lin Shen said after a moment of hesitation. If it had been Tian Xin, who was trying every possible way to avoid going down, Lin Shen would have insisted on sending him down. But with people like Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu, he really couldn't bring himself to just stand by and watch them go down. Let's go together, Ouyang Yudu said as he started descending toward the back of the coral turtle. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen followed, descending slowly to avoid touching the coral-like objects and causing an explosion. They were also wary of the possibility that the coral turtle was still alive and might launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, none of their concerns materialized, and the coral turtle remained motionless, even as they approached the object, unclear if it was asleep or truly dead. It looks like a spirit base, said the three hovering in the air, not daring to land on it, mainly to prevent an explosion. The sea of flames was too prone to explosions, just a slight contact between their carapace and an object could trigger one. Since we're here, let's pull it out to have a look, Lin Shen suggested. I'll keep my distance first, Ouyang Yudu said as he soared into the sky. You pull, Wei Wufu said, also taking to the sky. Lin Shen hesitated, then followed them up, moving away from the coral turtle. Without firing his weapon, he carefully called out the last surviving black-armored centipede and sent it toward the hilt. The black-armored centipede coiled lightly around the hilt, and even though it was extremely gentle, when its body touched the hilt, it still caused firecracker-like crackling sounds with faint sparks flickering between its body and the hilt. Thankfully, explosions of such a minor scale hardly had any effect. Under Lin Shen's control, the black-armored centipede flapped its wings vigorously and slowly pulled the weapon out. As the weapon was extracted, sparks sprayed at the point where it contacted the shell, and the crackling sounds were incessant, akin to thunder and lightning. Chapter 371, Turtle Shell Skeleton. All three of them were ready for battle, yet with such a commotion, the coral turtle showed no reaction at all, presumably truly dead. After the weapon was pulled out, it was carried into the sky by the black-armored centipede, and no liquid flowed from the hole where the weapon had been. The coral-like mutated plants around them had been blasted to pieces, leaving the area looking rather bare. What kind of weapon is this? Lin Shen looked at the purple-red weapon being dragged by the black-armored centipede and could not recognize what type it was. He had thought it would be some sort of sword, yet it wasn't. It somewhat resembled a mace, but maces generally have square bodies. This thing looked like a fine rod made up of bamboo-like segments, thinner in the front and thicker in the rear. The thicker end was a bit smaller than an egg, and the front was as fine as the tip of a spear, about 4 feet in length, its entire body purple-red as if made of jade or crystal. Whip, Wei Wufu said. You're saying this is a whip? Do whips look like this? Lin Shen reached out to grab the handle, feeling a certain heft to it but not particularly heavy, lighter than he had imagined. Hard whip, Wei Wufu added. Ouyang Yudu explained. There are hard and soft whips, with things like horse whips and 9-section whips belonging to the soft variety. This one is a hard whip. In mythical legends, Zhangzi's weapon for beating gods was a kind of hard whip that could be used to directly strike people. Pausing for a moment, Ouyang Yudu continued, I didn't see any spirit inside it. This doesn't seem to be a spirit base, but rather an artificially created weapon. It's unclear what material was used. Lin Shen handed the weapon to Ouyang Yudu and then turned his attention to examining the coral turtle below. The coral turtle had shown no sign of life by now and was presumably long dead. Lin Shen's gaze swept over the spot where the weapon had been pulled out, and he was slightly taken aback to see a skeleton revealed amid the blasted plant mutations. There's a skeleton below. I'll go down and take a look. Lin Shen collected his carapace to avoid causing an explosion that might damage the skeleton. He landed next to the skeleton and noticed that many coral-like plants were growing through it. It seemed likely that the mutated coral-like plants had completely enveloped the skeleton already, and if not for the explosion that tore the corals open, the skeleton would have been entirely absorbed by the plants soon. Clearing the fragmented plants from on top of the skeleton, the collision of the broken plant pieces did not trigger an explosion. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, the skeleton appeared not to have decayed but was remarkably intact, with the bones all connected and no signs of disarticulation. After removing the fragments and debris, the whole skeleton appeared as white jade, with translucent tendon-like connections at the joints. This is the skeleton of a nirvana being. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu also came down, with Ouyang Yudu looking at the skeleton and speaking. Are you saying this dead fellow was a nirvana being? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Ouyang Yudu reached out to stroke the white jade-like bones and nodded. Carbon-based life forms do not exhibit this situation after death, not even ascenders. After they die, their corpses will decay, just at a slower rate. Only nirvana beings, having gone through the rebirth process of nirvana, whose bodies lie between carbon-based and base-variant creatures, possessing characteristics of both, leave behind such nirvana skeletal remains after death. Is this thing useful? Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The remains of a nirvana being could be something valuable in themselves. They can be used as materials. Generally speaking, the hardness of nirvana skeletal remains is quite high, but their toughness is not good and they can't be used for casting. They can only be polished and carved, so they are not very useful, Ouyang Yudu explained, pointing to the skull of the nirvana skeletal remains. You can look inside its cranium, there might still be nirvana remains. That stuff is very useful. Lin Shen peered into the skull from the eye sockets and asked, what are nirvana remains useful for? What do they look like? Nirvana remains can be considered the life essence of a nirvana being. Normally, after a nirvana being dies, the power of nirvana within their body will naturally release and return to the universe. However, there are special circumstances where the power of nirvana isn't completely released and will congeal into ashes in a certain part of the body. These ashes contain the power of nirvana and are the so-called nirvana remains. Generally, the shape of nirvana ashes is irregular, but it's relatively easy to distinguish. If you see something like sand grains stuck together emitting a faint glow, that's usually nirvana ashes. Ouyang Yudu continued. For carbon-based nirvana beings, if there are any nirvana ashes, they are most often found inside the head. Hearing this, Lin Shen was somewhat disappointed. The inside of the nirvana being's skull was pitch black, containing something like coal ash. There was no glowing substance. Nirvana ashes only appear after a few nirvana creatures die. It's normal not to have them, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Compared to this, the corpse of the coral turtle is the real treasure. If it was killed before nirvana, then its body might still contain the spirit base. Won't the spirit base of a nirvana being remain? Not giving up, Lin Shen picked up a petrified coral branch, inserting it into the eye socket, trying to push aside the black ash to see if nirvana remains were hidden beneath. If it didn't perish alongside its master, it might leave on its own or stay to guard near its master's remains, becoming a guardian spirit. Given the current situation, its life base was either destroyed in battle or has already left, said Ouyang Yudu as he handed his weapon over to Wei Wufu. After probing a few times, Lin Shen suddenly noticed a glimmer of light within the black ashes, as though there was indeed something there. There's something. Lin Shen's heart surged with joy as he pushed the black ash aside with more effort, feeling the coral branch touch something round and somewhat slippery. Before long, Lin Shen had pulled out an object that looked like a coal ball. This object was about the size of a glass marble, covered in black ash, and occasionally parts of it resisted the covering, allowing strands of purplish-red fluorescent light to seep through. Lin Shen took out a water flask, pouring water onto the coal ball to wash away the black ash. Net. Once the black ash was washed off, the glassy object revealed its true form. It was a purplish-red bead with a honeycomb-like structure inside, each honeycomb filled with purplish-red fluorescent light like miniature reactors. Reincarnation ashes. Seeing this, both Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu were taken aback, exclaiming in unison. Wei Wufu even became articulate, spouting the 4 words in one breath without any pause. Chapter 372. Isn't this the nirvana remains? Lin Shen thought that this bead was the thing Ouyang Yudu had spoken of. You could say that, or you could say it isn't. Ouyang Yudu said, Nirvana remains refers to the substance formed when a nirvana being dies and the power of nirvana inside their body doesn't completely return to the void, leaving some behind within the body. But if after the death of a nirvana being, the power of nirvana in their body doesn't disperse, or disperses very little, and adheres to some material within the body, condensing into an object, that object is called reincarnation ashes. Reincarnation ashes are almost equivalent to the total energy of a nirvana being while alive. Compared to the mere leftover energy of nirvana remains, it is naturally far superior. You're saying that the energy contained within this thing is equivalent to the strength of a nirvana being? Lin Shen was overjoyed, knowing that this thing must be very valuable. Not just any nirvana being, only a great nirvana being could condense reincarnation ashes. A minor nirvana being at most could leave behind nirvana remains, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. This thing has immense uses. With it, you might not even need a nirvana egg, nor have to seek a place of base mutation to directly succeed in nirvana. Such an advantage. Only then did Lin Shen realize what a treasure he had stumbled upon. And that's not the only benefit. The strength contained within the reincarnation ashes is the transformative power of a lifetime's cultivation and enlightenment of a nirvana being. So, using reincarnation ashes, an ascender can easily complete nirvana, with a very small chance of failure. If you don't use it for nirvana, you can still perceive its power of nirvana, which will also be very beneficial for your own future nirvana. However, there's a downside to using reincarnation ashes for nirvana. If you use someone else's reincarnation ashes for nirvana, then your final achievement would basically be just that. The powerful beings capable of condensing reincarnation ashes after death are already those who have perfected that nirvana strength. If you inherit their power of nirvana, it will be difficult for your achievement to surpass theirs. Becoming a nirvana-level powerhouse isn't difficult, but it's very hard to become one of the top tier. I just want to know, is this thing very valuable? Lin Shen didn't care about those details. He had never thought of taking a shortcut to nirvana. Valuable, extremely valuable. In some ways, reincarnation ashes could be even more valuable than the opportunity to use a nirvana egg or a place of base mutation. Whether it's great nirvana or minor nirvana, both come with significant risks. Using reincarnation ashes carries much lower risk and can still result in becoming a rather strong nirvana being. Many ascenders who are unwilling to take risks or who do not pursue perfection would be eager to use reincarnation ashes for nirvana. It's just that reincarnation ashes are produced in very small quantities and have always been in short supply, Ouyang Yudu answered. If I wanted to use these reincarnation ashes in exchange for a chance to use a top base mutation place, would those powerful families agree? Lin Shen asked again. They might agree depending on what kind of being left behind these reincarnation ashes. If it's from a top-tier nirvana creature, or a famous nirvana-level powerhouse, or contains some special power of nirvana, I think those powerful families would be more than willing to exchange with you. Ouyang Yudu paused before continuing. Unfortunately, we don't know who left behind these reincarnation ashes, which is a bit of a disadvantage. When you have time, you could research what kind of nirvana attributes it incubates. If the attributes are unique enough, even without knowing its origin, you can still sell it for a sky-high price. What counts as unique? Lin Shen didn't quite understand what Ouyang Yudu meant by unique. The power of nirvana has attributes that are ever-changing and varied, and it's not easy to say which one is considered special. However, in the understanding of most people, nirvana powers involving the realms of space, time, creation, and destruction are considered to be somewhat special. Ouyang Yudu explained to Lin Shen some knowledge about the nirvana level. After a successful nirvana, one would possess a nirvana attribute, which is what is commonly referred to as the power of nirvana. For example, there's a nirvana being in the Ouyang family whose nirvana attribute is the ice spirit fire. After acquiring this nirvana attribute, he could transform his strength into ice spirit fire. Whenever he uses his strength to fight, both his body and life base would be imbued with the attribute of ice spirit fire, and even when using spirit base and equipment, they could also be enhanced with ice spirit fire. The Ouyang family also has a nirvana being who possesses the nirvana attribute of heavenly thunderstrike, which also allows him to enhance his power with thunder and lightning. It's said that some special powers of nirvana can grant abilities that speed up or slow down time, which are incredibly terrifying. So it essentially gives one's strength a certain attribute, similar to enchantment, Lin Shen seemed to understand. Indeed, it's quite similar, but a nirvana attribute can influence the evolution of your body. After reaching the nirvana level, you can choose to undergo nirvana multiple times. The more times you undergo nirvana, the stronger the nirvana attribute becomes. The stronger this influence, the more formidable it is. Some mad nirvana beings undergo nirvana over and over, with their bodies assimilated by their nirvana attributes. Those with the fire attribute transform into beings of fire, existing in flames and moving freely within stars. Nirvana beings with the metallic attribute have their bodies completely metallized, achieving almost immortal forms, explained Ouyang Yudu. Can such nirvana beings still be considered human? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. That's why nirvana is different from the rebirth of ascenders. Rebirth only changes the life base, while nirvana changes the self. A common nirvana being, after 2 or 3 nirvanas, could still control their power of nirvana to retain their fleshly body. But with more nirvana occurrences, the body gradually evolves in a non-human direction, eventually becoming entirely non-human, even affecting the spirit. In mild cases, it can result in a drastic change in temperament, and in severe cases, the loss of humanity. The more frequent the nirvana, the stronger the strength, but the body evolves in a less controllable, non-human direction. Fewer nirvanas mean less strength compared to those who have undergone nirvana numerous times. While control is easier with fewer nirvanas, the strength is lacking. The choice between the two depends on the individual's judgment and decision, Ouyang Yudu chuckled and said. It's said that among the powerful cosmic races, there are many who have undergone nirvana 7 or 8 times and still manage to keep their bodies and their true core unchanged. Most of them rely on their own cultivation methods and secret techniques. If the cultivation method is not up to par and there's no corresponding secret technique, one can only undergo nirvana 3 or 4 times at most. Any more than that and one risks becoming non-human. Ouyang Yudu shared a smile. Why is the nirvana level so perilous? It's not only dangerous to advance to the nirvana level, but even after ascension, it remains so difficult. Lin Shen sighed. We carbon-based beings practice with the objective of transcending humanity, and becoming non-human is actually the norm. To maintain human form is the real mistake. Yet who among ordinary people would willingly give up their flesh and blood? Of course, it's also possible that most nirvana beings simply wish to preserve their humanity. What's the point if one loses their humanity, no matter how strong they become, said Ouyang Yudu. Chapter 37-3 Ancient Undersea City. Lin Shen looked around again but found nothing useful other than the nirvana skeleton. The life base of the nirvana being must have been destroyed or gone missing. For some reason, however, the artificially made whip seemed somewhat similar in attribute to that of the reincarnation ashes. The several spirit bases given by Tian Sun, along with the Wolf Fang Club and the Archangel Sword, made Lin Shen very cautious when flying, fearing that they might collide with one another. Fortunately, he had taken pre-measures, wrapping them in materials that wouldn't cause an explosion upon collision. As long as the external wrapping remained intact, there would be no problem. How about trying to dig open the coral turtle to see if there's a spirit base inside? Lin Shen suggested, examining the coral turtle underfoot. The plants resembling coral themselves wouldn't explode, but the turtle carapace underneath could, and digging it up would probably cause an explosion that might draw Flarela and others over. Digging from above will definitely lead to a big explosion, and with such a huge corpse, digging quickly could result in a violent blast, but going slowly could take years. We can only dig from underwater where we can excavate quickly without risking explosion, proposed Ouyang Yudu. Then let's start digging from underwater. But both Wei and I aren't great swimmers, so we'll have to trouble you to find a good spot to start, Lin Shen said helplessly. All right, hold on to this for me. Ouyang Yudu handed the Jade Bone Demon umbrella to Lin Shen, ready to dive, but Lin Shen stopped him. Take this, just in case you encounter something underwater, then you'll have a weapon to use, Lin Shen said, passing the Archangel Sword to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu didn't refuse. Among the three of them, only Lin Shen had various spirit bases. Ouyang Yudu and Wei were quite poor. Clamping the Archangel's sword between his teeth, Ouyang Yudu plunged into the water. After a while, he was out of sight without a trace or a sound. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu watched from above, frustrated by their inability to communicate with Ouyang Yudu underwater and feeling helpless. Ouyang Yudu was a decent swimmer, unlike Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were really not up to par. They wouldn't drown if they went into the water, but trying to do any technical work underwater was beyond them. A while later, Ouyang Yudu, who had the Archangel's sword in his mouth, emerged from the depths. How did it go? Lin Shen promptly asked. It's unlikely there's a spirit base left. There's a big hole rotted through the belly of the turtle. It's almost hollow inside, said Ouyang Yudu, shaking off the flame liquid from his body and removing the Archangel's sword from his mouth. I'm disappointed that we didn't find any spirit base, yet it's odd, Lin Shen mused. Logically, if someone had already hollowed out the coral turtle previously, how could they have missed the purple-red whip and the skeleton? My guess, Ouyang Yudu ventured, is that the person who emptied the corpse of the coral turtle might be the same one who died on its back. That can't be likely, right? If he did hollow out the body of the coral turtle, then how did he end up dead on its back, and who killed him? Lin Shen found Ouyang Yudu's speculation somewhat illogical. That I don't know, but what I discovered down there was that the coral turtle's body was chained, and these chains stretched all the way down into the depths of the sea. I dived nearly a kilometer down and couldn't find the end of the chains, so I came back up, said Ouyang Yudu. I suspect that the Nirvana being didn't die from a battle with the coral turtle at all. There might be something problematic down below. There's actually such a thing? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both very curious. Unfortunately, Wei Wufu's swimming skills were too weak. Though he could hold his breath no matter how long he could do so, it was limited and not like Lin Shen, who could go without breathing indefinitely. In the end, they decided that Wei Wufu would wait above while Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu dove down to see what it was that had ensnared the coral turtle. Lin Shen took out the night glow flower and lit up the underwater scene. The colorful light immediately revealed that beneath the belly of the coral turtle, several massive chains pierced through its carapace, all heading towards the depths of the sea, with no bottom in sight. The light from the night glow flower had its limits, and with the hindrance of the flame liquid, it could only illuminate a distance of about 10 meters or so. Clinging to a chain, Lin Shen began to climb down, while Ouyang Yudu followed by his side, diving with the Archangel's sword clenched in his mouth. Although Lin Shen's swimming skills weren't great, his strength was sufficient. He rapidly alternated hands on the chain as he descended at a quick pace. The deeper he climbed down, the clearer Lin Shen noticed the flame liquid became, and the light from the nightglow flower illuminated farther and farther. After descending 3,000 or 4,000 meters, the chain still hadn't reached an end. However, by then, the sea of flames had become so clear that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and they could see a very long distance through the liquid. Under the illumination of the nightglow flower, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu saw a shocking sight. Deeper in the sea, there was actually an ancient city. The chains locking the coral turtle stretched all the way into that city. The scale of the ancient city wasn't large. It was squarely shaped, with sides about 2,000 or 3,000 meters long. However, the city contained all sorts of pavilions and buildings, seemingly once a bustling metropolis. But the current ancient city was covered entirely with a gray substance, appearing dull and as though covered in volcanic ash or overgrown with deep gray moss. The ancient city lay at the bottom of the sea, but right beside it was an even deeper trench. To say the city was at the seabed wouldn't be quite accurate. Rather, it was on a cliff of the seabed, with an unknown depth below. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu exchanged glances. Ouyang Yudu nodded, took the archangel sword that was in his mouth into his hand, activated it, and sent it flying towards the ancient city nearly a kilometer below. The archangel sword flew close to the ancient city, circling it several times overhead. Finding no anomalies, the two continued their journey towards the cliff-top ancient city at the bottom of the sea. As they approached the city, the light from the nightglow flower revealed the city with greater clarity. They could see that the chains from the body of the coral turtle were connected to 8 corners of the city. Atop the walls at each corner stood an ancient beast statue, and the other ends of the chains were tied around the necks of these statues. Chapter 3074 Nirvana Creatures. Lin Shen suddenly had a hunch that perhaps this ancient city was not originally located here, but the coral turtle had dragged it here. Because the coral turtle died here, the ancient city could no longer move in the sea and had to stop at this place. As Lin Shen was examining the chains and those ancient beast statues, Ouyang Yudu suddenly tugged at him. Lin Shen turned his head and saw Ouyang Yudu pointing with his finger at a spot inside the ancient city. Looking in the direction of his pointing, he saw that it was at the very center of the ancient city, where there was a square-like open space. In the middle of the open space stood an ancient tower that had 7 stories, presumably the tallest building in the entire city. At the top of the tower, there was an extremely odd statue. Generally speaking, the peak of such an ancient tower should be just a simple spire, at most adorned with some carvings. Even if there were any mythical beast statues, they should be along the edges of the tower. But at the tip of this ancient tower was a seated statue, resembling a human, sitting in the posture of the thinker. Lin Shen quickly realized what Ouyang Yudu wanted him to see. Earlier, when the Archangel's sword was exploring, it passed by the side of this statue, triggering a disturbance in the flame liquid that lifted some of the seaweed-like things that were covering the statue's face. The two could clearly see the face of the statue, which was a silver-white metallic face, sharply contoured and strikingly beautiful. What was peculiar was that its eyes were closed, fitting the thinker's pose, yet on its forehead there was another eye standing upright, and this eye was open. The pupil seemed to have been dyed, colored a red hue, giving it a strangely alluring aesthetic. Unable to communicate in the sea of flames, Lin Shen wanted to ask Ouyang Yudu if he knew anything about the origins of the ancient city and the statue, but he could not open his mouth to ask. The entire ancient city was covered with dark gray seaweed, obscuring its original appearance. The two swam around the ancient city but did not find anything useful. The entire city seemed like a ghost town, with no signs of people or any creatures inside, not even a corpse to be found. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt a throb in his heart. He looked around but discovered nothing. .net. He felt as if something was watching him, which made him quite uncomfortable. However, using the nightglow flower to illuminate his surroundings, he saw no living thing, and for the time being, no creatures were spotted in the nearby sea. Ouyang Yudu gestured to Lin Shen, probably suggesting whether they should go inside the ancient city to take a look. Lin Shen quickly waved his hand, then pointed at himself and took out the angel revolver, from which he launched a mutant sea demon god general. The mutant sea demon god general, adept at underwater combat, held a trident and swam towards the ancient city with extreme grace, even more freely than outside. Upon entering the city, the mutant sea demon god general lifted his trident and scraped off a large chunk of the seaweed covering the nearby buildings, revealing the shiny silver metallic walls within. The mutant sea demon god general cleared away some of the nearby seaweed and found that it seemed all things inside the city were cast of the same silver-white metal. Moreover, the entire city seemed to be one seamless entity, with everything connected together. Even the walls were one continuous piece, not bricks piled upon each other. Lin Shen felt that this city did not seem to be constructed by human hands. It was more like a metal model directly cast in place. Lin Shen caught a glimpse of Ouyang Yudu turning to look at something out of the corner of his eye, but when Lin Shen followed his gaze, he didn't spot anything. Ouyang Yudu turned back and gestured to him for a while, seemingly indicating that he felt like something was watching him. Lin Shen quickly gestured back, trying to tell him that he had the same feeling. The two gestured at each other for quite a while, unable to understand each other's specific meaning, and decided to head back to the coral turtle first. But before they could move, they suddenly saw a blue light rising adjacent to the ancient city, like the morning sun. They turned their heads to see an incomparable behemoth rising from the sea trench below the cliff. Almost in an instant, they made up their minds and rushed into the ancient city, looking for a place to hide. Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Who the hell spread the rumor that there are no Nirvana creatures on First Fire Star? If I had known there were Nirvana creatures here, I wouldn't have come down. They saw that the behemoth was even larger than the ancient city itself, resembling a huge butterfly in the sea, emitting blue flames all over. Those flames were clearly imbued with the attribute of the power of Nirvana. Where the blue light touched, the flame liquid became extremely cold, yet it didn't freeze, which was very strange. The two entered the ancient city, and Lin Shen immediately recalled the sea demon god general. Looking around, he initially intended to find an alley or a corner to hide in, but then he saw a small building with its doors and windows half open nearby. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu exchanged glances, and both nodded. Ouyang Yudu swam in through the window, while Lin Shen pushed the door open and walked in. As Lin Shen entered, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his body, and to his surprise, found that he was standing on solid ground, no longer having the sensation of being in water. There was no flame liquid inside this house. Turning his head, he saw that all the flame liquid was blocked outside the door, as if repelled by some miraculous force. Ouyang, have you ever heard of this ancient city? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu as he saw him putting down the window brace. Never heard of it. First Fire Star shouldn't have any indigenous civilization, let alone an ancient city. For so many years, no man-made objects have been discovered. Lin Shen also closed the door, whispering, "That thing outside looks like a Nirvana creature, doesn't it? It seems so. It looks like rumors can't be trusted. There are Nirvana creatures on First Fire Star after all. They just hadn't been discovered before," Ouyang Yudu said with a helpless shake of his head. The blue light outside grew stronger and stronger. Lin Shen peered through the crack of the door and saw the huge creature, resembling a blue light butterfly, had arrived above the ancient city and was circling around it. Boom! The blue light butterfly must have collided with a chain. The entire ancient city shook a few times, and Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu quickly grabbed onto anything they could around them. Lin Shen prayed inwardly for that thing to leave quickly, but far from leaving, it kept circling the ancient city, occasionally bumping into the city and its chains, causing the entire city to keep shaking. Fortunately, the ancient city seemed extremely heavy and sturdy, and although the blue light butterfly was a Nirvana creature, it failed to damage the city. After a few hits, with the ancient city still undamaged, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the pillar he had been holding. Taking a step back to get a better look, he hadn't noticed before, but now he saw there were characters carved on the pillar. Chapter 375, A Cup of Wine with Thousands of Stars in It. Lin Shen read the words written on the pillar. A pot of the universe intoxicates eternal life. Ouyang Yudu stood by another pillar and read the words written on it as well. Who is this person? Such immense aspiration. Thousands of stars are but wine in his cup, and the universe to him is merely a pot of wine. This person's heart is truly boundless. Although the couplet is not that impressive, the ambition behind it is indeed extraordinary, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. This last part, intoxicates eternal life. I wonder if it means to get someone named Eternal Life drunk, or if it implies becoming intoxicated to achieve eternal life, never to awaken again. With such arrogance, it's highly probable that he included his own name. I'm inclined toward the former. Lin Shen glanced around. Apart from some furniture, there was nothing else in this place, and everything here was connected as part of the entire ancient city and could not be moved at will. Let's go up to the second floor, said Ouyang Yudu as he headed for the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they found the situation was the same. All furniture and decorations were monolithic, only this place appeared to be for sleeping, with a very exquisite silver-white bed. Beneath the window opposite the bed, there was also a desk. Surprisingly, there were even writing brushes, ink sticks, paper, and an inkstone on the desk, which were all eerily part of the desk itself. Although fake, the silver-white paper indeed had a painting on it, a portrait of an ancient beauty. How come this beauty in the painting looks so much like our human ancient beauties? And the architectural style of this ancient city is clearly similar to our human ancient architecture. Although Lin Shen felt it was improbable, he still saw a resemblance. The beauty in the painting showed no traits beyond those of a human, and her clothes were very similar to those from a certain period of our ancient humans. Wide robes and large sleeves with gartered stockings? This isn't gartered stockings. What were they called in ancient times? Lin Shen couldn't remember the name for something similar to gartered stockings in ancient times. Leggings. The ancients didn't have trousers. They wore long robes, and later these leggings appeared, to keep the legs warm and also to make going to the toilet convenient, Ouyang Yudu remarked, examining the beauty in the painting. Right, that's the name. Lin Shen knew it as well, but he didn't remember as clearly as Ouyang Yudu. This ancient city does have a lot of similarities with ancient human things, including the script and portraits here, but it's highly unlikely to be built by humans, Ouyang Yudu said. The history of human civilization isn't that long. Even at the peak of technological development, it would be difficult to create such a large, integrated city with such detail. Couldn't they just sculpt it out and then manually polish and refine it? Lin Shen asked. That's possible, but do you think there were such materials at that time? Materials that even Nirvana creatures can't destroy. If in the past our mother planet had such materials, the study of materials would have soared, and the entire civilization would have taken off long ago, Ouyang Yudu explained. Makes sense, Lin Shen continued to look at the picture of the beauty. The beauty sat on something like a swing, and as the swing soared, the wind lifted her outer robe, revealing her leggings and a segment of a beautiful leg, looking very happy. The scene in the painting was a courtyard with some buildings, plants, and rockeries, and no other people were included. There wasn't much on the surface, only a red seal in the corner. Zhong Buheng, are these the three characters? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu beside him. The characters on the seal were obviously distorted, and Lin Shen thought they looked like these three characters, but he wasn't quite sure. Yes, these are the three characters. Judging by the style of the font on the seal, it bears a resemblance to the characters on the pillar. Likely they were written by the same person, Ouyang Yudu observed and commented on the characters on the seal. So it's that egomaniac. Not only does he like to brag, but he also draws lewd pictures, probably a blowhard LSP, Lin Shen said with a sneer. I don't know about LSP, but this person's level should be quite high, at least at the Nirvana level, Ouyang Yudu said. How can you tell? Lin Shen didn't know how Ouyang Yudu had come to that conclusion. Ouyang Yudu pointed towards a wall, and when Lin Shen turned to look, he immediately noticed that the wall was densely covered with inscriptions. Thousand Men's Pointer, created by Zhong Buheng in a drunken state, despite being just a minor skill picked up casually, it is powerful enough to traverse the universe. Damn, this Zhong Buheng really is insufferably arrogant. And what's with this crappy name? Why name it Thousand Men's Pointer? Doesn't that just mean a criminal? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain after reading the introduction. Look at the content. Ouyang Yudu, however, seemed to pay more attention to the words on it. Lin Shen carefully read the content and found it quite interesting, not only interesting but also somewhat familiar. Isn't this the finger skill from the video Red Heart Ascent? I heard Yeya say that this move is supposed to be called Demon Heart Finger, so how did it become Thousand Men's Pointer? Lin Shen wondered, then read on. Soon, Lin Shen found that the skill recorded on the wall was indeed a finger skill and very similar to Demon Heart Finger. But rather than calling it Demon Heart Finger, it was more accurate to say that Demon Heart Finger was merely the introductory move to this finger skill. Thousand Men's Pointer contained elements that Demon Heart Finger did not, and Demon Heart Finger was just a segment of a video without anything else. Here, there was a complete set of finger technique instructions and annotations, the content far richer than what could be conveyed in the video. Without Nirvana attributes, it was difficult to project one's strength outward, and Thousand Men's Pointer would lack most of its potency. Thus, it was somewhat comparable to Demon Heart Finger. However, Demon Heart Finger had undergone some modifications to become more complex. This complexity wasn't because it was improved, but because the original version had certain high demands. Unable to meet those demands, modifications had to be made to achieve the same goal through more complex methods. So that's how it is. Lin Shen finally understood and then memorized the contents attentively. Even though Zhong Buheng was an egomaniac, the skill Thousand Men's Pointer was genuinely useful. Moreover, the Demon Heart Finger that Lin Shen had used previously lacked the instructions, and today he had finally completed the set. Could it be that this ancient city was built by that great demon king Ye Ya mentioned? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Chapter 376, Chu, the butterfly dry Lin Shen, at the Thousand Men's Pointer on the memory wall, found that the blue light butterfly outside showed no signs of leaving but continued to crash against the ancient city. Soon, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu realized something was amiss. When the blue light butterfly discovered it couldn't destroy the ancient city, it started to ram the city toward the seafloor trench by the cliffside, intending to knock it into the trench. The two looked at each other, at a loss for a good solution at the moment. Nirvana creatures and ascenders were not on the same level. The idea of the two of them killing a Nirvana creature was nearly impossible. In the past, Flerla had been honored as the first ascender of the Demon tribe, but even she could only flee when faced with a Nirvana being's pursuit, lacking the strength to contend with it. In the end, it was only through the explosion of a planet that she was able to rid herself of the Nirvana being that chased her. At that time, Flerella had reached the 10th turn of ascension, while Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu were only at the 2nd turn. They were no match for Flerella, let alone capable of defeating a Nirvana creature. If all else fails, when the ancient city starts to slide, we'll make a dash for it. As long as we break away into the deep sea, I reckon the Nirvana creature won't pursue us, Lin Shen said. Ouyang Yudu nodded. He thought Lin Shen's reasoning was sound. If these Nirvana creatures would leave the deep sea at will, they would have been discovered by now. No one had ever found Nirvana creatures in the Sea of Flames, likely because they had never left the deep sea. Primarily, they also lacked any alternatives. If they followed the ancient city as it slid deeper into the seabed, who knew what was below? The unknown depths of the sea were truly terrifying. If there were more Nirvana creatures below, it would be much harder for Lin Shen and his companion to escape. While the two were planning their escape, a sudden change occurred outside. They heard a loud boom, followed by a high-pitched, ear-piercing screech that caused them both intense pain, as if their eardrums were about to burst and their brains buzzed, as if someone were stirring their brains with an object. Lin Shen quickly covered his ears, which made him feel slightly better, his head not as uncomfortable. Ouyang Yudu did the same, desperately covering his ears. They approached the crack in the door to look outside, and what they saw took them by surprise. The Thinker statue at the top of the ancient tower shot out beams of light like red lightning from its vertical eye. The lights hit the blue light butterfly, forming a net of red lightning that bound it, causing the butterfly to let out a painful screech. The blue light butterfly's blue light flared, trying to break the net of red lightning, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't get free. Instead, it seemed to be pulled by the red lightning beam, slowly dragged toward the ancient city, toward the Thinker sitting on the spire of the tower. That statue actually possesses such terrifying strength? Lin Shen was shocked. If the statue had attacked them earlier, he and Ouyang Yudu couldn't have withstood such dreadful strength. Luckily, they hadn't been as reckless as the blue light butterfly and hadn't dared to damage the ancient city. The blue light butterfly desperately emitted blue light and even spat out a blue glowing life base from its mouth. The life base, shaped like a vast anchor, carried a light flame blue glow and repeatedly struck the red lightning net. Not only did it fail to shatter the net, but it also got caught by the red lightning, gradually becoming immobilized. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu watched as the blue light butterfly and its life base were pulled toward the ancient city. The blue light butterfly had already touched the chains connecting the ancient city and the coral turtle, attempting to grab the chains to prevent itself from being further drawn in. Regrettably, the red lightning beams spraying from the Thinker statue's third eye on its forehead were simply too powerful. The blue light butterfly swung on the chains twice, and then its whole body was sucked in directly. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. The blue light butterfly, which had a body larger than the ancient city, shrank rapidly under the pull of the red lightning beams. By the time it was brought before the Thinker statue, it had shrunk to roughly the size of a normal butterfly, or even slightly smaller. The next second, the Thinker actually raised its head, opened its closed eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red irises. Its mouth opened, almost splitting to the ears, and it swallowed the shrunken blue light butterfly along with its life base in one bite before starting to chew. Lin Shen could even hear the crunching sounds of the chewing, which turned their complexions into a rather splendid array of colors. Enjoy exclusive content from FreeWeb Novel. A terrifying Nirvana creature was chewed up just like that. It was a sight hard to forget for anyone who witnessed it. In just a few bites, the Thinker swallowed the blue light butterfly whole, and then its gaze, whether intentional or not, glanced at the small tower where Lin Shen and the others were. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu immediately felt as if they had thorns in their backs, and only then did they realize where that feeling of being watched had come from before. They had thought it was the blue light butterfly eyeing them just moments ago, but now they understood it wasn't the butterfly at all, it was the Thinker statue. The Thinker only glanced once before closing its eyes again, bowing its head to return to its original Thinker pose. If not for the seaweed having been shaken off its body, revealing a silver shimmering figure, one might have thought nothing had happened at all. I think we'd better leave this place right away, Lin Shen said as he slowly opened the door, his eyes fixed on the Thinker statue at the top of the tower. I feel the same way, Ouyang Yudu followed by Lin Shen's side, the two of them slowly walking out. Once outside, they began to swim upwards, trying to leave the ancient city. But just as they started swimming, suddenly a red beam flew towards them, enveloping them like a net of lightning. After they rushed back into the tower and looked back, they found the red lightning net outside had disappeared without a trace and hadn't fallen. Even more sinister was that when they looked at the Thinker statue, they saw it still had its eyes closed, except for the vertical eye on its forehead, which was open. But there was a clear difference in the corners of its mouth from before, as if slightly turned up with a hint of a sinister and frightening smirk. That statue, is it dead or alive? Lin Shen's expression was complex, and he found it hard to tell at the moment. Whether it's dead or alive, it seems it doesn't want us to leave the ancient city and doesn't intend to kill us just yet, Ouyang Yudu said thoughtfully. Could it be that it's been alone at the bottom of the sea for too long, too lonely, and wants us to stay to keep it company? Lin Shen, of course, knew the statue didn't mean to kill them, otherwise they would have ended up just like the blue light butterfly. Chapter 377, How to Confirm You Re-Alive? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Lin Shen couldn't think of a way to escape the ancient undersea city and could only look to Ouyang Yudu for help. Ouyang Yudu shook his head honestly, then comforted Lin Shen, since we're here, let's be at ease. The Thinker must have his reasons for keeping us here. We might as well go and ask him. Can we really do that? Lin Shen was doubtful. Do you have a better idea? Ouyang Yudu countered. Then let's go ask him, Lin Shen said, turning to open the door. The thinker atop the tower must have seen them by now, and if he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ouyang Yudu's sincere approach was not without reason. We mean no offense, and entering the ancient city was an unintentional mistake. If there's anything you need us to do, we will dedicate ourselves to the task. Lin Shen called out to the thinker statue from inside the door. It wasn't that he was afraid to step outside, but rather that outside the door was flame liquid, which would prevent him from being heard. After the shout, Lin Shen eagerly looked at the thinker statue at the top of the tower. He waited a long time, but the thinker statue did not respond at all. Could it be that he can't hear us shouting from inside this room? Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu and said, I think you should be a bit more sincere, Ouyang Yudu suggested. Where was I not sincere? I was very sincere, all right. Why don't you try? Let's see how sincere you can be, Lin Shen said as he stepped away from the door. Ouyang Yudu walked to the doorway and shouted to the outside, We wish to leave this place. May I ask how we might live and depart from here? Lin Shen didn't feel that Ouyang Yudu was any more sincere than he had been, but after Ouyang Yudu had spoken, the thinker statue at the top of the tower suddenly opened its eyes again, looking towards the small building they were in. Wanting to live and leave here is simple. I have a puzzle that I have been unable to solve. If you can answer this puzzle, you may leave alive, the statue surprisingly spoke. Ouyang, you're pretty good. Lin Shen gave Ouyang Yudu a thumbs up, overjoyed, yet he still couldn't understand where he had lacked sincerity. Can you tell us what the puzzle is? Ouyang Yudu continued to call out. Can you tell me if I am alive or dead? The statue slowly asked. Both Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu were startled upon hearing this question. What kind of puzzle was this? Of course you're alive, otherwise how could you communicate with me? Ouyang Yudu said. If I am merely a pre-programmed artificial intelligence with a vast database, I could naturally communicate with you and even know many things you don't, but that doesn't mean I am alive. Perhaps I am just a cold, intelligent machine operating according to a program. This doesn't differentiate whether I am truly alive or dead, the statue said. Do you have emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Ouyang Yudu asked again. Yes, the statue gave an affirmative answer. To have emotions is to be alive. Artificial intelligence does not have emotions, Ouyang Yudu said. Emotion itself is just a reaction mechanism. How do you know that your emotions are not a preset reaction mechanism? The statue continued. When you encounter something joyful, you feel happy and laugh. When you encounter something sad, you feel distressed. These are easily programmed mechanisms. How can you be sure that the emotions you feel aren't being manipulated by such mechanisms? Ouyang Yudu was temporarily at a loss for words. The statue's argument seemed to make sense. How could he know for sure that his emotional responses were truly his own and not controlled by mechanisms? When your body receives external signals like tension, fear, excitement, it secretes adrenaline. This mechanism causes your heart to beat faster, your breathing to quicken, your blood flow to increase, and your pupils to dilate. All these reactions are part of your body's response mechanism. How is that any different from a machine? When you eat delicious food, you feel joy. When you achieve something, you feel a sense of accomplishment. When your love is reciprocated, you feel happiness. But after doing these things, it's dopamine affecting your body, providing you with these pleasant sensations as a reward from the reaction mechanism. So all your emotions are just reaction mechanisms. What makes you think you are a living organism rather than a machine with an intelligent program? The words of the thinker statue plunged Ouyang Yudu into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he finally shook his head helplessly. I indeed have no way to prove that I'm a living organism, but I feel that I am alive. Feelings cannot be taken as an answer, the statue said calmly. He sits at the top of the tower all day. Is he pondering these questions? Where are the answers to such questions? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? Lin Shen thought to himself with a sense of frustration. He also couldn't figure out how to determine whether the thinker was truly a living organism or not. To most people, being alive means the physical body is alive. But if you think about it carefully, the flesh and blood of humans could also be a very sophisticated biomechanism. It's just made up differently from ordinary machines. That doesn't prove humans aren't intelligent machines. The two of them pondered in the room for a long time. The more they thought about it, the more unsolvable the problem seemed. They simply couldn't figure out how to prove that they were different from intelligent machines. Can touch prove that you're alive? According to the theory of the thinker, that's also just a feedback mechanism. Can memories of a past life prove that you're alive? Of course not. Memories could be implanted. Even if the memories aren't implanted, having past memories doesn't prove you're not an intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence can remember more things. Does that prove it's not an intelligent machine? Obviously not. A living organism can reproduce, can continue its bloodline, Lin Shen said after some thought. If intelligent machines develop to a certain extent, they just need to include a manufacturing system inside or something like a gene cloning system. They too can achieve what you call reproduction and inheritance of the bloodline. This isn't very difficult. With sufficiently advanced technology, it could be done, the thinker continued. You're just inserting your genetic information into a machine that manufactures bodies. How can you be certain that what you call reproduction isn't just the process of creating new intelligent machines? Lin Shen found himself speechless in the face of such questioning. Who could prove such a thing? Life makes mistakes, while intelligent machines can only operate according to their programming and do not make mistakes. Ouyang Yudu mused for a long time before speaking again. Is there a possibility that if you are intelligent machines, the intelligent program running inside your body is one full of bugs left by a scoundrel? It might contain a lot of seemingly useless junk code that barely keeps the program running but frequently causes errors. With good luck, it runs continuously. With bad luck, it fails. Errors that don't affect the continued use of the program can sometimes self-correct, akin to making amends after a mistake or getting better after an illness. Those irreparable errors manifest as your bad habits or terminal illnesses. Continue reading at Free Web Novel. If an error that affects the operation of the program occurs, rendering the program completely non-functional, then this signifies end of life, what you understand as death. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu listened, dumbfounded, feeling increasingly like they really were intelligent machines. Chapter 378, Can you lower my rank for me? Right, you're absolutely freaking right. I knew there was a reason why I kept making such inexplicable mistakes. Lin Shen suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly. My memory sucks. It must be because, when I was made, they skimped on the memory and the hard drive. Just store a few things and it's full. If I want to keep saving new stuff, I have to overwrite the old memories. I can't get rid of my love for fun. I've got procrastination issues, gluttony, laziness, and no desire to work hard. All these are because that damned programmer wrote a trashy program for me. Not enough talent, slow reactions, and the habit of daydreaming. I can never learn all sorts of martial arts and evolution skills. It's obvious my hardware isn't up to snuff. What kind of junk did they equip me with? The more Lin Shen talked, the more he felt he wasn't to blame. It was the creator who assembled him that was no good, and the programmer was a hack that ended up making him this way. Thinker bro, I think I'm like a smart machine. Any chance you can give me a hardware upgrade? I'm talking top-of-the-line stuff, where I can instantly run all the big programs like advanced martial arts and such, like a quick boot. And beef up my memory and hard drive so I can load up more programs? Maybe throw in a nice skin or shell too? I'm not asking for much, just slightly handsomer than this guy next to me is fine. As Lin Shen rambled on, more and more excited, the thinker gazed at him in a daze. He seemed to have never encountered anyone who discussed this matter from such an angle before. I have only pondered about this issue. I do not have the capability to make smart machines, nor can I upgrade your parts. The thinker looked Lin Shen up and down, saying, Moreover, if you really were a smart machine, you'd be the kind that's no longer worth upgrading and should be outright scrapped. Please forgive my helplessness. I think I can still be salvaged. Could you at least help me optimize my program? Lin Shen looked at the thinker with a hopeful face. I can't. The thinker slowly closed his eyes. You may leave. If you encounter anyone who can answer my question, then return to the Realm King's prison city and tell me the answer. The Realm King's prison city. Does that mean this place is where the Realm King is imprisoned? Which Realm King is imprisoned here? Ouyang Yudu asked in astonishment. I don't know, the thinker said as a beam of blood-red light shot out from the only open crimson vertical pupil in his eye. The blood-red beam turned into lightning and struck the building they were in. Both men felt as if they had been electrocuted. Their bodies and brains felt numb. Lin Shen couldn't move his body, but his mind was exceptionally clear. The thinker's eerie voice appeared in his mind. Find the answer, and you can use the teleporter to come to the Realm King's prison city. I've entered the coordinates into your Realm King teleporter. Due to the rules, I cannot help upgrade or optimize you, but if you return with the answer, there will be benefits for you. As soon as the voice ended, Lin Shen felt his body suddenly enveloped by a vast amount of liquid. Before he could react, he had gulped down a few mouthfuls. He hurriedly held his breath and steadied himself, then took out the nightglow flower to light up the surroundings and opened his eyes to look around. He found himself outside of the ancient city, with Ouyang Yudu not far away, swimming towards him. The ancient city suddenly started to tremble, slowly sliding towards the seabed trench at the edge of the cliff and quickly falling down. Suddenly, Lin Shen spotted a figure, clutching a chain and climbing down. The ancient city gradually sank into the depths of the trench, and the figure holding onto the chain plummeted with it. Holy crap, Wei. Because he was a bit far away, Lin Shen couldn't make out the person's face, but by the figure and the color of the carapace, he recognized immediately that it was Wei Wufu. Apparently, the vibration caused by the blue light butterfly crashing into the ancient city had made Wei believe they were in trouble down below, so he descended along the chain. Without a moment to spare, Lin Shen rushed towards the trench, but his swimming skills were subpar. Before he could get there, Ouyang Yudu had already zoomed over like a dragon, grabbing Wei Wufu's arm and swimming to the side with him. Ouyang Yudu swam away into the distance, still making hand signals to Lin Shen, indicating that he should quickly distance himself from the sea trench. Lin Shen immediately realized what was happening and desperately ran in the direction away from the trench, frantically scrabbling with his hands. Soon, a massive figure plummeted down. It was the body of the coral turtle, dragged down into the trench by the ancient city. The ancient city was sliding slowly at first, creating whirlpools and undercurrents that weren't too severe, but as it picked up speed in its descent, the coral turtle was pulled down rapidly, resulting in terrifying undercurrents and whirlpools that nearly swept all three of them away. Lin Shen drove the Wolf Fang Club into the rocks, fiercely clinging to them to prevent himself from being sucked into the trench. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu were in similar straits, with Wei using the purple red whip and Ouyang Yudu employing the Archangel's sword to anchor themselves. Their bodies waved like seaweed in the violent undercurrents, and their weapons carved long, deep scratches on the rocks. By the time the currents weakened enough for the three to contend with them using their own strength, they were almost at the edge of the cliff. The dark, lightless sea trench was like a monster that devoured everything, lurking at the bottom of the sea of flames, seemingly ready to choose its next victim at any moment. The ancient city and coral turtle were already submerged deep in the sea, not even a shadow in sight. The three of them fought against the undercurrents, desperately making their way up to the surface. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the Sea of Flames was substantial enough that, once they broke free from the undercurrents, they quickly surfaced. "We finally made it out alive," Lin Shen said as he soared into the sky, gasping for air. Although he didn't need to breathe, he did so instinctively, as if only by doing so could he alleviate his psychological pressure. "Lin Shen, is that really what you were thinking?" Ouyang Yudu hovered not far from Lin Shen and asked with a complex expression. "What?" Lin Shen didn't catch on at first, but after a moment he replied with a grimace, "How could that be possible? I was just putting on a show for him." When that guy asked a question like that, it was clear he had no intention of letting us leave the ancient city alive. I just wanted to disrupt his logic. If we had continued according to his line of thought, how could we possibly outtalk him? That guy has contemplated that question in the ancient city for who knows how many years. Even a deity wouldn't win a debate against him. "That's a relief," Ouyang Yudu smiled. "I should have known earlier. How could someone like you be so easily swayed by others?" "It's not that you couldn't think of it, but that concern leads to chaos." Lin Shen shook his head. "I wasn't entirely acting, though. His words truly touched me, and some of what I said came from the heart. 3 parts false, 7 parts true. Otherwise it would have been easy to see through." "Which parts came from the heart?" Ouyang Yudu asked. "Definitely not the part about wanting to change my skin." Lin Shen was about to continue, but suddenly saw 3 figures quickly approaching from the distant sky. Flairla, the faces of all 3 changed in unison. Now, it seemed too late to escape. Chapter 379, Exploding with One Punch. The Sea of Flames was too calm, the ocean surface hardly showing any waves. The coral turtle was forcibly dragged into the seabed, triggering strong water disturbances, which allowed Flairla to notice something amiss and come searching in this direction. What she found were Lin Shen and his 2 companions who had just rushed out from the depths. As Flairla's beautiful eyes shifted, sizing up the 3 of them, she failed to find the life base of the Crimson Flame explosive dragon, feeling slightly disappointed. Lin Shen checked the time and realized there was still just over an hour until the method his elder brother mentioned would take effect. "Let's not fight right away. I'll talk to them first. If they want to start a fight, I'll hold Flairla back while you 2 deal with the others. Then we can join forces to handle her," Lin Shen said. Though he felt sure he couldn't defeat Flairla, he believed he could detain her for some time without issue. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu both nodded silently. They were aware of Lin Shen's stamina and capabilities. For a battle of attrition, he was the best choice. Flairla, seeing that Lin Shen and his companions did not flee, approached them with a smile and said, "It seems your luck isn't very good to be found by me so quickly." "Haven't you ever wondered why you were able to find us?" Lin Shen asked, unfazed. "Do you know what's in this sea?" Lin Shen continued on his own. "Isn't it the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon?" Flairla initially thought the disturbance in the Sea of Flames was caused by Lin Shen and his companions fighting with the dragon. No, Lin Shen's response somewhat surprised Flairla. "If you're not going after the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, then I'm interested to know why you're causing such a commotion here. Could it be some scheme against me?" Flairla asked. "There's something more valuable than the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon down here. If you're interested, we could work together." Lin Shen thought to himself, if Flairla really is interested in what's below, taking her to the ancient city might just work. The devices on her might activate before we even find it. "Lord Flairla, this kid's eyes are shifty. He's clearly up to no good. Why waste words with him?" "Just kill them," the demon person, robust as a tank, said to Flairla as he volunteered. "To kill a few humans isn't worth your personal effort. I alone am more than enough." "Very well, I leave it to you," Flairla said indifferently. "Wei, go test their strength and buy me some time. The longer you can delay them, the better," Lin Shen quietly told Wei Wufu. Lin Shen wasn't angered by the demon tribe's arrogance at all. Weren't they just giving him the time he needed? With Flarela's permission, the tank-like strong demon male flew out, directly using carapace to summon his life base. His life base was surprisingly a metallic giant bear. The demon male proudly said to Lin Shen and his companions, "Remember my name, Gerji of the demon tribe. Next life, if you come across a man with this name, you be wise to detour. As for now, come at me together." Gerji's arrogance wasn't due to stupidity, but because he had already received news that the three humans representing the celestial race were merely second or third turn ascenders from a minor species like humans. In his view, this was a victory for the demon tribe's espionage and intelligence warfare, a mission they were bound to win right from the start. For him, an 8th turn demon person dealing with 3 second or third turn humans was nothing challenging. Even so, Gerji chose to use Carapace Guard right from the start, which showed that he wasn't truly as reckless as he appeared. Wei Wufu had also flown out, his carapace already covering his whole body, and he had summoned his white robe, directly putting it on. Wei Wufu was always steady, and considering that this battle was related to the life and death of the three of them, he didn't dare to be careless in the least. Moreover, he needed to buy time for Lin Shen, so he had to go all out. "State your name. I, Gerji, do not kill nameless individuals," Gerji said with a sneer upon seeing that Lin Shen's group had sent out only one person to face the battle, Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't use a fake name. He said, "The Wei family didn't need to hide behind lies. All right, you can die now." Gerji just wanted to show off in front of Flarela. He had no interest in knowing what Wei Wufu was called, and he certainly wouldn't remember his name. In his view, Wei Wufu was already a dead man. Gerji directly commanded his berserk giant bear life base to attack Wei Wufu. The metallic giant bear, over 3 meters tall, leapt into the air and swooped down, swiping a paw at Wei Wufu's head. Wei Wufu's gaze was solemn as he directly activated 2 innate skills, Phoenix Mystique and Purple Chi Armor. The carapace covering his body grew as if alive, becoming thicker and heavier, with a faint purple aura rising within it. Instead of retreating, Wei Wufu advanced, meeting the metallic giant bear head-on with his violently thundering fists. Courting death, Gerji scoffed, letting the berserk giant bear activate its innate skill, Bear's Fury, enhancing its strength and hardness, intending to slap Wei Wufu to death directly. A human of second or third turn actually thought to fight head-on against his 8th turn berserk giant bear. What was this if not seeking death? However, when the berserk giant bear's paw collided with Wei Wufu's fist, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Wei Wufu's fist, enveloped in heavy carapace, forcefully deflected the bear's paw, striking it hard on the head. The 8th turn, berserk giant bear's head burst open from Wei Wufu's fist, exploding like a watermelon. The fragments from the explosion caused a terrifying blast over the sea of flames, and the energy from the explosion sent Wei Wufu flying, while the body of the berserk giant bear was also torn apart, triggering a series of horrific explosions. By the time the explosions ended, the life base of the berserk giant bear had completely vanished. Puh! With his life base severely damaged, Gerji spat out blood on the spot, his face filled with disbelief. How was this possible? Could the information have been wrong? Maybe the humans participating aren't just at the second or third turn, but actual high-turn powerhouses. Wei Wufu himself had not expected that his fist would burst what looked to be such a formidable life base. He didn't even consider the double-boosted attribute of Phoenix Mystique, the carapace-strengthening Purple Chi Armor, the weakening ability of his white robe, and the power of his own burst fist skill. How could an Ascender, no matter how many times reborn, withstand the combined force of these terrifying abilities? This is bad. Wei Wufu thought of Lin Shen's instructions to stall for time, but with one punch he had exploded the opponent's life base. What time was there to stall now? Celestials are indeed despicable, resorting to such shameless tactics, but no matter how cunning the Celestials are, it's all in vain in the face of absolute strength. Gerji, you step back. Another demon person, Ted, flew out, telling Gerji, whose life base had been destroyed, to step back as he coldly stared at Wei Wufu. Chapter 380, insisting on feeding Ouyang, please, help me buy some time, Lin Shen implored as Wei Wufu managed to burst the opponent's life base with a single punch. How could they possibly delay further? Lin Shen had no choice but to seek help from Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen knew it wasn't Wei Wufu's fault, but that they had all overestimated the Ascender sent by the demon tribe. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely because Flarela had entered the battlefield, so the other 2 demon members might just have been sent haphazardly to fill the numbers. One Flarela was enough to solve the problem. There was no need to risk top Ascension-level fighters in the Sea of Flames. Moreover, with Gerji acting so wildly, they mistook him to be strong, but as it turned out, he was all style and no substance. Wei, take a break. I'll take over from here, Ouyang Yudu said as he flew to Wei Wufu's side. Wei Wufu nodded without saying a word and stepped back, whispering to Lin Shen, my bad. Taking one down directly isn't so bad. Lin Shen couldn't blame Wei Wufu. If he had been in his place, he likely would have met the same end. The only one to blame was Gerji for being an incompetent fool who pretended to be something he wasn't. Had he not been posturing, his life base wouldn't have been burst by Wei Wufu's fist. Ouyang, hang in there, Lin Shen called out, a reminder for Ouyang Yudu to keep an eye on delaying time. Young Yudu naturally understood Lin Shen's intention and turned back to give Lin Shen a reassuring look. Ted looked coldly at Young Yudu and said, "It makes no difference if you offer yourself up for slaughter first. You are the Young Yudu from the Young family who originally developed First Firestar, aren't you?" The Demon tribe's intelligence work was extremely thorough. They knew everything about Young Yudu's background. "Indeed," Young Yudu replied, propping up the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, already set on defending rather than attacking to fully gauge this Ted's strength while buying time for Lin Shen. "What a pity there will no longer be any humans with the surname Ouyang on First Firestar," Ted said as he directly summoned his life base. A golden light transformed into a swift luminescence rushing towards Young Yudu at an unbelievable speed. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella in Young Yudu's hands flew out, its canopy blocking the golden light. Upon collision with the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, the golden light did not cause an explosion, but instead expanded instantly, enveloping the umbrella within it. Only then did Lin Shen and the others clearly see that Ted's life base was something golden and slime-like. The creature's body displayed enormous elasticity as it engulfed the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, then began to contract, putting pressure on the umbrella. Seeing that the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was captured by his life base, Ted arrogantly sneered, "Human, watch closely and see what a true powerful life base is. Ninth turn, Hell Glutton, capable of devouring and digesting anything, your life base is finished." Young Yudu's expression changed slightly. The strength of the ninth turn Hell Glutton was clearly much greater than his second turn Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The body of the ninth turn Hell Glutton kept tightening, secreting a corrosive golden liquid that started covering the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The open Jade Bone Demon umbrella under the compression of the ninth turn Hell Glutton was soon pressed closed. "Do you want to continue, or shall we switch to the next one?" Ted's haughty gaze shifted towards Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, intending to devour Wei Wufu as well. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu wore somewhat strange expressions. Ted's ninth turn Hell Glutton was indeed strong, but once Young Yudu's Jade Bone Demon umbrella was closed, that was also rather terrifying. They both fixated on the enveloped Jade Bone Demon umbrella, worrying that if it couldn't withstand the attack, they couldn't just stand by and watch it be destroyed. Soon, they realized their concerns were unnecessary. Young Yudu also had a strange look on his face and even seemed worried, but his worry was not about the Jade Bone Demon umbrella being in trouble. It was about not being able to help Lin Shen buy time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Ted to realize something was amiss. The Hell Glutton, which was enveloping the Jade Bone Demon umbrella as if to devour it, was rapidly losing its golden light. How can this be? Ted's face changed as he realized there was a problem. Trying to recall the Hell Glutton, he found it no longer obeyed his commands. Moreover, the golden glow on the body of the Hell Glutton was quickly extinguishing, and he could feel that the fluctuations and spiritual power within the glutton were rapidly fading, almost severing the connection between them. Ted was horrified and quickly took out the pet gun, aiming it at the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, but the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was enveloped by his Hell Glutton, and his shot could only hit the glutton. Sly Celestials. They must have already known I would join the battle and deliberately chose someone whose life base could counter mine. But what exactly is that life base? How could it make me lose control over my Hell Glutton life base? Ted was both shocked and furious, but could only watch helplessly as the golden light on his life base quickly faded. Just in a moment's time, the golden light on the Hell Glutton had completely disappeared, making it look like a gray stone. Crack, crack, crash. The Hell Glutton, now like gray stone, developed countless cracks and then shattered into numerous small fragments that fell like little comets into the sea of flames. Ted and Gurgi met the same fate, spitting blood from their mouths and instantly becoming listless. Lord Flarela, I've been outplayed by them. The Celestials certainly planned this. Their human's life base perfectly counters mine. Our intelligence was flawed. Ted, shocked and angry, quickly relayed to Flarela. Though Ted was shocked and furious, he still hadn't realized the danger because Flarela was there, the once greatest ascender of the Demon tribe. Flarela was an existence so powerful that she could fight back and kill several Nirvana beings even when they were hunting her down. In his view, as long as Flarela made a move, these three humans were as good as dead, unless they were beings like DEC. Within Ascension level, no one was a match for Flarela. After the Hell Glutton exploded, the closed Jade Bone Demon umbrella was revealed, now translucent and emitting a sinister blood light as if blood were about to drip from it. Having absorbed the spirit of the ninth turn Hell Glutton, the turns of rebirth for the Jade Bone Demon umbrella skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the fifth turn and just shy of entering the sixth turn. Young Yudu stretched out his hand, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella returned to his grasp, and he immediately opened it, the blood color also vanishing with it. He looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He genuinely wanted to buy time for Lin Shen, but there was just no opportunity. Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. How suicidal were those from the Demon tribe to forcibly press against the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, causing it to close? Wasn't this equivalent to force-feeding it? Chapter 381, The Strong and the Weak continue your saga on free web novel. I never thought that within the seemingly insignificant human race there would be so many top geniuses. It makes me somewhat curious to visit the humans' home planet to see what kind of place it is, capable of nurturing so many exceptional talents. Flairley gestured for Ted to step back and appraise the three of them. Her gaze fell on Wei Wufu and she said indifferently, "The Phoenix Purple Chijue of the Phoenix clan was originally created for the mixed-blood Purple Phoenix branch of the clan. It wasn't designed for humans. Yet you, a member of the human race, managed to master the Phoenix Purple Chiju, and to such an extent. Even among the Purple Phoenix, there are probably very few of the same level who could be stronger than you. Quite impressive indeed." After she finished speaking, her attention turned to Ouyang Yudu, and she continued, "Your evolution skill is somewhat peculiar. I've never seen it before. However, your life base possesses the ability to absorb spirits, a talent that has become extremely rare in the universe. There have been other races with similar abilities in history, each of whom could cause a catastrophe. Most of them were exterminated by the combined forces of different races before they could grow strong, and this ability might not be a blessing for you. It could well be a death sentence. The two of you are indeed very strong. Had you not met me today, you might have had a chance to win. Unfortunately, you encountered me, Flairla." Flairla's gaze swept toward Lin Shen and she commented nonchalantly, "I have killed more than 1/10 turn Purple Phoenix. Spirit absorption techniques, although against the heavens, are useless against me. Now, I am quite curious, what makes you special? Since the celestial race had planned this in advance, you must have some unique tricks up your sleeve, right?" Lin Shen glanced at the time discreetly. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu had only managed to buy him less than 10 minutes. There was still over an hour before his brother's technique would take effect. Lin Shen sighed internally. How could such a great situation suddenly turn out like this? It looks like I can only rely on myself. I'm just making up the numbers. I don't possess their level of strength. If I have to name an advantage, it would be endurance. I can last longer in battle. Does that count as a special ability? Lin Shen said, and immediately activated the super base form. The black carapace on his body quickly turned into a crystal-like silver, and the super base pattern along with the super base recast were also directly initiated. The hieroglyphics emitted an astonishing brilliance, making Lin Shen's carapace even more magnificent and dazzling. No matter what your abilities are, the appearance is truly impressive. No wonder Tianxun, a woman like that, could actually be fond of you, Flairla admired while examining the carapace on Lin Shen's body. Just judging by the appearance of the carapace and not the person, even Ouyang Yudu's white jade armor would pale in comparison to Lin Shen's. Flairla's praise was not unfounded. Actually, we can be friends too. There's no need to fight to the death. Friends can negotiate anything, and it's not impossible for us to concede the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to you, Lin Shen said. Perhaps you'll be more convincing if you let go of your weapon before saying such things, Flairla suggested with a glance at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's one hand was clutching the Archangel's sword that he had retrieved from Ouyang Yudu, and the other was in his pocket, gripping the modified pet gun. Unashamed by Flarella's comment, Lin Shen had no intention of letting go. Facing such a formidable opponent, he didn't want any oversight and was determined to exert his full strength to ensure survival until his brother's technique could take effect. You don't need to be so tense. I didn't plan on killing you in the first place. If you answer a few of my questions truthfully, I might consider letting you leave alive, Flairla said. What questions? Lin Shen was of course more than willing to chat with Flairla. You know Zhengzong, right? Flairla stared at Lin Shen and asked. I suppose you could say that. Lin Shen did not deny it, but his answer was somewhat non-committal. It's not just simple recognition, is it? You two look very similar, Flairla continued. In your eyes, humans must all look somewhat alike, which isn't surprising. Lin Shen didn't give Flairla a chance to continue questioning and countered by asking, Are you interested in me, or are you interested in Zhengzong? Both. Flairla didn't fall for Lin Shen's verbal trap and didn't waste time on this matter, continuing to ask, You and Zhengzong are related by blood. Although it was a question, she spoke with a tone of certainty. I would actually like to become his relative, but I'm afraid he might not acknowledge me, Lin Shen said. I'll have to check the clan records when I return to my homeworld. Who knows, maybe he and I are long-lost brothers. In that case, I could follow him and join the Demon tribe, and we would be companions. Since we'll all be companions in the future, let's not hurt each other now. How about we each go our own way, and we won't interfere with your search for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? Flairla couldn't help but frown slightly, seeming to waver in her own judgment. Fine, if you can endure 3 strikes from me without dying, I'll let you go. Flairla decided she needed to assess Lin Shen's strength first. Perhaps she could glean some clues from the combat skills he used and the evolution skill he practiced. When you say let us go, do you mean to let us leave intact, or do you intend to cripple us before sparing our lives? Lin Shen tried to buy time. Survive my 3 strikes, and you're free to leave any way you wish, Flairla said, and with a gesture, purple particles flowed from her fingertips, condensing into a black-purple angelic life base. Lin Shen was taken aback, as Flairla's life base didn't have any pixelation, allowing a clear view, whereas he had always thought that only the celestial race could condense an angelic life base like this. How could Flairla of the Demon tribe form an angelic life base? This life base's form had a resemblance to Tianxin's Despair Heartless Angel, yet it was not entirely the same. The Heartless Angel life base's feather armor was black, while the feather armor on Flarela's life base was dark purple. Ted and Gurgi looked at Flarela's life base with faces full of admiration, as it was also their first time witnessing it in person. This is my life base, the Fallen Seraph, merely a 10th turn life base, nothing too formidable. Take a good look, this is my first strike, Abyss of the Dark Domain. As Flarela's voice fell, the Fallen Seraph brought its palms together and conjured up a black hole-like dark purple orb of light. The next second, the orb, resembling a dark purple sphere of flashing lightning, instantly lunged at Lin Shen. Lin Shen focused and stepped forward, unleashing his surfing fist in response. The terrifying fist power collided with the dark purple sphere of light, causing an astonishing explosion the next second, like a hydrogen bomb detonating in the sky, engulfing Lin Shen's figure within the blast. Lin Shen suddenly had a very odd thought. Flarela doesn't seem as strong as I imagined. That shouldn't be, as the first ascender of the Demon tribe, and with so much cultivation, her foundation must be incredibly profound. She should be far stronger than us, but this strength doesn't seem as formidable as I thought. I didn't even continue unleashing my surfing fist. Could it be that we are stronger than we thought we were? The first ascender of the Demon tribe, Flarela, may not be as strong as we imagined. Chapter 3A2 Flarela's Combat Power, DAT. Flarela's combat power lays date. Lin Shen had previously estimated Flarela's strength and came up with a rough calculation. The attributes of a top-tier ascender are calculated as 81, doubling to 162 at the 10th turn. These attributes are basically fixed and hardly fluctuate. Lin Shen himself was also at 81, and even after using the 5 elements fruit and 5 elements tree king fruit, his attribute remained at 81 with no improvement. Even if Flarela was lucky and had a good background, acquiring some treasures that could enhance attributes, it wouldn't be possible to increase them by much. After all, 81 is the limit for ascenders, and breaking through that limit is not so easy. Lin Shen himself possessed the super base form talent, which perfectly counteracted the attribute enhancement from Flarela's 10th turn, so Lin Shen was not at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. The next aspect is the 3 base change talents and 1 life base talent, which are the main factors in widening the gap in combat power. If Flarela has an innate skill similar to Phoenix Mystique, her attributes would double, and the battle could easily reach explosive levels. Lin Shen still had super base change to use, which could almost counteract one Phoenix Mystique, leaving the situation still at a draw. The problem lies with the super base pattern and super base recast skills, one being a supply type skill, and the other a repair type. Though they do enhance combat capability, they're not as direct and effective as Phoenix Mystique. If Flarela had another base change talent similar to Phoenix Mystique, that would be invincible, and if all 3 were of that type, it would be monstrous. If by chance the life-based talent was also an enhancement type, it wouldn't be impossible to slay a Nirvana-level opponent beyond one's tier. Lin Shen roughly calculated 16-2 plus 116-2 plus 116-2 plus 116-2 plus 116-2, and with such calculations, the attributes would exceed 800, making it quite casual to instantly kill ascenders. If she is further bolstered by several pets with aura-enhancing abilities and a spirit base, that would be aiming to break 1,000 in attributes, unstoppable for anyone who comes their way. Of course, this is the most extreme case. An ascender having 3 base change talents that double attributes plus a doubling life base talent, such probability is not non-existent, but as far as Lin Shen's knowledge and experience goes, he had not heard of it. Those top-tier ascenders he had seen all had only 1 attribute, doubling skill, and mostly with limitations. Of course, if such a monstrous existence with 4 enhancing talents did exist, their bodies might not be able to withstand such monstrous enhancement. Like Lin Shen's super base change, enhancement causes a great burden on the body, difficult for even someone with physical qualities as strong as Lin Shen's to sustain for long periods, and that's with the energy support from the super base pattern. If there were truly 4 talents all enhancing, Lin Shen even doubted whether an ascender's body could withstand such empowerment, having the capability to deliver a strike under such conditions. Experience more tales on Free Web Novel. What Lin Shen feared was not this extreme scenario, but the fear that Flarela might have 2 attribute, doubling skills along with powerful recovery skills, or even a white robe's weakening skills. And if she had a few pets that added some auxiliary type auras, no matter how desperately Lin Shen fought, she would likely still be an overwhelming opponent. Therefore, Lin Shen had been waiting for his elder brother's methods to take effect, fearing being crushed by Flarela's attributes. As soon as Flarela's fallen seraph made a move, Lin Shen suddenly felt that Flarela was not as strong as he thought. Because the skill of the fallen seraph is not enhancement type, but an attack type skill with special abilities. The Abyss of the Fallen skill looks very powerful. At Ascension level, it can injure people across space and probably has special effects. But Lin Shen is not afraid of this thing, for he has the Surfing Fist, which can project force across space and directly destroy the energy spheres generated by the Abyss of the Fallen. If the energy spheres cannot touch Lin Shen, no matter how special the effects are, they cannot come into play. Lin Shen now understands why the 28 Fists are so famous. Just this ability to injure across space is already a great advantage. With one of Flairla's 4 skills neutralized, Lin Shen felt much less pressure. If Flairla only has one skill that doubles her attribute, then there's basically no gap between her and Lin Shen, and he need not fear her. If she has 2 skills that double her attributes, Lin Shen, using the surfing fist, still has the power to contend. Unless she has a powerful aura buffing pet, Lin Shen really isn't afraid of her. Now Lin Shen just wants to know what exactly her 3 base change talents are and whether she has any buffing pets. As the light from the explosion gradually dissipated, Ted and Gergie were surprised to find that Lin Shen was unharmed, floating in the air, and their faces changed slightly. To be able to deliver a void fist power at the ascension level, withstand a 10-stage ascendant with pure attribute, your innate skill is indeed extraordinary, Flairla said, somewhat surprised, but it was within her expectations. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both have their special characteristics. If Tian didn't have something unique, it would seem unreal to her. Good, then take my second strike, Flairla said, still showing no intention to make a move herself. The fallen seraph's hands merged again, condensing that dark purple light sphere that seemed to have no difference. Lin Shen fixed his gaze on Flairla, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He knew that Flairla would not repeat the same ineffective attack, so there was only one answer. The fallen seraph surely possessed a second base talent, just like his inheritance fan, both were double life-based talents. Indeed, the fallen seraph did not simply push out the light sphere, like a black hole. The purple-black orb began absorbing energy from the surrounding space to strengthen itself. The purple-black orb grew larger and larger, increasing by half in a short time, and continued to grow. This combined skill from the double talents. Lin Shen watched the purple-black orb grow larger and larger, unaware of how much the aura would enhance it. If the thing could enhance 10 times, Lin Shen, trying as hard as he could, would not be able to withstand it and would be blasted to bits. Lin Shen knew he couldn't wait any longer and said, Flairla, you might as well wait for me to die of old age with such a skill. Flairla wasn't angry. I never said you couldn't initiate an attack yourself. If you cannot wait, feel free to attack. Lin Shen pondered. Flairla saying this, could it be that if I were to strike while the fallen seraph is using this skill, it would also absorb my power? Although Flairla might be bluffing him, Lin Shen still didn't want to take the risk and chose to wait and see. Even if the power of the sphere doubled, it wouldn't pose too much threat to Lin Shen, for the surfing trike could break it. You like to charge up for a big move, then I'll give you the time to charge up, Lin Shen said. He wasn't too worried about the fallen seraph's double talents, neither was much of a threat to him. In a real fight, there would be no time for her to charge up like this. When they really start fighting, Lin Shen plans to immediately release the contrarian to deal with the fallen seraph. Chapter 38-3, completely unscathed. Wei, you guys retreat a bit, Lin Shen said, standing there, waiting for the fallen seraph to charge up while speaking to Wei, who was watching from a distance. The collision just now had already triggered a terribly horrific explosion, and this time, the clash of forces would surely cause an even more terrifying explosion. If they were too close, they would definitely get caught in the blast. Wei and Ouyang Yu both retreated to a greater distance, and Ted and Gergie also did not dare to stay nearby, continuously moving back, fearing the blast from this strike. In their eyes, Lin Shen was actually waiting for the fallen seraph to charge up, and they feared that he would be blasted into nothingness with this attack. The abyss of the dark domain was already terrifying enough. The power it contained was more than a typical ascension-level being could withstand. What was more horrifying was the explosion that would follow, which could be stronger than the destructive power of the abyss of the dark domain itself. An ordinary 10-stage ascendant would likely find it difficult to escape unscathed from such an explosion. Of course, this was under the premise that the power accumulated by the fallen angel wouldn't be too strong, which Lin Shen was also not concerned about. Because Flairla herself was nearby, and if the fallen angel accumulated too much power, she wouldn't be able to withstand it herself. So Lin Shen could wait so calmly for the fallen seraph to charge up, at most, she would accumulate 2 to 3 times the power, not more. Otherwise, the explosion would harm her too. It was unclear whether it was due to the fallen seraph's abilities being limited, or if Flairla felt it was already enough. But once the abyss of the dark domain orb had grown to more than twice its size, the fallen seraph stopped charging and pushed the purple-black orb towards Lin Shen. This time, the orb moved much faster than before, and Lin Shen, without hesitation, chose to meet it with a punch, the surfing triple punch. That guy actually wants to face it head-on. Is he out of his mind? Gergie sneered from a distance. Continue your adventure at Free Web Novel. He's doomed, Ted said, looking at Lin Shen as if looking at a dead man. Boom. Above the sea of flames, it was as if a huge sun had risen, the surrounding water pushed outward by the immense sun, raising waves upon waves of colossal surf. Wei Wufu and Ted, who were watching from thousands of meters away, were all sent flying backward by the shockwave produced by the explosion. This explosion was more horrific than they had imagined. Had it been on land, it would probably have been worse than a magnitude 10 earthquake, capable of destroying a large piece of land. Even Flairla herself was somewhat surprised. The explosive power triggered above the Sea of Flames exceeded her expectations. No wonder no Nirvana being chose to fight above the Sea of Flames. Just a less than threefold punch of the abyss of the dark domain had caused such a terrifying explosion, forcing her to use her skill to protect herself and the fallen seraph. Even so, they were still pushed a great distance by the shockwave produced by the explosion. Is he dead? Gurgi, seeing Flarela forced to retreat but not seeing Lin Shen escape from the range of the explosion, felt that Lin Shen must have been blasted to death. The light explosion, like a giant sun, lasted for a long time in the sky, directly vaporizing the flame liquid it touched, a scene terrifying beyond imagination. If placed on the human mother planet, this strike alone could have wiped out some small ancient nations. The continuous explosions lasted for nearly a minute before they began to gradually weaken. Retreating to a distance, Flarela and the others had not seen Lin Shen's figure. That kid must be dead, daring to take such a horrific strike from Lady Flarela above the sea of flames. It'd be against all reason if he survived, Gurgi said ingratiatingly. A human ascender daring to take Lady Flarela's second strike head-on, that's simply courting death, Ted also remarked from the side. Flarela, watching the light explosion gradually fade, couldn't help furrowing her brows. Tien managing to take the first strike of a fallen seraph already made him a top-notch ascender. To have cultivated to such a degree, it's impossible for his intelligence to be an issue. Yet outside the range of the light explosion, Lin Shen's figure was indeed nowhere to be seen, which also made her somewhat perplexed. As the light explosion gradually extinguished and no more explosions were generated inside, Ted and the others suddenly focused their gaze. There, in the air where weak explosions and flashes of light still flickered, that human seemed to be completely unharmed, still floating in the same position as before, as if he had never moved at all. No, that's impossible. Gurgi's tongue suddenly tangled, his eyes almost bulging out. He simply couldn't imagine that anyone could survive such a terrifying light explosion. The power of that explosion should have been sufficient to destroy any ascender. How could a human ascender not only survive, but also appear completely unscathed, not even a scratch on his carapace, which seemed even brighter than before? Ted was also in disbelief, unable to utter a word. He suddenly realized that this time, the Demon tribe's spy battle seemed to have utterly failed. The 3 human ascenders sent by the celestial race were not only not weaklings, but also terrifyingly strong. Especially this human named Tien, who managed to remain completely unscathed and not retreat a step in such an explosion, was just too abnormal. Of course, Lin Shen was not completely unharmed. He had intentionally allowed his carapace to absorb the destructive power of the light explosion, merely wanting to test a theory he had in mind. During the first light explosion, Lin Shen had noticed an issue, and he stayed within the range of the second light explosion to confirm his suspicion. He found that the forces generated by the first explosion were relatively dispersed. While the force of the explosion was terrifying, it wasn't focused at a single point, nor was it instantaneously completed. It was a scattered and sustained process. Lin Shen's surfing fist inherently doesn't explode because, much like the wind, surfing fist has no physical form. Only collisions between material bodies can trigger explosions, a fact Lin Shen had proven on the fierce Firestar. The fact that the collision of forces between 2 individuals could cause an explosion was because the power used by the fallen seraph was substantial. The source of the explosion was the shattering and subsequent collision of her abyss of the dark domain. All of these were not the main point. The key was that in the midst of this continuous power explosion, Lin Shen's superbase pattern could absorb world's force far exceeding what he could normally collect in a standard environment. The world's force poured into his body like a flood, leaving Lin Shen with an unending supply of strength that even overflowed. The frenzied influx of world's force enhanced the power of all of Lin Shen's skills, even when he was merely unleashing the surfing fist. Especially the superbase recast which, due to the ample energy, made the healing capabilities of his body even faster. Particularly in his superbase form, where Lin Shen's body and carapace were integrated, no matter the extent of the damage, as long as it was still capable of being recast and healed, the injuries could be rapidly restored. Chapter 38-4, Sirius Flarela. In the explosion, due to the superbase pattern's absorption of the world's force increasing to a terrifying level, a series of chain reactions occurred, enhancing Lin Shen's various abilities. So when the fallen seraph made the first strike, Lin Shen felt as if it wasn't as strong as he had imagined, but that was just a guess at the time. During the second strike, Lin Shen confirmed his speculation. Indeed, as he thought, his abilities had all enhanced in the explosion, which is why he felt that Flarela's strength wasn't as formidable as he had anticipated. This was not an illusion, nor was it Flarela holding back, and certainly not an overestimation of Flarela on Lin Shen's part. In such a horrific explosion, Lin Shen's superbase body was constantly shattered, but then it rapidly recovered, which is why he seemed unharmed in the midst of the light explosion. The explosive nature of the first Firestar actually strengthens me. Lin Shen suddenly realized that even without his third brother's tactics, he might as well be able to fight Flarela. Of course, this still depended on any hidden techniques Flarela may have, her life-base abilities, and other things like pets and spirit bases she hadn't used yet. Lin Shen looked towards Flarela and saw that both she and the fallen seraph were enveloped in an egg-shaped halo. The recent light explosion resulted in no harm to them precisely because they were protected by this halo. This must be Florella's base change talent, right? It appears to be a defensive talent and probably not one that enhances attributes, Lin Shen mused as he saw no spirit base or pets around Florella, deducing it must be her own skill. With this skill deployed, Lin Shen was completely unfazed. Even if Florella's remaining 2 base change talents both doubled all attributes, he could still confront her head-on. The environment of the first Firestar was clearly more advantageous for Lin Shen than for Florella, who needed to protect herself from the explosions. It could even be said that Lin Shen now had a bit of an edge. To have such rapid self-healing capabilities, you're really quite exceptional, Florella said, her face losing its smile, seemingly taking things more seriously. Although she hadn't seen what happened inside the light explosion, her abundant experience allowed her to surmise how Lin Shen withstood it. Such a rapid self-healing ability was indeed astonishing, and even Florella had to regard it seriously. After Florella exposed it, Ted and Gergie both realized that Lin Shen wasn't unharmed but could recover swiftly. I didn't want to kill you at first, but now that you possess such a self-healing ability, the next hit won't be so simple. Are you ready? Florella looked at Lin Shen and slowly spoke. It wouldn't be interesting if it were too simple. Let's see the true strength of the Demon Tribe's #1 ascender, Lin Shen, floating in the air, replied calmly. Very well. Florella seemed to be getting a bit angry. Florella stretched out her hand, and the fallen seraph flew towards her, the halos on them both aligning, and surprisingly, their bodies also began to overlap, forming a new being. What ability is this? Lin Shen watched in astonishment. A heartless angel turning into armor and merging with Tianxin was something Lin Shen could understand. But the merge between Florella and the fallen seraph wasn't like that. It was as if 2 transparent photographs overlapped, creating a new creature. Unfortunately, after the merge, all Lin Shen could see was a blur. He could only make out that Florella's body had taken on a 6-winged form, while the other details were indistinguishable. It's been a long time since anyone was worth unleashing my real power for. For a small race as humans to produce a person like you is something to be proud of, Florella said, raising her arm, her fingers open, as a black-purple orb of light coalesced between them. Is that the only move you have? Lin Shen saw that the orb wasn't blurred, and, noticing Florella was still using the Abyss of the Dark Domain move, he laughed and commented. To kill you, it would only take 1 move, Florella said lightly, without a hint of anger. Though Lin Shen couldn't see, he could clearly feel a sudden, insane surge in Florella's momentum. Explore stories at Free Web Novel. The dark purple light sphere between her fingers was also swelling rapidly. Lin Shen didn't dare to be careless and initiated super base change. His entire body began to radiate a brilliant glow, which only grew stronger. Is he going to be okay? Ouyang Yudu, holding an umbrella, asked Wei Wufu beside her. Wei Wufu turned and retreated into the distance, retreating as he said, No, don't know, strong. Ouyang Yudu was slightly taken aback, glanced at Lin Shen, who was emitting a strong holy radiance, and then quickly followed Wei Wufu in retreating from the battlefield. Ted and Gergie on the other side were doing the same. Florella was truly enraged, and they could hardly imagine how terrifying the power she was releasing could be. Fearing the explosion might affect them, they all tried to get as far away as possible. I'll ask you one last time. What exactly is your relationship with Zhangzong? If there is one, you may be spared death. Otherwise, under this one strike of mine, you will be pulverized, and no amount of self-healing ability will save you, Florella said to Lin Shen, her gaze cold. The black-purple aura around her soared, resembling a heartless angel tainted with the demonic chi of hell. The same words, why must I repeat myself? Are all women like fish, with only a 7-second memory? Lin Shen said. This is the choice you've made, Florella said without hesitation, as the abyss of the dark domain in her hand blasted directly at Lin Shen. The sphere, spouting purple flames like a black hole, shot towards Lin Shen like a streak of light the moment it left Florella's fingertips. As it hurtled through the air, the sphere not only didn't lose any energy but grew even larger. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen swung his arms broadly, throwing punch after punch, unleashing 4 consecutive punches. Wave-breaking quadruple punch. His fist power was like tremendous tidal waves sweeping everything before them, each wave higher than the last, stacking atop one another to form a terrifying surge of impact, meeting Florella's abyss of the dark domain head-on. Boom! A horrendous purple light explosion spread out instantly from the point of impact, causing the sea of flames to tremble. The shockwave raised sky-high waves, and on the sea of flames, which had been calm for many years, waves after waves crashed against the surrounding shores. In the camp far beyond the sea of flames, Tianxin, and others saw a terrifying purple sun rising above the sea of flames. Even from here, they could feel the horrific pulsation of that purple sun. Tianxin's brows furrowed slightly, concern arising. With such a terrifying explosion, it must have been Florella's doing. Could Lin Shen and the others withstand it? I've said before not to overestimate his own abilities. He's probably doomed now, Tianxin said, though his face didn't look very good. Chapter 385, Full Firepower. Florella had already retreated beyond the range of the light explosion, coldly watching the terrifying burst of light. The violent turbulence of the air swept wantonly around her, and beneath her feet surged the towering, overwhelming waves. I had originally wanted to capture him alive to see if I could negotiate terms with that dog-headed military advisor Zhangzong. Now, it seems there's no chance of that. I just can't seem to change my temper, Flairla sighed inwardly. Ted and Gargi came over, braving the turbulent flow. Gargi said, "No matter how cunning and deceitful those Celestials are in their plans, they are nothing but a joke in the face of Lord Flarella's absolute power. Lord Flarella, let's go kill the other two humans now. Don't let them escape," Ted added. In their eyes, Lin Shen was probably already reduced to ashes. No ascender could survive such a horrific explosion. Flairla nodded her head and was about to leave when suddenly her body stiffened, and she immediately turned to look toward the ongoing explosion area of the light explosion. "Lord Flairla, what's wrong?" Gargi asked in confusion, following Flairla's gaze. Ted also looked over, but all they could see were the continuous dazzling light explosions. Nothing else was visible. Flairla paid them no attention, yet her expression had become exceptionally grave, her gaze firmly fixed on the area of the light explosion. Gargi was about to say something else but suddenly froze in place because he saw a figure flying out from within the light explosion area. Impossible. Both Gargi and Ted cried out in shock, their eyes fixed on the figure. The brilliant figure, almost one with the dazzling light explosion, emerged from the area, allowing them to discern who it was. The very human they thought had been blown to death, Tian. Yet Tian had not only survived, he appeared completely unscathed, his entire being emitting a terrifying, glorious radiance. Impossible, it simply can't be. How could any ascender survive in such a light explosion, and even pass through the light explosion area? Ted was so astounded that he was beside himself with shock and fear. He could not fathom what kind of terrifying ability one must possess to pass through such an area of light explosion. Gargi was so stunned that he couldn't even speak. He even began to wonder if the brilliant figure was no longer human, but a specter from the afterlife. An ascender simply couldn't pass through such a horrific light explosion with just their flesh and blood. Flairla stared fixedly at Lin Shen. Her earlier condescending demeanor completely vanished. "Flairla, your game of 3 strikes is over. Now we can officially begin our fight," Lin Shen said as he swung his fist towards Flairla. Normally, Lin Shen would be exhausted after executing a single surfing quadra punch, let alone when in a state of super base change. But now, as he used surfing quadra punch while maintaining super base change, his internal strength flowed inexhaustibly. And behind him the light explosion continued, with the super base pattern frantically absorbing the world's force, making Lin Shen feel as if his power could never be depleted. With the massive boost of the world's force, super base change brought Lin Shen's enhancement to unprecedented levels. Lin Shen's speed and strength surprised even Flairla. Flairla's 6 wings moved in unison as she simultaneously summoned a scythe wreathed in purple flames, swinging it to meet Lin Shen's surfing quadra punch. Boom! The Reaper's scythe collided with the surfing quadra punch, once again generating a sun-like area of light explosion. Ted and Gargi, frantically fleeing, didn't manage to escape the light explosion area in time. They burst forth with all their power, trying to withstand the force of the light explosion. But their carapaces simply weren't strong enough to withstand such explosive destructive power. As their bodies were blasted away, their carapaces kept shattering under the continuous blast impacts. They hadn't even left the light explosion zone when their carapaces were completely broken. Without the protection of their carapaces, their bodies were almost instantly shattered by the successive light explosions, turning into 2 clouds of bloody mist. The clouds of bloody mist were then continuously ravaged by the light explosions, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left. Flairla and Lin Shen fought ferociously above the sea of flames, setting off one light explosion zone after another. Flairla grew increasingly shocked as she fought. She found that she couldn't suppress this human. Not only could she not suppress him, but she was gradually being suppressed instead. Lin Shen flew rapidly through the light explosions, unleashing surging fist strikes that conjured massive waves, bombarding Flairla incessantly. Surfing quadra punch, surfing quintuple punch, 6 surfing sextuple punch. Amidst the continually triggered light explosion zones, the super base pattern was on the verge of madness. The world's force crashed into Lin Shen's body like a tsunami, as if it was about to burst him open from the inside. In the past, Lin Shen had always been cautious about how to use his strength, ensuring he didn't expend too much, even afraid to unleash all his skills. But today, Lin Shen could recklessly activate various skills, even throwing higher consecutive series of surfing fists to cope with the excess strength, to prevent the world's force that frenziedly surged into his body from bursting him open. Only by doing so could he rapidly deplete the world's force within him and protect his body. The light explosions tore apart the armor on his body time and again, but his super base recast instantly healed it every time. Lin Shen moved through the blast zones with ease, relentlessly pursuing Flairla with an aggressive stance. Flairla had unleashed her full firepower and was bolstered by the Reaper's scythe-based talent. Initially, she had been on par with Lin Shen, but once the 6 surfing sextuple punch was unleashed, Flairla, wielding the Reaper's scythe, found herself being furiously forced back by his bombardment. Above the sea of flames, round after round of terrifying light explosions bloomed, causing waves to continuously crash towards the continent, submerging vast stretches of land. What the hell is going on? Is there a nirvana being fighting in the Sea of Flames? Lin Shen looked at the sun like light explosions rising from the Sea of Flames, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. She was now starting to doubt that the ones fighting above the Sea of Flames were Lin Shen and the others. Ascenders should have difficulty causing such terrifying explosions. Lin Shen also wore a face full of confusion. Such light explosions truly shouldn't be something Lin Shen and the others could trigger. But besides them, who else could be in the Sea of Flames? Find more chapters on free web novel. Could it really be that a nirvana being has entered the Sea of Flames and is battling within? Lin Shen looked at the Sea of Flames with a complex expression. Boom! The force of the explosion plunged Florela's body into the sea. She found herself unable to match Lin Shen in strength, completely at a disadvantage, and she was being relentlessly dominated. The next second, Florela's figure vanished from the sea like a teleport, reappearing high in the sky. You're dead. Florela was truly furious now. Since her birth, she had never suffered such humiliation. She had always been the one to challenge those above her level. Never had she been suppressed like this. A second-turn human almost grinding a 10th turn like her into the ground. Chapter 38:6. Mountains exhausted, water depleted, a road in doubt. But because of the special environment of Fierce Firestar, all her techniques and moves seemed futile. Every collision caused a terrifying explosion, and the explosion's range was so vast that she couldn't get close to Lin Shen to fight him. At this moment, Florela had cast aside all concerns and activated her most proficient and usually reserved base change talent. She couldn't accept being defeated by a lower-level ascender, nor could she bear the consequences of a failed mission. If she were defeated, she would become the plaything of the Greed Monarch. If that were to happen, she would rather die. Therefore, in this battle, Florela could only win and not lose. Before now, she had never considered the possibility of her own defeat. Stay connected through free web novel. Who was she? She was Florela, an existence that had been hard to rival among Ascenders for 400 years. How could she lose to a human Ascender and a second-turn Ascender at that? What made it even harder for Florela to accept was that so far, her opponent hadn't even used his life base. Florela had now abandoned all her pride and fully unleashed her combat strength, instantly teleporting behind Lin Shen, her scythe aimed at his neck. Seeing Florela vanish, Lin Shen immediately became alert, changing the rhythm of his movement technique. From the robust movement of Surfing Fist, he shifted to a ghostly agility, moving in response to the scythe's movements. Despite its speed, Florela's scythe failed to hit Lin Shen, always seeming just a bit too short of reaching him. Lin Shen, like a shadow around a tree, moved to Florela's side, switching back to Surfing Fist and launching a series of powerful punches. Florela blocked Lin Shen's punches with her scythe, and in the instant the explosion occurred, she teleported above his head, her scythe cleaving down once more. Lin Shen wanted to dodge again, but Florela's scythe took a strange spin, preventing him from escaping. The scythe left a long gash on his body, triggering another terrifying light explosion. But such an injury was insignificant to Lin Shen. The super base recast, with the replenishment of the world's force, healed the damaged carapace in an instant. Florela, as the number one ascender of the Demon tribe from 400 years ago, possessed unfathomable skills and techniques. Coupled with her teleportation ability, she could easily traverse the light explosion zones and reach Lin Shen's side, immediately putting Lin Shen at a disadvantage. Lin Shen's body was continually cut, with the resulting explosions hurtling it every which way. Florela, like a phantom, flickered and vanished repeatedly. Wherever Lin Shen's body was blasted, her figure would teleport to that side, her Reaper's scythe slashing wildly at him, causing one terrifying explosion after another. Florela was certain that Tien, having forcibly unleashed such fearsome strength, couldn't possibly sustain it for long. Although her attacks couldn't kill Tien outright, they could deplete his strength and accelerate his exhaustion. Once Tien was overly exhausted and the augmented abilities ceased, she could immediately kill Lin Shen. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's body indeed couldn't support such an all-out firestorm, but they were fighting on Fierce Firestar, where Lin Shen didn't have to worry about overexhaustion. The more intense their battle became, the more abundant the world's force absorbed by the superbase pattern. Every attack from Florela was effectively building upon Lin Shen's strength. Florela, seeking to wear Lin Shen down, could never have imagined that the one truly being depleted was herself. Even with the spirit base that could replenish and restore her power, continuous teleportation and intense combat rendered her body unable to keep up with the consumption. Even the wounds her Reaper's scythe left on Lin Shen were becoming shallower. What's going on? He's forcibly enhancing his combat power and keeps using such energy-draining fist power. Why can't I feel his strength weakening? Florela's forehead was already sweating, completely devoid of her previous confidence. She had gone all out, even using her hidden spirit base, but still couldn't kill the human ascender before her. She couldn't even see a glimmer of hope. It was as if he was an undying demon king, rendering her attacks meaningless no matter what she did. Florela suddenly remembered that when Lin Shen introduced himself earlier, he had mentioned that he indeed had a strong point, which seemed to be his exceptional endurance and ability to last. So-called good endurance able to last, is it actually like this? In an instant, a sense of despair began to rise in Florella's heart. No, I am Flerla. I will not lose, and definitely not to a human ascender. Flerla's thoughts became resolute again as she furiously battled Lin Shen once more. Has that guy become so strong? Ouyang Yudu muttered blankly as he watched the continual rise of light explosions above the sea of flames. He and Wei Wufu had retreated over and over again, finally moving away from the battlefield and no longer affected by the light explosions. He thought that having broken through the gift theory and obtained the Jade Bone Demon Umbrella life base, he should have been strong enough. Although not necessarily stronger than Wei Wufu or Lin Shen, he should at least not be weak. But Lin Shen's battle truly shocked him. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have survived those light explosions, let alone fight within them. It seems I'm still not strong enough, Ouyang Yudu laughed, surprisingly cheerful. No, you are strong. He is not human, Wei Wufu said calmly from the side. Hearing Wei Wufu say this, Ouyang Yudu first froze, then raised his head to look at the distant area of flashing light explosions, suddenly bursting into laughter so hard that tears streamed down his face. Right, I am human. He's not. Flerella and Lin Shen battled fiercely, but gradually she could no longer keep up with the energy consumption. No amount of skill or power mattered if the body couldn't keep up. I cannot lose, absolutely cannot, even if I die, I cannot lose. Flerella overspent herself over and over, clenching her teeth and desperately holding on in the fight. Suddenly, Flerella saw a dense white fog rising from Tian's body. The splendid glow on his carapace seemed to dim significantly, revealing his eerie shell more clearly. His power has ended. For Flerella, it suddenly felt like being at a dead end with nowhere to go and then discovering a new path. An overwhelming sense of emotion surged within her. It was the joy of finding hope in despair, a deep relief from her soul. You finally can't keep up. I thought how long-lasting you could be. Turns out it's just this much. The last one standing is still me. Flerella mustered her depleted strength and teleported behind Lin Shen, her scythe swinging fiercely towards his neck. Seeing that Tian did not react to dodge, Flerella's heart swelled with joy, thinking Lin Shen was too exhausted to even evade. Flerella's scythe struck Tian's neck with force. A sense of indescribable achievement surged within her. In the end, it's still me who wins. This battle's difficulty was no less than when she was hunted by Nirvana beings, and her sense of achievement now was no less than when she had turned the tables and killed 2 Nirvana beings with a planetary explosion. But the next second, the smile on Flerella's face froze and twisted into something grotesque as her heart seemed to plummet into an ice cellar. She watched in horror as the Reaper's scythe struck Tian's neck, but the blade of the scythe shattered and not a single mark was left on Lin Shen's carapace. That is to say, her strike hadn't even penetrated Tian's defense. Chapter 387, Capturing Flerella, Compensation. For a moment, Flerella was stunned, even forgetting to teleport away to avoid the following explosion, and her body was directly blasted away. Tumbling through the air, blood spurted from her mouth, and cracks appeared on her carapace. But Flerella did not struggle, because she couldn't fathom why her strike had not even broken Tian's defenses. Can there really be someone in the world who grows stronger as they fight to such an extent? Flerella could not accept this outcome, and her morale was completely shattered in that instant. Lin Shen's super base change was only truly completed now. The light explosion and Flerella's attacks that came before had been ravaging his body, all part of the heating up process of super base change. Countless recasts during the cooling phase of the super base change had resulted in a carapace of unbelievable strength upon completion. This was the result of a combination of several super base talents, each one indispensable from the others. Without the world's force provided by the super base pattern, the super base change would not have been possible in such intense combat. Without super base recast, the carapace would not have strengthened through recasting, and without the super base form, Lin Shen's body wouldn't have been able to withstand such light explosions and injuries. Of course, an equally indispensable factor was the unique environment and explosive power of the first fire star. Otherwise, such a feat could not have been achieved. Regrettably, the enhancement brought about by super base change was only effective during its activation. Once super base change wore off, this enhanced state would vanish, and the layers of empowerment needed to be built up again from scratch next time, but that would be enough. With such an aberrant defense, even someone as strong as Flerella could not break Lin Shen's defenses, and there were very few under Nirvana who could harm Lin Shen at this point. If I knew I could be this strong above the sea of flames, why would I be worried and thinking about stalling for time? Lin Shen suddenly realized the measures that Third Brother had prepared for him were actually unnecessary. Lin Shen had too little combat experience himself, even less so against Ascension-level opponents, only accumulating a little experience from killing some lower-level Super Source dragons and not really having fought with top-level Ascenders. At most, Cosmo could be considered a top-level Ascender, but Cosmo's combat abilities were lacking, and being instantly dispatched by Lin Shen's sacrificial halo, it didn't really count as true experience. Even Lin Shen himself was not quite clear about in what state he could unleash such combat strength. Everyone had said that Flerella was strong, and indeed, Flerella was strong. Discover exclusive content at Free Web Novel. But as long as Lin Shen could take full advantage of his strengths, Flerella was not so formidable that he could not match her. Lin Shen soared in pursuit of the blasted Flairla, who had lost all will to fight and gritted her teeth to teleport away in escape. Unfortunately, her teleportation range was never great enough to escape the planet's vicinity, and now, overdrawn by overuse and injured, her teleportation distance was even shorter, failing to leave Lin Shen's line of sight. Lin Shen directly chased after her, but upon leaving the area of the light explosion, the world's force that the superbase pattern could draw from was greatly reduced, hardly sufficient to maintain the superbase change state. Lin Shen had to deactivate his superbase change, and with Flairla's power so overdrawn and her injuries severe, she likely couldn't stand a chance against him even without his superbase change form. Moreover, if they were to fight again, the light explosion that would ensue could still enhance Lin Shen a second time. This was not an issue. Lin Shen pursued for a while and found himself unable to catch up with Flairla, who teleported several times in succession and was on the verge of moving beyond his field of vision. Lin Shen was already contemplating giving up the chase when suddenly Flarella's figure staggered, and she was unable to teleport successfully again. Lin Shen was slightly startled but immediately thought of something. Glancing at the time, their battle had gone on for over an hour. It must be the third brother's technique taking effect. Although he had thought he couldn't catch up, seeing Flarella in such a state made Lin Shen resume the chase. Flarella was already struggling to hold on, and with the third brother's technique acting upon her, it was not just teleportation that she couldn't manage. She couldn't even maintain the carapace on her body anymore, and her flying speed had become very slow. Watching Lin Shen draw nearer from behind, and not even quickly, Flarella felt it was like he was playing a cat-and-mouse game with her. Her heart was filled with both sadness and fury, and she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. What she didn't know was that Lin Shen wasn't unwilling to catch up quickly. Outside the light explosion zone, he truly couldn't fly that fast. Flairla, heart ashen, released the fallen seraph from her body and stayed put, not running away anymore. Agree to one condition, leave my life base alone, don't treat it as food. I won't resist. Do with me as you will, Flairla said through gritted teeth to Lin Shen. But Lin Shen didn't pay her any attention and directly pointed a finger towards Flairla. Flairla thought Lin Shen was going to kill her and, knowing she had no room to bargain, simply closed her eyes to await death, offering no resistance, only hoping that Lin Shen wouldn't treat the fallen seraph as food for the life base. When Lin Shen pointed at Flairla, she instantly became unable to move, her whole body froze in place. For someone like Flairla, it was of course better to capture her alive than to kill her. Moreover, she had a fire seed on her. With such an excellent opportunity before him, how could Lin Shen possibly let it slip by? With the acupoint sealing skill, he no longer had to worry about her escaping, even her ability to teleport was useless. Having her acupoint sealed, Flarella couldn't move her body or use her strength, and she immediately fell toward the sea. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the collar of Flarella's clothing, trying to lift her up. However, during the battle, Flarella's battlesuit had been destroyed, and as Lin Shen pulled with force, a ripping sound was heard. Flarella's battlesuit tore open a large piece at the back, revealing her snow-white and smooth back, and below, one could see the delicate waist that could be encompassed by a single grip. Lin Shen felt nothing because he couldn't see anything. All he saw were mosaics. Flairla, however, was a mix of shame and anger, but she was completely unable to move or even speak. If looks could kill, Lin Shen would have been executed 1,000 times. Lin Shen grabbed her waist, tucked her under his arm like a sack, then took a spare robe from his backpack, wrapped Flairla up like a rice dumpling, and tied the sleeves tightly into a secure knot. Before long, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu caught up and saw Flairella, looking like a silkworm cocoon, being carried by Lin Shen. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu curiously sized up Flairella, wondering how she ended up being captured alive by Lin Shen. Flairella, with only her head exposed, felt like she wanted to die from being gawked at like this. Chapter 388, Solving the Problem. We still need to get the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. How do you plan to deal with her? Ouyang Yudu asked. A living one is naturally more valuable than a dead one. Let's bring her with us. Don't worry, with me here she won't escape. Lin Shen understood Ouyang Yudu's meaning and thought for a moment before speaking. Anyway, the fire seed inside Flairlay had to be obtained first, and it could only be done above the Sea of Flames. Once back at the camp, a character like Flairlay could only be handed over to the Celestials for management. There was no way Lin Shen could take her away. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu didn't say anything. Since Lin Shen had captured her, they had no objections to how he decided to deal with her. Lin Shen himself felt uncomfortable holding Flairlay, so he summoned the evil dragon and placed her on its back, letting the evil dragon carry her. The injured fallen seraph had long since transformed into particles and returned to Flairla's body. As long as she was not dead, the life base could not escape freely, it had to return to her body. Unfortunately, after Flairla's acupoints were struck, the strength inside her body had difficulty circulating, and she could no longer summon the life base. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu followed Ouyang Yudu to search for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Lin Shen hoped they wouldn't find it too quickly. It would be best to search for a few more days. He needed at least one night's time to first retrieve the fire seed from Flairlay while she slept. Ouyang Yudu took them first to Fire Rock Island, where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was most frequently sighted. However, upon arrival, they found no trace of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Should we wait here for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to appear, or go check out a few other places where it might show up? Ouyang Yudu sought Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's opinions. Let's wait here, Lin Shen said quickly, fearing that they might find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon too soon if they went elsewhere, without giving Wei Wufu a chance to speak. Alright, the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon is often seen here, so waiting a bit is fine, Ouyang Yudu said and landed on Fire Rock Island. Fire Rock Island looked much like the mainland, made up of red-brown sand and rocks. However, Ouyang Yudu explained that the sand and rocks here wouldn't explode on impact, unlike those on the mainland. Lin Shen picked up a handful of soil and squeezed it. Indeed, there was no explosion. If it were soil from the mainland, squeezing it like that would cause it to crackle like firecrackers. Explore more adventures at Freewood Novel. Lin Shen lifted Flarela down from the evil dragon's back and placed her on a sandy area leaning against a rock. He sat down beside her. I need to watch her. You two can go around if you like. Wait, Wei Wufu sat down next to him, showing no desire to wander off. Ouyang Yudu also sat down nearby. This area is where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon roams. Other creatures dare not come near. To hunt for ascended creatures, we'll have to go elsewhere. Lin Shen was now feeling frustrated. Although he normally enjoyed the company of these two, their staying here made him very uncomfortable. It was like bringing a girl back to his dorm room and then hinting in every way possible to his roommates, hoping they would leave for a while, but the roommates wouldn't even step outside the door. Forget it. When night falls, I'll sleep next to Flarela under the guise of guarding her. It shouldn't be hard to retrieve the fire seed while she sleeps, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. He didn't dare to say it outright, fearing a problem might arise with Wei Wufu. If Lin Shen talked about killing Flarela, Wei Wufu wouldn't care. But if he mentioned sleeping with Flarela, Wei Wufu would definitely stop him from doing so. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't really going to sleep with Flarela, but he couldn't explain this to Wei Wufu, and the matter of fire seed simply couldn't be explained. Seeing that it was getting late, with only a little more than 2 hours left before the sunset, Lin Shen could only wait patiently. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen couldn't help pondering the question posed by the thinker once again. How exactly should one define being alive? Is the existence of carbon-based life fundamentally the same concept as that of intelligent machines? Like a car, if it can still be started and operated, can it be said to be alive? But if defined this way, the meaning of being alive seems too broad. Do humans and intelligent machines truly have any essential differences? Could the ability to learn be the difference between them? Obviously not, Lin Shen thought deeply. Human learning, just like with intelligent machines, is a process of discovering and recording. Humans cannot imagine something they have never seen or understood, like the various deities and monsters that they have conjured up from thin air. What seems like pure imagination is actually not totally made up, as all of the mythological creatures in these legends are not imagined from nothing, but rather are combinations of elements from things humans have seen. For instance, an angel is simply a human body with a pair of bird's wings, and a true dragon has the antlers of a deer, the face of a horse, a snake's body, a fish's tail, and so on. As far as Lin Shen knows, he can't think of any mythical creature that is purely a product of imagination without any basis. From this standpoint, the so-called learning ability of humans is no different from that of intelligent machines. Both are merely copying and pasting. Lin Shen dwelled on this not to prove he wasn't an intelligent machine. Whether humans are intelligent machines or not is irrelevant to him. Lin Shen felt that as long as he could live and feel everything in the present, what he actually was didn't matter one bit. The reason he kept contemplating this was because he thought of something highly intriguing. If humans and intelligent machines are the same, then could one just find the right method to directly transfer knowledge into one's storage device, or in other words, the brain? Yun's Valkyrie's protection seemed to possess such ability. Lin Shen's memory was average. His talent for practice varied, sometimes high, sometimes not so much, which might be due to his uneven skills. If he could find a way to directly store knowledge into his brain, then he wouldn't have to bother learning all those things. Although Valkyrie's protection was a root, it had too many limitations, and besides, not every skill could be first learned by Yun. If I regard myself as an intelligent machine for the moment, then evolution skill, could it not be a process that allows upgrading the system, absorbing external materials, and upgrading one's own configuration? If that's the case, this system could be man-made or perhaps made by something else intentionally. As the thinker said, could it be a shoddy program written by a lowlife, one that actually has the potential for optimization? Lin Shen slowly mused over the question. Previously, I practiced a flawed version of evolution theory and its effect was even better than the original. Later versions of stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists, after modifications, also worked normally. Could this suggest that the system program within my body has been optimized through modifications? If I could optimize my own system even better, might it allow for the smoother operation of various programs, that is, better so-called talents? Chapter 389, Special Theory. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this idea might indeed be a path to take. Drawing inspiration from the way of intelligent machines to forge a new path, as long as it was feasible and could make him stronger, it didn't seem too bad. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had only just thought of this path, and he didn't know how to optimize his own system program at the moment. Since he couldn't see the code or anything, how could he optimize his own system? If you want to optimize your own system, you can only start by decrypting the underlying logic language or codes used by your system and understand the most primitive structure that constitutes your system. But how to do this? Lin Shen thought about it for quite a while but couldn't figure it out. Since he had nothing better to do, Lin Shen shared his ideas with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu, hoping to hear their thoughts on the matter. After hearing this, Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression and said, "Your idea is indeed a bit unusual. In this universe, the more advanced a species is, the more it tries to prove that it is not a manufactured machine, but a unique existence born from the cosmos. You, on the other hand, are doing the opposite, leaning towards becoming more machine-like. Although the idea is indeed creative, I suggest you don't just tell it to anyone. If those of higher species heard it, it might cause you trouble. Setting those issues aside, tell me, is my idea feasible?" Lin Shen wasn't particularly concerned. It's not without feasibility, but how are we to know what the underlying architecture language of our own system is? Ouyang Yudu also began to ponder. Wei Wufu didn't speak either, clearly contemplating the same problem. Without deciphering the language of his own system, Lin Shen's idea would not be possible. Although Florella was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, how could she actually rest? The conversation between Lin Shen and the others had not escaped her ears. At first, Florella thought what Lin Shen was saying was nonsense, an insult to all humans in the universe. How could humans possibly be equated with those intelligent machines? But as she listened on, Florella began to feel that there might be some sense to it. As she listened, a thought suddenly struck Florella. What's going on? His theory seemed somehow familiar. After some contemplation, Florella was thunderstruck, and her mind was tossed into turmoil. Isn't the theory he's talking about the process of nirvana? Flesh and blood evolving through nirvana, gradually becoming more machine-like. With too many nirvana cycles, the body mutates completely, losing human nature, and ultimately turning into nirvana creatures. This man has never gone through nirvana, yet he seems to have deduced the process of nirvana from a different angle. Florella then remembered another problem that had been troubling her, the reason she had still been at the ascension level for 400 years. The reason Florella hadn't undergone nirvana for 400 years was not that she didn't want to, but because there was a problem with the evolution skill she practiced. The evolution skill she cultivated wasn't just one, it was two. One was the source of all evils from the demon tribe, and the other was the angel reincarnation skill from the celestial race, the one that could condense the archangel's sword. With her exceptional talent, Florella had always wondered why she could only cultivate one evolution skill instead of two. She had wanted to cultivate two kinds of evolution skills from a very early age but had never succeeded. By chance, Florella learned the angel reincarnation skill of the Celestials and found that it could be cultivated alongside the source of all evils without interference. During the condensation of her life base, she even formed the previously unheard of blazing angel's base of a fallen seraph, which made her power surge exponentially. But it wasn't until after the 10th turn that Florella, wanting to achieve nirvana, encountered a serious problem. During nirvana, the two evolution skills within her body were inclined to divaricate toward two different paths, and if she underwent nirvana normally, whether it was the path of great nirvana or minor nirvana, her body would split and recreate two selves in the process. It wasn't a split in personality, but a physical bifurcation during nirvana that would result in two separate bodies. Florella discovered this issue during her first attempt at nirvana and forcibly stopped it midway, which caused her significant harm and required a long time to recover. For 400 years, Florella had been searching for a solution to this problem, yet she had not found a reasonable method. Today, after hearing Lin Shen's theory, Florella reflected on it earnestly and felt as though she had an epiphany. If she viewed herself as an intelligent machine, then before, she saw the two evolution skills she cultivated as two separate systems. During nirvana, as her body was recreated, these two systems would each generate a new set of hardware. Previously, Florella wanted to merge the two evolution skills into one, but since they were not the same system, how could they possibly be combined into a single unit? Lin Shen's approach gave her a previously unconsidered perspective, to view it from a higher level where the body itself is a system, and the two evolution skills are merely software programs within it. She should not base her nirvana on the evolution skills, but on her body as the system. If this theory held up, she wouldn't need to resolve the problem of the two evolution skills splitting. She couldn't wait to immediately test whether this idea could work. But now, imprisoned by Lin Shen, where would she find the chance to try? If I had heard this theory earlier and attained nirvana sooner, how could I have fallen into such a plight? Florella lamented in her heart. As she was contemplating, she suddenly felt someone lie down beside her, and then Lin Shen's voice rang out. You guys keep watch for now. I'm too tired from today's battle and need some sleep. Don't wake me up unless the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon appears. Sure, you get some sleep. Old Wei and I will take turns keeping watch, Ouyang Yudu said. Flairla felt Lin Shen's body lying close to hers and was frustrated inside. If you're going to sleep, why do you have to be so close to me? She won't cause any problems, right? Flairla then heard Ouyang Yudu's voice again. I'm sleeping next to her. I'll reinforce the restraint periodically, and if she makes any moves, I'll sense it immediately. Don't worry, Lin Shen responded. Listening to the two of them discussing how to deal with her, Flairla felt so furious she wanted to grind her teeth, yet she was completely powerless to do anything. After a while, Flairla suddenly felt something placed on her body. She stiffened, both shocked and angry. This bastard, what is he trying to do? Flairla couldn't help but assume the worst. Right now, she had no ability to resist, and if this human really intended to harm her, she wouldn't even be able to scream, let alone fight back. Flairla now regretted it immensely, regretting why she hadn't killed herself earlier, having fallen into the hands of this beast. Find exclusive stories on free web novel Tease, Chapter 390, Taming the Crimson Flame, Starburst Dragon. Many thoughts flashed through Flairla's mind, but she could do nothing but think. The hand that Lin Shen laid on her was like a nightmare, keeping Flairla's thoughts constantly racing. However, after a long time, Flairla did not feel any further movements from him, which slightly eased the tension in her heart. Lin Shen, on the other hand, had no such complex thoughts and had simply fallen asleep. When he awoke, he saw that the figure before him was no longer pixelated, but a woman wrapped up like a snake seductress. The heaven-defying bonfire seed indeed increased its completeness by another 10%, now reaching 30%. The women chosen by the fire seed are indeed beauties. This Flairla, how does she not look over 400 years old at all? What's that saying? Time never defiles a beauties. Lin Shen shamelessly met Flairla's gaze. Flairla's eyes were almost shooting out flames. Lin Shen had fallen asleep and had made her his pillow. Lin Shen withdrew his arm and leg that had been resting on her, and seeing Flairla still glaring at him fiercely, he reached out and pinched her cheek hard. This fullness of collagen, this bouncy texture, just how is it maintained? Lin Shen felt her face didn't seem fake, probably not tampered with. Maintaining such a state at over 400 years old truly is enviable. Ignoring the cannibalistic glare from Flairla, Lin Shen got up and surveyed the surroundings, spotting Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu lying behind a rock, gazing out at the sea. Lin Shen, holding Flairla, also lay down on the rock and looked in the direction they were staring at. There, on the reddish-brown sea surface, a crimson dragon was frolicking in the water. The body of the red dragon resembled a crystal of fire, its tail like a torch, with a flame at the tip of the tail. It leaped out of the sea, swinging its tail in the air, the tail whipped like a lash, creating sonic booms. In the sunlight, the dragon's crystalline body seemed to have countless red shadows flickering within, appearing dreamy and hazy, as if its body were composed of rosy light. This guy has quite a sales appeal, Lin Shen thought, expecting the red flame starburst dragon to look ferocious, but it could only be described as divinely handsome, hardly ferocious at all. It's naturally cut out to be a mount. Riding it out would surely turn heads, never having to worry about finding a mate, Lin Shen remarked offhand. I heard there's only one Crimson Flame Starburst dragon. No one's seen a second, and nobody has heard of it laying eggs. If you want to get a Crimson Flame Starburst dragon as a mount, your only option is to tame this wild one. You can give it a try, Ouyang Yudu suggested. Lying nearby, Flairla listened to their conversation and couldn't help but snicker to herself. How could wild creatures be so easily tamed, let alone a Crimson Flame Starburst dragon? These humans really have their heads in the clouds. I've heard you have a knack for taming wild pets, and even tamed a mutated dragon-type creature once. How did you manage that? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu replied, Actually, it's quite simple, not as complicated as you think. Because of my constitution, I'm more easily recognized by wild creatures, so relatively speaking, it's easier for me to tame them. I see. So, do you want to try taming the Crimson Flame Starburst dragon? Bringing it back alive should count as completing the mission, right? Lin Shen asked. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. Well, to tame it, one mustn't fight with it or harm it. Yet my power is not enough to suppress it without engaging in combat. Once I've undergone more rebirths and my rebirth count is closer to its, taming it will be much easier. I see. I thought you could tame wild pets at will. If you can only tame pets weaker than yourself, that ability seems somewhat underwhelming, Lin Shen remarked. Flairla listened more and felt that these two people were really adept at pretending. They had completely gone off the rails. Killing an ascended creature was easy, but making an ascended creature acknowledge a master was almost an impossibility. Let alone an ascension-level creature, even if it was a nirvana level. No matter how strong the combat power was, it couldn't possibly subdue an ascended creature. The chances of taming a wild ascended creature could be said to be 1 in 10,000. These two talked about taming wild pets as if they were joking, and even disdained ones that were almost as powerful as themselves. It was just infuriating. This, I'll lend you 2 pets. You try to subdue it. I think there shouldn't be much of a problem, Lin Shen said as he handed Death Powder and Jiwis to Ouyang Yudu. Death Powder in itself could increase the chance of taming dragon-type creatures, and Jiwis also had the ability to intimidate dragon-type creatures. But because these 2 pets were a bit low level, the success rate was expected not to be high if Lin Shen used them. Moreover, Death Powder's soul harvesting skill only had an effect on the same creature once. If it couldn't tame it in one go, then it would be impossible to tame it again. Ouyang Yudu had exceptional talent. Naturally, it was better for him to attempt it. Ouyang Yudu took the pet capsule that Lin Shen passed to him and nodded. Then I'll give it a try. Having said that, Ouyang Yudu rose to his feet and flew towards the crimson flame starburst dragon frolicking in the sea. Flarela sneered in her heart. These two are blowing so much smoke they even believe themselves. One dares to speak, the other dares to act. A being like the crimson flame starburst dragon is not so easily tamed. A little bit of strength and they become arrogant, actually fantasizing about taming the crimson flame starburst dragon. Soon they'll probably suffer a big loss. Boom! Just as Flarela was thinking, she suddenly felt the rocks beside her tremble and a huge crimson figure appeared in her field of vision, so dazzling she could hardly keep her eyes open. Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Flarela's eyes widened as she looked at the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon next to her, and the figure riding on the back of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, with a dark red rope around the neck of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Who could it be, if not Ouyang Yudu? Flarela couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Ouyang Yudu dismount from the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, and then watched as the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon obediently lowered its head and spit out the pet key, humbly allowing Ouyang Yudu to use the pet key to turn it into a pet capsule. It's been tamed. That was even quicker than going to the toilet. That's the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. How did they do it? Flarela felt as if her worldview formed over the last 400 years had been shattered by a hammer. Flarela had a strange expression. These people from a minor race made her feel as if her own knowledge was very shallow. Flarela's expression fluctuated uncertainly, as if she was hesitating over a certain decision. Ouyang Yudu handed over Death Powder and Jiwi's along with the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon back to Lin Shen. I'll take this back first to report, and if I can keep them, I'll give them to you, Lin Shen said. I have no use for them, keep them for yourself. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. He really didn't lack pets. Chapter 39-1. Flarela's Bargaining. Chip, ordinary pets are not lacking, but this kind is. However, this matter is not urgent. We can talk about it in detail later. Lin Shen, seeing Ouyang Yudu use Death Powder for soul harvesting, along with Jiwi's restraining effects on dragons, had actually managed to subdue the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon in one fell swoop, couldn't help but have his thoughts stirred once again. The three-headed dragon with the tri-life base had been coveted by Lin Shen for a long time. If he brought Ouyang Yudu with him later, there would probably be a great chance of taming it, right? Let's go back first and talk after we complete the mission, Lin Shen said, bending down to pick up Flarela, but then he saw her eyeballs moving up and down continuously. Do you want to speak? Lin Shen asked, looking at Flarela. Flarela's eyeballs stopped moving, then moved up and down again. She was in terrible discomfort and had no idea what method Lin Shen had used on her, rendering her unable to speak a word, with nothing able to move but her eyeballs. What do you want to say? Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pressed a point on Flarela, restoring only her ability to speak. Taking me back will bring you no benefit at all. You will still be regarded as heroes without any negative consequences. But if you let me go, I can offer you immense benefits, Flarela said straightforwardly. Continue, Lin Shen said, not bothering to waste words with her. Indeed, as Flarela had said, taking her back would not bring much benefit to Lin Shen and his party, except for the reputation of capturing Flarela alive, which bore no substantial advantage. On the contrary, the reputation of capturing Flarela alive might bring them more trouble instead. Lin Shen was not a person who liked trouble. The only reason he had protected Flarela previously was to obtain the fire seed from her. Now that he had the fire seed, he actually didn't want to bring Flarela back alive. He was already contemplating how to kill her. Flarela knew the true strength of the three of them, and revealing it would have some impact on them to some extent. Wei Wufu didn't care, but he and Ouyang Yudu couldn't disregard this issue. If you want to achieve nirvana, you must go to a high-level base mutation ground, but most of those high-level base mutation grounds are controlled by the major powerful tribes. Those kinds of grounds are not something outsiders can meddle with. Even though you have made some contributions, just these contributions alone are unlikely to convince the celestial race to let you use those high-level base mutation grounds. I know of some secret high-level base mutation grounds that have not yet been discovered. Among them is one that can nurture mutation nirvana creatures, which I believe will certainly interest you, Flarela said. We are not interested, Lin Shen said as he moved to press a point on Flarela. How can this person not play by the rules? Flarela hastily said. Don't rush, listen to me first. That base mutation ground is genuinely special, beyond your imagination. You won't find many grounds throughout the entire universe that can compare to it. Seeing that Lin Shen had stopped, Flarela continued, regular base mutation grounds can only breed one species. It's impossible for two species to be bred within the same ground, right? Continue. Lin Shen had no desire to interact with Flarela. The base mutation site I discovered gave rise to 4 different types of mutated nirvana creatures. Have you ever heard of such a base mutation site? Seeing that the three people were only looking at her coldly with no intention of speaking, Flairla could only continue awkwardly. I stumbled upon that base mutation site by chance. I originally planned to use it myself, but if you're willing to let me go, we could share the base mutation site. You think a benefit that small will get us to let you go? Lin Shen curled his lip, showing no interest whatsoever in the base mutation site that Flairla mentioned. Flairla could only helplessly say, think about it carefully. If you take me back alive, everyone will know that you have the ability to capture Flairla alive. Then, countless talents from various clans will want to defeat you to make a name for themselves. The troubles will be endless. If you keep winning, certain individuals within the celestial race may not be able to tolerate you. If you lose, will the celestial race still value you? Taking me back will only harm you without any benefit, and my life would be worse than death. It would be better for you to kill me now. At least, that would be an easier fate. Don't attack. I haven't finished speaking yet. Flairla saw Lin Shen draw the Archangel's sword and aim to stab her in the chest without saying a word, and she hurriedly shouted. Flairla felt that these people were like ghosts, seemingly devoid of normal human logic, which was extremely discomforting for her. Any last words? Asked Lin Shen, feeling that what Flairla said was correct and in line with his own thoughts. Since Flairla herself sought death, it served him right to send her off without need for any further excuses. Flairla opened her mouth but was at a loss for words. She had only wanted to express that she did not fear death, hoping that Lin Shen and his companions would not threaten her with life and death. But Lin Shen wanted to send her off directly, and she could tell that Lin Shen truly intended to do so and was not just trying to scare her. Watching the three people silently staring at her, showing no intention of communicating, even Flairla, who had lived for more than 400 years, felt a shiver in her heart. What kind of wandering spirits and wild ghosts are these people? They have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Flairla sighed lightly. You have heard of the legend of the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure chests, haven't you? Seeing the three people still looking at her expressionlessly, their eyes seemingly watching a comedian performing a dull act, made Flairla feel like a clown. Flairla looked at Lin Shen and said, if you have any connection with Zhongzong, then I can tell you a secret. This is a secret that Zhongzong, or you, would want to know. After hesitating for a moment, Flairla continued, about a decade or so ago, I encountered a human who looked somewhat like Zhongzong, and you too. I think Zhongzong must have had some connections with that person, and it's very possible that he joined the demon tribe because of that human. Unfortunately, even if that person earned the trust of the Greed Monarch would not tell him about that individual, for that person's matters are related to the ancient realm king's inheritance, and the Greed Monarch would not share that information with anyone. Flairla spoke slowly. To my knowledge, that person not only visited our Demon tribe, but also several other powerful clans, convincing the leaders, including the 7 kings of our Demon tribe, to follow him to a certain place. In the end, out of the 7 kings, only 3 returned. I've heard there have been mysterious disappearances of top warriors from several other clans as well. I know where that place is. We can cooperate, Flairla said slowly, locking eyes with Lin Shen. Chapter 392. Good luck. The celestial race and the Demon tribe were all waiting for their people to come back. Qisheng showed no expression on his face. Tianxun's brows were tightly knit, and N16's face also revealed nothing. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that with Flairla joining the battle, it was impossible for the Celestials sent out to win. If 1 or 2 could come back alive, it would already be quite fortunate. We've waited so long and no one has come back yet, I'm afraid the odds are bad, N16 sighed. More than a day had passed since the frequent light explosions above the sea, and still no one had returned. Most believed Lin Shen and the others were likely in grave danger, and perhaps none would return. Let's wait a bit longer. There's no news from the Demon tribe either. Maybe there's still a chance, Qisheng said indifferently. Waiting any longer seems meaningless. The Demon tribe not coming back might just be because they've wasted time looking for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, while the few humans not returning probably means they really can't come back, N16 said, standing up. You all wait here. I'm going to go back and report. Let's wait a bit longer, at least until the people from the Demon tribe return, Tianxun said with a cold face. Is that necessary? And N16 frowned, believing there was no point in wasting more time. This relates to whether they can enter the Ascension Pool and other issues. Let's wait for the result, Tianxun continued. N16 laughed, but his smile was full of disdain. Tianxun, they might not even be alive, and you still expect them to win? Are you kidding? Everything should have a beginning and an end, Tianxun said, ignoring his mockery. Qisheng played peacemaker, Lord 16. The people from the Demon tribe should be back soon. It won't take much time, and you're not in such a hurry to leave. Let's have another cup of tea. Fine, let's wait, seeing both of them insist, and 16 reconsidered and sat down again. Time ticked away, with N16 playing with his communicator, not believing for a second that Lin Shen and the others could come back. The explosions in the Sea of Flames that day were terrifying, surely the work of Flairla. In such a battle, low-turn ascenders like Lin Shen would definitely not survive. At sea, there's someone's coming back, Duaki reported, gasping for breath. Everyone was shocked. Tianxin and a little girl were the first to run out, running to the seaside and looking towards the direction of the sea, indeed seeing figures flying back from where the sea met the sky. Damn it, the little girl? That scourge is still alive, Ch301 exclaimed. The little girl, seeing the figure holding an umbrella, had tears of excitement welling up in her eyes, but she couldn't make a sound. They all made it back alive? And N16 and others also went to the seaside, looking at the three figures flying back, slightly surprised. And N16 originally thought that if by some fluke one or two had escaped back, it would be impressive, but to his surprise, all three were alive and seemed to be in good condition, with their carapaces intact and no apparent injuries. The three landed on the shore and saluted, and N16 and the others, "Lord, we have returned. Good that you're back. How was the battle? Did you get the spirit base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon?" And 16 could tell at a glance that the trio did not have the spirit base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon on them, and he didn't believe they could have taken it from under Flarela's watch. It was just a procedural question. We got it. Lin Shen's response, however, turned out to be beyond N16's expectation. Where is it? N16 asked doubtfully as he looked at Lin Shen. A spirit base couldn't just be retracted into the body like a life base. They didn't have one on them at all. It wasn't possible to just conjure one out of thin air. Lin Shen simply tossed out the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon capsule, and as it landed on the ground, it transformed into the dazzling Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, shining like a red dawn. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon opened its mouth and released its life base, and Lin Shen pointed to it saying, "Lord, the life base is here." And 16 stared blankly at the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon and its life base, momentarily unable to regain his composure. He found it hard to believe. A human like Lin Shen, whose cumulative number of rebirths totaled less than 10, had returned unharmed from Flarela's clutches and had even tamed the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, which was an exponentially more difficult feat than just obtaining its life base. And 16 could not even imagine how Lin Shen and his companions had accomplished it. And S-Teen couldn't help but ask, thinking this was the only possibility for how Lin Shen and his companions could have returned unscathed. "We did," Lin Shen nodded in response. "Then how did you manage to escape alive?" And S-Teen was at a loss. He couldn't figure out how they did it. "When we encountered Flarela, we saw her battling an ocean creature that looked like a butterfly." Lin Shen seamlessly deflected, placing the blue light butterfly creature they had encountered in the depths of the ocean onto Flarela. After listening to the story, and 16 couldn't help but admire the trio's luck. "You are indeed fortunate. Flarela actually encountered a Nirvana creature in the Sea of Flames. No wonder it caused such a commotion. Although you didn't witness Flarela being killed by that Nirvana creature, she hasn't returned yet, so it's likely she met with ill fate. That was her life. Who would have thought that there were Nirvana creatures in the Sea of Flames?" Lin Shen also described how they tamed the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Of course, that was an entirely different story, and it left everyone marveling continuously at their extraordinary luck. "You did well. I'll go back and report now. Hand over the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to me," N16 said, reaching out his hand. "Let's go back together." Tianxun walked up to Lin Shen and signaled him to take back the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. As Tianxun walked past Lin Shen, he spat on the ground, hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky, and muttered disdainfully, "Dumb luck." Lin Shen ignored him and walked shoulder to shoulder with Tianxun. "It's good that you're back. I will ensure the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon stays with you, and you'll also have your share in the Ascension Pool. However, how much you benefit from the Ascension Pool will depend on your own abilities." Tianxun explained the things to take note of when going to the Ascension Pool as they walked. After they visited the Celestial Court, they should be able to head directly to the Ascension Pool. For those who entered the Ascension Pool, how much energy they could absorb and how many times their life base could rebirth was variable. It depended on their evolution skill and the power of the life base. Typically, it allowed a first-turn life base to reach between 5th and 7th turn. Going higher was more challenging. After all, everyone was only allowed to stay inside for 24 hours. Time was limited, and the life base itself needed time for each rebirth. The initial rebirths required less time and could usually be completed within 24 hours. But after the 5th turn, the time needed increased significantly, and 24 hours was far from sufficient. Initially, Tianxun and Lin Shen thought just going back to the Celestial Court to report was all that was needed. But after they arrived at Sky Pinnacle Star, they were informed that the Heavenly Emperor wanted to meet with them in person. Chapter 393, Sky Pinnacle Star. The celestial race's current heavenly emperor, Skyart, ascended to the throne over 1,000 years ago, but in all those years, the time that the heavenly emperor actually spent at the celestial court didn't even amount to the surplus of those 1,000 years. Before Emperor Skyart, the celestial court functioned as the venue for discussions among the many ministers and the heavenly emperor of the celestial race, without the presence of a so-called dean. However, because Emperor Skyart has been hands-off since his ascension, delegating his power to the most powerful celestial at the time, An 1, who is now the dean of the celestial court. The position of dean of the celestial court was also created by Emperor Skyart for An 1. One might say that within the celestial race today, it is An 1 who truly acts as the administrator. The An, Tien, and Qi families, with the An family being the most powerful due to Emperor Skyart's origins from the Tien family, hold a respectable position within the celestial race. The Ch family, on the other hand, has been the most tragic. Generations of the Ch family have birthed geniuses and great warriors, many of whom are powerful leaders in their own rights. But it's the Ch family who has suffered the most losses, with their members forming the bulk of the casualties in every war against other races. Not only does Emperor Skyart neglect the affairs of the celestial race, but he's also extremely capricious, which can even be described as endlessly inventive. For Emperor Skyart, indulgence in food and pleasure could only be considered child's play, not worthy of attention. Choosing consorts from among millions of races, whimsically constructing palaces on planets for use as a traveling residence, and wiping out people or tribes in a fit of anger, these were all basic operations for Emperor Skyart, hardly worth mentioning. The absurd actions undertaken by Emperor Skyart are beyond what most people could even imagine. In private, Tian Xun told Lin Shen and the others about an incident. In the 438th year of the Skyart era, Emperor Tianshu, who hadn't visited the Celestial Court in many years, suddenly appeared there, and with great fury he launched a war against the Demon tribe. The actual reason for initiating the war had become irrelevant. That conflict resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 Nirvana beings, with countless Ascenders and base variant creatures perishing as well. Several planets were destroyed in that war, including one that nurtured life. The war ended as mysteriously as it began. Just when victory seemed within reach after incurring such a tremendous cost, Emperor Skyart abruptly recalled the supreme commander of the celestial race's military forces, bringing an end to the conflict. It was later understood that the reason Emperor Skyart had launched the war was merely because he felt annoyed upon noticing that while observing the star charts, the stars in one area, when connected, resembled a pig. However, there were a few stars that seemed superfluous, which triggered his obsessive compulsion to destroy those irritating planets. Such a capricious ruler is indeed a rarity in the history of the celestial race. Tian Xun shared these stories with Lin Shen and the others to advise them to be extremely cautious and measured in their words and actions when meeting the Heavenly Emperor, to never contradict his will or upset him. That lord wouldn't care whether you were a meritorious servant. If he disliked you, he might have you executed on the spot without even a second's hesitation. If the Heavenly Emperor has long abstained from dealing with affairs, why has he summoned us? Lin Shen asked with furrowed brows. Meeting such a brutal and unpredictable emperor was definitely not a good sign. I don't know. Tian Xun looked at Tian Xin and said, "Be careful. Go home and find out exactly why the Heavenly Emperor has summoned them and whether someone has spoken to him about them. You two really know how to cause trouble, and in the end, it's me who has to clean up after you," Tian Xin said in a smug tone as he left the hotel where they were staying, heading home to gather information. Although Tian Xun was technically a family member of the same household, the fact that he hadn't stayed with his family after arriving at Sky Pinnacle Star showed that his relationship with them could probably no longer be described as merely poor. "You guys rest up for now, and later I'll have someone take you to the busiest area on Sky Pinnacle Star for a stroll." Tian Xun obviously wasn't in the mood to chat with Lin Shen and the others. She needed to figure out exactly what was going on at Sky Pinnacle Star. Without even eating, Tian Xun left the hotel and disappeared to who knows where. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit Sky Pinnacle Star, Lin Shen and Wei decided to go out for a walk. Sky Pinnacle Star was nothing like what Lin Shen had imagined. There were modern amenities, but not like Meidu Star, which was filled with skyscrapers everywhere. On the contrary, there were hardly any particularly tall buildings on Sky Pinnacle Star. Instead, there were lots of small 2- or 3-story buildings, along with various courtyards and gardens. Some people even had vegetable gardens in their yards. There were very few flying vehicles in the sky, almost too difficult to spot. On the streets, there wasn't any modern transportation like automated tracks, but quite a few Celestials could be seen riding their pets. Walking through the city on Sky Pinnacle Star felt almost like a return to simplicity. Perhaps because there were fewer residents in the city, there weren't many shops. Instead, there were some streets with lots of people setting up street stalls, which looked rather interesting. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu walked through the streets, looking at the diverse alien stall owners and all sorts of things they had never seen or heard of before. 10th Turn Spirit Base, Nirvana Egg, Lin Shen, and Wei Wufu hadn't browsed for long before their expressions grew more and more complicated. These unremarkable stalls had many high-value items, casually thrown on the ground as if they were worthless junk, which made them doubt whether these things were real or fake. "Huh, they even have stalls for playing this?" Lin Shen stopped in front of a small stall, looking surprised at the items on it. The stall was just a chessboard, set up with an endgame position. Lin Shen recognized the situation instantly because when he was a child playing in the market, he often got swindled out of his money by a blind man who set up endgames. Back then, he just found it novel and didn't know how to play. After learning the rules, he lost regardless of how he played. Lin Shen was young at the time and wouldn't accept defeat easily. He went home and studied Chinese chess for a long time, coming back full of confidence to solve the blind man's endgames. As you can imagine, the blind man made enough money during that time to live comfortably for several years. Because of this, Lin Shen even went to learn chess from his third brother, but after a while he realized that it wasn't his calling. He was only interested in endgames. When it came to playing an actual game, he lost interest. In any case, his skills were a mess and smelled to high heaven, so he quickly lost interest. Later, he managed to befriend the blind man on the street and got the chess manuals for setting up endgames, after which he put in some hard work. Lin Shen, who normally couldn't be bothered to remember names, had those endgame manuals committed to memory. Unfortunately, that was all he could play. If he were to actually play a game of chess, any old man who knew how to play could beat him senseless. He was truly a peculiar flower in the world of chess. Chapter 39-4. Shaggy old celestial Lin Shen glanced at the stall owner who had set up the endgame, another celestial, but a bit old. His unkempt hair was greasy and had mostly turned gray, with many feathers on his wings also adopting a gray hue. This was a sign of an old age in celestials, as the feathers of the young ones are snow-white, turning gray only as they aged. The celestial appeared to be aged, but not extremely so, with his wings speckled with gray among the white. He looked quite like a shaggy crane. The weather on Sky Pinnacle Star was quite hot, probably over 40 degrees. Such temperatures weren't much for cultivators, but they could still feel a bit stuffy. In such hot weather, this shaggy old celestial was actually wearing a thick cotton garment, the sleeves of which he had wiped to a glossy shine, seemingly without ever washing them. The old blind man, though half-blind and nearly unable to see clearly, always kept himself tidy. This shaggy old celestial, however, was the sort who didn't care for appearances, with hair reaching his shoulders, tangled in many places, and apparently unwashed for a long time. How do you play this game? Lin Shen squatted down and asked the celestial. 10 heavenly currency to play around, and if you win, this will belong to you, the shaggy old celestial said, pointing to an egg-like object beside him that resembled obsidian. What kind of egg is this? Lin Shen inspected it but couldn't determine its level, although it was at least of the crystal base level. A mutated jade exquisite at ascension level, worth no less than 10 million, the shaggy old celestial said, hands tucked into his sleeves, using them to wipe his nose. Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. What ascension level mutation? That's just a crystal base level beetle egg, said a neighboring stall owner with a twist of his mouth. He spoke up not out of kindness, but because of his own prior curiosity that had led to him losing a fair amount of money to the shaggy old celestial, leaving him feeling somewhat put out. Of course, the main reason was that the shaggy old celestial wasn't a regular street vendor but had only recently started his stall here and wasn't well acquainted with the other long-standing vendors. It's alright, paying is just for a bit of fun. What the prize is doesn't really matter, Lin Shen said to the stall owner beside him with a smile before asking the shaggy old celestial, Grandpa, how do you play this? It's simple. Red and black sides battle, the knight moves in an L shape, the elephant in an X, the chariot travels straight, the cannon leaps over mountains, the shaggy old celestial said, picking up chess pieces and showing Lin Shen how to play. Lin Shen, of course, knew how to play. Not only did he know how to play, but he was also aware that the endgame positioned by the shaggy old celestial was known as setting fire to the connected camps. The old blind man had used this particular endgame to swindle money from him. After confirming that Lin Shen knew how to play, the shaggy old celestial set out the setting fire to the connected camps endgame again, looking cheerfully at Lin Shen as he spoke, 10 heavenly currency for a round. Red goes first, you can choose red or black. If you win, the jade exquisite egg is yours. If you lose or draw, it's considered a loss. Whether you win or lose, the heavenly currency is non-refundable. As soon as Lin Shen heard this, he knew the shaggy old celestial's skills were just so-so, likely a half-baked player who had gotten hold of a few endgame manuals and had begun running a stall to make money, the setting fire to the connected camps. Endgame was once thought to be a draw, but after much research by many people, it was found not to be a drawn game. At first glance, it seems that the player with the red pieces can move first and achieve a quick victory. Thus, the old blind man loved using this endgame to lure in those unfamiliar with it, and many proficient chess players would fall into the trap, often choosing the red, which appeared to have a great advantage and the privilege to move first. The red seems poised to win easily, seemingly being only a few moves from victory, but if one knows the tricks of this endgame, there is a way to win with the black pieces. The fact that the shaggy old celestial let Lin Shen choose between red and black showed that he didn't know black could win, setting fire to the connected camps. He probably had an earlier manual which considered the game a draw, so he expected to win no matter how it was played. Hey, the tuition fees paid in childhood are finally paying off. Lin Shen put on quite a show, appearing to study the board intently for a while before finally taking out 10 heavenly currency to give to the shaggy old celestial. Young man, do you choose to play the red or the black? The shaggy old celestial asked, taking the money with a broad smile, looking at Lin Shen as if he were family. I'll take the black, Lin Shen said. The disadvantage is too great for the black side. You need to play the red to have a chance to win, a nearby stall owner kindly reminded him. I've already chosen, let's just play a game and see, Lin Shen said to the stall owner with a smile. By the looks of the stall owner, he's probably lost a fair amount of money on this game, otherwise he wouldn't know that playing the red provided an advantage. The young man is generous, the shaggy old celestial said cheerfully, turning the chessboard around, bringing the black pieces over to Lin Shen's side, and spoke languidly. Then I'll make the first move. Sir, please, Lin Shen replied. The shaggy old celestial appeared calm and leisurely, starting with a move of chariot to 4 points, which made Lin Shen chuckle inwardly, thinking this game was as good as won. Lin Shen played according to the standard strategies, but the shaggy old celestial turned out to be more skilled than he had imagined. The black pieces seemed dispirited, but in reality each move was a trap, constantly baiting the red pieces into falling for them. However, the shaggy old celestial did not take the bait. Lin Shen immediately understood, realizing the level of skill the shaggy old celestial possessed. He just didn't know the correct solution to the endgame and was probably following an outdated game record. At first, the shaggy old celestial had an air of ease about him, but as the game went deeper, the initial advantage of the red pieces vanished in a mere moment. The expression of the shaggy old celestial gradually turned serious, and what started as casually placing chess pieces became prolonged contemplation before each move. So it can be played like this. The nearby stall owner also came closer to watch, gasping in amazement, attracting quite a few onlookers. Unfortunately, on Sky Pinnacle Star, there were few who knew what Chinese chess was, unable to understand the rules, and most lost interest quickly and dispersed. How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. The beads of sweat on the shaggy old celestial's forehead multiplied. At this point, Lin Shen had begun to respect the shaggy old celestial. Being able to play to this stage without knowing the correct solution showed that his chess skills were not ordinary, far stronger than Lin Shen's. The game was not yet over, but the shaggy old celestial suddenly threw the chess piece he was holding onto the board and stared at Lin Shen intently. What's this, trying to renege? Though Lin Shen respected him, if the old man tried to cheat, he would not stand for it. You win, I concede. The shaggy old celestial picked up a black egg from the side and tossed it to Lin Shen, squinting his eyes as he asked, Young man, what's your name? Tian, Lin Shen replied casually. Tian, I'll remember you. We'll play again another day, the shaggy old celestial said as he packed up his things and left. Don't go. Can't you accept defeat? Running away after losing a game? Where's your honor? The stall owner jeered at the shaggy old celestial's retreating back. Chapter 395, Heavenly Emperor Lin Shen held the egg he had won, feeling quite pleased. He had never imagined that the tuition fees paid in his childhood could ever come back to him one day. The grade and quality of this egg are not important. What matters is that it was won through the playthings of his childhood. Who can call me a wastrel now? I was truly visionary. I spent so much money in my childhood just to prepare for today. The value of this egg is much higher than the money I spent back then. Lin Shen finally found an excuse for his wasteful behavior as a child. The arrows fired wildly in his youth finally hit the target so many years later by sheer luck. It must hatch, it must come out. This is a pet with sentimental value, Lin Shen decided, determined to hatch it regardless of its level. After securing the egg, the two continued to wander the streets, with Lin Shen mainly looking at the pet eggs, hoping to find a fire seed. Unfortunately, even in a place like Sky Pinnacle Star, he saw no trace of fire seed, causing Lin Shen to suspect that, aside from the heaven-defying bone, other fire seeds might only exist on the human mother planet. Although he didn't find any fire seed, he did gain a great deal of knowledge. The stalls here were full of hidden treasures. Lin Shen even saw someone selling Nirvana-level pet capsules. Various high-level materials were casually displayed on the stalls, looking quite cheap, but the asking prices were shockingly high. For several days, the Sky Art Emperor did not summon Lin Shen and the others, nor could the Celestial Court issue the rewards that belonged to them. Tian Xin returned from gathering information and heard nothing about anyone discussing them at the Sky Art Emperor's place, nor did she understand why the Sky Art Emperor wanted to summon them. For such trivial matters, the Sky Art Emperor wouldn't bother to ask, and might not even be aware of such small affairs as the Celestial Court had already dealt with them. From the information gathered, it seems that the Sky Art Emperor had inadvertently heard about this matter and was suddenly inspired to see the three humans who represented the celestial race and achieved victory under Florella's command. The problem is that this whimsical desire to see them by the Sky Art Emperor had apparently been forgotten by the time they arrived at Sky Pinnacle Star. Who knows when they would be summoned? If this delay continued, Lin Shen and his companions could only wait to be summoned on Sky Pinnacle Star without receiving the rewards that were rightfully theirs. If the Sky Art Emperor never remembered, Lin Shen and his companions would be in a dire situation, unable to leave or stay without wasting time. Tian Xin took pleasure in their misfortune. Just settle down on Sky Pinnacle Star. Before the Heavenly Emperor summons you, no one dares to touch you. It's like having an extra charm for protection. Fortunately, this matter did not trouble them for long. Tian Xun made some connections, gave some gifts, and someone close to the Heavenly Emperor promised Tian Xun they would find an appropriate opportunity to remind the Heavenly Emperor of this matter soon. But what this appropriate opportunity would be, no one knew. You need not worry. The person I've approached is currently the most favored imperial consort of the Sky Art Emperor, a being who is the epitome of grace and favor. With her intervention, I believe the issue will be quickly resolved, Tian Xun consoled. Sister, are you referring to that Peacock Clan woman who has been given the name of Heavenly Consort by the Heavenly Emperor? Xin Xin asked with some surprise. Exactly, Xin Xin nodded. Tian Xin said with delight, Sister, when did you establish a connection with the heavenly consort? Is she as incomparably beautiful as the legends say? Upon hearing this, Tianxin hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, cousin, I was just confused for a moment. It will never happen again. Lord Tianxin nodded, then said to Lin Shen and the others, the same goes for you all, no matter where you are, never speak ill of the heavenly consort. She is the heavenly emperor's most beloved consort. The heavenly emperor previously chose countless beauties from all the clans, but now he favors only the heavenly consort. This alone shows her formidable status. She must not be disrespected under any circumstances. She has done us a favor. We are still too busy feeling grateful to show her disrespect, Lin Shen said. Lord Tianxun nodded and said, that's the right way to think. Make yourselves comfortable here, and you should receive news in a few days. Indeed, just 2 days after Lord Tianxun had spoken, someone from the Imperial Palace came to notify them that they were to go to the Imperial Palace for an audience with the Sky Art Emperor. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were waiting when Ouyang Yudu also arrived, and the three of them waited together to be summoned. When you meet Lord Heavenly Emperor later, bow your heads low and do not look directly at Lord Heavenly Emperor to avoid offending his majestic presence. A celestial who was leading the way even gave them a piece of advice. Thank you for the guidance, Lord, Lin Shen said as he slipped something to the celestial. The celestial glanced at the item and a smile immediately appeared on his face. You are under Lord Tianxun's command. Lord Tianxun has worked tirelessly to expand our territory, even if not for his achievements. His hard work alone deserves recognition. I've always admired Lord Tianxun greatly and will take good care of you, rest assured. Righteousness is greatly appreciated, Lin Shen said solemnly as he bowed. Very well, follow me to meet the Heavenly Emperor. His mood is good today. Answer whatever he asks without hesitation, and above all, do not deceive. Just reply properly and all will be well. The Celestial advised them further before leading them to the splendid palace where the Heavenly Emperor resided. Lin Shen and the others had thought they were being summoned to the Grand Council Hall, but to their surprise, they were led to the splendid palace where the Heavenly Consort resided. Once they were brought into the splendid palace, the three of them heeded the Celestial's advice and bowed their heads, not daring to look around haphazardly. Upon entering a palace hall, the three of them performed a celestial salute and then stood there with lowered heads, daring not to look up. Raise your heads, Lin Shen heard an imposing voice coming from the grand hall above. As instructed by the Celestial, he did as the Heavenly Emperor said and quickly raised his head. He had thought he would be able to see what the Heavenly Emperor looked like, but upon looking up, he found a pearl curtain obstructing his view, allowing only a vague glimpse of someone behind it, but not clearly. State your names, the voice from behind the pearl curtain commanded again. The three of them reported their names one by one, with Lin Shen using the name Tian. Very well, you have bravely reclaimed the fierce fire star for our clan, which merits a grand reward, the Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. What do you think should be the reward, my dear consort? Let's reward them with a cup of heavenly liquid each, the Heavenly Consort suggested as she poured heavenly liquid into a cup for the Heavenly Emperor. So be it. If the consort has spoken, then let it be a cup of heavenly liquid each, the Heavenly Emperor said nonchalantly. Chapter 39:6, Celestial Master Institute. The Heavenly Emperor's voice fell, and behind the beaded curtain, figures began to stir. It wasn't long before one of the celestial maidens parted the bead curtain and stepped out. Lin Shen kept his head low, catching a glimpse of the scene inside the curtain with the corner of his eye. He could only see something much like a couch with two people sitting on it. As he had always kept his head down, Lin Shen only saw feet and parts of calves, but this brief look sent a jolt through his heart, almost causing him to lose his composure. Mosaic? He'd actually seen a mosaic again. Though he hadn't seen the full picture, just the feet and calves, he was very clear about whom the mosaic belonged to. Aside from the Sky Art Emperor, there was only one other person who would be qualified to sit behind the bead curtain on the couch. Oh damn, isn't this just courting death? How could the fire seed appear on the Heavenly Consort? That's the most beloved imperial consort of the Sky Art Emperor. With the Sky Art Emperor's brutality and absurdity, merely glancing at the Heavenly Consort twice might lead to decapitation. To aspire to spend a night in the Heavenly Consort's embrace, it's likely that not only the entire clan, but even the ants in the house would be wiped out. Lin Shen thought of countless ideas, but the most direct one was that he might not be able to complete his heaven-defying bone. Whether on a moral or capability level, the fire seed on the Heavenly Consort was something he feared he couldn't obtain. As Lin Shen indulged in his dramatic inner monologue, the female celestial had already arrived before them with a tray. On the tray were 3 small cups, and after thanking the Heavenly Emperor, each of them took one. Holding their cups, the Heavenly Emperor's voice rose again. During your time in the Sea of Flames, you must have seen Florella with your own eyes. How does she compare to the legends? Upon hearing what the Heavenly Emperor said, Lin Shen immediately cursed inside. This LSP, he summoned us just to discuss Florella's beauty. Yet such a question was difficult to answer. If he admitted Florella was indeed beautiful, the heavenly consort was right there, and their quick audience with the heavenly emperor had also been facilitated by the heavenly consort. It wouldn't be appropriate to laud Florella's beauty in front of the heavenly consort. But if he said she wasn't beautiful, the celestial from before had warned them, they must not deceive the heavenly emperor. Holding his cup, Lin Shen replied, "From my point of view, Florella is a beauty, and there's something quite unique about her." "Oh? What is unique about her? Tell me more." The heavenly emperor seemed interested, his voice losing some of its authority. "As far as I know, Florella should be over 400 years old. But when I first saw her, had it not been for the people of the demon tribe surrounding her like stars encircled a moon, I wouldn't believe that she was Florella. She looks more like a genuine young girl," Lin Shen said. "Even with the art of preserving youthfulness and no traces of time upon her face, the sediments of life experiences would change a person's eyes and demeanor. No matter how young the appearance, after more than 400 years, it's impossible to still retain the sense of being a girl." "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" the heavenly emperor inquired with interest. "I also don't know if I am wrong. Perhaps my level is too low and my vision insufficient. But Florella indeed appeared as pure and youthful as a girl, with no traces of time visible," Lin Shen said with his head lowered. "How about you two?" The heavenly emperor asked Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. "The same," Wei Wufu answered. Ouyang Yudu said, "Florella indeed seemed like a young girl, her eyes still clear, lacking the maturity that comes with time. So it seems she really was quite special. It's a pity Florella has perished in the Sea of Flames, otherwise I would have wished to meet her myself," the heavenly emperor expressed regret. "Among the three of you, is anyone skilled in the art of painting, capable of capturing Florella's appearance?" called out the heavenly consort's voice from behind the curtain, her tone cold yet pleasant. Lin Shen simply shook his head. He could at best draw a stick figure. He was incapable of capturing Florella's likeness. Wei Wufu also shook his head, and Ouyang Yudu said, "I have some skill in painting, but it's just average and inadequate to convey Florella's beauty." Hearing Ouyang Yudu say this, the heavenly emperor remarked with even more regret, "Truly a case of beauty doomed to an early death. I haven't had the fortune to behold her face, and she's already passed away. Such is the world's misfortune." Lin Shen thought to himself, "The fact that she hasn't been seen by you should be considered fortunate." "Come, in honor of Florella, let us drink this cup together," the heavenly emperor said, and then he lifted his cup and drained it in one gulp. Although Lin Shen and the others couldn't see, they knew that it was finally time to drink the contents of their cups. Thus, each of them lifted their cups to their lips and consumed the clear, water-like liquid in one swallow. Lin Shen inwardly scoffed. "Florella was an enemy of the celestial race, and you, a sovereign of the celestial race, lament her death and toast in her honor. This Emperor Tianshu is truly absurd." The heavenly liquid was fragrant and tasted like a light beverage, at first inducing no particular sensation. But once the heavenly liquid entered the stomach, a cool sensation rapidly spread throughout the body, instantaneously turning into a ferocious flood that made Lin Shen feel almost as if his body was being torn apart. "What on earth is this stuff? The heavenly emperor isn't trying to kill us, is he?" Lin Shen noticed that the celestial maidens around him showed no sign of distress, and then thought that if the celestial emperor wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to resort to such methods. Glancing at Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu next to him, it was clear they were undergoing the same ordeal, each enduring it with great difficulty. Lin Shen felt that the violent strength within him, though fierce, wasn't truly harming his body. Instead, it seemed to be purging impurities from his system, which slightly reassured him. He didn't know how much time had passed before the force was tamed and slowly integrated into his body, and Lin Shen finally let out a long sigh, opening his eyes. Upon looking around, he found that the beaded curtain ahead had been drawn open, split into two sections, and hung on columns to each side. He could see something resembling a couch behind the curtain, but no one was sitting there anymore. Both the heavenly emperor and the heavenly consort had gone. "Lord Tian, you've digested the heavenly liquid so quickly, you truly are a prodigy," said the celestial who had brought them there and had given them instructions, smiling broadly. Lin Shen felt his attitude was somewhat strange. Although he had been nice to them before, that was because Tiansun had done him a favor, and Lin Shen had also given him something in return. But now, his expression seemed to carry a hint of flattery. "Lord, I dare not accept your honorific please, just call me Tian," said Lin Shen. The celestial hastily put up a smiling face and said, No, don't call me Lord. I should be the one calling you Lord. Just call me Xiao Luetzi from now on." "Lord Heavenly Emperor has already appointed you as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. From now on you will be the respected Dean, the Celestial Master Institute. Dean, what is that?" Lin Shen was completely bewildered. He had only heard of the Celestial Court within the Celestial race. He had never heard of the Celestial Master Institute, nor did he know what it was for. Chapter 397 Ascension Pool. Xiao Luyuzi gave Lin Shen a card, which was Lin Shen's identity proof. He could go to the Celestial Master Institute at any time and clock in for his appointment. "Mr. Luyuzi, what exactly is the Celestial Master Institute?" Since the Celestial insisted on Lin Shen calling him Xiao Luyuzi, Lin Shen had no option but to follow the custom of his hometown and add a title of respect, just like others calling him Mr. Lin Shen. Lord Tian, please don't call me that. You are the head of one of the divisions in the Celestial Master Institute. I can't bear such deference. Xiao Luezi waved his hands repeatedly. Then calling you Mr. N6 should be fine, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Mr. N6, what exactly is the Celestial Master Institute, and why did the Heavenly Emperor appoint me as its head? Since you called me Mr. N6, I'll boast a bit. Little brother, you're in luck. The Celestial Master Institute is a specialized department close to the heart of the Lord Heavenly Emperor. You'll have to look after me more in the future. Mr. N6 lowered his voice and said to Lin Shen, Rest assured, Mr. N6, from now on we are brothers, sharing fortunes and facing difficulties together, Lin Shen said, patting his chest. Lin Shen wanted to inquire more about what exactly the Celestial Master Institute did when he saw Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu had also finished absorbing the heavenly liquid and stood up. All right, it's getting late. Don't delay any longer inside the Imperial Palace. I'll take you out now. Mr. N6 led them back the way they came and left the Imperial Palace. Mr. N6 escorted them all the way to the gates of the Imperial Palace. Before leaving, he urged Lin Shen to take up his position at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible. Lin Shen stopped him and asked one more question, whether Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu were given any positions. Mr. N6 shook his head and whispered in Lin Shen's ear, Little brother, the imperial favor of the Heavenly Emperor is not something everyone is qualified to bear. Grasp your opportunity well, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you, and just focus on serving the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Mr. N6, I'll take your advice. Lin Shen could only take Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu back with him. Tian Xun and Tian Shen had been waiting for them to return to the hotel. Upon seeing Wei Wufu and Lin Shen return, they anxiously asked how it went. Lin Shen recounted the meeting with Emperor Tian Shu in detail, and Tian Xun finally felt relieved. Heavenly liquid can purify the body. It's the Heavenly Emperor's exclusive beverage that others seldom have the chance to drink. It will also benefit your future nirvana. We'll have to thank the Heavenly Consort for her help later. Oh, the Heavenly Emperor also appointed me the head of the Celestial Master Institute. What exactly does this Celestial Master Institute do? Lin Shen handed the card to Tian Xun. Tian Xun's face suddenly changed, and he snatched the card away, confirming its authenticity before his expression turned exceedingly complex. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with being the head of the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen immediately sensed that there was something amiss. Tian Xun shook his head and said, There's not exactly a problem, but the Celestial Master Institute is a department established by the Heavenly Emperor that takes orders directly from him. Any action of the Celestial Master Institute doesn't need to go through the Celestial Court, they only need to answer to the Heavenly Emperor himself. Sounds like it has a lot of power, Lin Shen said, feeling that there was nothing wrong with this. Tian Xin laughed. To put it nicely, it only answers to the Heavenly Emperor. To put it bluntly, it's like the Heavenly Emperor's dog, tasked with biting people. Whether it's choosing beauties from other races, killing people who disobey and gossip about the Heavenly Emperor, or going out to gather exotic treasures for the Heavenly Emperor and amusing him, all these tasks fall to the Celestial Master Institute. That's not bad at all. Isn't that just like being the Heavenly Emperor's personal guard? Lin Shen felt that this place seemed quite good, a department with some perks. Not bad? If there were no Celestial Court, this department would indeed be not bad. Unfortunately for us, the Celestial race has a Celestial Court and a Dean of the Celestial Court at that. The previous head of the Celestial Master Institute was executed by the hands of the Dean of the Celestial Court himself because he committed offenses, Tian Xin said with a smile. Doesn't the Heavenly Emperor care? Lin Shen asked, slightly startled. A dead dog can be replaced by 10, 100 others. The Dean of the Celestial Court is the pillar that props up our race. The Heavenly Emperor has been able to enjoy thousands of years of peace because he has this Lord Dean to support him from the front. If you were the Heavenly Emperor, would you bother with this matter? With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Tian Xin looked at Lin Shen and said, The Heavenly Emperor needs to indulge. The dirty and exhausting tasks must be done by the Celestial Master Institute. Doing well is expected. Doing poorly invites the Heavenly Emperor's thunderous wrath, which you cannot withstand. The Celestial Master Institute, after handling these dirty and exhausting tasks, offends the august Dean of the Celestial Court, will inevitably have to deal with you. Being the head of the Celestial Master Institute is a thankless job where one misstep could cost you your life. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that being a dean was not a good thing, yet he didn't even have the power to refuse. I'm just an insignificant human ascender, and it's my first time on Sky Pinnacle Star. Why would the Heavenly Emperor want me to be the head of the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen felt extremely frustrated. I think your inherent cheap aura has been discovered. You were born for these dirty and exhausting tasks, which is why the Heavenly Emperor has taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, why wouldn't he bestow any position onto Wei or Ouyang Yudu? Tian Xin said, reveling in his misfortune. It's not entirely without benefits. After all, the head of the Celestial Master Institute is a close advisor to the Heavenly Emperor, one of the few who can often come into contact with the Heavenly Emperor, and indeed wields no small amount of power. Tianxun could only comfort Lin Shen in this way. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor didn't specify when I should take office. Let's first go to the Ascension Pool and increase my reincarnation turns before discussing anything else. Lin Shen didn't have any better idea. He just wanted to take advantage of the benefits first. Tianxun led Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Tianxin to the Ascension Pool. Tianxin herself had the qualifications to enter the Ascension Pool and didn't need to fight to the death like Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen initially thought the Ascension Pool was just a pool, perhaps like Ring Mountain, containing a special liquid in which one could soak to increase their reincarnation turns. The base mutation pool that Lin Shen had soaked in before was like this. Since the base mutation pool was created in imitation of the Ascension Pool, he thought the Ascension Pool should be similar. However, when Lin Shen actually saw the Ascension Pool, he realized how ignorant his thoughts had been. The Ascension Pool was not merely a pool at all, but an expanse of continuous mountains. Among these mountains, there was a towering peak that almost reached the clouds, so high that its summit was nearly invisible. A waterfall-like liquid poured down from the top of the mountain, as if a river of stars was falling from the void, plunging into the vast pool at the mountain's base. The water flowed from the pool down the mountain, winding around the mountains like a white giant serpent coiling between them. Strangely, the streams eventually flowed back toward the towering mountain, disappearing at its base as if plunging into an abyss. That is the Ascension Pool. We must swim upstream. The farther and higher we go, the more benefits we obtain. If one can swim against the waterfall and reach the mountaintop, achieving the 10th turn is possible, Tianxin said. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other as this posed a dilemma. When it came to fighting, they could reluctantly step up, but swimming was not their strength. Chapter 39.8 Counterflow. Lin Shen and his two companions didn't notice that above that great mountain, a large patch of white clouds had drifted over and come to a stop near the mountain, blending almost completely with the mists that enshrouded the mountain. Within those clouds was an island-like floating object that resembled a vacation resort, complete with an artificial pool, a sandy beach, and even a crooked-necked tree and a small wooden hut. On the beach, a sun umbrella was set up, under which there was a small table and 2 lounge chairs. On one of the lounge chairs lay a shaggy old celestial dressed in colorful shorts and a vest, his face shielded by a pair of sunglasses. Despite his age, he had a tall stature, stylish hair, and a chiseled face with a well-groomed beard, making him look like a model. If Lin Shen were here, he would probably have a hard time recognizing that this shaggy old celestial lounging leisurely and the one who orchestrated the shoddy situation were actually the same person. Your Majesty, what brings you to the Ascension Pool today? Shall I join you for a bath? A celestial race swimsuit beauty sat on the other lounge chair, smiling sweetly. No bathing today, just watching the show, the Heavenly Emperor replied as he took a bottle, downing the liquid inside with flair before casually tossing the bottle onto the sandy beach. Xiao Luezi, bring a case of heavenly liquid over. Is the barbecue ready? Right away, Your Majesty. Xiao Luezi scurried over with a case of heavenly liquid, placing it on the ground beside him, opening a bottle for the Heavenly Emperor and setting another bottle on the table near the celestial race beauty. Then Xiao Luezi scurried back to the grill, transforming into a barbecue expert, flipping skewers of some unknown meat. Watching the show? What show? The celestial beauty looked puzzled as she surveyed the area below, quickly spotting Lin Shen and the other two standing at the entrance of the Ascension Pool. Are those 2 humans? How come they are at the Ascension Pool? Her beautiful eyes shifted, as if she had figured something out, and she said with some surprise, Your Majesty, did you come to the Ascension Pool specifically to watch them? Not to watch them, but to watch the show, the Heavenly Emperor retorted with a slight snort. Although the celestial beauty didn't understand what was so interesting about 2 human ascenders and a celestial race ascender, she pretended to be quite interested, observing the trio. Xiao Liuzi, where do you think they'll be able to swim to? The Heavenly Emperor seemed disinterested in conversing with the celestial beauty and instead struck up a conversation with Xiao Liuzi, who was busy barbecuing. That one named Wei Wufu practiced the Phoenix Purple Qiju and is now 3rd turn. That Tianxin, the youngest son of the Tianju family, lacks the aptitude for the angel reincarnation skills, but the evolution skill he practiced is not bad, tailor-made for him by Tianju, though he is only at 4th turn. Tian, I heard, is only 2nd turn. His evolution skill seems to be evolution theory. His strength is not very clear. Judging by their levels, they could at most reach the pool. Trying to ascend the stream up the mountain seems a bit difficult. Chapter Find. After a pause, Xiao Liuzi continued. However, since they managed to return unscathed from the Sea of Flames, they must be somewhat capable. I think they should be able to ascend the stream up the mountain for a distance, but not too far. You make some sense, the Heavenly Emperor said non-committally, before turning to the celestial beauty next to him. What do you think, my beloved? The celestial beauty replied. Your Majesty, I think Tianxin should be able to ascend the mountain against the stream. The other 2 humans may at most reach the pool. That Tian, I'm afraid, might not even make it to the pool. Why do you say that? The Heavenly Emperor asked with interest. The Phoenix Purple Qiju is barely considered a first-rate evolution skill, while evolution theory is just a basic evolution skill. If one practices such an evolution skill, how strong could they possibly be? The celestial beauty explained. You also make sense, the Heavenly Emperor nodded. What do you think, Your Majesty? The Celestial Beauty inquired. Of course, I share the same opinion as my beloved consort, the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Xiao Liuzi, you're the only one with a different view. If you guess wrong, you'll be punished. That's only fair. I've just gotten something recently. If I lose, let's use it as a stake. Your Majesty, does that sound acceptable? A sweating Xiao Liuzi ran over, placing an item on the table and asked cautiously, That's fine. The Heavenly Emperor didn't even look at what it was, simply uttering an indifferent response. Only then did Xiao Liuzi breathe a sigh of relief and ran back to continue grilling his skewers. Unaware they were being secretly watched, Lin Shen and his companions saw Tian Shen leap into the river that wound around the mountains like a giant serpent, swimming towards the pool while shouting, I'm heading on first, I'll wait for you on the mountain. How has Tian Shen become so much better at swimming? Lin Shen watched Tian Shen's agile form cutting through the water upstream, his swimming stroke standard and his speed quite fast, which caught him by surprise. He remembered that although Tian Shen could handle water, he wasn't this impressive. Probably he had specifically trained for this trip to the Ascension Pool. Old Wei, what should we do? Lin Shen turned to Wei Wufu and asked. He had never practiced swimming much because he fell into a water vat as a child and almost drowned. Although he wouldn't say he had any psychological trauma, he wasn't fond of getting into the water. He had thought that with the ability to fly and the floating on water skill, he wouldn't need to learn swimming, but here was a day when it seemed necessary. Let's go, do our best, Wei Wufu said, and also jumped into the water. Lin Shen watched Wei Wufu use the dog paddle desperately to swim upstream, splashing a lot of water but moving forward at a very slow pace, slower than an old lady's walk. Lin Shen, having no other choice, leaped in as well. Wufu was right. Since they were already here, they might as well do their best. The Heavenly Emperor and his companions almost burst into laughter watching Wei Wufu's dog paddle. When it was Lin Shen's turn to get into the water, he executed a beautiful dive and plunged in, only to sink straight to the bottom. The Celestial Beauty couldn't hold back anymore. She spat out a mouthful of heavenly liquid she had just drunk. Your Majesty, it seems we overestimated them. Both of them appear to be clueless about swimming, not to mention going upstream. They probably can't even reach the pool. The Heavenly Emperor was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the two of them to be so inept at swimming and chuckled. Coming to the Ascension Pool without knowing how to swim, they really are quite unique. Chen Zun was unaware they couldn't swim, considering they had survived in the Sea of Flames and even got a living Crimson Flame Starburst dragon as a pet. He had thought their swimming ability was decent and hadn't mentioned it. After all, swimming ability was only a minor part. It wasn't the decisive factor. It still depended on their cultivation level and capabilities. As long as someone possessed even a little swimming skill, there shouldn't be much trouble. Who could have imagined it would be a hindrance for them? As soon as Lin Shen entered the water, he immediately felt a strange strength within the current rushing into his body. Chapter 399. The Surge of Water. A strange force surged into his body. This power was very peculiar. When he stood still, resisting the flow of the river, this strange force would be very weak. If he drifted downstream with the current, the strange power would completely disappear. On the contrary, if he walked upstream against the current, the strange power would gradually grow stronger. This strange force could not change his constitution, nor could it enhance his base mutation rate. It simply merged into his body, nourishing his life base and his own spiritual sense. Lin Shen had no intention of swimming. He simply sank to the bottom and walked upward from there. Walking like this was faster than swimming himself, and also faster than Wei Wufu. The river was not very deep, only about 10 meters or so. Once Lin Shen sank to the bottom, he found that the current below was obviously swifter than above, and it brought a greater amount of the strange power. This discovery delighted Lin Shen greatly. He was tempted to call Wei Wufu down to walk together, but then he thought better of it and gave up on the idea. Resisting the current also consumed a great deal of energy, and Wei Wufu did not have his breath-holding ability. It would be difficult for him to walk underwater for a long time. It was safer for him to stay above. So, Lin Shen walked forward underwater against the subcurrent, continually absorbing the strange power brought by the water flow. The strange power entering his body divided into 3 parts, each absorbed by the Contrarian, the Inheritance Fan, and Lin Shen himself. Chapter Enjoy. After walking a few hundred meters on the riverbed, Lin Shen felt the strange power flowing into his body increasing more and more. The subcurrent grew stronger too, compelling him to use the carapace to contend with it. Otherwise, his pace would become somewhat slow. After a while, both the Inheritance Fan and the Contrarian underwent a transformation. They both underwent a nirvana. Following their transformations, Lin Shen's attributes were also elevated. The advantage of a double life base was revealed at that moment. With every nirvana of the Inheritance Fan, Lin Shen's attributes and skill strength increased by 10% based on the original data. When the Contrarian underwent nirvana, another 10% increase was added on top of the original data. Once both life bases reached the 10th turn, Lin Shen had 162 more attribute points than an ordinary 10-stage ascendant, which were solid foundational attributes. The Heavenly Emperor and the other 2 onlookers watched from above. They saw Tian Shen almost reaching the vicinity of the pool, while Wei Wufu had swum only a few hundred meters. His slow pace was frightfully slow. After Lin Shen plunged into the water, he had not come up again. That Tian has been underwater for so long without coming up, he couldn't have drowned and been swept into the abyss of the fallen, could he? The celestial beauty said with a laugh. The heavenly emperor took off his sunglasses and glanced at the river below. After a moment, he said with a smile, he hasn't drowned, he's walking up the riverbed. He's even a little faster than that Wei Wufu above. Walking at the bottom of the river, the undercurrents beneath the Ascension River are much stronger than those at the surface, and they become even more turbulent as one approaches the Ascension Pool. Walking like that, I'm afraid he won't even make it to the edge of the pool, the celestial beauty remarked, looking again at Wei Wufu struggling on the surface and smiling slyly. But with their swimming skills, I'm afraid they won't reach the pool even if they swim on the surface. How can there be such people? They are ascenders after all. No matter what, they should have attained a certain standard in controlling their bodies, strength, and skills. How can they possibly not know how to swim? Even if learning on the spot, they should be able to pick up some, right? The celestial beauty was genuinely intrigued now. Maybe it's a psychological issue, Xiao Luozi chimed in. What kind of psychological issue could it be? The celestial beauty asked with curiosity. That I don't know. Perhaps they were frightened by water when they were young, leaving behind some sort of psychological shadow, Xiao Luozi guessed as he brought over some freshly grilled skewers to the heavenly emperor and the celestial beauty. The heavenly emperor casually picked up a skewer, eating while smiling amiably. The kid down there shouldn't have any psychological shadows, probably just hasn't learned or has poor learning abilities. The one above, though, has a big problem. If he can't overcome this obstacle, he'll encounter major issues during nirvana. Lin Shen walked underwater against the dark currents, his speed becoming slower and slower. As the darkness below became stronger, even with his strength and control, it was quite strenuous to walk along the riverbed. The main issue was controlling the body in water. It was easily carried off by the dark currents. The strange force that washed over the body also gave a chilling sensation, not a physical chill, but as if the spiritual sense was being cleansed and left cold. It seems I have no choice but to do this. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, activated the super base pattern, and immediately used the movement technique of surfing fist, charging forward step by step. Each step he took left a footprint on the riverbed's rocks, and the more he walked, the faster he got and the deeper the prints became. His body broke through the dark currents, stirring the water into a turbulent mess, and large bubbles started appearing on the surface. With every step Lin Shen took, a cluster of bubbles surged up on the surface, his speed increasing ever more. What is that human called Tian doing underwater? The celestial beauty noticed this anomaly and asked out of curiosity. He is using strength to fight against the dark currents and run forward. The heavenly emperor spoke while nibbling on a skewer. Running on the riverbed, such a consumption, can an ascender really endure it? I'm afraid he won't get far before he runs out of energy, right? If he truly overexerts himself and doesn't even have the strength to reach the shore, he will be swept into the abyss of the fallen. Wouldn't that mean losing his life for nothing? The celestial beauty pondered something and turned to the heavenly emperor to ask, Your Majesty, if he loses his strength and is washed toward the abyss of the fallen, should we pull him out? We're only here to watch the show. Everything else is none of our concern, the heavenly emperor said offhandedly. Then let's see if he can stop in time. If he is reckless and depletes his strength too severely, I'm afraid he's definitely not going to survive, the celestial beauty said with a smile. She originally thought Lin Shen would soon be unable to hold on, but instead, the bubbles from below increased even more, almost forming a gushing spring on the river surface. Tian Shen was swimming toward the pool when he suddenly felt as if there were a whale spouting water behind him, with water columns rising continuously, startling him. Damn, what trick is that kid pulling off now? Tian Shen hastily accelerated his pace, desperately swimming towards the pool, fearing the surging water columns would catch up to him. Who knew what Lin Shen was up to under the water? If he got caught in it, that would be troublesome. Tian Shen didn't dare to hold back any longer, directly summoning the power of the Heartless Angel, whose possession greatly increased his speed, and he dashed towards the pool. Meanwhile, Lin Shen underwater was getting faster and faster. The surfing steps pushed aside the dark currents, his powerful strength surging through his body as he forcefully resisted the numerous dark streams of the riverbed, charging towards the direction of the pool. That human at the bottom of the river has quite the endurance, almost rushing into the pool. The celestial beauty expressed her surprise. Think it's that easy to get into the pool? The heavenly emperor pulled out something that looked like a remote control from the pocket of his large shorts and pressed a few buttons on it. The waterfalls of Mount Ascension, which flowed straight down, suddenly increased in volume, like a roaring dragon plunging into the pool, causing chaotic currents to surge, violently slapping against the surrounding rocks. Chapter 400. As people ascend, souls descend. Tian Shen had just plunged into the pool when the roaring waterfall suddenly surged, stirring up chaotic currents so violently that it was impossible to stabilize her body, and she was directly swept into the turmoil. What's going on? Why did the current become so fierce all of a sudden? I've only heard that the currents in the pool can be a bit harsh, but it shouldn't be this severe, right? Plus, it seemed like the waterfall's flow had more than doubled just now. Tian Shin's body had been pulled to the bottom of the pool, her mind full of confusion. She wanted to stabilize her body, but the first wave of the turbulent flow was simply too strong to hold steady. Her body was twisted in all sorts of directions by the current, and even slammed into a large rock at the bottom of the pool, causing Tian Shin to see stars. The collision itself didn't cause much damage to Tian Shin, but the mysterious power generated by the turbulent current poured into her body, baptizing her life base and her own spiritual sense. Due to the immense strength of the mysterious power, it felt as though her spiritual sense was about to freeze. This prevented her from concentrating on running the evolution skill, making the efficiency of absorbing and digesting the mysterious power extremely low. Tian Shin struggled to stabilize her body, but it was utterly impossible to leverage anything in the chaotic current. If Simon Swordsman were here, he could take advantage of the twisting chaotic currents, but Tian Shin clearly lacked such ability. Her grasp and sensitivity to strength were not that high, and she often clashed with the current when exerting force, which only made things worse the harder she tried. Of course, it wasn't just Tian Shin, most people were powerless in such chaotic currents. Unfortunately, strength was not her forte, and her best asset, speed, simply couldn't be initiated in the water. As the waterfall raged, Lin Shen had just reached the junction where the river met the pool. The ferocious chaotic current, like a mudslide, pressed down, halting the wild rush of Lin Shen momentarily. The horrifying wave of mysterious power also surged into his body. The sudden increase in mysterious power didn't cause too much trouble for Lin Shen. His body contained a double life base, and the demand for mysterious power was far greater than that of Tian Shin. All along the way Lin Shen had come, an ordinary ascender's life base could have evolved from first turn to about 4 or 5. However, with his double life base, one had only ascended by 1 turn, and it was uncertain whether that was due to the double life base requiring too much energy, or because his life base itself needed a tremendous amount of energy. The sudden enhancement of the water flow and the strengthening of the mysterious power seemed to indicate that his life base was showing signs of another evolution. Surfing Step, riding on the momentum of the impact, erupted once more, battling against the mudslide-like currents. Lin Shen, step by step, stubbornly withstood the turbulent flow and forcefully entered the pool. When he suddenly saw something crashing towards him amid the white foam, Lin Shen reached out and blocked it, only then realizing it was Tian Shin's body that had collided with him. Lin Shen clenched his teeth and, pushing Tian Shin's body with both hands, continued to forge ahead. The accumulated overlapping waves skill of Surfing Step was now powerful, and Lin Shen, pushing Tian Shin's body, forced open the chaotic current, heading towards the place where the white foam was most dense, the location of the waterfall. Tian Shin, struggling in the chaotic current, suddenly felt her aimlessly tumbling body grabbed by a pair of hands pushing her forward. Startled at first, she quickly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the evolution skill to stabilize the situation inside her body. The amount of mysterious power flooding her body was overwhelming. If she couldn't absorb and digest it in time, it seemed as if the mysterious power coursing through her would cause her spiritual sense to lose control. Once spiritual sense is out of control or damaged, it's like a nirvana being who has undergone nirvana multiple times, gradually losing their humanity, ranging from impaired thinking to the potential loss of self. Your Majesty, Tian Shin has been swept into the pool. Could something happen to him? The celestial beauty asked with some concern. If he doesn't have the strength himself, who can he blame for any mishap? The Heavenly Emperor said indifferently, continuing to drink the heavenly liquid. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of water exploded in the pool, revealing a figure emerging from the water against the waterfall. It was Tian Shin, who had just been caught in the turbulent flow. With 6 wings on his back fluttering, he faced the waterfall's strong current and forcefully ascended, taking flight. Originally, Tian Shin had 1 pair of wings, and even after being possessed by the Heartless Angel, he only had 4 wings. But just now, after the Heartless Angel had broken through, its form changed, transforming from 4 wings to 6, greatly increasing its strength. Coupled with Lin Shen's push, he managed to ascend against the Cascade's onslaught. Even with 6 wings, ascending against such a terrifying waterfall was still incredibly challenging. Tian Shin violently flapped his wings, barely managing to ascend 4 or 5 meters before struggling to rise any further. The youngest son of the Tianzhui family is not bad at all. He even managed to ascend against it, the celestial beauty exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Emperor smiled without a word, squinting his eyes not at Tian Shin but at Lin Shen at the bottom of the pool. Others could not see the true situation in the pool, but he could see it clearly. If Tian Shin was able to ascend, much of the credit was due to Lin Shen. Lin Shen, using his hands and feet, gripped the cracks in the rocks and, despite the assault of the waterfall, managed to climb up. He felt as if his soul might be washed away from his body by the force of the waterfall. It was as if his body was climbing up, while his soul was falling down. Splash! Tian Shin, who struggled desperately, ultimately could not hold on and was smashed back into the pool by the waterfall. Fortunately, after the initial turbulent flow, the pool gradually adapted to such a forceful current, and the turbulence wasn't so severe anymore. Tian Shen, with his 6 wings, had grown much stronger and managed to control his body, quickly emerging from the water and looking towards Lin Shen, who was persistently climbing against the waterfall. Something's not right. Why does this waterfall seem to have at least double the flow of water than before? Tian Shen had already sensed something was amiss. Looking back at the river course, he saw Wei Wufu was still far away from the pool, desperately struggling and moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Oh my goodness, that guy actually can't swim. Tian Shen was taken aback. In his mind, Wei Wufu seemed capable of everything, mastering all sorts of martial arts without failing, and yet surprisingly, he couldn't even swim the basic strokes. On Lin Shen's end, the situation wasn't optimistic either. He clung to the rock wall, climbing upwards, but with the force of the water he had only climbed a few meters before nearly being washed away several times. Who the hell is playing tricks, trying to prevent us from reaching the summit of ascension? Tian Shen's face darkened, but he could not figure out who would have the power to meddle with the ascension pool.